And almost at the same time his words fell, the array seal between the two parties immediately lit up with a dazzling blue light, and immediately, the heavy sword light representing Qing Wenlu on the array seal instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Qing Wenlu's body also started to split into pieces, and finally turned into a pile of sand and disappeared. Protector Chang. All of the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect kneeled down in unison as they broke out in tears. The disciples of the new sect started wailing even more. The elders of the Lotus Star Sword sect all knew that this kind Protector Qing was especially caring for the new disciples of the new sect. His influence within the sect was not something that the left protector could compare with. The old sect master stood there silently, but at this moment, his dark and sunken eyes were already filled with thick killing intent. This time, even the famous right protector Qing Wenlu is dead. Who else can take out his hand to fight against our sword emissary? Alas, why make unnecessary sacrifices? It would be better to be more straightforward and hand over the items. Wouldn't this be peaceful for all of us? At this time, an enchanting dressed woman walked out of the Black Hawk cult. She was wearing a black Blade Master outfit, her chest was wide open, revealing a white cleavage, her charming red lips had a mole at the corner of her mouth, and the order badge on her waist was much more high grade than the disciples behind her. Sword specialist Yen Donghe was standing right next to her with his arms crossed. Judging from this woman's aura, she was probably quite powerful as well. Is the Lotus Star Sword sect only so strong? Yen Donghe shook his head. It's a pity that this is the Wanhua realm, it's the Linglong Mountain. Otherwise, this kind of third-rate sect could be easily exterminated. What did you say? Damn you! Too arrogant. The people from the Lotus Star Sword sect were infuriated again as they started to curse out. However, the people from Black Hawk cult were not to be outdone either. All sorts of ridicule could be heard from the people from Black Hawk Hall. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The people of the Lotus Star Sword sect are so mediocre. Do you only know how to fight? If you have the ability, you should fight with our Lord Sword Envoy first. Hey, that one over there, didn't you scold him quite fiercely? Didn't you cry quite fiercely when the protectors died? I think it would be better for you to come out and avenge the two of you. Haha, how could he dare? With that little bit of ability of his, he only used his own blood to help our Lord Sword Envoy wash the sword. Ha 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 ha. The laughter in the hall was endless. The faces of the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect were all flushed red with anger. They wanted to charge up and fight against these people, but they knew that if they were to fight, it would be a violation of the mountain rules and the Lotus Star Sword sect would be finished. The Black Hawk cult and the Lotus Star Sword sect are both living together in Linglong Mountain. They should be supporting each other and helping each other to develop, but the Black Hawk cult is looking for ways to strengthen themselves by annexing other sections. This is absolutely not advisable. Just as everyone was laughing out loud, a voice suddenly broke the laughter. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice and saw the white-haired old sect leader walking over. He stared at the swordsman Yen Donghe as he said in a deep voice. When the old sect master spoke out, almost everyone's heart jumped in unison. Has the headmaster made his move? Yen Donghe had also put away his teasing attitude. He stared at the old man with a serious expression. As far as he was concerned, in the entire Lotus Star Sword sect, this was the person that he was the most wary of. Is the sect leader finally going to make his move? Humph, let's see how this Yen Donghe will contend. The High Priestess was an expert who had already resounded throughout the entire Linglong Mountain 50 years ago. In front of the High Priestess, what does this sword envoy count for? Perhaps the sect leader should have taken action a long time ago. If that's the case, Protector Chang will not have died. Who would have thought that Yen Donghe's cultivation would be so terrifying? The people from the Lotus Star Sword sect discussed in a low voice, as their eyes all gathered on the white-haired old man. This was the last hope of the Lotus Star Sword sect. If they were to lose, their sect leader would lose, and their sect leader would lose. Wait a moment. At this moment, another voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone was startled awake by this sudden noise and turned their eyes to the source of the sound. He saw a man wearing a big cloak and carrying a sword sheath walking out of the crowd. Without the identity token of the Lotus Star Sword sect, this person is not a member of the Lotus Star Sword sect. The seductive lady in black blade master cloth looked at Su-Yun once, and spoke to the sword envoy beside her. The sword envoy nodded, his gaze focused on Su-Yun's body. Master Su-Yun, why are you here? Didn't we already arrange for you to stay in the backyard? The sect leader looked at Su-Yun, who was walking over, and said. Earlier, he had been paying attention to Qingwenlu, but he did not see him in the crowd. If I didn't come now, I probably wouldn't even be able to stay in the backyard. Su-Yun shook his head and said. Su-Yun didn't know if this sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect treated him with sincerity or not, but during this period of time in the Lotus Star Sword sect, he had not been mistreated by anyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574. Seeing this person walk out, Yen Dongha asked, "Who are you?" Su-Yun immediately took out a divine leaf from his spatial ring and indicated to everyone, "Do you recognize this? This is?" The woman's face froze and her eyes filled with surprise. "What is this?" Sword envoy Yen Dongha asked. Although Wanhua realm had been here for a period of time, he was not very familiar with the World Tree Realm Lord. Thus, when he saw these golden yellow leaves, he did not know what kind of thing they were. It is said that these are the divine leaves on the trees of the, and are only a few of them. Normally, they would not be given to others, but the fact that this person has the divine leaves means that he has a good relationship with the Realm Lord, so provoking him would mean provoking the Realm Lord. The lady whispered to the sword envoy, "I'm afraid this person is an incredible figure. We have to be careful." "Is that so? Are you sure that is the real god leaf? And not a forgery?" Yen Dongha said with a frown. "Nope." The black-dressed woman shook her head. "I had the good fortune to have seen this divine leaf. I can't be wrong about this chi. Furthermore, faking the divine leaf is a death sentence. Once it is exposed, the result will be very miserable. All the grass and trees in Wanhua realm are the eyes and ears of Realm Lord. Who would have the guts to do such a thing? But..." Yen Dongha pondered for a moment and then said lightly, "It's fine as long as this person has the divine leaf, but what does it have to do with me? We did not do anything that violated the rules of the mountain today. Even Realm Lord S would not be able to save the Lotus Star Sword sect. Lord Sword Envoy, don't be rash. Let's see what this person intends to do." The black uniformed woman laughed. "Anyways, the Lotus Star Sword sect is going to die today. There's no need for us to be so anxious. He only has a piece of divine leaf, not the Realm Lord. We shouldn't put him in our eyes." "You're right." The sword envoy nodded, then said to Su-Yun indifferently, "I don't care who you are, but if you want to stop us and save the Lotus Star Sword sect, then forgive me for my rudeness. The Realm Lord's divine leaf is here. How dare you be impudent?" Su-Yun said. "We have not violated the rules of the realm. What can you do to me?" "What? Could it be that you want to use your power to kill us?" Yen Dongha harumphed. "Use your authority? Of course I wouldn't do that, and I don't have a job." Su-Yun said solemnly, "But I am not here with the Realm Lord God Leaf. I am here on orders from the Realm Lord, and have come to request for the assistance of the Lotus Star Sword sect in completing the mission given to me by the Realm Lord. Aren't you here to obstruct the mission given to us by the Realm Lord, to look down on the Realm Lord, and to provoke the Realm Lord? What? Is your Black Hawk cult trying to rebel?" Su-Yun bellowed. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The Black Hawk cult had suddenly been put on the rebel list. What was the point of doing this? He did not know how to refute. His eyes were wide, the sword in his hand was gripped tightly. If not for the god leaf in Su-Yun's hand, he would have immediately rushed forward and hacked that fellow into two halves. Master Su Yun. A few disciples of the Lotus Star Sword sect looked at Su Yun excitedly. At that moment, they felt that the person in front of them was like the savior of the sect. Rebellion? Master Su Yun, your words are a little harsh. Our Black Hawk sect belongs to the Wanhua realm after all, so we naturally belong to the Wanhua realm. Even if you lend us 100 guts, we would never dare to be disrespectful to the realm lord. At this moment, the black-clothed woman suddenly laughed coquettishly and walked out. She threw a few flirtatious glances at Su Yun, and seeing that Su Yun was not moved, she stuck out her chest and continued, however, Master Su Yun, you said that you were bringing the Realm Lord's divine leaf to carry out a mission. What kind of mission would that be? Why did he have to request for the assistance of the Lotus Star Sword sect? In terms of strength, our Black Hawk cult is much stronger than the Lotus Star Sword sect. Why didn't you ask for our help? What mission? Of course it's a secret mission, how can I casually reveal it? If Master Su Yun is not willing to speak, then we will not know, and the so-called ignorant is innocent. We can continue to challenge the Lotus Star Sword sect, I believe, as long as we do not injure you. I believe that even the Realm Lord will not do anything to us, right? The black-clothed woman laughed. Hearing that, Su Yun's face became gloomy. So, you plan on using the strong one? Any other options? The black-dressed woman's smile gradually faded. We have to come today. If we don't destroy the Lotus Star Sword sect, would we still have the face to return to the sect? Very good. Su Yun nodded his head, and immediately pulled out the death sword behind him. The pitch-black sword seemed to become even more devilish under the evil cheese release. He flipped the death sword and stabbed it into the ground, staring at the sword envoy and spoke coldly. Today, the Lotus Star Sword sect has sent me to protect you. Since you guys want to challenge me, then I will represent the Lotus Star Sword sect and fight you all. What? The black-dressed woman and the sword envoy were all stunned. Master Su Yun, this favor will forever remain in the heart of my Lotus Star Sword sect, but this is a matter of our sect and you do not need to be involved at all. Please return to the backyard first, I will take care of everything here. The old sect leader hastily came up and said. However, Su Yun shook his head and said, I also heard it just now. You seem to still have injuries on your body, so it's not convenient for you to fight. The old sect leader was quiet for a moment, then nodded his head. The other side knew that I was injured, which is why they came here, but Master Su Yun, you cannot have any mishaps, otherwise, we cannot afford it. You can't afford it, they can't either. Relax, if I fight, they will definitely be afraid, but in terms of momentum, they won't be able to defeat me, so I've already won 3 points. When that time comes, you can lend me a hand, and defeating them won't be a difficult matter. Can't. The leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect rejected without hesitation. He did not explain any further, and it was as if he knew that continuing to persuade Su Yun would be of no use. He directly walked in front of Su Yun and said solemnly, today's matters should be settled by the Lotus Star Sword sect. Master Su Yun has nothing to do with this matter. Old sect leader, you. Don't say more. The old sect leader's attitude was firm. He turned and nodded towards Su Yun, then turned his head and pulled out a snow-white sword that was like a lotus, and directly thrust it towards the erase seal in the center. Seeing that, Su Yun opened his mouth. He still wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. The sect leader had already pierced his sword into the array. There was no longer any chance of redemption. But carefully thinking about it, it was indeed logical. If in this crisis, the sect leader did not stand up to save the sect, and even if Su Yun relied on the Realm Lord's deterrence to save the Lotus Star Sword sect, then the sect would still live and die with its name. After all, many disciples saw what happened today, and thought that their sect leader no longer had the ability to protect the sect, and that the sect was no longer in existence. Therefore, if the sect leader did not fight today, he would lose. He must stand out. You guys of the Lotus Star Sword sect have some backbone. The sword envoy Yan Donghe snorted and stepped forward. He drew his sword and was about to stab it into the erase seal to form a contract with the old sect leader so that he could duel with him. But at this moment, The lady in black beside him hurriedly raised her hand and stopped Yen Dongha. "What are you doing?" Yen Dongha looked at the woman in dissatisfaction. The lady laughed lightly and said, "Lord Sword Envoy, you have been fighting with the experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect consecutively. The profound chi in other parts of your body have been exhausted, and now, you have to contend against the Lotus Star Sword sect leader." He was currently not in a good state, especially after battling with Qingwenlu, which had consumed most of the profound chi in his body. Although the Black Hawk Hall had provided him with a lot of good recovery pills, how could he possibly recover in such a short period of time? However, the lady turned her head and smiled towards the people of the Lotus Star Sword sect. "Everyone, don't be too anxious, our Black Hawk cult is powerful and has numerous experts. It is impossible to send a sword envoy to battle by himself, and for the sword envoy to rest for a moment, let the other disciples help you deal with the Lotus Star Sword sect's leader." After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands. The disciples of the Black Hawk cult split up from left to right, and 3 men in black Blademaster uniforms walked out. All 3 wore Blademaster uniforms and held long swords in their hands. All of their expressions were very cold, and their eyes flickered with an indescribable coldness. Their expressions, movements, and auras were all the same. The first man stepped forward, pulled out his own sword, and stabbed into the array seal. Crash! As the 2 swords entered the array immediately released a dazzling light. Su Yun took a few steps back as he stared at the array. The High Priestess and the Black Hawk cult disciples spoke up at the same time. "Those who are defeated, quickly retreat from the Lotus Star Sword sect. You must never step foot in. Those who are defeated, quickly hand over the Lotus Star Sword and sword technique." With that said, the 2 middle-tiered swords flew into the air at the same time, but when the swords left the sword formation, they left behind 2 shining sword images. The 2 of them stared at their respective swords in the air and rushed over, reaching their hands out to catch their swords. Although the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect was injured, his skills were not bad. The moment his old hand grabbed onto the sword, he shot through the air like a meteor, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, making it impossible to clearly see his figure. As long as he defeated the sword envoy, these Black Hawk Hall's people would not be a concern, so he did not dare to waste any more time on these people. After quickly moving around for a circle, his aura was definitely strong. When the sword landed on the man's head, the sword chi he released seemed to have resonated with him as it gathered over. The people below seemed to see a gigantic lotus flower falling down like a meteor, beautiful yet terrifying. "This is the Lotus Star Sword technique?" Sword Envoy Yen Dongha said. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 575. A dazzling sword technique descended from the sky. That majesty contained a mysterious sword technique that pressed down from above, leaving an indelible impression on the hearts of everyone present. Black Hawk soaring chi. The man did not show any signs of weakness. With a low roar, all the hair on his body suddenly exploded. The large quantity of extremely sharp, profound energy that was like a cold blade suddenly erupted, transforming into a condor flying in the sky. He actually dared to directly contend against the sect leader. The left protector Bu Ming exclaimed in surprise. "This person is too reckless. It seems like the outcome of this attack will be decided. Black Hawk Hall is bullying our Lotus Star Sword sect? A bunch of damned bastards." When the people of the Lotus Star Sword sect saw that person's actions, they were filled with righteous indignation and felt greatly infuriated. But no matter how angry they were, there was no one who wasn't focused on that vast and mighty strike right now. In a trance, people saw a tall and sturdy eagle charge towards a mysterious white lotus. Dawn! A ring of colored ripples spread out on the white lotus. Half of the ripples flew into the air, and the other half struck down. Before they even reached the ground, the people on the ground could feel the terrifying destructive force from the ripples, and all of their faces instantly turned pale, and they started to scream crazily. "Retreat! Quickly retreat! Go! Those above the Sky Spirit Master immediately summoned their magic treasure for defense, and the rest of them immediately left the place. The black-dressed woman shouted loudly towards the door. All of you, retreat. Activate the protection barrier. Faster. Bu Ming, the left protector of the Lotus Starsword sect, urgently shouted. The scene became chaotic. People were running around like ants on a hot pan. It only took a few breaths' time before the crowded battleground was empty. Everyone scattered to the back. Even the powerful sword expert Yen Dongha had no choice but to retreat. Although he had the ability to take the profound chi that came out from the intense battle between the two, even if he were to take it, he himself would have to use up a lot of it. The energy ripples struck over, shattering all the roof tiles. The crushed grass and trees stuck to the ground like a thin film. Other than that miraculous array seal, everything else in the area was turned into dust. Dong 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 dong. A peerlessly terrifying aura unceasingly surged in the air as thunderous sounds reverberated unceasingly. One could only watch as the eagle and Bai Lian clashed fiercely in the air, unable to part with each other. At this moment in time, they were fighting for the profound energy. Regardless of whether it was the High Priestess or that expert from the Black Hawk cult, if they were to relax even a little, then the victor of this battle would be determined. Behind the White Lotus was the sect leader's snow-white sword. The sword blade was touching the root of the White Lotus, its body was trembling and its power was strong, as though the heavens were pressing down on it. And at the tail of the eagle was the sword of the Black Hawk sect's expert. The clouds moved with the profound chi, and only these two auras were the most dazzling, as though they wanted to stir the entire sky. Suyin looked up into the sky, to see that the sect leader's face was pale, perspiring profusely, and the sword in his hand was trembling. The other party was even more exhausted. Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes reddened, as if he was releasing the last bit of his strength. According to his usual standards, this person was definitely not a match for the sect leader. But from the looks of it, the other party had used the sect leader's old injuries in order to put up such a fight. Break! Suddenly, the sect leader roared in anger. The pure and holy White Lotus released a halo of light, like a blossoming flower. It was extremely gorgeous, smashing down directly. The eagle released a mournful cry, then breaking its wings, its body shattering into pieces, the extremely terrifying White Lotus exploded downwards together with the sword pressure, causing a series of popping sounds to ring out in the air, like the sound of firecrackers. The spirit cultivator who was supporting the eagle widened his eyes as he looked at the incoming Bai Lian in shock. His entire body suddenly trembled violently, his aura was like a dam that had burst, completely collapsing and crumbling apart. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The body of the expert from the Black Hawk Hall directly smashed down from the sky, fiercely smashing onto the ground. His entire body had a large number of terrifying cracks. Both his hands and feet were broken, only leaving behind a single staff. The sword in his hand was also broken into many pieces, and he had long been injured in the fighting strength. Judging from his injuries, even his cultivation had been emptied. Victory had been decided. All right. Below, the people from the Lotus Starsword sect let out excited howls. The cheers continued like a tsunami. The white-haired sect leader landed lightly on the ground. He stared at the crippled Black Hawk cult expert on the ground and coldly snorted, "Are you willing to leave?" "Of course not." Without waiting for the expert to speak, the girl in black clothing behind him took the lead and spoke first. She chuckled, drew off the sword at her waist and stabbed towards the man's head. But that person's head was immediately pierced through. He didn't even have the chance to struggle before dying. The light sword in the array seal also disappeared at once. When a person who had made a contract died, the array seal automatically ordered the other party to refuse to comply with the previous agreement. The person's body also turned into sand and disappeared like Cheng Wenlu. When everyone saw this, they were enraged. Seeing this, the sect leader's gaze turned serious. "How despicable, you are violating the rules." Protector Zua gritted his teeth and said, "What violation of the rules of the mountain? He previously violated our sect rules, and according to our sect rules, he should be put to death. I am currently only executing sect rules. Maybe that's not right, but the rules of the Linglong Mountain does not say that we should not execute sect rules at this time, right?" The black-clothed woman laughed. "You are obviously afraid that he will be afraid of death and agree to the previous agreement, which is why you took advantage of this loophole. Your Black Hawk cult is so shameless." Bu Ming cursed. "Shameless?" The black-dressed woman said disdainfully, "If you are unwilling, you can do the same." When Bu Ming heard this, he became furious and did not know how to refute. "Protector Bu, no need to be angry. The more they are like this, the more the world will feel that they are despicable. This sect will not last for long. We will just watch." The high priestess spoke in a low voice. Bu Ming nodded and snorted at the woman before retreating to the side. The black-dressed lady spoke to the remaining two. "You are only allowed to win, you are not allowed to lose, understand? Failure will only mean death, this is what the sect leader has said." "Yes." The duo replied with determination in their eyes. Then, a second expert of the Black Hawk cult walked out and stabbed the sword at his waist. Seeing this, the hierarch remained silent. Then, he threw his sword into the air and the contract was formed. The two of them drew their swords and soared into the sky, once again fiercely fighting with each other. This expert was clearly more cautious than the previous one. He was no longer fighting as aggressively as before, nor did he dare to fight head-on with him. He only took defensive measures. The people below watched intently. The people from the Lotus Star Sword sect were probably worried, while the people from the Black Hawk Hall were watching on the sidelines as if they were just watching a show. In their eyes, the Black Hawk cult would definitely win this trip, so there was nothing to worry about. That was true. The other party had been forced to the point where even the sect leader had to take action. What other trump cards could he possibly possess? "Protector Bu Ming, are you willing to join the battle?" Suyun retracted his gaze from the sky and walked towards the middle-aged lady and spoke. Hearing that, Bu Ming turned to look at Suyun and was slightly startled, then anxiously bowed. "Oh, it's Master Suyun. Master Suyun, a while ago, I was out on some business and was unable to greet you, please forgive me." "At a time like this, you don't need to care. I want to know if you can still fight?" Suyun said. "Although I am the protector of the Lotus Star Sword sect, my cultivation level is not high, and 30 years ago, when I was out on a mission, I was severely injured, and my cultivation was crippled by half. I do not even have the Sky Spirit Master with me now, how could I fight?" Hearing that, Suyun was startled. Although she could not see through Bu Ming's cultivation, her chi was extremely weak, afraid that she was wearing a magic treasure that covered her. "If that's the case, does the Lotus Star Sword sect have any experts who can fight against him?" Suyun asked. The black-clothed lady is making use of these experts to exhaust the sect leader. If the sect leader were to continue fighting and clash with the sword envoys, I'm afraid that she has no chance of winning. Consumption. Bu Ming was startled. He anxiously looked up into the sky, and then his face became gloomy. "Chen Tai, Zhang Xing!" Bu Ming loudly shouted. Two men in white robes immediately walked out from the crowd. The man held a long sword in his hand, and both of them had extraordinary stature. "You are the sect's elites, and right now is the sect's critical moment. Do you have the courage to fight your next opponent?" Bu Ming said. "It is our duty to sacrifice ourselves for the sect." The two of them called out without hesitation. "Very good." Bu Ming nodded. Suyun looked at the two of them, only to see that the two were only at the second stage of Sky Spirit Master. He could not help but shake his head. "Protector Bu, is there no one stronger?" Furthermore, the Black Hawk cult came prepared. Just a while ago, the experts that we sent were all assassinated, although no one died, but they suffered different degrees of injuries, and there are not many who can fight. I think that the people who attacked the experts of my sect must be from the Black Hawk cult, as their goal is to prepare for today's challenge. So it's like that. Su Yun's expression was also helpless. The Lotus Star Sword sect was really miserable, but he didn't know if he should say that they were too weak or that the Black Hawk cult was too strong. If even an expert from their sect was attacked, then what level would that expert be at? Since the other party wants to exhaust themselves, we can only do so together with them. This is the Lotus Star Sword sect after all, and there are many disciples who would dare to die here. I do not believe that the Black Hawk cult will be able to kill everyone here, Bu Ming said resolutely. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Su Yun nodded his head in admiration. Dong! Just then, another violent explosion sounded out in the air. A figure descended from the sky and crashed into the ground. And right above the figure was the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect. He held the sword in one hand. The blade of the sword had already pierced through the heart of that expert from the Black Hawk cult. The other party was dead. I know that you all will not retreat so easily. Since that is the case, I will not hold back anymore. The sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect said coldly, "This sword strike is for Protector Qing." As the sound of his voice faded, the snow-white longsword slashed towards the head of the expert. His head was pierced through like lightning, splitting it in half. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576. Inside the pitch-black hall stood two huge stone eagles. The stone eagles were about 4 meters tall, their spirits were spirited, and they were extremely lifelike. The surface of the stone eagle was covered with profound talismans. These talismans were like tadpoles, covering the entire stone eagle statue. At this moment, there was a person quietly standing in the middle of the two stone eagles. This person's gaze gently swept across the talismans on the stone eagles, as though he was thinking about something. At this time, a fat, long-haired, middle-aged man quickly walked into the hall. After the man entered, he immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, sect leader." Yes. The person standing in the middle of the stone eagle nodded and asked, "How is it?" Most of the experts in the Lotus Star Sword sect have been killed by the Lord Sword Envoy. Shang Wenlu died in battle. Now, the leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect has made his move and is fighting fiercely with the 3 guards. That person said. If he were in his prime, even I would never be able to touch him. But now that he is injured, this is the best opportunity for our Black Hawk sect to annex the Lotus Star Sword sect. The sect leader of the Black Hawk Hall said in a deep voice, "As long as the Lotus Star Sword sect is destroyed, I will obtain the Lotus Star Sword sect and their sword techniques, and in addition to the Lotus Star Sword technique fragment that I hold in my hand, it will be sufficient for the Lotus Star Sword technique to be restored. When that time comes, I will recreate the Lotus Star Sword sect with the Black Hawk mystical iron, and then, our Black Hawk sect will be able to replicate the glory of the Lotus Sword sect, slaughter its way out of the Wanhua realm, swallow up the world and step onto the peak of this world." Hearing this, the person below knelt down excitedly and shouted, "Long live sect leader, long live!" Hi! The Black Hawk Hall's leader waved his hand and said indifferently, "Speaking of this, it's just a painting. The most important thing is still to see if Yen Dongha can kill the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect." Lord Sword Envoy received a fortuitous encounter and obtained the 1,000-year-old inheritance from the supreme expert. His strength is no longer what it was before. He is an injured old thief. How can he not fight? Sect leader is not worried. That person laughed and continued, "But sect leader, this subordinate has a question. I don't know whether I should say it or not." "Speak." That person hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hierarch, the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect is injured now. Why didn't you personally go out and destroy the Lotus Star Sword sect at this critical juncture, allowing the Lord Sword Envoy to challenge him instead? Didn't you already say it? He's had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength rose explosively. It's enough to deal with that old fogey of the Lotus Star Sword sect. Why would he want me to go?" The leader of the Black Hawk Hall looked at the long-haired man meaningfully, and said indifferently, "Besides, my Black Hawk Hall has quite a few enemies. If someone were to attack our Black Hawk Hall at this time, who would defend against it? You don't even know this little bit of common sense. How can you be the protector of my Black Hawk cult? Your subordinate is stupid." The man knocked his head on the ground in a hurry. "Go down. The first thing you should do is inform me about the situation of the battle at the Lotus Starsword sect. Yes, your subordinate will take his leave." The man kowtowed to the high priestess and respectfully left the room. However, it didn't take long for that person to return to the main hall. "What's the matter?" He had just turned around to look at the eagle glyph when the Black Hawk cult leader spoke in a displeased manner. "It's like this, sect leader, someone came from outside and said that he has something to see you about." That person said. "Who?" The high priestess of the Black Hawk Hall frowned and said. "He said his name is Xiao Huailin and he just entered the Wanhua realm, so he came to the Linglong Mountain to seek knowledge." "Study?" "Right." The man laughed. "Xiao Huailin has an extraordinary aura, the profound chi is dense and I'm afraid his strength is not bad. If he can be recruited into our Black Hawk cult, then it will definitely make our Black Hawk cult's strength more powerful." "Oh?" The Black Hawk cult leader pondered for a moment and then said, "If that's the case, then bring him in." "Yes, sect leader." Not long after that person left, a young man wearing a fiery red Blademaster outfit and carrying a blood-red thin sword on his back walked in. The man's hair was parted in the middle, and he had a long braid on his back. He was extremely tall, and his figure was very thin. He had a very good figure. With a smile on his face, he walked into the hall. When he saw the Black Hawk Hall master, he immediately took a few steps forward and cupped his fists as he said, "Xiao Huailin greets the sect master. I heard Protector Lu say that you're here to study?" The high priestess of the Black Hawk Hall carefully examined this man and asked after sensing his aura. "That's right," Xiao Huailin said. A third-stage Sky Spirit Master cultivation is not bad, a material that can be created." The high priestess of the Black Hawk cult nodded and said, "Since you requested to study, I am not stingy. Please join the Black Hawk cult for now." "Join Black Hawk cult?" Xiao Huailin froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm not looking to join Black Hawk cult." "Then, do you want to learn the superior sword techniques of my Black Hawk cult from an outsider?" The high priestess harumphed. "If that's the case, then hurry up and leave. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." "Oh." Xiao Huailin nodded his head, and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, then I'll join." "That's more like it. However, I do not wish to become an ordinary disciple," Xiao Huailin continued. The Black Hawk Hall's leader knitted his eyebrows as he was extremely infuriated by Xiao Huailin's rude words. He asked in a low voice, "Then what do you want to do?" Xiao Huailin was walking left and right, looking at the person up there with a playful look, and laughed. "What do you think about being the sect leader of the Black Hawk cult?" "How dare you!" Protector Lu and the Black Hawk cult leader were both furious. Without waiting for the sect leader to make a move, Protector Lu rushed over first, his hand turning into an eagle's claw and directly grabbed at Xiao Huailin's head. Since he was a protector, his cultivation was not low either, fully at the 4th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. In the Linglong Mountain, Lu Xun was considered famous. No one could take a direct hit from his Black Hawk claw. However, just as the eagle claw was about to approach Xiao Huailin moved. It did not move too much, nor did it move at a terrifying speed that could cause eyeballs to fall. All it did was shake its head slightly. Bada! The terrifying black claw landed on his shoulder. Nothing. Protector Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though he managed to avoid the fatal blow, his sharp attack had at least struck Luo Yuan's shoulder. If it was an ordinary person's arm, it would have already been smashed to smithereens. As he watched Xiao Huailin's fiery red Blademaster cloth ignite flames, Protector Lu felt as if he had struck not only steel, but also a piece of red-hot steel, his palms incomparably hot. Ah! He cried out in pain and backed off. Imperial equipment? The sect leader of the Black Hawk Hall looked at the fiery red blade master cloth on Xiao Huailin's body and exclaimed in a low voice. Hee, is this how your Black Hawk cult treats their guests? TSK, it seems quite like me. Xiao Huailin turned around, looked at Protector Lu and laughed as he spoke. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Protector Lu clenched his hands and said through gritted teeth. At this moment, his palm was almost completely melted and worn. The burning power of this piece of clothing was too terrifying. Didn't I tell you my name? My name is Xiao Huailin and I am only a scholar, but someone who knows me has given me a title. The corner of Xiao Huailin's mouth rose into a sinister smile. The #1 sword in the world, have you heard of it? With that said, he suddenly raised his arm, and that blood-red thin sword was unsheathed, and directly slashed towards Protector Lu's head. Eagle Sky. Protector Lu bellowed. The profound energy around his body surged like a torrential river towards his arms, and in that moment, his arms were harder than steel, harder than even Mount Tai. The boundless defensive power was like a city wall. It was extremely dense. The Black Hawk cult's leader's eyes narrowed as he stared at Protector Lu. He knew that this Protector Lu was not someone an ordinary person could touch. His arms were probably even harder than the swords in his hands. However, crack! A crisp sound rang out. Protector Lu's arms were cut off, and at the same time, his body was cut into two, completely dead. What? The High Priestess of the Black Hawk Hall widened her eyes in shock as she witnessed this scene. Protector Lu's body split into two parts. The area where he was cut into was covered in red and white smoke came out from it. The blood that had just spilled out of his body was quickly burnt to steam when it passed by that red light. One slash in a second was enough to kill a 4th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. This is absolutely not something a 3rd stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator can do. Even if the beast you are holding is a Imperial equipment or a divine tool, it is definitely not something that you can do. Who exactly are you? What exactly is your cultivation level? The High Priestess of the Black Hawk cult roared in shock and shock. He finally understood. The young man in front of him was obviously a magic treasure who had tampered with his own cultivation level. Why do you keep asking this boring question? Why do you keep asking this boring question? Xiao Huailin held his blood-red sword, looking helpless. He then said indifferently, I am here to learn, to ask the Black Hawk cult for their outstanding sword skills. I am here to challenge and learn. This Protector Lu is not much, in my opinion. You will have to personally take charge first. If you do not defeat me, then Black Hawk sect will become the dust of history today. After saying that, Xiao Huailin also rushed over, his sword slashing towards the Black Hawk cult leader. The blade of the sword rippled with a reddish glow in the air, like a meteorite cutting through the sky in the dark night. He knew that he would not have a peaceful ending today. He could only grit his teeth and pull out his sword to fight. However, he did not forget to crush the token at his waist. This special command was actually a signal device. When the command medallion shattered, all the followers of the Black Hawk Hall would receive a summons from the sect leader. Soon, countless experts of the Black Hawk cult began to rush over. Come to the Black Hawk cult to behave atrociously. No matter what, you must stay here today. The Black Hawk cult leader roared as he swiftly brandished his sword to block the fierce attack. I also didn't say that I was going to leave. If I don't defeat you, how could I be willing to leave? Xiao Huailin laughed. The Black Hawk cult leader's face darkened when he saw how easily the other party had welcomed his attack. He was a 7th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator, and was already a well-known figure in the Linglong Mountain. No one dared to behave atrociously in front of him, but at that moment, not only had he exchanged over 100 blows with him, he wasn't even panting. Forget it, let's just delay him first. When people come, will surround him, and all the treasures on his body will belong to me. The Black Hawk cult leader pondered in his heart. Crash! Crash! At this moment, a large number of sounds came from outside the hall, followed by the rustling of footsteps. He's here! The Black Hawk cult leader was overjoyed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577. The sound of densely packed footsteps resonated throughout the Great Hall. Xiao Huailin, who was still fighting with the Black Hawk Hall Master, suddenly pulled away from him as he sped up his pace and stood in the middle of the Great Hall. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Great Hall. He saw that it was filled with experts from the Black Hawk cult. Hierarchy, what happened? Ah, Lu. Protector Lu, how? How? How did he die? Sect leader, who killed Protector Lu? Who is this person? When the elites of the Black Hawk cult saw the ruined hall and the dismembered Protector Lu, all of their eyes turned round as they exclaimed in astonishment. However, the Black Hawk Hall's leader didn't explain anything. He simply pointed his finger at Xiao Huailin and shouted, "Annihilate this person." Yes, sir. Everyone shouted loudly and rushed forward together. A sneer hung on his face, and he turned his head to look at the Black Hawk Hall Master, saying, "Today, I have come here to fight you one-on-one with the intention to learn, but I never thought that you would actually bully the few with your numbers. This is truly not in line with the path of swordsmen. Shameless, you are too shameless. Are you even worthy of speaking shamelessness to me? Brat, you dare to behave so atrociously in my Black Hawk cult? What do you think this is?" The High Priestess of the Black Hawk Hall said coldly, "I will let you know the consequences of offending my Black Hawk Hall." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and growled, "Tear apart his body. I want to imprison his soul and slowly torture him." Yes. The experts of the Black Hawk cult all roared and instantly surrounded him. The profound chi in their bodies were like a wild horse running around, frantically rushing forward, wave after wave of beautiful profound skill directly smashing towards Xiao Huailin. From the looks of it, no one was planning to capture them alive. However, Xiao Huailin did not dodge, and his handsome face revealed a thick layer of anger. Despicable. Using numbers to bully the young is too shameless. But since you're looking for a helper, fine, then I'll accept it. But, do you really think that I don't have any? After he finished speaking, Xiao Huailin's hand went towards his waist and pressed onto it, activating the profound energy. A ball of fiery red light suddenly burst out from his waist. The terrifying power of the flames was astonishing. This is... The Black Hawk cult leader was startled. But here... Roar! The sound of a heaven-shaking roar burst out, and then, an incomparably large creature came out from Xiao Huailin's belt, and swept towards the surroundings with a terrifying and peerless momentum. Within the Lotus Star Sword sect, the last expert had already entered the arena and was fighting with an expert from the Lotus Star Sword sect. The Lotus Star Sword sect leader fought two people in a row, and both ended up trampled over the other party. His strength was revealed, intimidating the world, and the magnificent and terrifying profound skill was still difficult to erase in the hearts of the crowd. However, he was wounded, his consumption of profound chi was too high, and was slightly unable to hold on, so he could only temporarily send someone else up. However, it was fine if he won, but if he lost, he would only end up dying. The three experts from the Black Hawk cult were all extraordinary. Although they were not a match for the sect leader, they were able to deal with these disciples. They were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had been killed, causing the Lotus Star Sword sect leader to frown. When the 5th person was preparing to go up on stage, he had no choice but to get up once more, thrust his sword into the erase seal, and go up on stage to fight. Seeing that, Suyun could not help but sigh. This was the sorrow of a small sect. When they met with trouble, the number of experts that could come out was simply too few. On the other hand, the great sects had many disciples, and many outstanding people. In order to gain the upper hand, some people would fight with their lives in times of crisis. Originally, he had wanted to find his parents as soon as possible, but such a thing had actually happened in the Lotus Starsword sect. If they had nothing to do with each other, Suyun could just leave, and he would not want to get involved in this dispute. However, the Lotus Starsword sect had treated him well, and if they did not help him, Suyun would not feel guilty. He was like this. He would always remember the small grudges that others had against him. The girl in black frowned as she took off the plate on her waist and looked at it. One could only see the floating luster on the card as a diagram was faintly discernible in the light. Seeing that, the sword arts expert, Yen Dongha, who was standing beside him, asked, "What's wrong?" "The sect leader has sent out an urgent order," the black-clothed woman said in a deep voice. "Something happened in the school?" Yen Dongha said solemnly. "The news of us challenging the Lotus Starsword sect has probably already spread throughout the entire Linglong Mountain, and there are many enemies of the sect, so there's no need to worry. At this time people will also come to challenge our sect. However, there's no need to worry, the sect leader is already prepared. We can continue with what we have to do. The sect leader has already explained everything beforehand, and if there's really a need to pay attention to the situation, he will take care of it." The woman put the token back on her waist and smiled. "No matter what, I have to finish this battle quickly. When this battle is over, let me go up on stage." I can see that the old fellow is already done with his fight, and right now, his strength is not even at 30% of his usual level, which is the best chance to kill him. After I destroy him, I will then snatch his soul, absorb it, and increase my cultivation. It's up to you. Anyway, the sect leader has requested that we bring the Lotus Starsword and the Lotus Starsword technique back to the sect. This is necessary. Crash. The strange sound came again. The last expert of the Black Hawk Hall had been cut into pieces and died on the spot. All right. Below, the people from the Lotus Starsword sect roared excitedly. The scene was extremely lively. The High Priestess landed on the ground with a light breeze. She held her sword in one hand as she pointed it at the ground. The wind blew over, and her white beard swayed gently. She looked extremely imposing. In the end, he was still an esteemed leader of the sect. Even if the cultivation of the disciples of the Lotus Starsword sect weren't good enough, he, the leader, was still someone worthy of his reputation. Yen Dongha's eyes were filled with battle intent. Without saying a word, he took a step forward and pulled out his sword, fiercely thrusting towards Array Seal. Seeing that, the sect leader raised his sword to stab again, but just as he was about to move, his face suddenly paled and his step slightly trembled, as if something was amiss. Not good. After so many battles, the sect leader's profound chi is already very low. Bu Ming shouted. This battle will be very disadvantageous to us. Sect leader, you can't go up again. High Priestess, please rest for the time being. Let me represent you in this battle. I'll fight. No, let me do it. Waves of anxious and concerned voices rang out continuously. The High Priestess opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. She only lightly shook her head, hinting everyone to not try to be brave. If they went up, they would only be throwing their lives away. However, if they were forced to a corner, with the strength of their wounded bodies, would they even have a chance of victory against this sword envoy? Many of the people present knew that the probability of this happening was very small. Why don't you let me try? Just then, a sword flew over from that direction and directly stabbed into the Array Seal. When everyone saw this, an uproar broke out. This is... Master Suyun, no. The sect leader shouted anxiously. But it was too late, Suyun's speed was too fast, a sword had already flown over. He had already made his decision. Light rose from the Array Seal. Master Suyun, you. Ming was stunned as he looked at the black-cloaked man walking out from the crowd, his face filled with shock. Even Yen Dongha and the black-dressed woman were extremely surprised. At this time, no one would have thought that Su Yun would actually step forward and take care of such a rotten matter. "Master Su Yun, why are you doing this?" The old sect master sighed and asked as he looked at the sword that was stabbed into his array seal. "Old sect leader, although the reason why you are looking for my parents is because of this divine leaf, I am a person who remembers kindness. You are willing to work for me and help me, so why can't I do something for you? How can I watch idly when the Lotus Star Sword sect is in trouble today? However, you are not a member of the Lotus Star Sword sect, so what right do you have to interfere in this matter? Master Su Yun, I think it would be better for you to leave this place quickly, so as to not get into a fight and hurt you. That would not be good." Without waiting for the old hierarch to speak, the woman in black spoke. "Isn't it impossible for people from the Lotus Star Sword sect to participate in the battle?" The corner of Su Yun's mouth rose, and said, "That's easy to do." With that, he turned around and clasped his fists towards the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect, saying, "Sect leader, please accept me as your disciple." "Master Su Yun, this." "Old sect leader, now that things have reached this point, I have no other choice. Since I am unable to use Realm Lord's deterrence force to force the Black Hawk cult to retreat, I can only rely on my own ability. Although Su Yun's cultivation is not high, I am willing to do my best," Su Yun said. When the old sect leader heard this, he fell silent. He opened his dim eyes and looked at Su Yun, but for some reason, a strange glow leaked out of his sunken eyes. He started to look at Su Yun, and after a long while, he nodded his head. All right, Su Yun, since you are so determined, if I continue to persuade you, it would be obvious that I am putting on an act. Now, I shall officially announce that you have become a member of my Lotus Star Sword sect and are currently serving as protector." "Thank you, sect leader," Su Yun said. The old sect leader then turned his head and shouted to Bufang, "Protector Bu, go and fetch our sect's most valuable treasures, the Lotus Star Sword technique and the Lotus Star Sword technique." Sect leader. Bu Ming was stunned and his expression changed, but he did not ask anything. He immediately turned around and led his disciples away. Not long after, 2 treasure boxes were solemnly brought over by them. One of the treasure boxes seemed to be a sword sheath. Its body was long and slender with lotus flowers engraved on its surface. The other treasure box was square and golden in color. It was extremely magical. The old sect leader received the 2 treasure boxes and solemnly placed them in front of him. The Lotus Star Sword and the Sword Technique. The black-dressed woman's eyes lit up as she stared at the 2 treasure boxes. Today, since Su Yun is willing to help us, we are not unrighteous people. Su Yun, you can fight with these people on behalf of our sect. Do not be afraid. If you lose, I will hand over the Lotus Star Sword and the Sword Technique to them. You will not be in danger of death," the old sect master said in a low voice. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 578. As soon as the old sect leader finished speaking, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar. Even Su Yun was shocked. Who would have thought that the old sect leader would actually plan to hand over these treasures? "Sect leader, this. That's not so good," Bu Ming anxiously asked. If the Lotus Star Sword and the Sword Technique were to be handed over, it would mean that the Lotus Star Sword sect had been completely dispersed. The fate of a sect would be handed over to a person they had not known for more than a month. However, the old sect leader shook his head and said, "In fact, I am no longer able to fight. With Su Yun's help, what else do we have to say? If he wins, then that's for the best. If he loses, no matter what, we have to protect his life." Originally, this had nothing to do with him. Although my Lotus Star Sword sect is not some big sect, we still need to understand kindness, understand? When Bu Ming and the rest heard that, they hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Seeing this, the black-dressed woman's initially worried face relaxed. I was about Lord Su-yun's life. If he dies here, my Black Hawk cult will definitely be in trouble, but the old man from the Lotus Star Sword sect knows his place, so, Sir Sword Envoy, you do not have to show mercy. As long as you win against Master Su-yun, then we can complete our mission. The black-clothed lady laughed, and looked up and down at Su-yun, and laughed. You are a pretty good man, Master Sword Envoy, you should go easy on him. This person is wearing a magic treasure barrier. I am unable to see through his cultivation, but, since he dared to come out, I am afraid that he is confident, so I cannot be careless. Yen Dongha said solemnly. Relax, the other party is just a beginner in Sky Spirit Master. The woman in black spoke straightforwardly. Yen Dongha turned around and looked at him. How did you know? I have a treasure that allows me to see through everything. Although I am unable to see through all of it, I can still catch a glimpse of his profound chi. I do not know what his actual cultivation level is, but from the looks of this strand of aura, he is just an existence that has just entered the Sky Spirit Master. Just entered the Sky Spirit Master? Humph, how can you have the guts to fight with me? Annoyed, Yen Dongha asked, is he looking down on me? Master Sword Messenger, you do not need to be angry, I can see what attitude Su-yun has. Master Sword Envoy, let me be honest with you, although your cultivation has risen greatly, and is no longer the same as before, but you are still lacking compared to this Lotus Star Sword sect leader. I predicted that you are probably at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and this sect leader is at least at the peak of the 7th stage. If this were in the past, I am afraid that you would not be able to contend against him, but today, one of the reasons is because he is injured, his has ruptured, his strength has dropped greatly, and the other is because the battle previously exhausted his few profound energies. Hearing that, the anger on Yen Dongha's face deepened. He said in a low voice, what do you mean by that? Could it be that I was already afraid of him when he was at the peak of his old bones? Of course not. Ayaya, Lord Sword Envoy, don't be angry. Please listen to what I have to say. The black-dressed woman laughed. Actually, this Su-yun is also in a similar situation as you are now, and the reason why he dared to challenge you with his newly entered Sky Spirit Master is also because of this. Previously, when you fought with the many experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect, the consumption of your profound chi was extremely huge, and your strength had been damaged, and you are no longer in your peak state. Oh? Yen Dongha thought for a moment and said, then doesn't that mean I can't touch him? As long as I don't kill him. Then I will cut off both his arms and legs. Cripple his cultivation. Yen Dongha harumphed. That's fine. The black-clothed woman nodded. Yen Dongha's eyes were like an eagle's, sharply staring at Su-yun. He then took a step forward, and walked towards Array Seal. Seeing that, Su-yun did not hesitate and stepped forward into the Array Seal. Master Su-yun, the contract has not been formed yet, but it is still too late to cancel it now. Are you really going to represent the Lotus Star Sword sect and fight against us? The woman in black suddenly asked. I made myself clear earlier, I don't want to repeat myself. Su-yun said indifferently. Since that's the case, then that's your intention. With so many pairs of eyes watching here, everyone can testify to it. If Master is injured, please do not report us to Realm Lord. The black-clothed woman laughed. When the crowd heard this, they finally understood what the black-dressed woman meant. So, she was trying to get a dose of prophylactic treatment. Normally, people would only pat their chest and never complain, but when Su-yun heard that, he opened his mouth and said, it's hard to say. The black-clothed girl's expression froze. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Su-yun would actually defy common sense? In this way, the Black Hawk cult was a little scared. After all, Su-yun was a realm lord. Alright, let's cut the crap. Since you've already made your decision, I won't care too much about it. Yen Dongha stepped into the array, stared at Su-yun and bellowed, if you lose, quickly hand over the Lotus Star Sword and the sword technique. His voice was like thunder, like a vicious beast. Seeing that, Su-yun did not show any signs of weakness, he stepped into the array and stared at the opponent, then roared, "If you lose, scram." This simple word was sonorous and powerful. It was abnormally loud and clear, causing one's eardrums to tremble, and their heart and soul to tremble. Yen Dongha's expression changed and he clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes could not wait to tear his opponent apart. The array seal shone again, following that, the two swords inside the array flew into the air, the light swords formed. Yen Dongha's hands moved quickly. The moment the sword flew into the air, he immediately transformed into a beam of light and flew towards his own slender sword. Holding onto the sword hilt, he directly smashed towards Su Yun's pitch-black sword that was flying in the air. When the sword flew into the air, the war had already begun. Normally, people would only do what they liked to do the most when they hit the opponent's weapon. As long as the opponent was slow enough to even control their weapon, then their chances of winning would be much higher. Clang! The weird black sword was directly smashed away by Yen Dongha. The moment the sword tip split the sword, Yen Dongha did not forget to inject a bit of profound energy from his body into the sword. "Without a sword, what are you going to use to fight me? Relying on magic treasures? Stop dreaming!" Yen Dongha roared in his heart. As he stared at Su Yun, who was still standing at the same spot, he directly slashed across. Seeing this scene, the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect practically let out a wave of disappointed and anxious exclamations. Seeing that Su Yun was not even able to get his hands on his weapon, a few people who were originally optimistic about Su Yun all turned their heads over, as though they did not dare watch the next scene. "Master Su Yun, be careful. Damn it, this Yen Dongha is so despicable. He actually hacked away with his sword. Master Su Yun, get out of the way. Do not contend against it head-on." The shouts did not stop. A portion of the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect wanted to immediately rush up to Su Yun to block this attack for him. However, Su Yun was calm and collected, not the least bit nervous as he looked at the approaching Yen Dongha. There was not a single trace of anxiety on his face. Whiz! Just as Yen Dongha was about to attack Su Yun, a sonic boom sounded out. "What?" The woman in black who was watching the fight had her face stiffened as she looked at the sky in surprise. A black shooting star suddenly appeared behind Yen Dongha and pierced towards his back like a bolt of lightning. Killing intent surged forth like the waves of a raging river. Before Yen Dongha could even get close to Su Yun, he was shocked by the sudden sharp killing intent behind him. He turned his head abruptly. The death sword had arrived. Put! The death sword pierced through Yen Dongha's shoulder. If not for Yen Dongha's timely dodging, this sword attack would have pierced through his heart. However, the attack was not over. Just as the death sword pierced Yen Dongha's shoulder, his shoulder suddenly exploded, causing blood and bone fragments to fly into the air. Taking a closer look, an evil soul actually came out from within the pitch-black sword blade. "Ah!" Yen Dongha roared, and released the profound chi from his body, causing the death sword to fly away. Because of his carelessness, his left shoulder was almost completely crippled, his shoulder blade fractured, and even the chi meridian that was connected to his left hand had most likely been damaged. Such a sudden turn of events had almost shocked all of the people below. Regardless of whether it was the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect or the Black Hawk cult, everyone was staring at the center in a daze. No one said a word. The scene was absolutely silent, frighteningly silent. The person who thought that he would be defeated one second turned the tables in the next. "Yen Dongha, maybe your cultivation is stronger than mine, but in my entire life, there has never been a weaker opponent for me, Su Yun." Su Yun bellowed. He raised both his hands and took out the red and white swords from the sword sheath. With a twist of his body, the two swords turned into spears and shot towards Yen Dongha. The two swords struck onto the sword chi, but were not deflected back. Instead, they were pierced by it. Behind him, the pitch-black sword also attacked, smashing onto the sword chi. The evil soul on the sword blade shot out once again, waving both claws, frantically attacking Yen Dongha's sword chi. Boom! Yen Dongha clenched his teeth and activated his profound energy to defend, the sweat on his face gradually dripping. This is sword kinesis? The old sect leader frowned as he looked at Yen Dongha, who was surrounded by the three swords in the air. There are many sects that are famous for using the imperial sword technique, but as far as I know, the imperial sword technique only uses chi to control the sword to achieve the effect of injuring people. In fact, this type of sword technique is much weaker than the profound skill, and the imperial sword technique is not a powerful technique, so there are not many people who cultivate it. And looking at Master Su Yun's method, could it be that he is a member of some imperial sword sect? Bu Ming said. Keep watching. The old sect leader said. Yen Dongha was suppressed. The red, white and black swords were overbearing and ferocious. If this continued, Yen Dongha's profound chi would definitely be exhausted. Looking at Su Yun, who was below him holding the sword art sign with one hand and staring at him wholeheartedly, Yen Dongha was filled with anger. A mere existence that has just entered the Sky Spirit Master, how dare he display his skills in front of me, you stinking brat! Yen Dongha growled, suddenly closing his eyes and quickly chanting a spell in his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579. The moment Yen Dongha chanted the technique, everyone could feel the chi around his body flowing at a fast speed. At the same time, Yen Dongha's skin started to release a large amount of curse print, which started to float like a bird revolving around his body, becoming faster and faster, more and more intense, in the end transforming into a small blue tornado that spread out. Death Sword S, Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword S and Tribulation Fire Sword S were all forced to stop, and their bodies started to tremble. What a thick, profound energy! Su Yun's heart tensed. With a wave of his hand, the Death Sword and the Tribulation Fire Sword immediately retreated, leaving only the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword to continue their attacks. With his other hand, he used the sword art sign to activate it. The power in his body surged like a flood towards the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword. In that moment, the sword sheath stirred restlessly, and then with a shwa-shwa sound, it exploded. A large number of subordinate sword rushed out of the sword sheath, transforming into an unstoppable sword dragon, pulled by the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword, and struck towards Yen Dongha. The Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword may not be as strong as the Tribulation Fire Sword and the Death Sword, but it was the origin sword with the most number of them. Thousands of swords covered the sky and blotted out the sun. It was extremely terrifying, with Desolator mixed in, and when the sword dragon approached Yen Dongha, the Desolator sword activated, causing the sword dragon to suddenly disappear. What? Yen Dongha was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange move before? But then, Yen Dongha suffered a terrifying attack that was like a torrential storm. The densely packed sharp swords fiercely clashed against the tornado formed by the curse print. The indescribably powerful impact caused Yen Dongha to be shaken. He felt like a small boat in a storm, undergoing the most brutal baptism. Although he had taken the top-grade pellet recovery pellet bestowed to him by the Black Hawk sect lord, but to what extent would the profound chi increase in such a short period of time? Su Yun was already at his limit, as he planned to use his profound chi to burn Yen Dongha to death. Although Yen Dongha had noticed the other party's intentions, he was helpless to do anything. Yen Dongha was completely suppressed. The people below were completely dumbfounded, especially the black-dressed woman. Su Yun and Yen Dongha's cultivation were the only ones she knew about. She never would have thought that the battle situation would develop to this extent, no matter how hard she tried. Crack! Suddenly, the sword in the center of the sword dragon scattered and a black light shot towards Su Yun. Su Yun's face sunk and he immediately dodged, while Yen Dongha took the time to release profound chi, scattering the sword dragon in front of him. Thousands of flying swords were blasted away like stars in the sky. This boy specializes in sword kinesis, and his strength is not ordinary. However, I have also encountered sword kinsmen, so normally they are not suited for close combat. Thus, I will attack close range with you and see how you prepare yourself. Yen Dongha thought. He raised his speed to the maximum. He moved like a stream of light, passing through the dense number of flying swords, approaching Su Yun, and slashed down with his sword. What a fast speed! Su Yun's eyes tensed up. He took a step forward, transforming into a spinning shadow and rushed to the side, the sword cutting through the air. At the moment, Yen Dongha's left arm was crippled, and half of the profound chi was used up. Su Yun thought, and with a wave of his hand, the death sword flew into his hand, while the rest of the subordinate sword and origin sword flew into the sword sheath. Continuing to use the imperial sword technique would only bring him more burdens, and from Yen Dongha's attitude, it was likely that he planned to fight Yen Dongha in close combat. After the sword missed, Yen Dongha was no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was constantly revolving at a high speed around Su Yun, and when Su Yun dodged the sword, he could sense that this brat's reaction speed was extraordinary. Maybe his speed was not slow either. But Yen Dongha was not worried. In terms of speed, he was extremely confident. It was hard to imagine Yen Dongha's speed. After Mo-san's breath, everyone could only see many gray and blue after images flashing around him. After 5 breaths, Yen Dongha could no longer see anyone. He could only hear the sound of wind spiraling. Su Yun stood in the middle and closed his eyes, as though he was using his ears to catch the location of the opponent. In this situation, it was impossible for the naked eye to track him down. Even if he did, it would only be an afterimage. This is bad. Bu Ming couldn't help but mutter. Protector Bu, what happened? The disciple at the side asked in confusion. Sword kinsmen are often not good at close combat. I never thought that Yen Dongha's speed would be so fast. If he gets close, I'm afraid that Lord Su Yun's situation is extremely dangerous. Bu Ming asked worriedly. Then why didn't Lord Su Yun take out the sword? Continue to ride on the sword against the enemy? He actually put it away. Wouldn't that be admitting defeat? The people beside him cried out in alarm. Bu Ming shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Everyone stared with wide eyes. No one knew what Su Yun was planning, but without question, at that moment, Yen Dongha had the upper hand. Whiz! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. A terrifying long slender sword shot out from the void, fiercely slashing towards Su Yun. Be careful! Bu Ming could not help but shout. The situation instantly became critical. The victor has been decided. The black-dressed woman hugged her soft breasts and laughed softly. However, an unexpected scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who was as still as a statue, took a step back calmly. It was only one small step. It avoided the terrifying sword with great agility. The blade swung past his left shoulder and struck nothing. What? The woman's face turned stiff as her eyes widened. Bu Ming and the other experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect were all astonished, as their eyeballs seemed like they were going to fall out from their sockets. Was this luck? Such a thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. But this is not the end. Yen Dongha once again struck out with his sword, which was as fast as lightning and inexhaustible might. The sword at Su Yun's shoulder slashed towards the side with the intent to cut it at the waist. The power was still overwhelming. But then, Su Yun made his move again. He turned his body over with a grunt, and the sword slid past his waist, almost missing him by a hair's breadth. The profound chi erupted from the sword tip and rushed out like a half-moon that was slashing into the distance. Seeing that, the disciples of the Black Hawk sect in the distance immediately activated their defensive magic treasure, forming a huge and thick barrier. The sword chi actually smashed into the barrier and directly shattered it. The barrier turned into rubble, and the spirit expert that was behind was struck into pieces, causing the few spirit cultivators that were in the lead to die instantly. The woman in black was shocked. She was not shocked by Yen Dongha's attack, but by his dodging. It was not only dodging, but the terrifying defense of Su Yun's body too. Although he avoided the death sword body, the profound chi that was attached to the sword body was hard to dodge. However, after he dodged the attack, he stood still again. His pale face under the black hood appeared extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. Where did this guy come from? The black-dressed woman thought gloomily. I didn't expect you to actually have such a terrifying speed. It really does surprise me. Yen Dongha was extremely furious in his heart, his face had a sinister look, he stared at Su Yun and clenched his teeth. But, let me see, how long can you hide for? With that, the angry Yen Dongha brandished his sword again. Whiz! The edge of the sword was like a cheetah running. Su Yun continued to jump backwards, barely avoiding the attack. His face was gloomy, his eyes were focused on the slender sword, his eyes no longer had Yen Dongha, he was no longer concerned with his words, he only focused on dodging. Slash, stab, slash, slice, no matter how Yen Dongha attacked at Su Yun, he could still ingeniously dodge. Everyone saw Yen Dongha frantically brandishing his sword, which was so fast that it could no longer be seen. Waves after waves of sword chi flew out like crescent moons, striking towards the back of the Black Hawk sect. There was no one there, only a few Black Hawk sect disciples who had not had time to dodge. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The more Yen Dongha chopped, the faster he moved, and the faster he moved. It was as if he had been completely driven mad by the way Su Yun had just dodged. The speed of the sword shadows increased by a factor of 2, and his skin began to glow with a red light. Terrifying streaks of blood seeped out from his skin, making him look extremely frightening. Was this profound skill or the magic treasure? No one knew, but everyone understood that Yen Dongha must have displayed something. His aura suddenly became berserk, and his aura became exceptionally fierce. Compared to before, it was even stronger by several folds. Su Yun, who was dodging quickly, seemed to be forced into a corner by the crazed sword, his dodging movements became even more dangerous, his body almost touching the sword, and his face became even more white, perspiration overflowed, and his breathing became rapid. Yen Dongha caught sight of Su Yun's powerlessness, and his eyes revealed joy. He had slashed 7 times, which immediately caused Su Yun to panic and panic, he no longer had anywhere to hide. Su Yun's expression became even more anxious, his footsteps also became messy. Just as he made a complicated movement to avoid Yen Dongha's ferocious sword, the sword turned and slashed towards him again. At that moment, Su Yun had not even straightened his body. It was impossible for him to escape so quickly at this moment. In the end, you still lost to me. Yen Dongha shouted in joy, the sword in his hand unleashed a shocking aura that could not be described with words. It was as if this aura was going to tear the heavens apart. Die! With a ruthless roar, the thin sword attacked. No one could defend against this strike. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. No. This is bad. Bu Ming's face changed. The old sect leader's eyes narrowed and he began to walk slowly, as if he was planning to do something. Lord Sword Envoy, no! The girl in black was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. She wanted to win this battle, not take Su Yun's life. If she were to kill Su Yun, Black Hawk sect would probably be in endless trouble, and that way, Black Hawk sect would not be the biggest winner. Victory has been decided. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580. Even if leader of Lotus Star Sword sect were to face Yen Dongha's full power attack, it would probably be hard for him to block it. At this moment, Yen Dongha had already poured all the profound chi all over his body into the sword in his hand. Its strength and speed had already surpassed the knowledge of ordinary spirit cultivator. From the perspective of a first-stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator, this sword attack was definitely incapable of responding to him, let alone resisting it. But just when everyone thought that Su Yun's body would explode from the impact, and his soul would scatter, a circle of gray light suddenly surrounded Su Yun's body. Clang! As though a mountain was trembling, an intense sound echoed throughout the entire Lotus Star Sword sect. The people's eyes were wide open as they looked at the place where the sound originated from. Yen Dongha's sword struck over, striking the gray light screen, causing the light screen to cave in, the sword brought the light screen and stabbed into Su Yun's chest, causing the chest to split open, with blood flowing out, just that. The light screen was still undamaged, and it continued to stubbornly resist the sword. When the sword shattered Su Yun's chest along with its light screen, it had already reached its limit, and could no longer advance even half a step further. This is impossible. Yen Dongha saw that the barrier was not broken, and his heart almost stopped beating. But in the next second, a pitch-black sword suddenly pierced through his chest, and in that instant, it fiercely cut open his chest, chopping out continuously from his right shoulder. Yen Dongha's entire body was sliced into half, blood gushed out crazily, all the main chi meridian in his body shattered, the spirit core was exposed, the profound chi flew randomly, and after trembling a few times, he fell to the ground, twitching frantically. Hua! The sudden change left everyone dumbstruck. How could this be? The black-clothed lady stared at Su Yun and muttered. In Su Yun's left hand was a thin and long flag, in his right hand was the strange black sword. With bloodshot eyes, he stared straight at Yen Dongha, whose mouth was still filled with blood, but at the moment, he did not care at all. His face no longer had the previous flustered and powerless look. Yen Dongha had completely lost his fighting strength, both his arms were crippled, and even if he did not die now, he would not be able to stand up and fight with Su Yun anymore. He breathed with all his might, and the sword in his right hand slowly slipped from his fingertips. Then, could it be Imperial equipment? He panted violently, as though Su Yun's sword strike had also injured his respiratory tract. That's right. Su Yun nodded. So, such a powerful defensive Imperial equipment, why? Didn't you use it from the start? Yen Dongha questioned in a loud voice. Blood had already dyed the ground beneath him red. If I had used it right from the start, you would have been cautious. Why would you attack me so recklessly? How could I have the chance to retaliate? Su Yun said indifferently. Attacks at all costs. Counterattack? Yen Dongha's eyes suddenly widened, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Su Yun in shock. Could it be, everything that you did was fake? Your fear and confusion, are they all fake? Thinking about Su Yun's expression from before, and looking at his current expression, how could one not suspect such a huge and bizarre change in his expression? Of course. Su Yun did not hide anything, he said indifferently, your speed is indeed fast, faster than any of the spirit cultivator I have seen. If I did not focus my attention, I am afraid that it would be difficult for you to catch up to me. But your speed is not fast enough to dazzle me. It is not a problem for me to dodge, but just dodging is not enough. I still have to anger you. I have to exhaust your profound energy, and let you give up on your defense, and attack me with all your might, only. Then will I have the chance to defeat you. The situation is very smooth. Hearing that, Yen Dongha's angry eyes immediately dimmed. So the whole battle. It was all within Su Yun's calculations. This was probably the so-called defensive counterattack. What he lost wasn't his cultivation level, but his IQ. From the looks of it, Yen Dongha had been wronged. Why are you so sure that you can enrage me? After an unknown period of time, Yen Dongha finally asked his last question. Because you already know that my cultivation is lower than yours. Su Yun said indifferently, ever since you went up on stage, the disdain and arrogance in your eyes told me, although I'm wearing a magic treasure shield, it didn't seem to have any effect on you, and I know this point, that's why I'm sure of this idea, to first show the weak side before waiting for the chance to counterattack. Hearing that, Yen Dongha's eyes widened, and he was unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he seemed to have understood something, and laughed out loud, ha. Ha 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 ha. He really didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that I, Yen Dongha, would be like an idiot, played around with by someone with a cultivation level lower than mine by a full 4 stages. Laughable, truly laughable. Ha 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 ha. A desolate laughter resounded in all directions. Yen Dongha is actually so incapable, and was defeated by a person who had just entered the Sky Spirit Master. If this were to spread, where will my Black Hawk sex face go? Damn it! This piece of trash! The girl in black was angry to the point where her pretty face turned purple. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. As for the Lotus Starsword sect, he was petrified as he looked at the two in the middle. Looking at Suyun, who was standing in front of Yen Dongha, all the faces of the disciples of the Lotus Starsword sect were filled with disbelief, their mouths opened wide as though they could swallow an egg, staring at him in a daze. Is this true? Bu-Ming was still in a trance as he looked at Su-Yun in shock. Leader of Lotus Starsword sect could not help but nod her head, her eyes gleaming, her lips moving, but no one knew what she was saying. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. After that, the Lotus Starsword sect erupted in cheers like a tsunami. We won! His heart-wrenching cry shook the heavens, and tears of excitement flowed down from the eyes of some people. The result was unbelievable. Many people thought that the higher the cultivation level of the spirit cultivator, the less the feelings they would have. In truth, it was not because their feelings had changed, but because they had experienced many things, and their emotions would not be revealed so easily. Today was different, the sex life was in stake. Many people thought that the Lotus Starsword sect was in danger today, but no one expected that at this moment of life and death, a person like Su-Yun would suddenly appear. The crowd cheered and hugged excitedly. Some of the new disciples even kneeled on the ground and cried out loudly. Protector Cheng, you can rest in peace now. Mournful cries and shouts intertwined. According to the mountain rules, if a sect was to be challenged, it could not be challenged by any other sect within 10 years. Although the big sects were strong, they were often worried that more ants would bite into their elephant, which was why they set up this period of time. Anyone who violated the rules would be attacked by all the small sects in Linglong Mountain, without mercy. Su-Yun looked at the people from the Lotus Starsword sect, then turned and looked at Yen Dongha, who was still struggling on the ground, and asked, "What about you, die? Or give up?" "I've given up, I've given up." Without waiting for Yen Dongha to speak, the black-clothed lady helplessly shouted out. Hearing that, Yen Dongha gritted his teeth, and said, "I will abide by the contract, and give up." With that said, his array seal released light, and the light sword that represented Yen Dongha immediately disappeared. However, the array seal did not disappear, but instead, revealed a gigantic golden sword, which represented its determination. After the golden sword appeared, it immediately flew into the air and exploded. Like fireworks, it flew in all 4 directions and spread throughout the entire Linglong Mountain. This was the result of the communication, informing all Linglong Mountain-s of the battle. Seeing the signs in the air, the people of Black Hawk sect were all enraged. They were extremely unwilling to give up, but at the moment, they had no other way. Even the strongest sword envoy had lost. None of them could fight, at least none of them could fight against Lotus Starsword sect's sect leader. "Carry this trash away!" The black-dressed lady shouted to the people beside her, and then she snorted and stepped out of the mountain gate. "People of the Black Hawk sect, if you come again to challenge us, please call your sect leader." Bu-Ming laughed and shouted. As his voice faded, the sound of endless laughter filled the air. The girl in black turned her head to glare at the crowd and said while clenching her teeth, "Don't be too proud too early." Saying that, he quickened his pace. The people of Black Hawk sect left in a scattered manner, leaving behind a floor full of broken corpses and messy roof tiles. Of course, there was also a group of excited people. After they had embraced each other for a while, Bu-Ming said to the disciples beside him, "Hurry and send people to clean this up. Also, take account of the casualties." With that, he walked in front of the old sect leader, cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader, after this battle, my sect's vitality has been greatly damaged. I am afraid that it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time. We should gather our strength and think of a way to expand the sect's size. If not, 10 years later, there might be people who will come to snatch our sect's treasure. Don't be in such a hurry to talk about this right now. Go and arrange matters for Protector Cheng and the others. Also, instruct them to gather all the people in my sect at the Lotus Star Hall. I have something important to announce." With that, the old sect leader turned around and walked into the sect. Bu-Ming's head was full of fog, but he did not ask any questions, so he cupped his fists in response, and also cupped his fists towards Su-Yun, who was walking over, and quickly left. "Oh right, Su-yun, you come with them to the Lotus Star Hall." Just then, the old sect leader who had not walked far turned around and spoke to Su-yun. "What's the matter?" Su-yun was slightly startled. The old sect master did not say anything and just left. Su-yun watched in confusion, but then, the disciples of the Lotus Star Sword sect swarmed over like a swarm of bees, lifting him up, walking towards the Lotus Star Sword sect. Cheers and laughter rang out incessantly. There was only one name ringing throughout the entire sect: Su-yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581. Su-yun was carried into the Lotus Star Hall by a member of the Lotus Star Sword sect. He was surrounded by an excited crowd, and although it was the first time that they had met Su-yun, everyone saw him as their idol. In fact, both men and women had the same idol towards heroes, and at this moment, he was a hero. "Lord Su-yun, you were just too powerful. What sword technique is that? And you actually boasted so shamelessly. You must have suffered a lot this time, haven't you?" Ha. "Lord Su-yun, what sect does your cultivation come from? How could the sword-controlling technique control so many flying swords? This is the first time I've seen it." "Don't make a ruckus, Brother Su-yun just experienced a huge battle and is still injured. Quickly put him down and let him rest first." "Oh, Xingyi, Lord Su-yun is a person with a high status in the world tree. How can you call him Big Brother? Why are you calling me so intimate? Could it be that you have set your eyes on Lord Su-yun?" "It's just that Big Brother Su-yun has already joined our Lotus Star Sword sect, so logically, he should be my junior brother. However, he's an important subject in Realm Lord, so I can naturally call him Big Brother. But since Lord Su-yun has joined our Lotus Star Sword sect, he is also a protector. You are only an inner sect head, you cannot call him that. At the very least, you have to call him Protector Su." "You guys, I'm not telling you." Ha. Everyone laughed. Seeing that, Su-yun felt helpless, and waved his hand. "You can just call me Su-yun, there is no need to call me that. I cannot take it. In fact, the cultivation bases of many of you here are much higher than mine." "How is this possible?" One of them said in shock. "You are someone who is at the 4th stage of Sky Spirit Master. The highest cultivation level here is only at the 2nd stage." Su-yun laughed, too lazy to explain. The group of people noisily made their way through the corridor and across an empty field before finally entering the exceptionally grand and imposing palace at the end of the field. As they neared the hall, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down. After everyone put Su-yun down, they lined up and walked into the hall. Seeing that, Su-yun thought, maybe the Lotus Star Hall was an extremely sacred place within the sect. He strode along with the crowd, but before he could take 2 steps, he felt waves of pain in his chest. He lifted up the lapel of his chest to take a look, only to see that the skin and flesh there had all been torn apart. His entire chest was caved in, and he felt very uncomfortable. Although he managed to dodge Yen Dongha's sword, the terrifying profound chi was hard to dodge. Su-yun clenched his teeth, and endured the pain as he walked in. At the same time, all the higher-ups of the Lotus Star Sword sect with Bu Ming were present. Ordinary disciples of the Lotus Star Sword sect were waiting outside the hall, and within the hall, there were disciples from above the inner sect. Even so, there were close to 1,000 people gathered there, and it was said that a large number of people from the Lotus Star Sword sect were rushing over, because sect leader's order was too sudden, causing many people to not have the time to come over. When Su-yun stepped into the hall, almost everyone's eyes turned to look at him. A pair of eyes were filled with reverence, respect, and admiration. Being able to save him in the face of danger as an outsider, not to mention other things, this character and courage was already enough to convince everyone present. "Greetings, Protector Su." When Su-yun approached one of the guards standing at the door, he immediately cupped his fists and greeted respectfully. Hearing that, the others immediately cupped their fists and bowed towards Su-yun. "Greetings, Protector Su." "Greetings, Protector Su." "Greetings, Protector Su." A tsunami-like sound rang out within the great hall, like a wave after wave. Seeing that, Suyun paused in his steps. He looked at the people around him seriously, then nodded his head, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Protect? He had no intention of taking the post. Maybe after the sect leader finished speaking, he would start searching for his parents, and he wouldn't be able to stay in Lotus Star Sword sect for long. People came into the hall one after another, but not long after, an old figure accompanied by 2 disciples walked into the hall. This man was leader of Lotus Star Sword sect. Greetings, sect leader. The voice resounded once again. No need to be overly courteous. The old sect leader looked at everyone and said, Thank you, sect leader. People got up. The old sect master stepped onto the highest point of the hall. His dim yellow eyes stared at the people present, and in the end, his gaze landed on Suyun's body. After pausing for a few seconds, he moved away, his bark-like lips moving. Today's calamity has passed. If my Lotus Star Sword sect is not destroyed, he will definitely be like a Nirvana phoenix who has been reborn from the ashes of the fire. However, you all must not slack off either. In the future, you all must diligently train and meditate. You all must definitely not slack off and enjoy yourselves. Disciple understands. Everyone shouted. The matter of rebuilding the sect will be left to Bu Ming. Bu Ming understands. Bu Ming cupped his fists. He looked at the old sect leader, and asked, Then sect leader, what about the recruitment? What extension? The sect is expanding. Bu Ming said, Our Lotus Star Sword sect is not inferior to the Black Hawk sect, but we have too few people. If we were to expand our sect's recruitment to include talents, it would definitely allow our sect's strength to soar. When that time comes, the Black Hawk sect people will come to provoke us. We will not need to be afraid of them. Bu Ming was very urgent. However, at this moment, many people had the same thought. The old sect master looked at Bu Ming quietly. He thought for a while, then shook his head. No need, I have never planned on expanding my techniques. Hierarchy, this. We are a sect, not a sect. The Lotus Star Sword sect is not a sect. Anyone can enter my Lotus Star Sword sect if they want, they can enter at any time, but I do not wish for you to deliberately seek for them, and even more so, do not wish for you to use the person you have recruited as a sword, because that way, he would not be a person, but a type of force, so how could he face Lianxing? For spirit cultivators, the path of cultivation is the path of cultivation. If one does not follow the path of cultivation, then their original intentions would be distorted and they would never be able to reach a higher realm. The old sect leader slowly said. After saying that, Bu Ming opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. The reason why I've gathered everyone here today is actually because I have something important to announce. The old sect leader seriously said, and then he waved to the disciple that was with him. The disciple immediately walked over, and handed the treasure box over to the old sect leader. Everyone saw that the precious box contained the Lotus Star Sword S. What was this? Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand. Bu Ming looked at the box strangely, his heart was also filled with suspicions. Could it be that the matter that was about to be announced today had something to do with the Lotus Star Sword? This was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. The sect leader opened the box and took out the Lotus Star Sword S. When the pure white lotus-like long sword was taken out from the box, everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful and slender sword, even Suyun was no exception. This sword did not have any sharp aura. At first glance, it gave off a very gentle feeling. It was like a piece of white paper, without the slightest bit of filth. The body of the sword glowed with a bright light, and it was exceptionally beautiful. There was a lotus pattern in the middle of the sword, and a tranquil aura that made people feel at peace floated out from the sword. What kind of magical aura was this? In front of this sword, it was as if all of its ruthlessness, cruelty, and coldness had turned into smoke, and all of its fiery fighting spirit and hot blood had calmed down. Is this the sect's most precious Lotus Star Sword? It is indeed extraordinary. Although I have not touched it, its aura is already extremely shocking. Didn't you say that our sect's most precious Lotus Star Sword were damaged? Why do I not see any damage on the sword? Is this sword truly damaged? It is indeed a broken sword. All you have seen is only appearance. Bu Ming opened his mouth and said, "Does anyone see the lotus seal at the center of the sword?" In fact, it was a colored lotus seal, but at the moment, there were only lines left. It was precisely because the Lotus Star Sword was attacked that caused all the energy in the Lotus Seal to be destroyed, causing its power to drop greatly. The current might of the Lotus Star Sword is not even half as powerful as the previous Lotus Star Sword. So that's how it is. Everyone was startled inside. But at this moment, everyone was curious, why did the old sect leader take out the Lotus Star Sword at this time? Silence. At this time, the old sect leader let out a low shout. Everyone in the hall immediately shut their mouths, not daring to make a sound. He looked ahead, took a deep breath, and then slowly spoke with a heavy voice, "Please, Protector Su Yun, come forward to receive the sword." What? As the sound of his voice faded, the entire audience was shaken. Su Yun was even more baffled as he looked at the old sect leader in shock. The old sect master spoke out clearly, "Now, with the identity as the sect leader of the 93rd generation of the Lotus Star Sword sect, I shall pass on to you the most valuable treasure of our sect, Su Yun, and bestow upon you the techniques of the Lotus Star Sword, causing our sect's teachings to shine even brighter. Protector Su Yun, please receive this sword." The old sect master looked at Su Yun and spoke seriously, his old hands holding onto the Lotus Star Sword firmly as he extended them out towards Su Yun. Su Yun felt his mind go blank. He could not understand why the situation would turn out like this. Lotus Star Sword? Lotus Star Sword technique? These were all the absolute arts of the Lotus Star Sword sect. They should have been controlled by the sect leader, so why would he teach them to me? Could it be that the old sect's master has passed the position of sect leader to me? Su Yun thought, but very quickly, he denied this idea. The old sect master knew that he was leaving and would not stay in the Lotus Star Sword sect. Isn't he sending the Lotus Star Sword sect to hell? Su Yun was currently confused, looking at the sword, his eyes flashed with blazing passion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582. As a person who loved swords, this treasure was naturally something that one would yearn for in their dreams. Even though it was a broken sword, no one could deny its might. Sect leader, why did you pass this precious treasure down to me? Su Yun did not rush to receive the sword, but instead looked at the old sect leader seriously and asked. Compared to Lotus Star Sword sect, I think this sword might be more suitable for you. The old sect leader said. How do you know? Do you know what the sword does? Murder? No, a guardian. The old sect leader shook his head. Then why not leave it in the Lotus Star Sword sect and use it to protect the sect? Guardian is not the responsibility of the sword, rather it is the responsibility of the sword person. Only by using it can we achieve the goal of protecting. But today, this Lotus Star Sword brings us more danger than Guardian, so I plan to pass it down to you, or perhaps, I should ask you to bring it away from the Lotus Star Sword sect. The old sect leader said. Hearing that, Su Yun was startled. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to vaguely understand the old sect leader's intentions. Today's disaster all came from the Lotus Star Sword. In fact, it wasn't just today, in the past, when my sword sect met with misfortune, it was also because of the sword. Back then, the second-generation sect leader carried this sword and traveled through the 4 seas, sweeping through the lands, breaking all the heroes of the realm, and losing all the supreme expert in the world. What kind of glory is that? Everyone thought that it was because of the Lotus Star Sword, but it was not. No matter which supreme expert it was definitely not its magic tool that was strong, or else after all these years, why is my Lotus Star Sword sect still at such a scale? The old sect master's expression became unconcealable, and he said, after today, I have already had an epiphany, so it would be better to continue guarding this Lotus Star Sword, and pass it on to the person who needs it. As for you, Su-Yun, compared to me, you will definitely need this sword more, so today, I will pass this sword down to you in front of all the followers, and I hope you won't reject it. Su-Yun heard her, and did not speak for a long time. The old sect leader took a step forward, his two hands holding onto the treasure sword. He looked at Su-Yun and slowly spoke. The sword is here. If you are unwilling to accept it, it's fine. It's up to fate, it all depends on fate. After he finished, he stood there quietly, as if he was waiting for Su-Yun's decision. Su-Yun looked at the flawless sword. For some reason, his heart was surprisingly calm. He did not immediately accept the sword, nor did he immediately refuse. However, after waiting for Mo-san to regain his breath, he still extended his hand out and grabbed the sword hilt. I am willing to accept this Lotus Star Sword, he said seriously. The sect leader nodded his head in gratification as a smile finally appeared on his face. The followers below were all confused. The higher-ups of Lotus Star Sword sect, led by Buming, were even more restless. Finally, a deacon could not resist and spoke up. Sect leader, what did you mean by that? Let Protector Su bring the sword away from the Lotus Star Sword sect? Could it be that you wish for this sword too? That's right. The old sect master nodded, and said indifferently, the reason Protector Su joined my sect was to retreat. You all should know his goal in coming to Linglong Mountain. He cannot stay in the sect for long, he will leave by himself in the future. Since that's the case, why did you still pass the sword to Lord Su-Yun? Is it because he saved our sect? If that's what I mean, do you think it's inappropriate? The old sect master asked. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. In fact, with Su-Yun's capabilities, accepting the sword would be acceptable. After all, without Su-Yun, the sword would have long been given to the Black Hawk sect, so why would it be here? But, if the Lotus Star Sword sect did not have these treasures, then wouldn't the sect still be dead in name? Everyone knew that the most precious treasures of the Lotus Star Sword sect were the Lotus Star Sword and the sword techniques. This was also the reason why the Lotus Star Sword sect was established in the Linglong Mountain. However, the old high priestess once again spoke out, calming the hearts of the crowd. Whether or not the Lotus Star Sword exists in the Lotus Star Sword sect is not important. What is important is that in the hearts of every single one of us, there is the doctrine of the Lotus Star. We will never forget the teachings of the Lotus Star, and that is enough. For all these years, we have been unable to spread the might of the Lotus Star Sword, so why not give it to the fated one? Furthermore, I believe that even if Su-Yun left the sect, he would never be able to forget about him. The old sect master earnestly said. Although this was his reasoning, it was very true. After some people heard this, the dissatisfaction in their hearts was greatly reduced. There was only one sword, so what did it matter if he was in a sect or not? Furthermore, if the Lotus Star Sword were in the sect, it would only bring more trouble to the Lotus Star Sword sect, and would cause the sect to never be at peace. The development of a sect would never depend on a magic treasure. The old sect master earnestly sized up everyone present, every face he seriously examined. When the faces of some people were filled with reluctance and sadness, his face would reveal helplessness and disappointment, and when some people's faces were extremely calm and indifferent, a gratified smile would appear on his face. When Su-Yun saw the change in the old sect leader's expression, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the reason the old sect master had imparted this sword to him was not just because the Lotus Star Sword sect was unable to wield it. Instead, he used it as a medium to test the mental state of every sword sect disciple. Alright, I still have some things to discuss with Su-Yun in private. If you have nothing else, you can leave now. The old sect leader waved his hand and said. Disciple will take his leave. Everyone cheered as they slowly left the Lotus Star Hall one by one. When the last person left the Lotus Star Hall, only Su-Yun and the old sect leader were left in the hall. The hall was extremely quiet. Su-Yun looked at the old sect leader, not knowing what else he wanted to do. Are you thinking that since the Lotus Star Sword have brought so many troubles to my Lotus Star Sword sect, passing it on to you now, it will only bring you trouble, right? At this moment, the old sect leader spoke up. I don't think so, Su-Yun said. Oh? Why? If that's the case, you can give them to the Black Hawk sect previously, but you don't have to defend these two items with your life on the line. That's right. The old sect master nodded, and said indifferently, in fact, I already knew why Black Hawk sect would these two things. He paced back and forth in the Great Hall for a few rounds, and then said slowly, as early as a few years ago, I received news that the Black Hawk sect lord had somehow found the remaining half of my Lotus Star Sword method, and then I found out that this half of it had been modeled from my teachings. Model? Hearing that, Su-Yun's pupils became big. Could it be, my Lotus Star Sword's technique is not incomplete? Back when I was in the hands of the previous sect leader, I have already found the missing parts of the Lotus Star Sword method. I just did not leak out this information to prevent others from spying on me. The old sect master shook his head and sighed. The current spirit cultivator has long since lost the essence of a cultivator. Their goal in cultivating was only for the sake of strength, not for the sake of nature. They painstakingly train just for the sake of power, for the sake of greed, and there are many such people in my Lotus Star Sword sect. Therefore, I did not say it. Not only did I not announce this news, I also wanted to spread the news of the Lotus Star Sword out of the sect. Hearing that, Su-Yun was startled, then he laughed bitterly and shook his head. If that's the case, then sect leader, you can't trust me anymore. In fact, my original intention was only to seek revenge, for force. I am no different from those spirit cultivators. No, there is a difference. Without waiting for Su-Yun to finish speaking, the old sect master interrupted him. Su-Yun was slightly startled. However, the old sect leader did not explain and slowly said, Black Hawk sect has obtained an unknown piece of sky black iron. It is a top quality material. It can be used to create divine weapons. The Black Hawk sect has named it Black Hawk Black Iron, with the intention of using it to repair the Lotus Star Sword, combined with the Lotus Star Sword method to repeat the current second-generation sect master's glory. But his thinking is too simple. Relying on these two things is not enough, and even if the second-generation sect leader is still alive, it is still impossible to reach that level. Su-Yun, I know you are in a hurry to find your parents, but please wait for a few more days. During this time, I will pass down all of the Lotus Star Sword's methods to you, and also, I will tell you all the methods to repair the Lotus Star Sword's. What? Su-Yun was shocked. Repair the Lotus Star Sword? Acquired a complete inheritance of the Lotus Star Sword technique? Why is that? Su-Yun was completely at a loss. He was completely unable to figure out what the old sect leader was thinking. Even if he had stopped the Black Hawk sect's plan, there shouldn't be a need for him to do this, right? These two things were the representatives of the Lotus Star Sword sect. However, the old sect leader did not explain anything. He just took out a white paper and handed it over to Su-Yun. The book was not some peerless secret manual, but something that belonged to the people of Lotus Star Sword sect. Lotus Star Doctrine. This was something that everyone had to be familiar with after joining the Lotus Star Sword sect. Therefore, when I pass on these two objects to you, you know better than me that the sword's function is to protect, and not to kill. Therefore, if you can use these two objects well, I only hope that after you leave the sect, you can inherit the teachings of the Lotus Star. The old sect leader didn't say anything grandiose or profound, but simply spoke out the thoughts in his heart. Su-Yun was at a loss when he heard it all, but after he heard it all, his heart was in turmoil and it was hard to calm down. Looking at the white book on teachings, he stands there quietly for a long time. In the end, he extends his hand and accepts the teachings. Seeing that, the old sect leader was comforted, he patted Su-Yun's shoulders and walked out of the hall. The fastest is 3 months. If it's slow, there will be no time left. And all the teachers are only at the basic level. No one will be able to obtain the second move, and the teachers do not know that there is a third move. Su-Yun, I will pass down the Lotus Star Sword art to you now. You can follow me. Yes, sect leader. Su-Yun nodded. He looked at the Lotus Star Sword in his hand and turned, holding onto his sword. He walked out of the hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583. On the way to Black Hawk sect, the black-clothed lady brought the Black Hawk sect disciples with a cold expression and rushed back to the sect. Yen Dongha was being held by the profound chi. He was lying on the chi bed made of profound chi. He stared blankly at the sky. The wounds on his body had been treated simply, but the injuries caused by the chi meridian, spirit core and the others could not be healed in a short period of time. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the sect leader? The black-dressed lady turned and stared at Yen Dongha as she spoke. Yen Dongha bit his lower lip, but in the end he did not say a word. I originally thought that with your fortuitous encounter, your cultivation would definitely soar, and that you would be able to deal with the trash from the Lotus Starsword sect with ease. The sect leader even helped you deal with that old fellow from the Lotus Starsword sect, but who would have thought that you would actually lose to a nobody? Seeing Yen Dongha not saying a word, the girl in black continued to mock him. After Yen Dongha heard this, anger flitted past his dull eyes, and he said angrily, "Widow, don't go overboard, that man is from the Realm Lord, how could I dare to kill him? If we really do something to him, it will implicate our entire Black Hawk sect, do you understand? Moreover, sect leader told me to help you take these two treasures, but he didn't tell me that the people of Realm Lord are here. Your intelligence is incorrect. Do you still want me to take all the responsibility? I don't believe that you can get along peacefully. Yen Dongha, don't talk to me in that arrogant tone. Your current master has already injured 3 of them, your cultivation has dropped greatly, and it is unknown whether or not you can protect your master's cultivation. Do you think the sect leader will think highly of you?" The black-dressed woman harumphed. Hearing that, Yen Dongha's face changed. He wanted to say something, but seemed to be related to the wound. He fiercely coughed a few times, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a piece of trash. The black-dressed lady secretly muttered to herself. She was too lazy to continue talking with Yen Dongha. She continued to move forward. Although the Linglong Mountain did not allow anyone to fly, the speed of the group flying close to the ground was not slow either. Very quickly, the black-clothed lady, Yen Dongha, and the rest arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Black Hawk sect was. At this moment, thick smoke was billowing from the mountain, and a large amount of berserk profound chi was floating down from the mountain. When the black-clothed woman felt this aura, her expression immediately became serious. What's going on? Lord Ligua, something seems to be amiss. One of the Black Hawk sect people in front turned his head and said, "The 2 of you, go up the mountain and take a look." The woman in black whispered, "Yes." The 2 of them cupped their fists and said, then increased their speed and rushed up the mountain, but before the 2 of them had walked far, they saw a few Black Hawk sect disciples rushing down the road. They had panicked expressions and their entire bodies were covered with blood and wounds. They crawled and rolled all over the mountain. All of them looked extremely miserable. "Ah, it's Lord Ligua and Lord Sword Envoy." The moment the disciples saw the woman in black clothing, they rushed over as if they had been saved. What happened? The girl in black grabbed a person and asked anxiously. "It's ruined, it's ruined, it's ruined." The people from the church were trembling as they wailed. "Destroy what?" The girl in black did not hold back and slapped the man twice before shouting sternly, "Speak properly for me." That person covered his face with a hand full of grievance. Just as he was about to speak, the other person shouted loudly, his voice hoarse. "Lord Ligua, the Black Hawk sect is destroyed, the sect leader is tragically dead, all the elites of our sect are killed, the entire Black Hawk sect is destroyed." What? The black-clothed girl and the others were petrified. All of them were completely shocked. "There is a big dragon on the mountain, its entire body is on fire, it is powerful, the moment it opens its mouth, it ignited the entire Black Hawk Hall, no one can stand in front of it for even a breath, it has eaten everyone, all the people there died and fled. Lord Ligua, quickly flee, if the dragon finds us, we are all dead." With that, the group of people did not care about the black-dressed woman and the others, and started running towards the front with all their might. The black-dressed lady's expression changed, her mind was in a mess. How could she have imagined that the Black Hawk sect would disappear just like that? Did the sect leader offend some supreme expert? The woman in black was deep in thought. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the entire mountain. The face of the woman in black and the others paled. "Widow, what are you waiting for? If you don't want to die, then hurry up and run." Yen Dongha, who was on the bed, shouted to the black-clothed lady. The woman in black was surprised for a moment and then quickly said, "Let's go. We have to leave this place." "Yes, yes." Everyone nodded and turned to leave. But at this time, the mountain suddenly trembled, and with a loud bang, the entire mountain exploded, and a fiery red giant dragon leapt out of the mountain, flying straight into the clouds. It hovered above the ninth heaven, looking down upon all the living beings below. The blazing temperature dyed the white clouds red, and the flames that overflowed from its body seemed to want to burn the entire sky. What kind of majestic and charming divine dragon was this? When the girl in black and the others saw this huge spiritual beast, their bodies violently trembled. The aura emitted by this divine dragon had completely shattered the last bit of their defense. If it weren't for their instincts to survive, they would have already knelt down to the ground and kowtowed. Put! At this time, the sound of flesh being cut came from behind the girl. Her hair stood on end, and she was shocked all over. She immediately looked back, only to see a man dressed in fiery red clothes, holding a blood-red sword, standing behind the group of people. Beside him were a few ice-cold headless corpses, and these corpses were the Black Hawk Sect's people who had escaped from the mountains earlier. "Run? Has yours truly told you all to run?" The man snorted. He then turned and looked at the black-dressed lady in the group with a disgusted expression, and asked, "Hey, are you guys from Black Hawk Sect?" "We." The woman in black was stunned. She quickly smiled and said, "No, of course not." "No? Then forget it." The man snorted and was about to leave when he caught sight of the tokens on everyone's waists from the corner of his eye. He turned his head to look at the tokens on the corpses' waists and his face darkened. "Damn it, you guys are obviously from the Black Hawk Sect, yet you still dare to lie to me," he roared. With that said, he directly slashed towards Yen Dongha, who was on the chi bed. Yen Dongha had no time to defend. His body was cut into two. The fine sword released a burst of heat, and directly burnt all the blood in his body. Yen Dongha died a tragic death. Seeing this, the rest of the Black Hawk Sects were scared out of their wits. But at this moment, the girl in black shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He is only one person. We have nearly 100 generals here. Do you all still need to be afraid of him? Attack together and kill him." With this encouragement, those people who were frightened came back to their senses. Yes, they had the numbers. What was there to be afraid of? After she finished speaking, everyone swarmed over like a swarm of bees. "Your Black Hawk Sect has started to bully the small again. Damn it, this is too damn it. In that case, don't blame me for being heartless." The man angrily roared, his eyes blood-red, as if he was extremely annoyed by the actions of these people, and his sword also became fiercer. His sword was extremely fast and it was sharp. Whoever touched his sword would be split into two. In a short while, half of the Black Hawk Sect would be killed. They were all turned into a pile of sand. The girl in black was about to go forward to support him, but seeing how fierce she was, how could she dare to fight again? She quickly turned around and was about to escape. However, just as she turned around, a ferocious fire dragon flew towards her. Suyin quietly stood in front of a flat, white clearing. The ground here was very magical. Even though it was covered with a white jade floor, lotus flowers grew on it. There was no soil nor water, but these lotus flowers were exceptionally gorgeous. In front of the lotus, there was an old man standing there. The old man held a long sword in his hand and pointed the sword at a lotus with his eyes closed. His lips were mumbling something. Lotus Star sword art does not focus on sword moves, but on the heart. Strictly speaking, it does not have any ingenuity, but its advantages is that it can be used however one pleases. But to be able to use Lotus Star sword art, one must have a prerequisite, that is, to place one's state of mind in a completely pure state. You need to maintain a lotus-like state of mind, in order to be able to unleash the greatest amount of power of the Lotus Star sword art. As the old sect master spoke, he began to swing the sword in his hand. Surprisingly, his sword dance was extremely slow, and his breathing slowed as he moved. The sword in his hand seemed to have slowed down several times, making people feel anxious. The sword had neither strength nor aura, much less injuring the enemy. Seeing that, Su-Yun frowned. Sect leader, how can such a sword be used to harm people? Don't use hurting people as your goal, only protecting others. The sect leader spoke slowly and continued to move. You must believe that this sword will protect you. When danger approaches, it will help you defeat your opponent. After he finished speaking, the old sect master's sword edge swung in a circle in front of Su-Yun, still acting slow and unhurried, but looking at him, he was already indicating to Su-Yun that he wanted to attack him. Seeing that, Su-Yun asked, how much power do I use? 100%. The old sect leader said without a trace of politeness. Hearing that, Su-Yun's eyes turned serious. He took a deep breath and activated profound chi, causing it to explode with speed. He rushed towards the old sect leader like a tornado. At the same time he pulled out the Lotus Star Sword in his hand and thrust it straight at the old sect leader. This sword was brilliant and swift, dazzling everyone who saw it. But just as the edge of the sword was about to touch the old sect leader's body, his slow sword suddenly moved. As if attracted by something, the sword moved directly to where Su-Yun was attacking from. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. A gigantic white lotus mark appeared in front of the old sect leader. Su-Yun struck the white lotus mark and his entire body suffered a backlash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584. Bang! Su-Yun fell into the group of white lotuses and violently coughed a few times, before miserably climbing back up. Su-Yun, are you alright? The old sect master asked as he put down his sword. I'm fine, sect leader. Don't worry about me. Su-Yun said, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he anxiously said, however, sect leader, what is going on? Why do I feel like I'm being attacked by my own aura? Furthermore, although I suffered a powerful attack, I didn't sustain any injuries. What exactly is going on? When the old sect master heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he chuckled. This is the power of the Lotus Star Sword art. The attacks you suffered just now were all attacks I wanted you to receive. The attack you wanted me to receive? Hearing that, Su-Yun was confused. What do you mean? This is the meaning behind Lotus Star Sword art. Without any moves, one can do whatever he wants. When one's state of mind is as clear as a lotus, it is possible to use sword techniques to unleash whatever move you want at any time. Just like that move just now, I only wanted to counterattack, and that would have the same effect as you. The old sect leader said. When Su-Yun heard these words, his pupils suddenly enlarged a few times. It's that magical? Isn't this sword technique too heaven-defying? Otherwise, why would this sword technique make people salivate? However, ordinary swords can only unleash the normal moves of the Lotus Star Sword art. Some powerful thoughts, you still need to cooperate with the Lotus Star Sword in order to successfully launch it. Thinking? This was the first time Su-Yun had heard such a new phrase. Then, if I want my opponent to die, can I use this sword technique to accomplish the same? Su-Yun suddenly thought of something and asked. Sure. The old sect leader nodded without hesitation. Hearing that, Su-Yun's heart jumped. This can actually happen? Yes, but ever since the creation of the Lotus Star Sword art and the Lotus Star Sword, this kind of thought has only succeeded once. Furthermore, the price one has to pay to achieve this thought through sword techniques is extremely high. The old sect leader shook his head and said, actually, the power of one's thoughts is closely related to the person who performed the sword, making one's death equal to changing fate. This kind of profound technique is a violation of the balance of nature, and is unforgivable to the heavens and earth. Thus, the trigger for death can only occur in one situation, and that is, the other party has already been severely injured, and you have more than half of the profound chi to rely on. So it's like that. Not only that, when you die, you will damage one of the main chi meridian, which means to say, your cultivation will very likely decrease, and as for how much you lose will depend on how damaged the main chi meridian is. I thought that unless it was absolutely necessary, you shouldn't use it, because even if you fail, there would still be such serious consequences. As I said before, there aren't many movements in the Lotus Star Sword art, but in reality, these 3 moves can be split into 2. One of them doesn't require Lotus Star Sword S, and the other one is only able to be used successfully with the cooperation of Lotus Star Sword S. Suyun, I don't have many things that I can teach you, you still need to train hard on your own. The old sect master earnestly said. Suyun heard and nodded seriously. After that, the old sect leader started to slowly swing his sword. The movements of the sword was not random, but rather logical. His movements were not to kill or defend the enemy, but to use the profound chi in his own body, arranging it throughout his entire body, for the purpose of using thought. Suyun looked carefully, and did not dare to be the slightest bit distracted. In his knowledge, all the sword moves had only one goal, and that was to kill the enemy. The limitless sword arts was the same, regardless of whether it was the 4 bottom-tiered sword, 2 middle-tiered sword, or top-tiered sword, they all had the goal of destroying their opponents, and currently, Suyun's limitless sword arts sword technique had reached a bottleneck. He felt that he did not have a clue, and it was difficult to break through his understanding of sword techniques, but the Lotus Star Sword art seemed to have opened a new door for him. As it turned out, sword techniques could be used this way too. In the past few days, Suyun and the old sect leader had been immersed in the group of lotuses. After a few days, just as Suyun was immersed in learning and was unable to pull himself out, a voice suddenly came from the lotuses, breaking the silence. High Priestess, I have urgent news for you, High Priestess. The voice belonged to Buming. Upon hearing it, the old sect leader immediately stopped his movements and turned to look, only to see Buming rushing over like a gust of wind, quickly bowing to Suyun and the old sect leader. When did it happen? The old hierarch asked. Buming's voice trembled slightly as he said anxiously, I just received news that the entire sect of Black Hawk sect has been annihilated. A fire dragon comparable to a divine beast has appeared at the head of the Black Hawk mountain, and it is said that the entire Black Hawk sect was destroyed by this fire dragon. Now, the Feather Moon Pavilion has issued a collective order, requesting all of the sect's experts to head towards the Black Hawk mountain to eliminate the fire dragon. What? Black Hawk sect was exterminated? The old sect leader was shocked. Suyun was even more surprised, he couldn't believe his own ears at all. How was it possible for such a big sect to disappear just like that? This matter is absolutely true, I did not believe it at the beginning, but after hearing the order from the Feather Moon Pavilion, I believed it. Sect leader, what should we do now? Do you want to respond to this order? Buming asked. Fire dragons are ancient vicious beasts and they often cause trouble for the living. Since we are from the Linglong Mountain, we must protect the peace in the mountain. Buming, quickly count our people and we can set off. The old sect master said in a low voice. Hearing that, Buming nodded, and was about to leave. But just as Buming left, another disciple from Lotus Star Sword sect ran in. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, Protector Su. The disciple knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, What's the matter? The old high priestess asked. Reporting to sect leader, a young man came from outside and wanted to meet with sect leader. He said that he wanted to learn sword techniques from sect leader. The disciple said, Learning sword arts? The old sect master frowned. Does he want to join my Lotus Star Sword sect? Disciple once invited him to join the sword sect, but he refused. He insisted on seeing you, and disciple felt that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. I'm afraid that he had something that he wanted to report to you about, which is why I'm here to report to you. That person said. Hearing this, the old sect leader nodded his head, You have done well, but since that young man wants to see me, then let him in. Perhaps he has some opinions that he wants to communicate with me. Yes, sect leader. The man clasped his fists, then turned and backed away. Sect leader, I'll head back to my room now. Suyin said. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You can also listen on the side. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. The old sect leader said. Hearing that, Suyin thought for a moment, then nodded his head. Very quickly, the Lotus Star Sword sect disciple led a young man wearing a fiery red Blade Master outfit and walked in. The man had an extremely tall stature, was thin, and had a handsome appearance. His long hair was tied up in a braid, and he appeared quite free and at ease. Oh, you are the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect? Nice to meet you. The man walked over quickly, sized up the old sect leader, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, My name is Xiao Huailin, I am a scholar. Scholar? The old sect leader was startled, then chuckled and said, In that case, you aren't here to join my Lotus Star Sword sect? Of course not, unless you are willing to give me the position of sect leader. If that's the case, maybe I will consider joining the Lotus Star Sword sect. Xiao Huailin hugged his chest and laughed. The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. Hey, what are you talking about? How can you be so rude to the sect leader? The man who brought Xiao Huailin in immediately shouted. However, the old sect leader slightly raised his hand and smiled, Nothing, Lord Xiao is just joking, there is no need to take it seriously. Hearing that, the man glared at Xiao Huailin fiercely, and did not say a word. But Xiao Huailin made Suyin feel very unhappy. No matter what, the old sect master had passed on a Lotus Star Sword to him, and had even taught him swordsmanship. In his heart, it was already half a teacher. This man was disrespectful to his own teacher, how could he feel satisfied? Xiao Huailin started laughing out loud, nodding his head, and laughed, Not bad, you are the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect, and is more sensible than the Black Hawk sect lord, not bad, huh? Black Hawk sect lord? The old sect leader was slightly surprised. Xiao Huailin opened his mouth to speak again, but he stopped smiling and stared at the old sect leader. I have not been in Linglong Mountain for long, but not long ago I heard someone say that your Lotus Star Sword sect has two big treasures. One is an exceptional sword called Lianxing, and the other is a Lotus Star Sword art that matches up with this sword. I came here today because I hope that you can give me the Lotus Star Sword and teach me the Lotus Star Sword art. As an outstanding scholar, I feel that I should be able to learn the Lotus Star Sword art very quickly. Hurry and take it out. Xiao Huailin looked left and right with an indifferent expression. However, this time, the expressions of the three of them were no longer as pleasant as before. If those words from before could still be regarded as a joke, then this time, it was definitely not a joke. Your purpose for coming here is for the Lotus Star Sword and its sword techniques? Suyin raised his head, and stared at Xiao Huailin as he spoke. Xiao Huailin turned his head and sized Suyin up. When he saw his sword sheath, his eyes lit up. Are you also a person who uses the sword? Would you like to spar with me? I don't want to. Suyin said directly. Are you afraid of my swordsmanship? Or are you not confident in yourself? Xiao Huailin said as the corner of his mouth rose. Neither of them. It's just that I'm injured and don't want to fight with you. If you want to take advantage of me, then there's nothing I can do. Suyin shrugged. Hearing that, Xiao Huailin was startled, but quickly laughed out loud. Haha, you are interesting. Suyin did not say another word, but at that moment, he had already treated Xiao Huailin as his enemy. Xiao Huailin turned his head, looked at the old sect leader, and laughed. I am here for these two reasons, quickly take them out. If you do not, I will not let you guys go. If you want me to stop, that's fine, you just need to defeat me. However, I must warn you all, if you want to fight me, you must fight me alone. If you want to call for help, then I will call for help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585. Xiao Huailin was completely confused by his sudden appearance. Hearing his shameless words, it would be a lie if he did not say that he was angry. Especially the disciple who brought Xiao Huailin into the sect. He was currently extremely angry. If not for the sect leader, he would have long taught this brat who did not know his limits a lesson. Hierarch, what is his cultivation level? Suyin said to the old sect master in a low voice. Based on my initial judgment, a third-stage Sky Spirit Master is also considered to be an incredible existence. The old sect leader said. What does sect leader plan to do? Other than refusing, what else can I do? The old sect master shook his head, then turned to Xiao Huailin and said, Master Xiao, if you are willing to discuss sword techniques with me, I am naturally extremely willing, and if you want to learn our sword techniques, it is not impossible, but if you want to obtain our sect's most valuable Lotus Star Sword, I am afraid that you will not be able to comply. Are you going to reject me? Xiao Huailin's eyes were wide opened as he stared at the old sect leader. Your Excellency's request is a bit rude, I can't agree to it. The old sect master calmly said. Unexpectedly, after those words were said, Xiao Huailin's smiling face immediately became cold. He stared fiercely at the old sect leader, and shouted angrily, You actually dare to reject me, you repulsive old man. I, Xiao Huailin, am known as the #1 sword in the world, and your sect's whatever Lotus Star Sword is used by me, it is your sect's blessing towards that sword, to actually reject me. Alright, since that's the case, then let's duel. If you don't send someone to defeat me, then I won't rest. Xiao Huailin shouted, and then he pulled out the sword behind his back and stabbed it into the ground. When the sword was unsheathed, a wave of heat emanated from the sword. Suyin gazed at the sword, and noticed that the sword was blood red, different from the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Its red was a red that was close to the color of lava, and its temperature was extremely high, and most likely it was not an ordinary sword. Suddenly, Suyin felt that something was wrong. He looked at the place where the sword pierced the ground, only to see that it had melted, and the ground there was instantly dyed red, as though it was being roasted. What a high temperature! Suyin was secretly surprised. The challenge was over. Xiao Huailin was staring fixedly at the old sect leader, as though he was waiting for his answer. The old sect master didn't reply immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and began to ponder. It's not impossible for us to exchange pointers. Finally, the sect leader opened his mouth, looked at Xiao Huailin, and said indifferently, If it's only to the point, can I exchange some pointers with you? TCH, what's the point? That would be too boring. If we want to fight, we have to fight to the death. Xiao Huailin snorted, If I kill you, I will take away the Lotus Star Sword and its sword techniques, and if you kill me, I will forget about it. If that's the case, then forgive me for not agreeing. The old sect leader shook his head and refused. But at the moment, Xiao Huailin seemed to be sick of the old sect leader's light refusal. He growled, and a string of angry shouts came out of his mouth. You old fellow, you're too dissatisfied. Agreeing is agreeing, not agreeing is not agreeing. How can you talk so much nonsense? If you don't want to fight me, then don't want to fight me? This matter is not up to you. With that said, Xiao Huailin unsheathed the blood-red sword in front of him and directly slashed at the old sect leader's head. His movements was extremely fast, without any hesitation. Seeing that, the old sect leader immediately retreated as if he had teleported, but his opponent's sword was not only fast, it was even fiercer. As the sword slashed down, the sword's body flickered with a red light, and a wisp of dark red sword chi directly flew out and crashed into the old sect leader. When he discovered the sword chi, it was already too late. The old sect leader could only hastily raise his sword to block, but the sword in his hand was not able to withstand the attack of the sword chi. The sword chi directly shattered the sword and pierced right into the old sect leader's chest. The old sect leader retreated a few steps, his body swaying uncontrollably. He then started to cough violently with a pale face. He had already suffered injuries earlier, and before he could even recover, he was teaching Suyin sword techniques, so how could he withstand his opponent's sudden attack? However, Xiao Huailin's methods had already angered the Lotus Star Sword sect disciple and Suyin, who was at the side. Noticing that something was wrong, the disciple shouted and immediately ran away. But Suyin was not the least bit polite. he immediately raised his sword and rushed forward to kill Xiao Huailin. Clang! The pitch-black death sword collided with Xiao Huailin's blood-red sword, and the two of them clashed. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Do you want more people to bully you? Xiao Huailin roared angrily at Su Yun. Bullying with numbers? The high priestess was injured, her strength is inferior to before, yet you are forcing her to fight with you at this time. How can you have the face to say such words to me? Humph, you want to fight? I'll accompany you. With that said, Su Yun increased his strength, trying to force Xiao Huailin away. However, Xiao Huailin shook his head and said disdainfully, You want to fight me? I don't want to fight with you at all. You previously said that you were injured, and your cultivation doesn't seem to be that high. With that said, Xiao Huailin's arm moved, a terrifying force similar to Mount Tai erupted from the blood-red sword. When had Su Yun ever resisted against such a terrifying force before? Most likely, compared to Yan Dongha's strength, Yan Dongha was like an ant compared to a giant elephant. He was caught off guard, and his body was sent flying 100 meters back before finally coming to a stop. So powerful. Su Yun clenched his teeth. Although he had only used one hand, he had already felt it. Although this person's cultivation was 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master, he was definitely not strong, and was definitely stronger than this. Su Yun, don't act recklessly, you are not his match. The old sect leader asked anxiously. He knew Xiao Huailin's methods even better than Su Yun. I understand that I am not his opponent, but other than fighting him, do you have any other choice? Su Yun said coldly. Yes, if you hand over the Lotus Star Sword and sword techniques, wouldn't you be safe? Xiao Huailin snorted. This is impossible. The old sect master shook his head. Lord Xiao, your mental state is not suitable for a Lotus Star Sword, nor is it suitable for you to cultivate the Lotus Star Sword art. If I pass these 2 items to you, you will only waste these 2 treasures. Damn it, are you insulting me? Xiao Huailin was enraged. He immediately rushed forward again, but this time he went for the old sect leader. Seeing that, Su Yun did not hold back, he raised his sword and rushed forward. Without holding back, he summoned out Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword S, Death Sword S, Desolator Sword S and Tribulation Fire Sword S. The 3 Origin Sword S circled around Xiao Huailin quickly, the messy sword intent wrapped around like a tornado. Xiao Huailin quickly waved the thin sword in his hand. His speed was something that even Su Yun could not catch up to. It was many times faster than Yan Dongha, and even if Su Yun activated Divine Windsword technique, with his maximum speed, he would still not be able to keep up with his tempo. It was not that the Divine Windsword technique was not as fast as him, but the difference in their cultivation level made it difficult for him to match up to Su Yun. Is this the Imperial Sword technique? Interesting. Ha! I never thought that I would meet such an interesting person like you here. You are called Su Yun, right? I've decided, I'll fight you. Xiao Huailin resisted the siege of 4 swords and laughed out loud. The anger on his face had already disappeared and was replaced with excitement, as if he had found a treasure. This person was truly temperamental. But he had to hold on first, wait for the experts from Lotus Star Sword sect to come over, and then think of a way to chase him away. This man did not use a challenge to attack, but had already violated the mountain rules. Even if his cultivation was powerful, the people of the Lotus Star Sword sect were helpless against him. Su Yun thought, and increased the activation of the profound Qi. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of flying swords flew out from the sword sheath and surrounded the place like a tornado. In that moment, Xiao Huailin was completely submerged by the 1,000 swords, and his figure could no longer be seen. Seeing this, the old sect master frowned, but he understood that at this point, there was no longer any room for discussion. He then took out an order badge and activated it. A green light shot out from the center of the order badge and rushed up to the sky, forming a gigantic lotus flower pattern that lasted for 4 to 5 breaths of time before disappearing. Then, the old sect master said, Su Yun, this man is stronger than Yan Dongha, and even more powerful than him. I am afraid that the power of the sword sect is difficult to deal with, but his actions have already violated the laws of the mountain. I have already informed the experts of Linglong Mountain, and requested that they rush here to capture him. You and I will work together, and after a while the experts arrive. He is not something to be afraid of. All right. Su Yun nodded. But in the next second, his chi meridian suddenly hurt. The profound chi in his body started to stir. Before he could stabilize himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yun retreated a few steps, holding onto his chest. He felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest. Crap, in the battle with Yin Dongha, her chest was severely injured, and her injuries had not fully healed yet. Su Yun's heart became heavy. Before the aura could be transmitted over, those flying swords that were riding on it also began to sway. Xiao Huailin, who was surrounded by the flying sword, immediately grabbed the sword and slashed out. Clang! Clang! The whirlwind formed by the flying swords was directly split apart, and a large number of flying swords were chopped to the ground. Even though you are injured, I have already decided to fight with you. In that case, you should go all out. Now, you can go die and let me enjoy the glory of victory. Xiao Huailin rushed out of the tornado and straight towards Su Yun, his face filled with a sinister and proud smile. Seeing that, Su Yun's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, causing the Tribulation Fire Sword to fly over. But Xiao Huailin suddenly changed his sword force. The sword that was supposed to slash at Su Yun's head suddenly turned, and pierced straight into his heart. This is an illusion technique? Su Yun's heart suddenly went cold. Xiao Huailin had actually used a hallucination technique to confuse himself. The sword that was supposed to slash at him was not real. His true posture was always maintaining the motion of piercing. Such a brilliant sword technique. Su Yun knew, even at his peak, he was afraid that he was no match for Xiao Huailin. This person was indeed extraordinary. But if he were to admit defeat like that, then it would no longer be Su Yun. In this moment of crisis, he suddenly reached out his hand and struck towards the sword. Although he was unable to block the sword, he could at least change the trajectory of the sword and avoid fatal attacks. As long as he didn't die, he still had a chance. Su Yun thought. However, in that moment of life and death, a figure suddenly appeared from the side, and then he heard a shout. White Lotus Skybreak. As the shout fell, Su Yun felt rays of multicolored light flashing before his eyes, and before he could see clearly, Xiao Huailin's body was blasted flying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586. Bang! Xiao Huailin crashed into a building outside the Lotus Flower Group, and the building immediately exploded. The messy profound chi turned the entire house into powder. Su Yun looked over and saw that the one who had attacked was the old sect leader. The old sect leader was still holding onto the broken sword and staring at the ruins. He could feel the dense chi revolving around his body. He turned his head and said, Su Yun, your injuries are heavy, do not circulate your chi anymore. If you continue to injure chi meridian, it will only cause your cultivation to drop. The gains will not make up for the losses. I will deal with it, you can leave first. Sect leader, you might not understand how I, Su Yun, behave. Su Yun grinned. What I hate the most is others telling me what you just said. That will only make me more reluctant to leave. Hearing that, the old sect leader sighed. Why are you so stubborn? It may be stubborn for you, but it's a principle for me. You? Sigh, forget it, forget it. The old sect leader did not continue to persuade him. At this moment, a figure charged out from the ruins and floated in the sky. Su Yun and the old sect leader looked over and saw Xiao Huailin. Xiao Huailin was glaring at the two of them, his face was distorted. He stared angrily at Su Yun and the old sect leader, and bellowed, I am fighting with Su Yun, why do you, an old fellow, want to interfere? Are you going to help Su Yun? Are you guys bullying us with your numbers? Xiao Huailin, I originally had no intention to make you an enemy, but since you are being so overbearing, I have no choice but to do so. the old sect leader said in a low voice. At this time, it was useless to be polite. Good. All right. Xiao Huilin gasped for breath, and said angrily, "You guys are bullying the weak, this is not a good fight. In this fight, Xiao Huilin, have already won, but you think you can just give up like that? Since you two are going to fight one, I'll call for help as well. It's a 2v2 fight, isn't it fair this time?" After saying that, Xiao Huilin immediately extended his hand, and touched his own waist, as a strand of profound energy entered the belt on his waist. In an instant, roar! A deafening roar resounded. Su Yun and the old sect leader's faces changed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the size of a small mountain. After the flames faded, a majestic and gigantic fire dragon appeared beside Xiao Huilin. The fire dragon was coiled in the air as it stared fiercely at Su Yun and the old sect leader with its bell-like eyes. This is Fire Dragon? The old sect leader was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted out loud in shock, "Could it be that you, the person who destroyed the entire Black Hawk sect?" Destroy the Black Hawk sect? Su Yun's heart sank, and then he remembered Bu Ming's earlier report about the Black Hawk sect. Wasn't the Black Hawk sect destroyed by a fire dragon? Could it be? All of this was done by Xiao Huilin? Black Hawk sect's people bully me with their numbers, so I can only teach them a lesson. Right now their soul are all in my brother's stomach. What about it? Do you want to see the people of Black Hawk sect? It's alright, I'll send you guys to meet them immediately. With that, Xiao Huilin waved his hand. The enormous fire dragon let out an angry roar, charging straight towards the two of them. As it approached the two of them, the fire dragon opened its huge mouth, which was burning hot like a black hole filled with lava. Su Yun wanted to counterattack, but just as he was about to activate the profound chi, a heart-wrenching pain came from his chest once again. From the looks of it, his injuries were quite severe. Su Yun gritted his teeth as he thought. The old sect leader was holding onto the broken sword with one hand, and thrusting it straight towards the fire dragon's mouth. A bright white profound chi floated on the broken sword, and quickly transformed into a gigantic water lotus pattern, extremely beautiful. King Kong! The old sect leader shouted. The lotus immediately transformed into a golden color and the fire dragon rushed over as if it had hit a steel plate. With a dong sound, its body came to a stop, unable to advance any further. This was the power of the Lotus Star sword art. At the moment, the lotus pattern was as sturdy as diamond. But in the next second, a shadow suddenly rushed towards old sect leader. Su Yun looked over, and his eyes immediately turned red. This man was Xiao Huilin. It's not fighting alone. Xiao Huilin's mouth formed a cold smile, and fiercely slashed towards the old sect leader's head. Who knows how fast it was? The old sect leader had an extraordinary cultivation level, but he was injured. Although he managed to react, the reaction speed of his body was much slower. He was just about to dodge, but his left arm was too late, as it was cut off. The old sect leader groaned and fell from the sky. The golden lotus that was blocking the fire dragon loosened. The old sect leader endured the pain and stood up. He looked at his left arm that had been cut off and discovered that there was a flame burning out of the wound. This sword! To think that it would have such power! The old sect leader said in a low voice. It's not over yet. Xiao Huilin did not hold back at all. He rushed forward once again, while the fire dragon in the air also broke through the golden lotus, cooperating with Xiao Huilin to charge towards the old sect leader, and from the looks of it, it was going to behead the old sect leader. You think? Is he fighting alone? Suddenly, an angry shout came from the side. A series of explosions rang out, the sky was dark, a large amount of pitch-black clouds converged together, forming a vortex. Following that, a few bolts of lightning struck out, smashing straight to the side of the old sect leader. Dong 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 dong. The ground trembled crazily as a large amount of dust flew up, completely engulfing the body of the old sect leader. A vicious aura swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Xiao Huailin's heart turned cold. He sensed that something was amiss. He immediately stopped and did not dare rush forward again. But the fire dragon did not retreat, and continued to attack the old sect leader with all its might. Roar! A furious roar that was mixed with an uncontrollable rage suddenly came out from the thick ash. He felt like his eardrums were about to burst. The ground suddenly shook violently, like a small boat in a storm. Several incomparably large figures rushed out from within the ashes. They were like wolves or tigers as they charged towards the fire dragon. One after another, huge palms shot out towards the fire dragon. A might as heavy as a mountain spread throughout the entire Lotus Starsword sect. Dong! The fire dragon's head was directly hit by a huge iron fist. The entire body of the fire dragon swayed, and before it could counterattack, its long and strong body was grabbed by several other hands, falling it to the ground. Bang bang! The huge and blazing fire dragon fell onto the ground ferociously. The ground immediately turned a fiery red and countless houses were set ablaze. It struggled with all its might, but at this very moment, it was surrounded by 7 incomparably powerful giants. The sudden terror was completely unexpected for the spiritual ancient vicious beast. What is this? Xiao Huailin was startled, seeing the 7 giants that suddenly appeared. He himself could not react. The old sect leader was even more surprised. He knew that this must be Su Yun's doing. What a powerful devil chi! These 7 giants are most likely puppet equipment as created by the true devil realm. However, the strength of every giant was stronger than Su Yun. How could Su Yun control such a powerful puppet equipment? And to activate all 7 at the same time? How did he do it? The old sect leader was stunned as he thought. He turned to look at Su Yun, but with just a glance, he was stunned. At the moment, Su Yun was holding onto the sword with one hand, the sword tip pointing downwards, supporting his crumbling body, while his other hand was activating an incantation, channeling his chi, causing his face to turn even paler, with beads of perspiration constantly dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that the activation of the 7 mighty giants was consuming his last few profound energies. Ha, so this is a helper that you summoned? There are quite a few of them. Xiao Huailin had sensed Su Yun's presence. Looking at him, he instantly understood and laughed coldly. Hearing that, Su Yun gritted his teeth, and did not say a word. Although the spirit chi of the giants were strong, Su Yun did not have too many profound energies, so he was unable to unleash their full strength. With his current injured body, being able to unleash 20 to 30% of their power was already very impressive. Do you think that my helper is some rotten cat or dog? With these few bones and airs, you think you can defeat my helper? You are too naive. Xiao Huailin sneered, extended his hand and snapped his fingers. It was unknown what spell or signal it was, but the fire dragon that was being suppressed by the 7 devil bone giantess immediately released a furious roar. The burning flames around its body immediately grew in size. After that, its huge body flickered and immediately knocked away the surrounding devil bone giant, and it flew high in the sky, dancing towards the sky. After circling around for a few rounds, it looked down at devil bone giant. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames. Devil bone giant suffered from the baptism of fire, and released an angry roar. They leapt out of the sea of fire, grabbed onto the fire dragon, and was about to attack, but the fire dragon's body was extremely tough. Their iron fists were completely useless against it. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, Xiao Huailin laughed out loud. The unwillingness became more and more intense in Su Yun's eyes. But at this moment, he was already panting heavily. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he felt that his consciousness was becoming increasingly weak. He had already reached his limit. To be forced to use such a move, it was simply too harsh. If he continued, then it would truly be as the old sect leader had said, the chi meridian would be damaged, and his cultivation would drop. Was this the end? Su Yun exhaled a mouthful of impure air, his heart filled with unresigned thoughts. Suddenly, a palm hit his back. This palm did not possess much power, but when the palm reached his back, a large amount of profound energy poured into his body like a tide. Su-Yun was startled. He turned his head to look, only to see that the owner of the palm was the old sect leader. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587. The surging profound energy poured into his body from his palm. This was a very pure profound energy, one that did not belong to one of the 5 main attributes. It was more like a side door profound energy. It was somewhat similar to spirit life chi, but its vitality was much stronger. After the spirit chi entered his body, Su-Yun felt his dried up body expanding rapidly, his consciousness returning to normal, and his spirit also slowly returned to normal. Su-Yun, quickly stop, your injuries are already serious. If you continue, your cultivation will definitely drop. The old sect leader behind him anxiously whispered as he activated his profound chi. But sect leader, if we do not fight to the death right now, do you think that person would let us go? Even the Black Hawk sect was annihilated by him, would he still show us mercy? Su-Yun secretly clenched his teeth. As long as you hold on for a while longer, once the Linglong mountain arrives, we can just surround and kill him. Don't go head on against him, otherwise it will only increase the number of casualties. His cultivation is even higher than mine. The old sect leader said. Round and round? I also want to go around, but can we go around now? Su-Yun shook his head and sighed. However, since the old sect leader had already said so, he could not continue anymore. But just then, Xiao Huailin had already rushed over. He stared at Su-Yun, the slender blood-red sword sticking out like a poisonous snake. The void trembled violently. The sword aura was astonishing. The sword tip seemed to contain a myriad of troops, valiant and imposing. Even if one took a glance, it would not cause anyone to have any thoughts of resisting. Seeing that, the old sect leader immediately let go of his sword, and activated his Lotus Star sword art to defend. He only had one hand left, and could no longer carry any spirit chi for Su-Yun. However, Su-Yun understood the old sect leader's intentions. He had a lot of energy in his body, so he summoned his spirit chi and pulled out the death sword. He released the spirit chi from the death sword and the spirit chi surged forth like a torrent, causing his body to be filled with energy once again. The old sect leader resisted Xiao Huailin, while Su-Yun continued to control the 7 giants and the fire dragons. The current Su-Yun wasn't as crazy as before. This time he was only letting the 7 giants defend against the fire dragon's attack. Although they were moving separately, both the old sect leader and Su-Yun felt that it was extremely difficult. The fire dragon's strength was probably an entire grade higher than the giant. Unless Su-Yun could control the giant's movement when he was at his peak, or even fight against the fire dragon, he would probably only be completely suppressed by the enemy. The fire dragon released a breath. The flame it spewed ignited half of the entire Lotus Star Sword sect, the light of the flames soaring into the sky, as though it was from the apocalypse. Sect leader! Just then, a messy shout came out from the lotuses, followed by a large group of figures rushing over, led by Bu Ming. The experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect had arrived. It's that person that tried to kill sect leader. Everyone attack together and capture him. The disciple who led Xiao Huailin into the sect pointed at the old sect leader and shouted. When the group of people heard this, they became extremely angry and all rushed forward together. Seeing that, the old sect leader's face changed, and anxiously shouted, "What are you guys doing here? Leave quickly, everyone below the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master must leave the Lotus Star Sword sect, quickly." However, the old sect leader's words were of little use this time. Sect leader, how can we be afraid again? Previously when we were dealing with Black Hawk sect, we could only be their spectator. But today, he provoked our Lotus Star Sword sect. As members of our sect, how can we just run away like that? Bu Ming shouted. Many of the people present saw the fire dragon soaring through the air to fight with the giant. In fact, they already knew who it was, but they were not afraid. If they were afraid now, How could they continue to live in the future? Sometimes, fear was a sign of certain death. Perhaps it wasn't the body that died, but the soul. A dense rain of profound skill floated out from all directions. There was purple lightning, fierce sword chi, and many pure white lotuses. The profound skill was like rain, rushing towards Xiao Huailin, causing him who was in the midst of battling the old sect leader to be caught off guard, and was directly struck by the profound skill, causing him to be smashed in the face, and fall down from the sky. He hurriedly got up, and when he saw the people who had suddenly rushed out, he instantly became flustered and exasperated. You actually called so many people to deal with me. Sly, too cunning, you are no different from the Black Hawk sect. Since that's the case, you have to bear the wrath of my number one sword. Xiao Huailin roared, the fiery red Blademaster cloth immediately releasing a ball of blazing fire. Her entire body seemed to be engulfed in fire. Oomph, what big words! The people of Lotus Star Sword sect were not convinced, and continued to attack. When the profound skill S from all directions bumped into him again, they directly disappeared into the flames released by Xiao Huailin's clothes. What? Everyone was shocked. Imperial equipment? Seeing that, the old sect leader's face changed. To be able to absorb so many attacks and get away with it, the Imperial equipment must be of a high rank. With the help of the ancient vicious beast and the protection of the Imperial equipment, his own cultivation was also incomparably strong. Compared to the spirit cultivator S, this kind of person could already be called a supreme expert. Just who was this person? The old sect leader thought. Whiz! Suddenly, Xiao Huailin appeared in front of old sect leader and used his sword to slash at him. When the sword's shadow approached the old sect leader, it spat out a 10 meters long flame tongue. The old sect leader did not have the time to defend in time. His chest was immediately penetrated by the flame tongue and he fell down from the sky. Sect leader! Bu Ming shouted, and rushed forward to kill Xiao Huailin. Xiao Huailin's mouth formed a disdainful smile. Ignoring the profound skill that was flying towards him, he swung his sword at Bu Ming. Clang! Clang! The sword that Bu Ming struck out split into two. The flames on the sword struck his body and ignited it. Ah! Bu Ming screamed miserably, retreating a few steps. He activated his profound chi to extinguish the fire, but his own profound chi rushed out of his body to resist the flames, as though it was an ant trying to shake a tree. It was useless as the flames burned brighter and bigger. Bu Ming cried out miserably, but even after using the last bit of profound chi, he was still unable to extinguish the flames. In the end, he was burned to ashes by the flames, dying a miserable death that did not even leave his soul behind. Protector Bu! The people of Lotus Star Sword sect roared. You bastard, I'll kill you. A few experts from sects that had good relations with Bu Ming were enraged, and rushed over. But when they faced Xiao Huailin, they were only able to hold on for a few rounds before being killed by him. Come on, do you think I'll be afraid of you guys? Twisted his body as he brandished the sword in his hand. It was like a spirit as it flew among the crowd. Waves after waves of afterimages flickered in the midst of the crowd, extremely illusory and unfathomable. All these so-called experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect were simply unable to do anything against it. The stronger ones could even touch Xiao Huailin, but their attacks were all blocked by the Imperial equipment vest, and the weaker ones could not even touch the edge. And every few breaths, there would be a Lotus Star Sword sect that would fall under Xiao Huailin's sword, his sword being extremely hot, and every time he struck a person, the terrifying temperature of the sword would burn away all the blood in the person's body, and people with high cultivation could even use the profound chi to resist, and people with low cultivation would immediately become dried-up corpses even if they were to face with some small injuries. Seeing his disciples fall one by one, the old sect leader's expression became all the more solemn. He coughed violently a few times. Against his injuries, he raised his broken sword and rushed forward, releasing his chi, and directly knocked away the disciples fighting around Xiao Huailin. A few disciples that were about to be killed by Xiao Huailin were blown away by the aura of the old sect leader, and were protecting their lives. Your opponent is me. The old sect leader bellowed, and the broken sword in his hand released a white lotus flower that he rushed forward to kill. Once the lotus flower appeared, it immediately started to blossom. The vigorous life force and mysterious concept surrounded Xiao Huailin and began to frantically devour his profound energy. But Xiao Huailin was not an ordinary person. He suddenly stepped forward and thrusted his sword towards the ground. Soaking sky, soaring fire. Crash. Star. Xiao Huailin spat out a fire pillar from beneath his feet. The fire pillar appeared and burned the lotus flower with golden light, causing sect leader to fly even further into the air as he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. When he landed on the ground, he was already breathing much less. Sect leader. Su Yun's eyes immediately turned red. He unleashed his devil chi and rushed forward with a ruthless roar. The current, you can't even block one of my fingers, so how can you be my opponent? The sect only had this much strength. How could they have treasures like the Lotus Star Sword S? Unfortunately, this is truly a pity. Hand it over to me and let me expand the scope of this sword. Looking at the old sect leader who was on the verge of death, Xiao Huailin shook his head helplessly. F***ck your mother. Su Yun was furious. He took out the Lotus Star Sword and stabbed it into the ground, roaring, "This is the Lotus Star Sword. If you have the ability, come and take it." Su Yun. Don't be impulsive, go quickly. Get out of here. This person could single-handedly destroy Black Hawk sect. His strength was probably extremely terrifying. You guys are definitely no match for him. The old sect leader grabbed onto the clothes on Su Yun's chest and shouted weakly. Sect leader, are you still unable to see clearly? He has already decided to destroy Lotus Star Sword sect. Do you think that we will still be useful if we leave now? Su Yun gritted his teeth as his eyes turned blood red. Ha 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 ha, you're right, you guys are bullying me, and with so many people beating me, it's just too despicable. In order to punish your despicable people, you guys are going to be my brother's food. It really likes to devour souls, so don't even think about leaving today. Xiao Huailin laughed sinisterly, staring at the group as he spoke sinisterly. You are that vicious? Old sect leader opened his eyes wide and said with all his might. You are the shameless ones. Xiao Huailin laughed, and did not remain polite, and continued to rush towards the group, holding his sword to kill. He killed people like he was cutting wheat. The people of Lotus Star Sword sect could not stop him at all. Seeing that, Su Yun clenched his teeth and grit his teeth. He finally made his decision. He put down his old sect leader and planned on rushing forward to fight with Xiao Huailin. But in the next second, the old sect leader grabbed Su Yun's arm. Wait, Su Yun. If you go past like this, you will only end up losing your life. You will never be able to win against Xiao Huailin. The old sect leader said weakly and anxiously, There's a way. You can beat him. So you do what I tell you. Okay? Don't. Reckless. Sect leader, you have a way? Hearing that, Su Yun immediately stopped and asked, Sect leader, what is the method? Tell me quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Methods. It's a good idea. But I can't do it alone. But you can do it. Su Yun, do as I say. As the old sect leader spoke, he pulled Su Yun and weakly shouted, First. Help me up first. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately helped the old sect leader up. He only saw the old sect leader sitting down cross-legged, both of his hands raised horizontally, flat on his chest, eyes closed, as though he was meditating. The 3 bloody holes on his chest were still smoking. The bloody holes had already pierced through his chest. The old sect leader was still alive. It was simply a miracle. Sit down. Old sect leader gasped. Su Yun immediately followed along. Close down your spirit core, empty all the profound chi inside. The old sect leader said again. After Su Yun heard this, he was immediately stunned. How can this be? Sect leader, once I do this, my magic tools will inevitably stop functioning, and no one will be able to stop the fire dragon. Don't say too much, do the snapshot, the old sect leader said anxiously. Seeing that, Suyin started to think rapidly, but very quickly, he decided to believe the words of the old sect leader. He immediately shut down all the spirit core in his body, stopped the creation of the profound chi, and at the same time forced the remaining profound chi out of his body. Without the supply of profound chi, the giant's power began to dissipate. Concentrate and calm your mind. Let your mind be empty. Do not think about it. Open the 4 acupuncture points: Heavenly Valley, for Lotus, Tactics of the Tail, and Moonwood, the old sect leader said while pressing his right hand on Suyun's chest. Suyun immediately followed along. Dong 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 dong. Just then, a series of intense explosions sounded out from the other side of the fire dragon, and the fire dragon fell down from the sky, pressing down towards one of the gigantic devil bone giantess. The giant was directly pressed to the ground and had stopped moving. A large amount of flames engulfed it and roasted its pale body. Not to mention the giant, the other giants had also transformed into statues, and were completely motionless. The fire dragon was like a wild horse that had broken free of its bindings. It had lost its opponent, and was completely unbound. It discovered that the giants had lost their threat, so it immediately turned around and stared at the Lotus Star Sword sect people that Xiao Huailin had killed. Ah! When the people of Lotus Star Sword sect saw it, all of their expressions changed. Some of the weaker ones could not even stand straight, much less fight against the fire dragon. How could they handle such a terrifying, vicious beast? The fire dragon opened its mouth and spat towards the crowd. The fire dragon's saliva fell into the crowd, directly devouring dozens of people, leaving not even ashes behind. Rumbling lava and flames began to fill the air. The scene was extremely terrifying. Seeing that his disciples had all died tragically, the old sect leader's sunken eyes were filled with grief. He closed his eyes and did not dare to look at the scene again. He chanted a chant in a low voice. Each sentence slowly floated into Suyun's ears, and below the two of them, a pure white lotus rune appeared, and started to circle quickly, floating out with a business atmosphere. They were like vines, surrounding Suyun, and drilled into its body, entering into the Chi Meridian, walking towards the sealed spirit core. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. What kind of mystical profound skill was this, to have such an effect? Suyun was secretly shocked in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at the old sect leader in front of him. Suddenly, he discovered that the old sect leader had aged by more than 10 years. Before, he was still an old man, but now, he looked more like a dead man who was about to pass away. Sect leader, what exactly is this profound technique? Suyun sensed that something was amiss. He immediately asked. It's the profound technique that saved Lotus Star Sword sect, the old sect leader said indifferently. When he finished speaking, he suddenly retracted the hand that was covering Suyun's chest, and with lightning speed, he dug towards his own chest. But his heart was pulled out by the old sect leader. Suyun was dumbstruck. This heart did not look like an ordinary person's heart, but was pure white. The entire heart was snow white without a single flaw. It was so perfect that it was unbelievable. Old sect leader's expression was warped, blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He opened his eyes that were gradually becoming lifeless, staring at his heart. He suddenly grabbed onto the heart in his hand and crushed it, causing a bang sound. His heart turned into powder, then he slapped his palm fiercely onto Suyun's chest, causing a burst of energy to surge out like floodwaters, and instantly spread across Suyun's entire body. Suyun felt that the spirit core and chi meridian in his body were frantically rising. His internal organs, flesh, and blood were covered with a layer of pure white light, as though he was going to be reborn and be reborn. His cultivation also began to soar. Sect leader, you. What are you doing? Suyun opened his eyes wide and muttered. He felt his heart go blank. Although I have trained diligently and spent my entire life pursuing the great Tao, but My aptitude is too poor, and my cultivation time is too late. To date, my cultivation is only at the Sky Spirit Master. If I meet a supreme expert like Xiao Huailin, I cannot fight with him, and even if I become his disciple, I am not able to protect him. I am at the sect leader now, and what I have done is dereliction of my duty. If I go to the underworld, I will not have the face to meet the sect leader's past sect leader, and will not have the face to meet my master, so for the sake of the Lotus Star Sword sect, I can only do this. Old sect leader said weakly, his voice was like a mosquito's. Su Yun. Just a moment ago, 3 of my main chi meridian S were shattered by the shock, and the flames produced by Xiao Huailin's sword even burned most of the spirit core in my body. The current me isn't his match at all. Therefore, in order to save Lotus Star Sword sect, I can only place my hopes on you, now. You have all of my profound energy in your body. I'm not begging you to defeat Xiao Huailin. At least, delay. To delay him, and to persevere until an expert from the Linglong Mountain came to rescue him. Lotus Star Sword sect will not go to Black Hawk sect's back, so Lotus Star Sword sect will be saved. As the old sect leader spoke, his hand that was pressing on Su Yun's chest powerlessly drooped down, and as the last bit of chi leaked out, he stopped moving. Like a statue, he sat cross-legged in front of Su Yun, not moving an inch. Without even overflowing his soul, the heart that was just crushed already contained everything within the old sect leader, including his soul. The old sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword had completely disappeared this time. Su Yun's eyes widened, his heart beating even faster. He only felt that at this moment, the blood in his entire body was about to boil up, about to burn his blood vessels to ashes, about to melt his own body. The wound had already healed, and the power contained in Su Yun's body was much stronger than it was at its peak. The current him was at least capable of fighting against a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator. He did not know how long this would last, but it was enough. Old sect leader, rest in peace. Su Yun will definitely help you protect Lotus Star Sword sect. Su Yunchong cowed out to the old sect leader, then stood up and turned to look at the battle. Fire Dragon and Xiao Huailin were simply 2 gigantic black holes that crazily devoured the lives of the people from the Lotus Star Sword sect. Red of blood. Red of fire. Miserable screams and angry roars could be heard everywhere. But now, the angry roar added another sentence. Xiao Huailin. Both of Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned red. The devil chi in his entire body was like a flood that was leaking out, and in the blink of an eye, it dyed the entire sky red. The death sword in his hands trembled even more frantically, as though it was ignited by the anger in Su Yun's heart. His aura began to change. Roar! Sensing the might coming from the death sword, the fire dragon felt threatened and released a violent roar, attempting to suppress the power of the death sword. But at that moment, Su Yun had already rushed over. That momentum could simply topple mountains and overturn the seas. Xiao Huailin, who was in the middle of killing, was unable to defend in time and was stabbed in the shoulder by the menacing Su Yun. He was pushed out of the crowd, clashing with the lotuses, and in the end, the 2 of them smashed into the back mountains of the Lotus Star Sword sect. With a dong sound, the back of the mountain shook, and several huge cracks appeared on the mountain. The death sword stored up its devil chi and evil chi, and started to crazily tear at Xiao Huailin's body. It was just that. Xiao Huailin's imperial equipment was extraordinary, but even so, it was difficult for the death sword to pierce through it. On the contrary, the flame that burst out from the everlasting flame cloak started to roast Su Yun. Originally, you were having a good fight, but now you want to come over and butt in? How boring. Xiao Huailin looked helpless, as if he did not take Su Yun seriously. But soon, his expression changed. Your aura. It was completely different from before. Wait, this aura? Isn't that the aura of that old man? Could it be? Did he pass on his power to you? Xiao Huailin said in shock, this kind of secret technique is something that very few people know, and there are very few people who are willing to pass on the technique. I never thought that you would actually get such a good opportunity, and obtained the profound energy of that old fellow's body. Impressive, but... Xiao Huailin suddenly laughed. Do you think you can win against me like that? With that, he swung his sword straight for Su Yun's head. But in the next second... Clang! A pure white sword was pulled out by Su Yun, and blocked Xiao Huailin's sword. An even more ferocious flame erupted from the white sword, engulfing Xiao Huailin. Tribulation Fire Sword. Iron Mountain Flame was completely released. One black and one white, the two swords were like two supports, firmly suppressing Xiao Huailin, the terrifying sword chi surrounding his body tightly. Imperial equipment? Although Xiao Huailin appeared relaxed on the surface, Imperial equipment as who blocked injuries would definitely consume their own profound energy. Su Yun was well aware of this point. Wasn't his 7th tier Imperial equipment the same? No matter how powerful an Imperial equipment was, they would still have a moment of destruction. Su Yun firmly believed in this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. This sword's temperature is so high. Xiao Huailin stared at the Tribulation Fire Sword with a surprised expression. He wanted to blast Su Yun away, but discovered that Su Yun's strength was astonishing. Although Xiao Huailin was confident that he could deflect the opponent with a single slash, but in his current state, he was unable to do so. After all, Su Yun was attacking 2 points, and his profound energy was also forced to split up. One part of his profound energy was maintaining the Imperial equipment on him, and the other part was concentrated on the sword in his hand. The power of the black sword was not weak. If the supply of the Imperial equipment was relaxed, the sword would probably pierce through. Xiao Huailin thought. He stared at Su Yun for a moment, and decided to use brute force. He secretly suppressed his emotions, and slowly moved forward, causing Su Yun, who was using his sword to block Xiao Huailin, to be slowly pushed away. Seeing this, Xiao Huailin suddenly laughed complacently. Even with this, he still can't beat me. With that said, he suddenly turned the sword in his hand, and the body of the slender blood-red sword immediately released a blazing chi. The moment this chi touched the tribulation fire, it immediately exploded like thunder. The blast from the blast and the explosion of the flames forced the two of them to separate. However, Xiao Huailin was not affected by the impact of the explosion. He turned around and rushed Su Yun. Xiao Huailin waved his sword again. This sword strike seemed to have surpassed his previous swinging speed, and Su Yun reacted almost instinctively, raising his Tribulation Fire Sword to block. However, just as the Tribulation Fire Sword was about to stop the terrifying sword, the sword separated again, transforming into 6 afterimages that attacked together. What? Su Yun's face turned pale white. This sword, this speed, could completely be described as a grandson's 5,000 changes. Xiao Huailin stared at Su Yun with a complacent expression, but when he saw Su Yun's incomparably shocked expression, his complacency became even stronger. However, with a clang, the terrifying sword suddenly stopped. Xiao Huailin was startled. He turned to look, only to see his own sword being blocked by a layer of gray chi cover. Imperial equipment? Xiao Huailin was completely stunned. Do you think you're the only one who has a Imperial equipment? Su Yun said coldly. He removed the flag and slashed out. He pushed his speed to the limit. Both swords danced crazily. The divine wind sword technique swung out. The sword edge swept up afterimages, engulfing Xiao Huailin. Although Su Yun's speed could not compare to Xiao Huailin's, Xiao Huailin was still unable to care about anything else due to this violent attack. At the very least, he could only deal with Su Yun now, and not Su Yun. As a result, Su Yun's goal was achieved. As long as he could hold Xiao Huailin back until the Linglong Mountain experts arrived, then there would be nowhere for him to run. At that time, just relying on him ignoring the rules of the Linglong Mountain, destroying the Black Hawk sect, and attacking the Lotus Star Sword sect would be enough to put him to death. Xiao Huailin also unleashed his swift sword, but his speed was unable to give the battle a huge advantage. The two of them had fought for more than 100 breaths of time, only seeing the sword chi rippling out, the clash of the sword blades causing the explosion to continuously burst out. The entire mountaintop was flattened by the sword chi, the battle becoming extremely intense. Xiao Huailin seemed to know that continuing to pester Su Yun would only be disadvantageous to him, so he immediately shouted, as if sending a signal to the fire dragon. The fire dragon roared out. It shook its long and sturdy body, flying in the air, releasing a strong killing intent towards Su Yun. The dense chi released by the fire dragon was like the sky that shrouded Su Yun's heart. If Xiao Huailin and the fire dragon combined their powers, even if Su Yun and the old sect leader's cultivation was the same, they would still be no match for each other. After all, the destructive power of the fire dragon was far greater than Xiao Huailin's. However, Su Yun had been waiting for the fire dragons to attack for a long time. His eyes suddenly flashed with a red light, the evil chi on his body suddenly disappeared, the devil chi overflowed, with the form of a whirlpool, it rushed towards his arm. What a strong devil chi! Xiao Huailin was secretly shocked. He also became cautious, worried that Su Yun would use profound skill. However, Su Yun did not move much. The unusual thing that appeared was, shockingly, the 7 devil bone giantess. The 7 gigantic sculptures once again moved. They stood tall on the ground, rushed out of the flames, and quickly rushed towards the fire dragon. The ground quaked under the trampling of the 7 giants. However, the 7 giants didn't attack the fire dragon. Instead, they continued to run, and their massive, towering, pale bodies began to slowly draw close together. Each of them was emitting a different light. Some of the imprints on their forehead were glowing, some of the imprints on their chest were emitting light, some of them had arms, some of them had legs, and all of them were different. The devil chi transformed into a thick and boundless chain, connecting the other two, finally forming a whole, tightly binding the 7 giants together. Changgu's heroic spirit. The 7 devil bone guards could be combined into one with Changgu's help. In truth, they were originally a whole body. They were the sacred bone demonic guard that had been taken down from a single body. This chain was only to restore it to its original state. These devil chi were like a cocoon, surrounding the 7 gigantic giants completely. Furthermore, the devil chi was continuously leaking, and the cocoon got bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. When it stopped growing, the cocoon was already as tall as Imutai. I'm afraid. Everyone in the Linglong Mountain could see its majestic and heroic appearance. Lotus Star Sword sect was only the size of a few feet beneath it. After the cocoon appeared, Su Yun's body once again felt as if it was being peeled out of a cocoon. He gritted his teeth and persevered, not daring to relax in the slightest. The cocoon hatched very quickly, but after a few seconds, it loosened. The chains formed by the devil chi slowly loosened up. They broke one by one, disintegrated, and finally dissipated. The cocoon also slowly disintegrated, and like sand blown by the wind, it gradually flew away into the distance. It was at this moment that an enormous creature walked out from within the cocoon. At this moment, everyone in the Linglong Mountain was dumbstruck. What kind of grand existence was this? The ancient demon gods probably called him such a majestic giant? It had a body of white bones, the head was as huge as a mountain, it had 2 horns as big as a mountain, it had 7 eyes, 2 on the left and 3 on the right, and 1 on the forehead, all of them were red in color, with 6 arms, each arm was thick and sturdy and thick, it was able to build a city with huge shoulders with bone spikes, the bone spikes were extremely sharp, and it was also abnormally huge, but compared to the bone spikes, the terrifying pair of enormous bone wings on its back was something that people would never forget for life. The moment it appeared, it gave off a peerless aura as if it could destroy the entire world. It was as if everything in the world was an ant in its eyes. Even the hegemons of the world could not match up. Devil Bone Spirit. Su Yun gazed. He had spent a huge amount of profound chi, the last imprint of the Devil Bone Guard that had been activated, the imprint that Changgu had given him. If it wasn't for the old sect leader's help, he definitely wouldn't have allowed the 7 Devil Bone Giant to merge into one. In front of Devil Bone Spirit, that enormous fire dragon was only like a small snake. The dragon aura emitted from its body was not enough to affect Devil Bone Spirit. What exactly is this thing? Xiao Huailin stared at Devil Bone Spirit in shock, and involuntarily shouted. The current him no longer had the confidence and complacency he had before, and what he had now was only shock and bewilderment. Taking the chance that he was distracted, Su Yun immediately jumped back towards the gigantic Devil Bone Spirit. Devil Bone Spirit extended his terrifying palm, which covered the sky, and dragged Su Yun away, and then placed him on his shoulder. This was a real giant shoulder. Su Yun stood on the giant's shoulder. The strong wind was blowing and made his cape flutter. He coldly looked down at Xiao Huailin, his blood-red eyes filled with endless killing intent. The devil chi danced in the sky. Kill! Su Yun ordered towards Devil Bone Spirit coldly. Instantly, Devil Bone Spirit moved once again. He opened his hand, and like a mountain with 5 fingers, his palm pressed down towards Xiao Huailin. It was so terrifying that it felt as if the sky was crumbling down. What is this? Xiao Huailin retreated a few steps, raised his head and looked at the palm. He wanted to use the profound energy to resist, but at that moment, he realized that the strength that the palm had was not inferior to his. If the previous Devil Bone Giant was built on the basis of Su Yun's cultivation, then this Devil Bone Spirit was built on the basis of Yin Mo's and Changgu's cultivation. The two peerless experts of the Devil Sect could definitely compare to ordinary people. Roar! The fire dragon rushed over and struck the palm of the huge palm, trying to stop the palm from falling, but the power of the palm was unimaginable. Under the pressure of the palm, the fire dragon was directly smashed into the ground. Along with Xiao Huailin, they were pressed down onto the ground. The ground completely shattered. The gigantic force completely destroyed Lotus Starsword Sect's mountain. All of the houses were destroyed. The entire scene was a mess. The people of Lotus Starsword Sect were all thrown onto the ground. They could not even stand steadily, and some people were even blown flying, causing the cities and towns closest to the Lotus Starsword Sect to be affected, causing the entire world to be shocked. No one stopped Su Yun. Su Yun himself would never stop either. If he did not kill Xiao Huailin, the hatred in his heart would not be pacified. Roar! Devil Bone Spirit roared loudly. He once again extended his palm out towards the broken ground, grabbing Xiao Huailin, who was smaller than an ant, holding onto his palm. He started to crush. The powerful force and devil chi was like a meat grinder, crazily killing Xiao Huailin. Xiao Huailin completely gave up on his offense, and focused all of his strength on the Imperial equipment, using it to block Devil Bone Spirit's attack. The fire dragon broke through the soil and spewed out a fierce flame towards Devil Bone Spirit. The flame was like a sea of fire, baptizing his entire body. But the Devil Bone Spirit was safe. This heroic spirit body was probably more powerful than the Sky Spirit Master. The people of Lotus Starsword Sect were all stunned, their expressions stunned. To them, this scene was no less than Pangu's world creation. They believed that everyone present would never be able to forget this magnificent sight for the rest of their lives. The giant's existence and powerful strength had completely overturned what these people thought of the strong. In the distance, a thick layer of clouds was floating towards Lotus Starsword Sect. When they received the urgent message from the Lotus Starsword Sect, they responded to it one by one. Very quickly, there were over 10,000 strong experts rushing over. Each of them had a cultivation level above the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. It could be said to be a group of heroes. However, when they reached the Lotus Starsword Sect, the giant that appeared already made everyone stop in their tracks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. What is this? Lord of Feather Moon Pavilion frowned. As the leader of the strongest power in the Linglong Mountain, Yan Wen usually would not go out to capture criminals who violated the rules. However, today was different. This prisoner had destroyed a sect. This is definitely not something an ordinary clan can contend against, dispatch ordinary spirit cultivators over, and that would be just sending himself to his death. The experts present were not only the pavilion master of Feather Moon Pavilion, but also the sect leader, Qinsong Mountain, and so on. Everyone stepped onto the layer of clouds formed from the qi and stared ahead. Every face was filled with concentration. Is he an enemy or a friend? Qinsong Mountain of the Qinsong Mountain said in a low voice. Perhaps he's a friend, but not an enemy. The Tsunhui Senior from the Tsunhui sect said in a low voice. How do you know? Zhang Luquang asked. The old Tsunhui Senior who was dressed in blue stretched out his staff and pointed towards the direction of the fire dragon. The fire dragon has been suppressed. As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look, only to see the fire dragon that was spitting flames at the giant being caught by one of his hands and crushed by him as well. The giant had 6 arms, and the chi on each of these arms could easily tear apart anything under the Sky Spirit Master. Even people of the Sky Spirit Master realm or higher would have difficulty resisting this chi and power. The strength of this giant was unrivaled. Such a terrifying existence caused the faces of everyone present to darken. Lord Yanwen, what do you think we should do? Zhang Luquang retracted his gaze, and turned to the middle-aged man in luxurious robes, Yanwen, and asked. Ask the situation and then act. Yanwen said, the messages from the Lotus Starsword sect, this place belongs to the Lotus Starsword sect as well. Quickly send some people to invite the old sect leader from the Lotus Starsword sect and interrogate him. All right. Zhang Luquang nodded, then turned and spoke a few words to the people around him, and very quickly, a few spirit cultivators flew down. After a while, a few Lotus Starsword sect people flew over with the few spirit cultivator people. The one leading them was Lotus Starsword sect's chief elite Hua Tianwu, but at the moment, he had one of his arms cut off. His body had countless of sword wounds and burn marks. His spirit chi was extremely weak. If not for his profound cultivation, all of these injuries were enough to take his life. Hua Tianwu was brought to the stage, and rushed to his knees in front of Yanwen and the others, and said anxiously, Hua Tianwu pays his respects to Pavilion Master Yan, the various sect leaders, the sect masters, and the various sect masters. Please dispatch some experts as soon as possible, and help me teach Protector Su. Kill Xiao Huailin. Protector Su? Xiao Huailin? Zhang Luquang, Tsunhui Senior and the rest looked at each other, completely confused. Hua Jingrui, stand up and speak. Don't be anxious, I only came over after receiving the news, I do not know much about this. Yanwen helped Hua Tianwu up. Tell me about the situation. Also, why are you not seeing your honorable clan's sect leader? Hearing that, Hua Tianwu's eyes suddenly filled with extreme grief and indignation. Clenching his fists tightly, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, and said with hatred, Sect leader was precisely killed by Xiao Huailin. Old sect leader is dead? When the crowd heard this, they burst into an uproar. Some people revealed looks of surprise, while many others revealed expressions of helplessness and sadness. Tsunhui Senior and the rest all shook their heads. For this news, many people would find it hard to accept. Yanwen sighed, then continued, Hua Jingrui, you said that the old sect leader was killed by Xiao Huailin. Then, who is this Xiao Huailin? This person is the traitor who destroyed the Black Hawk sect. Hua Tianwu roared in anger, who knows where this person came from? Come to my sword sect, meet my sect leader, and then carry out assassinations. His cultivation is extremely high, he has the protection of the imperial equipment, and even has the help of the ancient vicious beast. His methods are all-encompassing. I have never been his opponent. An old sect leader was injured before. So that's how it is. Yanwen nodded and turned to look in that direction. At the moment, the giant's palm was already forced open by Xiao Huailin, but Xiao Huailin was not feeling well. The flames on his fiery red robes were already extremely weak, and Xiao Huailin's face was extremely pale, as though he had reached the end of his life. On the shoulders of the giant, the black-cloaked man formed hand seals with one hand, causing devil chi to wreak havoc, and the giant's aura grew even more powerful. Then, who is this person? Yanwen finally asked the question that everyone urgently wanted to know. Him? Hua Tianwu looked at Su Yilin, his eyes flashing with confusion and respect, and said seriously, he is my new protector, his name is Su Yilin, he is the successor to Qingwenlu, and he was personally appointed by the sect leader. If not for Protector Su, who stepped forward in time, the Lotus Star Sword sect would have followed in the footsteps of the new Black Hawk sect, and no longer exists. Everyone's heart trembled. The Tsanghuai Senior cried out in shock, "This person is your sword sect's protector? When did your sword sect have such a terrifying expert?" No one could see through Su Yun's cultivation, but that was not important. What was important was that the giant's imposing manner was something that these people could not even compare to. If the Lotus Star Sword sect had such an expert, then his position in the Linglong Mountain would also rise. Su Yun has never heard of this. Where did he come from? Zhang Luquang asked again. Right now, Protector Su is injured. I am afraid that he cannot stay here for long. I hope that all of the sect leader can quickly take action and help my protector to take down Xiao Huailin, the thief, and return my Lotus Star Sword sect to us, our Lotus Star Sword sect, as well as our peace. Hua Tianwu said anxiously, and his head dropped to the ground. Seeing that, Yan Wen and the rest realized that they were indeed asking too many questions. Now was not the time to speak nonsense. Yan Wen nodded to the experts from the various sects, and everyone understood, immediately rushing out to attack Xiao Huailin together. Without any hesitation, all sorts of profound and stunning profound skill were wrapped around Xiao Huailin. The surrounding space rippled, and the exquisite profound energy whistled through the air. Xiao Huailin sensed it and turned to look, his body drenched in cold sweat. Although his methods were heaven-warping, he was truly unmatched. If not for Su Yun and the giant, he would still be able to fight against these experts, but he was already suppressed by Su Yun. How could he have the chance to retaliate? Using numbers to bully the young. Using numbers to bully the young. Are the people from your Linglong Mountain so shameless and so boring? Good, good. This time, I will let all of you go, and in the future, I will definitely settle this score with all of you. Xiao Huailin released an angry roar. His palm struck the giant's palm, releasing a circle of profound chi flames, shaking the palm away. He then took the chance to speed up to his limit and flew far away. Want to run? Did I let you run? Sunhuai Senior snorted, the sound resonating outwards, causing Xiao Huailin's blood to boil. The chi meridian trembled like strings, and his body became unstable, almost falling down from the sky. This method was to ignore the Imperial equipment. Don't try to run away, you made a ruckus in the Linglong Mountain. Come back and do it. Lord of Feather Moon Pavilion spoke indifferently. He extended his hand forward, and a mysterious force that was close to space erupted out from his palm, causing the air to tremble like waves and waves, causing it to distort. Xiao Huailin's body suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Yanwen, holding onto his neck tightly, and was unable to struggle at all. What a powerful technique! Everyone cried out. He is indeed worthy of being called the peak great sage of Linglong Mountain. Damn it! Xiao Huailin struggled for a bit, then shouted at Yanwen angrily. Then, he quickly waved his hand, extended two fingers, and pointed at his chest. Bang! An intense explosion suddenly occurred, engulfing both Xiao Huailin and Yanwen. Pavilion Master. Seeing that, the people from Feather Moon Pavilion rushed over anxiously and shouted. I'm fine, don't worry. With that said, Yanwen's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that Yanwen was alright, the people of Feather Moon Pavilion were relieved. I never thought that he would be so ruthless, actually igniting the Imperial equipment. Even though his Imperial equipment was not destroyed, it must have suffered some serious damage, and its grade is probably going to drop by a lot. Yanwen frowned. When he looked at Xiao Huailin, he did not know how Xiao Huailin suddenly appeared tens of kilometers away. His appearance was no longer as unrestrained as before, and he was now in a sorry state. His hair was in a mess, and his clothes were in tatters. His skin was split open in many places. Seeing that, the other experts would not let him go. With everyone surrounding him, Xiao Huailin was trapped in the encirclement. Xiao Huailin suffered from the fierce attack, which he was unable to withstand. The scattered profound skill and blades in the surroundings almost wanted to drown him out. Is there no other way? Upon seeing this, Su Yun, who was on the giant's shoulder, could not suppress his blood-red eyes from his anger. He kept the 1,000 swords, the Death Sword and the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword, holding only one sword. Tribulation Fire. The injuries caused by the Tribulation Fire could never be healed. If he wanted to kill, he would have to kill them all. He would not let Xiao Huailin have the chance to make a comeback. Staring at the red figure in the middle of the crowd, Su Yun took a step forward and flew into the air. With one hand holding the sword, he pointed the blade straight at Xiao Huailin, who was in the middle of the crowd, and released the remaining profound energy in his body with all his strength. Instantaneous descent. Suddenly, the white light fell to the ground like a meteor, dazzling and resplendent. And at the edge of the scorching and miraculous longsword, a pure white and beautiful lotus rune appeared. Xiao Huailin, remember this sword. Su Yun roared, as the sword tip descended. The incomparably powerful Xiao Huailin suddenly turned to the side and raised his sword to block. Heart tip cleaving sword art. Su Yun took the opportunity to activate the sprite's shadow, causing the Tribulation Fire Sword's sword might to suddenly increase by several folds. The fierce sword aura had dispersed all the enemy's profound energy, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. Xiao Huailin could not endure it anymore, the blood sword was knocked away, the Tribulation Fire Sword pierced his heart, the Imperial equipment could not stop the terrifying Tribulation Fire Sword, it was instantly pierced, the blazing sword pierced through Xiao Huailin's chest. Lotus Star Sword Art. Crack! Su Yun activated his profound chi, thinking to create it, then shouted loudly. Dawn! Xiao Huailin's chest immediately exploded, like a blooming lotus flower, his skin and bones rolled out, and a huge transparent hole completely appeared in his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591. A single sword strike had broken through. The power that the old sect leader gave him was almost all used up. Xiao Huailin himself used some kind of technique to change his cultivation, which gave him the illusion that he was only using the third grade of Sky Spirit Master, but his cultivation must be even stronger, and to break through a body that has a higher cultivation than himself, that is extremely difficult. Even though Xiao Huailin is also at the end of his strength, it is still not possible. But now, Su Yun had actually given him a fatal strike, relying entirely on the miraculous Lotus Star Sword art, relying entirely on his imagination. When he activated the Lotus Star Sword art, Su Yun felt as if his mind had been deprived of all thoughts and powers. It was completely blank, and his state of mind was even calmer, to the point where he was terrifying. He no longer had the grief of dying a horrible death for the old sect leader, nor was he angry at Xiao Huailin. The old sect leader had once said that the main motivation for his thoughts was his thinking and his state of mind. After eliminating everything, he insisted on what he wished for right now and used the profound energy as a medium to make his sword dance. This was a powerful sword skill that transcended ordinary sword techniques. When his state of mind and thoughts completely emptied, Su Yun's brain and heart could not help but let out a crazy thought. Destroy Xiao Huailin. His chest exploded, causing blood to spurt out, his internal organs were shattered, Xiao Huailin's body immediately dropped down from the sky. It fell to the ground. Seeing that, Su Yun did not rest, he raised his Tribulation Fire Sword and rushed forward again, the sword tip sweeping out, wanting to break apart his flesh and blood, and shatter soul. Only when his soul was cut down would Xiao Huailin truly die, if not, when he encountered the supreme expert reconstructing his body for him, he would still be able to revive, so, if he wanted to kill Xiao Huailin, he would have to kill him thoroughly. However, right at that moment, a ray of white light suddenly shot out from Xiao Huailin's neck, and enveloped his entire body. This light was like a transparent membrane that tightly surrounded his body. When the light appeared, a large amount of light surged towards the broken part of his chest, quickly transforming into transparent internal organs and flesh. This is bad. Yanwen frowned, his figure moved, and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Huailin. With one hand forming a finger, he quickly pointed at the thin film that wrapped around Xiao Huailin. Dawn. A large circle of profound chi rippling out from the surface of the film, the void trembled, all the experts in the four directions were blown back, and the film also shook and cracked, but was not ripped apart. Seeing that, Soo-Yun rushed towards the tribulation fire and hacked it, but still created a crack, and did not break it. Protector Su, this must be some kind of protective magic treasure. I'm afraid this Xiao Huailin is a descendant or disciple of some supreme expert. This protective magic treasure is definitely an extraordinary object. It must be bestowed by some powerful holy saint. It is so easy to break through. If he wants to escape, we need to quickly cut him off and capture him. Yan Wen called out. Soo-Yun nodded his head and started to attack fiercely, but before much of a hit, Xiao Huailin, who was wrapped in a membrane, suddenly opened his eyes and started to move quickly. At the moment, he seemed to have received the support of the magic treasuress and was able to unleash a lot of profound chi-s. In the blink of an eye, his body had landed tens of kilometers away and was dodging the sharp light. But all the experts present had extraordinary cultivation bases, with the profound technique that connected to the sky. While Xiao Huailin was retreating, a total of 7 people immediately landed beside him and started attacking. However, before the 7 of them could make a move, a scorching heat attacked them. It was the fire dragon. It used all its strength to break free from the devil bone spirit's restraints and rushed towards Xiao Huailin with an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it was already at Xiao Huailin's side, and then, without caring about anything else, it started to attack the experts around. An expert was not allowed to get close, but Xiao Huailin took the opportunity to turn around and flee, not caring about the life or death of the fire dragon in the slightest. Seeing this, everyone wanted to chase and kill it, but the fire dragon was guarding that place with its life. Anyone who approached that place would have to welcome it. With Fire Dragon Hall's rear, Xiao Huailin could very smoothly escape. Soo-Yun wanted to urge the Devil Bone Spirit to intercept Xiao Huailin, but just as he was about to give the order to the Devil Bone Spirit, his vision went dark. Before he could even react, he fell from the sky and fainted, and the enormous Devil Bone Spirit immediately turned into sand and disappeared into the air. The profound chi was exhausted. Quick, bring Protector Su down for treatment. The Pale Hua Tianwu anxiously shouted to the people of Lotus Starsword sect. Hearing that, an expert immediately rushed over to catch Soo-Yun, and a few Lotus Starsword sect people rushed over. Without any hesitation, they supported Soo-Yun and retreated. The scene was a mess. Yan Wen and the rest had not given up. A group of people stayed behind to kill the fire dragon, while the other people followed Yan Wen and chased after Xiao Huailin. Although his chest was pierced, he was still unable to die. He continued to run. His speed was extremely fast. Other than the top existences like Yan Wen and Sunghui Sr., who were able to keep up with his footsteps, the rest of them were left far behind. Not even their shadows could be seen. With the magic treasure in his body, Xiao Huailin naturally would not kill him so easily. He took out an eyeball-sized bead and threw it behind him, at the same time shooting out a ray of profound chi onto the bead. When Yan Wen and the rest reached the smoke, the profound chi in everyone's body immediately dropped, as if it was swallowed by the smoke. Disperse! Yan Wen formed a hand seal and shouted loudly. The profound energy rippled out in all 4 directions and pushed the smoke away. When he looked at Xiao Huailin again, he was already nowhere to be seen. Damn it, let that kid run! Zhang Luquan said angrily. This person's cultivation is not ordinary, his entire body is a treasure, and with the help of an ancient vicious beast like the fire dragon, I'm afraid he is not an ordinary person. I wonder if there is someone capable behind him. But Sunghui Sr. said worriedly. In fact, when they were trying to kill Xiao Huailin, although they were ganging up on him, no one dared to kill him. Xiao Huailin was strong, and had arrogantly come to the Linglong Mountain to cause trouble. They did not know if there were any powerful people behind him, and some of them were worried that they had offended the Lord by killing Xiao Huailin, and so they kept their trump cards, hoping that he would be captured or killed. That was why Xiao Huailin was able to escape. Otherwise, with so many experts from the Linglong Mountain acting together, the injured Xiao Huailin would not be able to leave. Although they came together, their hearts were different. Yan Wen and Sunghui Sr. understood what the crowd was thinking. but none of them revealed any of their intentions. We should immediately give the order to chase after Xiao Huailin throughout the mountain, and add more defenses to prevent anyone who is unknown from entering the Linglong mountain. It would be best if we can capture Xiao Huailin, and if we can't, we must chase him out, so that he won't dare to take another step into the Linglong mountain. Yanwen said in a low voice. That's right. Everyone nodded. At this time, many spirit cultivator flew from behind. Seeing that, Yanwen immediately walked over. Lord Yanwen, have you caught that madman yet? A sect leader cupped his fists towards Yanwen and asked. He was lucky enough to escape. Yanwen shook his head. As these words were spoken, everyone revealed a look of disappointment. The fire dragons can be destroyed? Not dead. The person shook his head and said, we were in the middle of a battle with the fire dragon when the fire dragon suddenly disappeared. Our methods were all for naught. How wonderful. Disappeared? How is that possible? This is absolutely true. Everyone has seen it. Then what happened? Everyone was puzzled. Yanwen scratched his chin and thought for a while, then said, maybe we guessed wrong. This fire dragon might not be the vicious beast that Xiao Huailin captured, but it's just a magic tool that he summoned. Magic tool? The few of them looked at each other. Suddenly, they thought of another existence that possessed an extremely powerful magic tool. It was the Lotus Star Sword sect who suddenly arrived while he was unconscious, Su Yun. Whiz! A fiery red figure crashed into a lush green forest. With a pang sound, the figure landed, creating a large crater in the ground. Burning flames splashed in all directions, igniting the surroundings, scaring away some of the nearby birds. The figure laid on the ground and gasped for breath. After that, he used his sword to support himself as he stood up. I never thought that there would be so many experts in Linglong Mountain, and even that black-cloaked guy. Damn it, too damn it. Relying on your numbers to bully me with my numbers, I will definitely take revenge, Su Yun, right? Xiao Huailin will definitely not let you off. Xiao Huailin said while gasping for breath. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. At this moment, the organs in his chest that were created by the transparent membrane were already slowly collapsing. He felt his strength getting weaker and weaker, and the pain in his chest was getting stronger and stronger. Father said before, this magic treasure will quickly heal wounds when it receives a fatal blow, prevent its death, and save its life. However, this can only last for a day. If I can use the profound chi to produce new flesh and blood to fill up the wounds on this day, it won't die. Xiao Huailin muttered. He immediately sat down cross-legged, activated his spirit chi to recuperate his injuries. However, after meditating for 4 whole hours, the profound chi started to rapidly revolve in his body, stimulating the blood vessels in his cells, causing them to regrow, yet there was no sign of movement at all. It was as if the injured area was completely isolated from his own body, not affected by the profound chi at all. What's going on? Xiao Huailin was shocked. No effect at all? He lowered his head to look at his wound and saw a white flame burning there. It was small and faint, but it was real. No matter how the profound chi threw itself onto the flame, it could not extinguish it. These flames were thousands of times more violent than the flames he was using. How would Xiao Huailin know that this was the supreme flame on the mountain where the Tribulation Fire Sword was located? Even if he used a godly technique, he might not even be able to extinguish the flame. Hey, what are you doing here? Just as Xiao Huailin turned pale with fright, a clear and crisp voice came out from beside him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592. When the voice came out, Xiao Huailin immediately jumped and retreated with his sword drawn, looking towards the direction of the voice. He saw a petite girl in a purple robe standing in front of a burning tree. The girl looked exceptionally cute, with white skin, big black eyes, and a head of long hair that fell to her waist. However, there was a snow-white tail behind her, and 2 cute fox ears were sticking out of her head. Fox demon? Xiao Huailin was startled. Eh? What kind of profound technique is this? The fox demon looked at Xiao Huailin's chest and revealed a surprised expression. I'm seriously injured. Xiao Huailin suddenly gritted his teeth. It was those shameless people from Linglong Mountain who beat me up. They bully me because I can't defeat them alone, so I ended up like this. But why aren't you dead? What was going on with this chest? With such heavy wounds, if it were a normal person, they would have already died, no? The fox demon continued to ask. This is the life-continuing magic treasure my father gave me. I need to quickly recover the injuries on my chest, but right now, my profound chi seems to be unable to recover. I need to go back to my father and have him treat me. Saying that, Xiao Huailin's face suddenly turned cold. He stared at the fox demon and said, I can see that your cultivation is not low. It is very difficult for me to walk now, so please bring me out of Wanhua realm. If you are willing to bring me away and return to the sword world, I will make my father bestow upon you a good reward. If you are not willing, I will kill you. With that, Xiao Huailin extended his hand and pointed at his waist. A strand of profound energy was inserted into his belt. In that moment, he roared out, and a majestic fire dragon flew out from his belt, dancing in the sky. Seeing this, the fox demon was so scared that her face paled. She hurriedly retreated and said, Don't do anything rash, don't kill me. I will bring you there. That's more like it. Xiao Huailin kept the fire dragon and nodded in satisfaction. But I don't know where the sword world is. You need to lead the way. Of course, bring me along as well. How long will it take to get to the sword world from here? At least 3 days. Then how long can you last? On this day, Xiao Huailin hesitated. 1 day? Then wouldn't you die on the road? The fox demon pointed to her pink lips and said, I will cheer you up and speed up your journey. Try to get there within 1 day. But if there is an accident and you are delayed, won't you die on the way? Can you guarantee that you won't encounter any enemies on the way? Can you guarantee that you won't encounter any vicious beast harassment along the way? That fox demon smiled with his charming eyes. I think it's better that you don't go to the sword world. You should first stabilize your injuries. As long as the condition of your injuries is stable, you can go to your own sword world. Isn't that better? If I could stabilize my injuries, how could I possibly talk so much nonsense with you? Xiao Huailin said somewhat impatiently. He then saw the fox demon giving a sly smile and said, I know of a spirit spring water somewhere. It is said that it is extremely magical. It is formed from the fresh blood of a goddess above the 9th heaven, holy and noble. If ordinary people were to soak in it, their body will become indestructible. The spirit cultivator will be able to soak in it. Their cultivation will be able to increase greatly. Their body will not be destroyed. For a person like you with serious injuries like this, just soak in it, or their injuries will be healed. Hearing that, Xiao Huailin's eyes released a gold light, as though he was grabbing onto a lifesaver. He anxiously said, There's actually such a place? Quickly tell me, where is the spirit spring water? I came here to look for the spirit spring. It should be nearby. What's the matter? Are you going? The fox demon laughed. Do you want me to bring you there? Awesome. Extreme. If there is such a place, I cannot take the risk and travel. Xiao Huailin nodded his head and said happily, Quickly, bring me there. All right then. Follow me. The fox demon laughed, shaking her fox tail as she advanced. A warm stream of spring water flowed into Su Yun's body, nourishing the nearly dried up chi meridian blood vessels and flesh. This feeling was extremely comfortable. Su Yun's consciousness recovered, and he could not help but open his eyes to see a middle-aged man with short hair sitting in front of him. The man was pressing his hands on Su Yun's chest, closing his eyes to stimulate his chi, and when he noticed Su Yun waking up, he opened his eyes and looked at Su Yun. He slightly withdrew his hand, and then raised his hand up and smiled. Master Su, are you awake, and are you feeling better? Who are you? Su Yun suspiciously looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Where are we?" "I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Feather Moon Pavilion, Mo Ping. Sir Su is the protector. I am naturally still in the Lotus Star Sword sect." The middle-aged man with a square face laughed. "Lord Su is fighting with manpower to rob Xiao Huailin, to resist the ancient vicious beast in Fire Dragon. The credit is great, and as an important subject of the Realm Lord, you have the divine leaf in your hands, so I am under the orders of the Pavilion Master, and am specially helping you to recuperate." The position of protector was actually not much in the eyes of Yen Wen and the rest, let alone the protector. Even if they compared it with the old sect leader, it would be useless. Lotus Star Sword sect was not some big sect. If not, the Black Hawk sect would not bully them. However, the nature of the divine leaf that Su Yun possessed was different. The divine leaf represented the Realm Lord, which meant that Su Yun had the Realm Lord supporting him from behind. Su Yun nodded his head. "Then I really have to thank Pavilion Master Mo for saving me." "Hey, your words are too polite." Mo Ping laughed. "Although you have many injuries, they can't be considered severe, and the wound did not hit your vital parts, but the consumption of profound energy is too great, and the Chi Meridian is slightly damaged. You can rest for the time being and inform the Pavilion Master and the others." With that, Mo Ping left the house. Su Yun looked around the room, and realized that he was actually in the old sect leader's room. Thinking that the old sect leader was no longer here, Su Yun felt sad in his heart. If not for the old sect leader, he would have died a long time ago. He sighed and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started to meditate. However, just as he was activating his chi to adjust his breathing, he was surprised. The profound chi in his body had become many times purer and purer than before, and it was even purer and thicker. If the previous profound chi was like a thin cloud that dispersed with the wind, then the current profound chi was like the black mass of dark clouds before the storm that oppressed the city, destroying everyone. Not only profound chi, but chi meridian, flesh, blood, bones, veins, spirit core, and more had undergone an unimaginable and miraculous transformation, becoming stronger and more powerful. What was going on? Could it be that after fighting with Xiao Huailin, his strength had increased by so much? Su Yun thought. Raising his right hand, he opened his palm and released out a bit of profound chi. A circle of white light appeared on his palm, as strands of immortal chi floated out and revolved around his palm. Gently holding onto his palm, he touched the profound chi. It was extremely exquisite and magical. It was extremely shocking. Third grade of Sky Spirit Master. A leap of 3 grades. What was going on? Su Yun realized that his own profound chi's grade made it difficult for him to think. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and that astonished face quickly calmed down. Could it be the cultivation of the old sect leader? It is very likely that the old sect leader bestowed me with all of his power before I died, maybe not only temporarily using profound energy, but also some kind of technique. Although I did not obtain all of my cultivation, the remaining power is already more than sufficient. Su Yun dispersed the profound chi, took a deep breath and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Thump. At this time, light footsteps came from outside the house. Su Yun opened his eyes and saw a few spirit cultivators walking in. The person leading the group had fought with Xiao Huailin previously, and he had seen him before. "Lord Su Yun, are you feeling better?" Yen Wen stepped into the house and laughed. "Thanks to everyone's care, Su Yun is fine." Su Yun stood up and said, "Good." Yen Wen nodded. He turned and nodded to Mo Ping, who was at the side. Mo Ping then brought a box over and placed it in front of Su Yun. "Lord Su Yun, it has helped you to protect my Linglong Mountain. This is a gift the Linglong Mountain has given to you. I hope that you can accept it." Yan Wen laughed. "A gift?" Su Yun frowned. He extended his hand and opened the box, only to see 5 dark green beads inside. The beads were sparkling, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. It seemed that this was not some ordinary object. "Why are you giving me gifts when I'm fine?" "As the protector, I am only doing it out of my own responsibility. Furthermore, I did not make a move, so Xiao Huailin wanted to kill me." After saying that, Suyun looked at Yen Wen and the rest, and said, "Pavilion Master should speak frankly." Hearing that, Yen Wen smiled. He was quiet for a moment, and said, "To think that Lord Suyun would say it like that, I will not beat around the bush. In truth, we all have many questions in our minds, we do not know how to speak, but with Lord Suyun here, we will not be polite, and agree. May I ask, were you sent here by the Realm Lord? What are you here at Linglong Mountain for?" "It's just a private matter," Suyun said. "Just a private matter?" "Yes." Suyun nodded earnestly, but did not say much. Yen Wen looked at Suyun, and then did not say anything. He thought for a moment and cupped his fists to Suyun, and said, "Lord Suyun is resting well, I will not disturb you anymore." After which, he waved and the group left. Seeing that, Suyun finally understood the intention of Yen Wen's gift. Originally, Yen Wen and the rest were worried that Suyun's visit to the Linglong Mountain was to instruct the Realm Lord. Although the Linglong Mountain was said to be an ungovernable land, in reality, everyone was still respectful to the Realm Lord. Even those so-called saint rulers would have to see the expression on his face and act accordingly. Suyun exhaled, took out the divine leaf and looked. He felt his mind was in a mess. No matter what he had to do now was find his parents. Duck, duck, duck. At this moment, the knocking started again, followed by the sound of a voice drifting in from outside. "Protector Su, are you awake? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 593. Who? Suyun asked. "It's Hua Tianwu." Hua Tianwu? Suyun thought for a while, then a figure appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly and said, "Oh? It's you, come in and talk." "Thank you, Protector." As Hua Tianwu spoke, he pushed the door and entered. After entering, he faced Suyun, who was seated in the erase seal, and cupped his fists as he bowed. "Tianwu, what's the matter?" Suyun asked. "It's like this, Protector. Protector Buming and Chang Wenlu have both passed away in battle. Our sect has no deputy sect, but now that sect leader has passed away, many matters of the sect have to be settled by someone, and the affairs of the sect and the reconstruction of the sect have to be done. Everyone hopes that you can step forward to take over the position of sect leader, and take charge of the overall situation," Hua Tianwu said seriously. Hearing that, Suyun frowned. He frowned, he thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. "Actually, the reason I entered the Lotus Star Sword sect was to deal with Black Hawk sect, and also the kindness of the old sect leader. I did not intend to become the protector. I still have things to take care of, and won't stay in the sword sect. You guys letting me take over as one of the sect leader is really making things difficult for me." Hearing that, Hua Tianwu was stumped. "But Protector, a country cannot have one day without a ruler, a family cannot have one day without a master, and cannot have one day without a master. Could it be that other than me, there is no one else that can become the sect leader?" Suyun did not understand. "No one can compare to your prestige and strength, Protector." Hua Tianwu shook his head. Suyun laughed. "Reputation? I have been in the Lotus Star Sword sect for close to 100 years already, and your cultivation has also reached the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master Realm. In terms of prestige, you are not weaker than anyone else, and since I am not in the sect leader, why don't you do it?" "Me?" Hua Tianwu was stunned. "Not bad, you're more suitable than me." Suyun laughed. I can't. Hua Tianwu shook his hands and said, "The so-called prestige is not only within the sects, but also needs to be inside the Linglong Mountain. If I become the sect leader, I will definitely not convince anyone else. If the sect leader is too weak, I will inevitably be bullied by other sections. Perhaps in the future, the number of people like the Black Hawk sect who dare to provoke and cause trouble for others will increase, so I still need you to assume the position of sect leader." After Suyun heard this, he rubbed his chin and thought hard for a while before suddenly clapping his hands, and said, "Didn't we say that we do not have a position of vice sect leader? How about this, you take the position of sect leader, and I'll take the position of vice sect leader, how about that?" Everyone in the Linglong Mountain knew that Su Yun was a person of the Realm Lord. Although he did not become a sect leader, he still had enough power to intimidate others, while at the very least, protecting the peace of the Lotus Starsword sect was definitely possible. Huo Tianwu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but Su Yun slapped his hand and agreed. It's settled then. Su Yun made a decision, which Huo Tianwu could not refute. After recuperating for a few days, he felt that he had recovered a lot, so he returned to Lotus Starsword sect and started organizing the reconstruction work with Huo Tianwu. Battling with the Black Hawk sect in Shaohuailin caused the loss of troops and the deaths of many experts and people in positions of power. As a result, Su Yun had no choice but to select new talents and pick people with both experience and talent to hold positions of power. After he had dealt with most of the matters in the Lotus Starsword sect, Su Yun left the Sword sect after informing Huo Tianwu about the news. In the few days he was in the Sword sect, he received many invitations from sect leaderess of various sects and clans, all hoping that Su Yun would be able to come to the sect to chat. These people only cared about him two things: firstly, his status as an important official of the Realm Lord. 2. The powerful giant that killed Shaohuailin shocked everyone. This magical equipment was not ordinary. Everyone believed that there was a master behind Su Yun, otherwise he would definitely not be able to control such a powerful magical equipment. No one would think that the Realm Lord had bestowed this equipment to him, because the strong spirit chi released by the Devil Bone Spirit was from the Devil Chi, not the Spirit Life Chi. Although Su Yun was not too willing to go, but these sects had been in the Linglong Mountain for many years, and knew the roots of the people here. Going to all the different sects and clans to find the whereabouts of their parents was definitely much more efficient than staying in the Linglong Mountain. Paid a visit to each and every one of the 13 families. Although they exchanged greetings for a long time, no one knew about the relationship between Su Shintian and the rest. However, based on their status as officials of the Realm Lord S, these sects were still willing to help Su Yun. As a result, the names Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue had spread throughout the entire Linglong Mountain. Many people knew that a person called Su Yun was currently searching for them. When this news spreads out, if father and mother knew, they would definitely know that I was looking for them, and they would definitely come to meet me. Su Yun thought. However, what made Su Yun incomparably disappointed was that after wandering around the Linglong Mountain for half a day, there was still no news about him. All of the people who entrusted him with this task had either returned without any success, or the person he was looking for did not have a new name and was not Su Yun's parents. With no other choice, he could only head to the last unvisited sect, which was one of the two great sects of the Linglong Mountain, the Feather Moon Pavilion. The Feather Moon Pavilion was located in the middle of the valley. Unlike the Black Hawk sect and the others, it was not built on top of the mountain. The Feather Moon Pavilion was surrounded by mountains and rivers. There were many jade pavilions in the center, and flying cranes gave off the impression of being a holy abode of water and moon, an immortal estate beyond the mortal world. Su Yun's identity were different now. The one with the most discussions in Linglong Mountain was him, thus entering Feather Moon Pavilion was smooth sailing. Lord Su Yun, you finally came. The pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time. A disciple of the Feather Moon Pavilion said to Su Yun with a smile, then led him quickly into the pavilion. The buildings in the Feather Moon Pavilion were all pavilions. One building after another was densely packed, and looking ahead, there were probably more than 100 of them. There were tall and short pavilions, and the normal disciples lived in the 3 floors, while the higher-ranked disciples stayed on the 4th floor. Pavilion Master Yan 1 and Vice Pavilion Master Mo Ping were at least 7 stories tall, and their pavilions were at the very back. Su Yun walked through the many pavilions, his eyes constantly looking around, looking at everything in Feather Moon Pavilion. When they were brought to the pavilion where Yan 1 was, Yan 1 and Mo Ping had already been waiting there. Lord Su Yun's arrival at the ruined pavilion has really lit up my Feather Moon Pavilion's humble dwelling. Lord Su Yun, quickly come in. Yan 1 got up to welcome him, smiling as he spoke. Greetings, Pavilion Masters. Su Yun smiled and saluted, then sat down. Yes, please enjoy the tea. Yes, Pavilion Master. The disciple who brought Su Yun into Feather Moon Pavilion immediately withdrew. Very quickly, several cups of fragrant tea were served. After the tea, without waiting for Su Yun to speak, Yan Wen spoke first. I have already heard about Lord Su Yun's matter. It is said that you are looking for Su Shintian and Xin Shueshue, right? That's right. Su Yun nodded his head, but we still haven't received any news. It's really quite frustrating. Su Yun sighed. He could not activate the heavenly seeking treasure bell yet, so he did not know if his parents were still in Linglong Mountain. It's not hard to investigate the two of them, but after so many days without any news, in my opinion, Su Shintian and Xin Shueshue are not in Linglong Mountain. If they were, they would have changed their surnames. Su Yun said. Just then, Mo Ping spoke out. Hearing that, Su Yun smacked his head and said, Pavilion Master Mo's words have hit the mark. Maybe the two of them did change their surnames, but if they knew I was looking for them, they would have immediately came to see me, but they did not. Oh? Hearing that, Yan Wen laughed. May I ask, what is your relationship with these two? To be honest, these two are my parents. Is that so? Yan Wen and Mo Ping were slightly surprised. He never thought that Su Yun was looking for his father and mother. The two fell silent. Su Yun cupped his fists and said, I am sure that Feather Moon Pavilion is the strongest sect in Linglong Mountain, but I will have to trouble the two Pavilion Masters this time. I hope that the Pavilion Masters can help me find news of my parents. If I am able to reunite with my parents, Su Yun will definitely not forget the kindness shown by Feather Moon Pavilion. What is Lord Su Yun saying? You repelled Xiao Huailin, you obstructed the vicious beast and fire dragon, so you are the meritorious general of my Linglong Mountain. Since you have helped our Linglong Mountain, we will naturally help you. Yan Wen waved his hand. Su Yun laughed. He did not say a word, but felt that Yan Wen's way of speaking was extremely strange. But going back to the topic, Lord Su Yun, although my Feather Moon Pavilion is not small in size, and is not something other sects can compare to, but in terms of modesty, no matter how strong my Feather Moon Pavilion is, it cannot compare to other sects joining hands. You have entrusted so many sects with the investigation, and yet there is no news of it. I am afraid that even if we send men, it would only be in vain. Mo Ping said. That's right. Yan Wen nodded in agreement. Su Yun frowned once again. In truth, he had already expected Mo Ping's words, but he was already at his wit's end, and did not know how to continue. Was he going to give up now? Or is it? The information that the heavenly seeking treasure bell gave him was actually fake? It shouldn't be. Hey, you had done business for so many years and had countless of treasures to read. How could he make a mistake? Oh, right. At this time, Mo Ping seemed to have thought of something and called out. Su Yun and Yan Wen immediately looked at him. I forgot about one place. Maybe Lord Su's parents are there. Mo Ping said in a heavy voice. Hearing that, Yan Wen's face became gloomy, and he said softly, Mo Ping, don't say random things. Why did Lord Su Yun's parents go to that place? Don't speak nonsense. Mo Ping opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed and did not continue speaking. But Su Yun's head was full of fog. He looked at the two of them and could not wait. You two, where is this place that you are talking about? Yan Wen was silent for a moment, as though he wanted to say something, but he was too anxious to do so. He could only sigh and say, a place that resides in the Linglong Mountain and does not belong to the Linglong Mountain, but I thought that your parents would not be there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594. Why can't my parents be anywhere? Pavilion Master Yan, please finish. Where is that place? Su Yun felt that something was amiss, but Yan Wen's words were flickering, and his expression was strange, as though he was wary of this place. Could this be the forbidden area of the Linglong Mountain? Yan Wen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, this place is called Nether Realm. It is the most special place in the Wanhua Realm, and also belongs to the forbidden grounds of the Wanhua Realm. The reason why the Realm Lord does not practice laws like the other regions of the Wanhua Realm is because of the Nether Realm.
Nether Realm?
This was the first time Su Yun had heard this word, so he hurriedly asked, "What kind of place is that?" "That place is the darkest place in the Wanhua realm, and also the most chaotic place." Yanwen took a deep breath and said, "In this world, there is yin and yang, right and evil, light and darkness. The Wanhua realm lord hopes that the Wanhua realm will be a harmonious and happy world full of beauty. She doesn't wish for any foul places to appear here, but this is just an interface after all. How can there not be evil and darkness?" As a result, she sealed all the evilness and filth of the Wanhua realm below the Linglong mountain, which was to say, Nether realm. All the evil beings of Nether realm had their imprints placed on them, so they had completely lost the chance to enter the Wanhua realm. This place belongs to the forbidden grounds of our Wanhua realm. Usually, the people of Linglong mountain will not enter this place. Hearing that, Su Yun's face changed. "Lord Yanwen, are you saying that my parents might have been sent to the ghost domain by the Wanhua realm lord?" "This is definitely not my intention." Yanwen hurriedly said, "Although the Nether realm is a place with a great amount of filth, it definitely does not mean that others are not allowed to enter. In fact, there are no restrictions on other people from entering the realm lord, and not only that, many people from the Wanhua realm have actually snuck into the Nether realm."
"Enter Nether realm? What? Is there anything else here that would attract people?" Su Yun asked, amused.
"Of course." Yanwen seriously nodded his head. "The Nether realm also has an alias, which is the Door of Disorder, because the entire Nether realm is actually a chaotic space. The reason why the Realm Lord chose this place as the place where the Wanhua realm's darkness and filth are piled is also because of this reason, that there are a large number of twisted crevices in the entire Nether realm, and some of them lead to endless abyss, to terrifying hell, and also to heaven on earth. No one knows where the ends of the crevices they encounter are, but what they can know is that some people are able to head towards through these crevices."
"Oh." Hearing that, Su Yun frowned.
Combined with the matter of his parents searching for his sister, it wasn't hard to imagine that his parents might have entered Nether realm to search for somewhere else. However, no one knows where the fissure will lead to, so some people have entered the fissure and never returned.
Yanwen said again. Hearing that, how could Su Yun still sit?
If his parents had left the Nether region through the crack, who knew where they would have gone to? Su Yun had traveled thousands of miles to find his parents, so he was naturally worried for their safety. He also wanted to meet the two elders once, so he immediately stood up and said urgently, "Pavilion Master Yan, please bring me to the Netherworld as soon as possible."
"Lord Su Yun, it is unavoidable that there will be some extremely vicious people. I think you should still consider it carefully. Is your father really in the underworld? Is the information you received accurate?"
Yanwen didn't seem to agree with Su Yun heading to the Netherworld Kingdom and tried to persuade him. But at this time, Su Yun was already determined to go to the Netherworld, so no one could stop him.
"Lord Yanwen, if you are not willing to take it, I can only look for someone else."
With that said, Su Yun stood up and cupped his fists towards the two of them and anxiously walked away.
"Sir Su, please wait." Yanwen immediately stood up and shouted.
Su Yun stopped and looked at him. Yanwen's expression changed, as though he had decided something. After hesitating for about 7 to 8 breaths of time, he finally nodded and said helplessly, "Since Lord Su Yun insists on going, then fine, Yanwen can only agree to your request and bring you to the Netherworld."
"In that case, Su Yun thanks Pavilion Master Yan."
Su Yun smiled, cupped his fists and said. Yanwen stood up and spoke to Mo Ping who was beside him. "Mo Ping, hurry up and make the arrangements. In an hour, bring 50 of our sex elites and follow me to Nether Realm."
"I'll go prepare it now." Mo Ping stood up and quickly left the pavilion.
Panting sounds could be heard in the forest. Xiao Huailin, who had a big hole in his chest, walked forward tiredly. He walked step by step. He was fiercely gasping for breath. His face was pale white, perspiration was flowing down his face continuously. Looking at the fox demon who was walking leisurely in front, Xiao Huailin's weak eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He pulled out the blood-red sword on his back and shouted angrily, "Hey, you fox spirit, are you lying to me?
Why hadn't he arrived at the spiritual spring? Are you stalling? So you can drag me down? The fox demon that was walking in front stopped, turned her head to look at him, blinking her big watery eyes innocently. I'm not, why would I delay for time? Don't doubt me. Why isn't he here yet? Oomph, let me tell you, don't play any tricks on me. If I were to die, I would definitely not let you off. At the very least, you would have to die with me. Xiao Huailin snorted. You're really unreasonable. The fox demon said helplessly, I told you before that my goal here is to find the spirit spring water. I do not know the exact location of the spirit spring water, but I only know that it is close by. Am I not able to find it? Can't you have a little patience? But if this goes on, I won't be able to hold on. How could I have the time to waste with you? Xiao Huailin clenched his teeth and said. The current him didn't even have the strength to speak. Then there's nothing I can do. However, I have to remind you, if I die, no one will bring you to find the spirit spring water, and you are unable to control your injuries in a short period of time, then you will also die. Oh, just think about it. Do you believe that I can find a way out, or do you not believe that I will perish together with you? The fox demon said indifferently. Xiao Huailin heard him and clenched his fists tightly. Finally, he shouted angrily, Sly Fox, stop talking nonsense, let's go. The corner of the fox demon's mouth raised into a smirk, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She turned around and continued to move forward. Hey, you said that you want to go to Sword World. What kind of world is this Sword World? Are you from this world? The fox demon that was walking in front looked around and asked. Of course I am from the Sword World. The Sword World is a world where only swords exist. The experts there are sharp and powerful. Their skills are like the clouds. They cannot be compared to the people from the Wanhua realm. Xiao Huailin said haughtily, but his voice was not loud. His expression was ugly, as though he was insistent on losing face. The fox demon glanced at him, then asked, Then why did you come here? Of course it's for the sake of studying, for the sake of the practicing, and also to collect some good treasures. Is the Sword World not enough for you to cultivate properly? The people of the Sword World are different from the people of the Wanhua realm. If we say they are similar, maybe the experts of the upper half of the ultimate martial world are very similar to them. They do not care about cultivation, they only train in one method, and that is to increase their cultivation through continuous challenges. All the vicious beasts in the entire realm have been killed by the people of the Sword World, and every single day there are battles going on everywhere. Because I am too weak, I am not suitable to cultivate in the Sword World, so under Father's arrangements, I plan to enter the ultimate martial world first, and once my cultivation is done, I will return to the Wanhua realm. This was extremely forbidden in the Sword World. Whoever interferes during a duel will immediately be executed by the Saint Realm cultivators. Xiao Huailin said angrily, but when he got to the point of being excited, his wounds started to hurt, and he started to cough severely. When the fox demon heard this, she felt that it was extremely funny. This was the first time she heard of Sword World, but she never expected the people of this world to be so interesting. Speaking of which, how could your father trust you to come here? And if I'm your father, I should give you quite a few life-saving magic treasure, right? Is that all you have? The fox demon asked again. Hearing that, Xiao Huailin's face turned red. Of course I have a lot of life-saving magic treasure, but their injuries are extremely strange. All of those magic treasure are useless. Is that so? Hee hee, I heard that since you came to Ultimate Martial World, how many people have you challenged? Not many. I roughly estimated that there are about 100 great sages from powerful forces. Is it powerful? Yes. However, they were unable to defeat me in the fire dragon, so they were eaten by my fire dragon. As for the weaker ones, they called for them. There was no other way. I had no choice but to exterminate them all. Then wouldn't you have killed a lot of people? So what? The weak should die. Sai, by the way, who did you get this injury? It seems to be a fellow from the Lotus Starsword sect. I remember that fellow's name was Su-Yun.
Oh, Su-Yun, looking at his injuries, he should be very powerful. It's only the result of the experts from Linglong Mountain helping him. If we were to fight him alone, I am not afraid of him.
Xiao Huailin was not convinced. All right, I know how amazing you are.
The fox demon covered her mouth as she laughed, and did not speak any further. At this time, the two of them passed through the forest and arrived in front of a large clearing. They saw a clear spring in the middle of the clearing, and wisps of smoke were rising from the spring. Seeing that, a strange light flashed past the fox demon's eyes. She turned to Xiao Huailin behind him and laughed. Great, we found the spirit spring water. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 595.
Xiao Huailin, who was rushing along with his head lowered, heard the fox demon's words. He looked like an extremely thirsty person who had heard that there was a river in front of them.
Where is it? Where is Spirit Spring?
After looking around, the spirit spring immediately appeared in front of him. Xiao Huailin was overjoyed, and could not care about everything anymore, as he laughed loudly and ran towards Spirit Spring.
But
after running a few steps, Xiao Huailin couldn't help but stop. His smile gradually came to a stop, his brows knitted tightly as his gaze landed on the Spirit Spring and its side. There were many things floating above Spirit Spring. Upon closer inspection, they were human bones. Lying around the Spirit Spring was a bunch of dried-up bones.
How did this look like a spirit spring?
It was more like a pot of soup with human bones inside.
Any questions?
Seeing that Xiao Huailin had stopped, Fox Demon smiled at him with her two hands folded across her perky breasts.
What's going on? Was this really a spirit spring that could kill and kill? Why are there so many dried-up bones?
Xiao Huailin felt that something was amiss. He gripped his sword tightly and stared at Fox Demon, then said coldly, "You already said that this is the spirit spring that lives and dies. Naturally there will be many severely injured and sick people that come here."
The Fox Demon laughed. However, these people are not so lucky.
They must have died before they could receive treatment from Spirit Spring, which is why you saw so many dried-up bones.
Impossible.
Xiao Huailin immediately retorted, and said angrily, "Even if someone dies, their soul must still be here, but we can't feel any of their soul."
So, you're definitely lying to me.
After these people die, they can't even preserve their soul, they must have been killed.
Furthermore, the person who killed them is definitely you.
You're wrong.
I definitely didn't kill these people. I can swear in front of you. Fox Demon immediately said seriously.
Her bright eyes gave people a pitiful and innocent feeling.
Then what is going on?
Xiao Huailin immediately shifted his gaze away from Fox Demon's pair of large eyes and frowned.
You still don't believe me, after all? Fox Demon pouted. How could I believe you in this situation?
Xiao Huailin clenched his teeth and said.
Fox Demon rolled her eyes and laughed again.
She glanced at Xiao Huailin teasingly, and then acted as if she did not care, and said, "As matters stand, do you have any other choice? Either you believe me, and make a bet to test the effects of the spirit spring, or if you don't enter the spring, you can just wait here to die or kill me. Everyone will die together, so no matter what, you will die together." After saying that, Fox Demon covered her mouth and laughed non-stop.
Xiao Huailin's face changed.
She was right. Now, other than believing in her, she had no other choice. If she did not enter the spirit spring, based on her injuries, she would probably die soon, and at that time, her flesh would be destroyed. Just her soul alone would allow her to be devoured by the spirit beasts nearby, and the losses would not be worth it.
There was no choice.
Xiao Huailin clenched his teeth. He turned and stared at Spirit Spring, who was releasing extremely weird smoke. In the end, he made up his mind and walked towards Spirit Spring. Seeing that, the fox demon walked to the side of a large boulder, and sat down with her but perked up, her big fluffy tail gently waving, looking amused at Xiao Huailin, who was walking towards the spirit spring. Withered bones, a rotten stench, and the bubbling spirit spring made the place look very strange. The more Xiao Huailin saw, the more he felt that something was amiss. He stared at the bones and noticed that they were somewhat dried up. Some of them were very bright, as if they had just died. Suddenly, as he neared the spirit spring, Xiao Huailin suddenly turned around. With a speed that bordered on teleportation, he suddenly appeared in front of the fox demon. Fox demon opened her eyes wide. Before she could even react, Xiao Huailin had already grabbed onto her fair neck and threw her straight into spirit spring. I don't know if you are trying to harm me, so just in case, you should leave first, Xiao Huailin said coldly. In order to prevent the fox demon from resisting, he had added another burst of profound energy. The fox demon was like a kite with its string cut, falling towards the spirit spring. Xiao Huailin immediately opened his eyes wide, staring straight at spirit spring. A large amount of bubbles came out from the spirit spring, but there was no other movement. But after a while, a pair of furry ears peeked out from the spring. Following that was the fox demon's cute and exquisite little head. Nothing? Xiao Huailin was startled. She was extremely charming and flirtatious as she glanced at Xiao Huailin and laughed charmingly. You actually know how to enjoy yourself, and actually want me to accompany you to soak in the hot spring? Alright, since you have that intention, then I'll let you have it. With that, Fox Demon extended her fair hands and beckoned at Xiao Huailin. Are you relieved now? Come on. I'm waiting for you. Seeing that the fox demon was alright, Xiao Huailin did not dare to hesitate anymore. With rapid and violent breaths, he took large strides and ran towards Spirit Spring. This time, he did not care about the bones inside Spirit Spring. With a poof, he jumped in. However, the moment Xiao Huailin entered the Spirit Spring, miserable wails resounded throughout the inside and outside of the Spirit Spring. Ah! The sound came from Xiao Huailin, who screamed at the top of his lungs, his miserable voice seemingly wanting to tear the mountain apart. As skin and flesh were quickly falling after entering the Spirit Spring, the substance that was supporting his life was also quickly falling, and after a while, pieces of his bones were exposed. Xiao Huailin screamed as he used his last bit of strength to jump out of the Spirit Spring. How was this a Spirit Spring? It was simply the terrifying corrosive water of a spring. He powerlessly fell to the ground. At this moment, both of his legs had already turned into dried-up bones. There was not much skin and flesh left on his body. Only his head was still intact. Being able to live with such an appearance was all thanks to Xiao Huailin's powerful cultivation. Ha 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 ha. Gao Yang's delicate laughter rang out from the side. Xiao Huailin turned his head to look at Spirit Spring, only to see that the fox spirit had flown out from the spring water. She was completely unharmed, not even a drop of water could be seen. In that moment, Xiao Huailin understood. It turned out that the cunning fox spirit had used the profound chi to surround her body the instant she fell into the water, preventing her from being attacked by the spring water. You actually lied to me. Xiao Huailin clenched his teeth. Yeah, I just lied to you, you idiot. So what? Ha 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 ha. Fox Demon laughed even more complacently, her watery eyes full of pride. Seeing that, Xiao Huailin could no longer endure, and pressed his hand on his belt. In that moment, the fire dragon hidden inside his belt flew out. A large amount of flames enveloped the inside and outside of Spirit Spring, the roar shocking the heavens. Kill this despicable fox spirit for me. Xiao Huailin screamed at the top of his lungs. The fire dragon was enraged. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the fox spirit. This momentum was not something that the petite fox could contend with. But, as the fire dragon approached, a strange golden light was suddenly released from the fox spirit's body. This aura was very exquisite, just like a divine art that recorded all sorts of worlds. It was difficult for anyone to understand it. Once it appeared, it immediately dissolved the dragon's terrifying might. The fire dragon still did not have the slightest bit of fear as it charged forward, colliding with this weak creature. However, that golden light suddenly changed again, and a giant golden claw emerged out of that golden light. With an unparalleled power, it grabbed the incoming fire dragon, and then the huge claw smashed onto the ground. The fire dragon was completely suppressed, and couldn't move. This is dragon claws? Xiao Huailin's pupils dilated several times. This fire dragon. It shouldn't be real, it should be just an ethereal transformation. If I guessed correctly, the belt on your waist definitely has the heart of a fire dragon or a soul sealed inside it. But unfortunately, compared to me, your strength is insignificant. The fox spirit giggled, her eyes filled with pride. You what exactly is, what guy? Xiao Huailin roared with extreme hatred. Who I am has nothing to do with you. You only need to know that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. TSK initially, I only targeted you because I wanted to steal your exquisite cultivation. But later on, I didn't expect you to actually provoke Big Brother Suyun. Hehe, since that's the case, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your crimes. The fox spirit said, raising her hand into the air. She unsheathed a blood-red curved blade and walked towards Xiao Huailin. When I take out your soul, put it into my magic treasure True Dragon City to refine it into a Chi-Dan, help me cultivate higher. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that, Xiao Huailin wanted to get up and fight it out, but the fox spirit's cultivation was not weak. If Xiao Huailin was at his peak, he would not be afraid of the fox spirit. Even if he was severely injured previously, it would be no problem if he could not win against it. But now it was different. His body was being severely corroded, many of the Chi Meridian were being corroded. He would not be able to resist at all, let alone escape. What spirit sprang? In the beginning, it was simply a fake existence. This fox demon had long set her sights on him, planning to steal his cultivation, plunder his magic treasure. Xiao Huailin's heart was full of hatred. He wished that he could immediately pull out the fox spirit and torture her soul forever. But at this moment, this was all just hatred. There was nothing he could do in reality. Stop. Stop. You can't kill me. Xiao Huailin clenched his teeth and said, my father is the clan master of the 10,000 Void Sect. Wankong Sect is a famous big sect in Sword World. If you kill me. If my father knows about this, he definitely won't let you go. Ayaya, I'm so scared. The fox spirit patted her full breasts, looking extremely scared. Just that, in the next second, the sharp curved blade directly slashed towards Xiao Huailin's neck. Without any warning, she killed as she pleased without holding back at all. Her methods were far more than vicious. A pfft sound was heard. Before Xiao Huailin could react, he felt a light on his neck, and his gaze started to spin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596. The Linglong Mountain was a huge mountain range filled with cultivators and numerous sections. It had been in the Wanhua realm for who knows how many years, and those who came from outside would usually gather in the Linglong Mountain. It could be said that other than the World Tree, the Wanhua realm was the most prosperous. However, people who had been in the Linglong Mountain for a period of time would know that at the foot of the mountain of the Linglong Mountain, there was a special place, and that was the Dark Place. When Su Yun followed Mo Ping to the entrance of the Dark Place, he realized that what Yin Wen said was not completely true, because at the entrance of the Dark Place, he could see a large number of spirit cultivators entering and exiting. According to Mo Ping, there were a large number of spatial rifts inside the Dark Place, and they were called the Door of Disorder. As a result, many of the spirit cultivators wanted to borrow the power of the Door of Dark Place to go to other realms, so there were many spirit cultivators at the entrance of the Dark Place. However, the Dark Place was the darkest place in the Wanhua realm, and the dangers there were beyond imagination. The spirit cultivator who died miserably in the Dark Place every day, if not killed by the vicious beasts inside, or had accidentally entered the crevice, they would not know where they went. There were no laws or regulations in the Dark Place, and the Wanhua realm's laws or mountain rules simply could not govern the Dark Place at all. As a result, this place was usually called a forbidden land by the spirit cultivator, but it was not forbidden for the spirit cultivator to go there. Mo Ping and the rest brought Su Yun to the entrance, and stopped in their tracks. Lord Su Yun, this is the entrance to Dark Place. Because of the pavilion's rules, we cannot enter the Dark Place, so I am afraid that it will be difficult to help you out. Please forgive us. Mo Ping cupped his fists. The Dark Place was too chaotic. For the disciples' safety, Yan Wen did not dare to carelessly send disciples to help Su Yun search the Dark Place, so he was unable to help Su Yun here. However, Su Yun could understand. Although Yan Wen gave him face, it was all because of Realm Lord. He himself did not have enough face to make Yan Wen sacrifice his own disciples. Nothing, the matter has already reached this stage. I should be thanking your esteemed sect for helping me. Su Yun returned the greeting. After the two exchanged greetings, Su Yun took his leave and walked into Dark Place. Mo Ping arranged 2 disciples of the Feather Moon Pavilion to stand guard at the entrance. If Su Yun needed help, he could leave the Dark Place and notify the 2 disciples to inform Yan Wen and Mo Ping. The entrance to the Dark Place was very strange. It landed in the middle of a large rock. It was over 100 meters tall, but it did not resemble a mountain or a mountain. It was just a single large stone, and the cracks were like a large stone that had been split open from the middle. When people entered the crack, they would directly fall down, landing at the bottom of the Linglong Mountain, which was also known as the Dark Place. Although the Dark Place was extremely dark and filled with a large amount of strange auras, amongst these auras, the Devil Chi and the Evil Chi were at their peak. Su Yun did not feel uncomfortable, but instead felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Su Yun was shocked. When did he have such feelings towards Devil Chi and Evil Chi? Now was not the time to think about it. After Su Yun landed, he looked around. At the same time, there were also quite a few spirit cultivators who entered from the entrance, and around them were already a large number of figures. Where did this little brother come from? Which interface are you going to? This lowly one knows of the crevices and entrances of the Shumi realm, Green Bamboo world, and the other realms. If you are able to retrieve Profound Coin, I can bring you to the corresponding realms. Just then, a guy with a black body who looked like a devil cultivator walked over and laughed at Su Yun. Oh? How much is it to the Shumi realm? Su Yun asked with a smile. 1,500,000 Profound Coin. The devil cultivator snickered. So expensive? Su Yun was shocked. How is this expensive? We entered the wrong crevice, but we don't even have our lives. You're going to pay 1.5 million and save your own life? Isn't that worth it? The devil cultivator asked. Just as he finished speaking, another group of pitch-black fellows scuttled over. Su Yun took a glance. It seemed to be an evil person. Don't listen to his nonsense. 1,500,000, where is he going to slaughter a pig? This friend, come to my place, for 500,000 Profound Coin, I will bring you to the crevice of Shumi realm. The evil person said in a hoarse voice. Xiao Lu, you're here to steal my business again, you despicable bastard. Devil cultivator frowned, and said unhappily. I just can't bear to see your actions. Everyone wants to earn more Profound Coin and increase their cultivation, but you are too dishonest. 1,500,000, what can you say? The evil person snorted. What's my business about you? You are F*** king courting death. Devil cultivator was angry. He actually activated his devil chi and patted towards the evil person. The evil realm being did not hesitate and activated his evil chi to block the attack. The two of them immediately began fighting. The crowd seemed to explode as they scattered in all directions. However, other than a few spirit cultivators who had just entered, nobody else cared about what the fighting demons were doing. Su Yun was even more confused, fighting as he pleased. This place was truly a chaotic place. Su Yun shook his head. He could not care less about the two of them and directly walked in. The dark place was dimly lit. It looked like an extremely spacious cave, but the ceiling of the cave was extremely tall, around a few hundred meters. On both sides of the cave, there were many messy rocks, some big and some small, and many huge worms were stuck to the rocks. The ground was littered with corpses. Some had just died, while others had died for a very long time. It was more like a purgatory than a place of chaos. Whiz! At this time, a figure flew over and directly smashed into the ground in front of Soo-Yun's feet. Looking at this person, he was a young man who looked to be around 30 years of age. However, at this moment, he no longer had his lower half, and fresh blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. He twitched twice, tilted his head, and died. Soo-Yun took a few steps back and pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Something felt wrong. He pulled out the death sword again. They did not look like the devil cultivator, nor did they look like the evil realm beings. They rushed forward like hungry wolves, grabbing the upper half of the man's body. They tore it into pieces, snatched the meat, and stuffed it into their mouths. However, that person's soul was also unlucky. The worms that were stuck on the stone had their bodies split open, and a dark green tongue-like thing rolled towards that person's soul, and was then absorbed into their bodies and disappeared. Seeing that, Soo-Yun frowned. After the huge-sized fellow stole all the meat, they all smacked their lips. They did not feel satisfied yet, but when one of them saw Soo-Yun, they moved their body that was close to 3 meters and walked towards him. "You look unfamiliar. You must be a newcomer. Pay up, or else that person will be the same as you." The man growled, as a fist bigger than Soo-Yun's head came over. Soo-Yun looked at him and asked, "How much do you want to hand over?" "Give me as much as you can." "Oh, then I'm sorry, I didn't." Soo-Yun grinned, and after he said that, he swung his arm like lightning, and thrusted the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword directly at the man's face. Put! Before that person could even react, a bright red long sword was stabbed into his forehead. Roar! Seeing that, the rest of the big-sized men were enraged. They rushed at Soo-Yun one by one, terrifying gigantic hands smashing at him, with the intent of slapping him into meat paste. But these big-sized men did not have the time to turn Soo-Yun into meat. One of them was even bigger than the other. A small hill-like bone hands descended from the sky and directly smashed into the middle of the big-sized man. The one standing in the middle did not dodge in time, and directly became minced meat and died, while the rest were all shaken until they started falling down. Everyone turned to look, only to see that at some point, there was an extremely large giant standing behind Soo-Yun. This giant had a vast amount of chi, his devil chi was wanton, and a pair of blood-red demon eyes was staring at them coldly. These existences were all scared out of their wits, and they could not even stand straight. Soo-Yun kept his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and walked towards the big figures. "Come here!" Soo-Yun bellowed. Hearing that, no one dared to hesitate, as they ran over and knelt in front of Soo-Yun. They knew that they had kicked an iron board this time. If they weren't cautious, they might even lose their lives. Dignity was not important at all. As long as they could live, the people here could immediately submit. Soo-Yun glanced at the group of people. There were around 7 to 8 people here. Their cultivation should be at the 10th stage of Spirit Master. He waved his hand, and said, "You dare to rob me, you truly have guts, but I am in a good mood today, so I will not bother with any of you, and will temporarily let you off." Thank you. These big guys all kowtowed to him. However, we will not let this matter go just like that. Soo-Yun's face turned cold, and shouted, "I order you two to find me a person called Su Shintian and a person called Shin Shueshue within 10 days. If you two are unable to find their whereabouts within 10 days, even if you two manage to escape to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you two and refine you all alive. Do you understand?" We will definitely find these two for you. We will definitely find them for you. Those big guys didn't dare to refuse and hurriedly said, "Very good." Soo-Yun nodded, and said indifferently, "Do you have any method of communication?" Communication relies on roaring. Soo-Yun was a little speechless. He rubbed his chin and said, "Then 10 days from now, I'll be waiting here for news from you two. If you find the two of them, You must pay attention to their movements and tell them that a person called Su Yun is looking for them.
Understood. Understood.
Then hurry up and do something.
My lord.
Lord, we'll take our leave, take our leave. The group of big guys were trembling as they talked, and then they ran away as if their feet were covered in oil. Seeing that, Su Yun exhaled and felt helpless. Although he did not have much hope in these people, but to let them do something was better than killing them.
Su Yun snapped his fingers, kept the devil bone giant, and continued on his way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 597.
As they headed towards the front of Dark Place, the number of people gradually decreased. The surroundings became more and more spacious. Other than pebbles, there were only pebbles. Su Yun suddenly thought of something, put away the death sword and immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, and pulled out the snow-white sword that was kept inside the sword sheath. Lotus Star Sword. Although the Lotus Star Sword and its sword techniques had been passed down to Su Yun by the old sect leader, at that moment, the Lotus Star Sword was still just a broken sword. The old sect leader said, 7 or more ingredients are needed to repair a Lotus Star Sword, and 2 of them are here in the Dark Place. These 2 materials are not some rare or precious materials, so you might be able to find them if you pay attention. Su Yun touched the Lotus Heart Sword's body, thinking of the dead old sect leader, and couldn't help but be moved.
Help! Someone save me!
Just then, a terrified and panicked scream suddenly floated into Su Yun's ears.
Hearing that, Su Yun tensed up and immediately jumped towards the voice.
1,000 meters ahead, a young child who was not more than 1.5 meters tall appeared in Su Yun's line of sight. The child was covered in blood, one of his arms was broken, and he fell to the ground. Su Yun was wearing a Longjin's wristband, so the 2 of them did not sense Su Yun's existence. However, Su Yun did not step forward. Although he looked like a child, he had his own cultivation, and had lived for an unknown number of years, so he was not actually young.
Tone, those who can come here are no ordinary people. Moreover, the child was already hopeless.
Even his chi meridian was broken, and even his heart had been broken, so he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. The red armored man chopped out with his blade. The child's head was shattered, and he died instantly. Seeing that, the armored man walked forward, looking for something on the child's body, then ignored the soul that floated out from the corpse. Fighting could be seen everywhere in Dark Place, so there was nothing special about it. The fighting here was either for lust or for profit. Su Yun watched him for a bit, but did not pay any attention to him, and turned to leave. But when he started to move, the man in the blood-red armor seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly pulled out his blade and threw it towards Su Yun. The blade edge released over 10 blade chi and struck the rock in front of Su Yun into pieces. The blade chi struck onto the rock surface of his body, but Su Yun's movements were dissatisfied. He instantly released his 7th-tier Imperial equipment and blocked all the blade chi.
He actually found me?
Su Yun was shocked. His own aura had been perfectly concealed.
How could the opponent have sensed his presence?
The soul on top of your rock has been frightened and has already moved away. A being like the soul of the soul is usually lazy and won't move around.
Only when other people get close will it move away.
Therefore, I'm sure there's someone behind this rock. The man wearing the blood-red armor said in a cold tone.
Careful. Su Yun thought. What is it? Do you want to snatch the key to the sword prison? Humph, anyone who has designs on me must die.
The man dressed in blood armor said coldly. He then rushed towards Su Yun and cut down with his blade. I was just passing by.
Su Yun immediately replied. However, the other party didn't even listen to his explanation.
His attacks were like a violent storm, unable to be stopped. Seeing that, Su Yun had no choice but to pull out his sword and fight. He had just arrived at the Dark Place, and had already started fighting again and again. He was already a little tired, but in this kind of chaotic place, it would be weird if he could stay safe. At the foot of a huge mountain, there stood a middle-aged man dressed in a jade-green flowery robe. He had a solemn expression on his face, and he seemed to be deep in thought as he stared at the mountain. The mountain was pitch black, and countless swords were stuck into the mountain. Some of the swords sparkled brightly, shining resplendently. Some of the swords were rusted and incomplete. The entire mountain was like a hedgehog, looking spectacular and strange. Ka-cha! The stone was moved by someone. A figure slowly walked over. The man tilted his head slightly, but didn't say anything, nor did he look at the person behind him. The man looked hesitant as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Swordmaster." "What is it?" the middle-aged man said indifferently. That person's voice trembled a little as he opened his mouth for a long while before a voice came out, "Young master, something happened. I'll know when the jade ring breaks." The middle-aged man closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Swordmaster, please restrain your grief." That person respectfully knelt on the ground and cried out, "Mourning?" The man opened his eyes, his voice somewhat low and deep. "What's the use of mourning? Tell me, what's the use of mourning? Could he bring Huailin back to life? Can you?" He gripped his hands tightly, and his demeanor began to twist and turn malevolent. "That person is too vicious. It's one thing to kill Huailin, but he actually didn't even save his soul. Just who is it, who dares to be so vicious? How dare you?" He slowly shouted out, his voice filled with rage and hatred. Previously, it was as if he had been suppressing it, but now, he could no longer suppress it. This rage was completely released. The person could only knock his head against the ground and silently listen, not daring to raise his head. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, pointed at the approaching person and coldly shouted, "Huailin, you shall be buried in the Wanhua realm. Quickly pass down my orders to the Sword Inquisition, Nebula Sword Pavilion, and Brother Luo, so that they can come and meet me inside the sect. These sect masters are all my friends, they would definitely not be silent. Also, inform Madam about this matter, and get her to request the help of a Kaiyun Heavenly Palace's expert. This time, I want the Wanhua Realm Lord to give me justice. If she doesn't hand over the person who killed Huailin, I will make the Wanhua Realm become restless." Ah! The roar resounded throughout the entire mountain. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the pitch-black dark place, only to see a red figure suddenly flying out and smashing a few large rocks, falling onto the ground in a sorry state. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries serious. This man was the Blood Helmet Man whom Su Yun had attacked earlier. He was only at the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and to Su Yun, who had a cultivation of 44,000 fighting strength, defeating him was as easy as flipping his hand. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me, I'll just give you the key." Seeing Su Yun walking towards him step by step, the man with the blood helmet panicked and shouted, "Are you sick? I had never planned to touch you in the first place. It was you who insisted on fighting against me regardless of whether I was right or wrong." Su Yun said helplessly, but after hearing the man's words, Su Yun became interested, and asked, however, "What exactly is the key that you mentioned?" Hearing this, the man was stunned. "You don't know about this key?" "I don't know anything, but now I know. Tell me what this key is, and maybe I can let you go." Su Yun used his sword to point at the blood man's throat as he spoke. The man with the blood helmet swallowed his saliva and hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, "This is the key to open the nameless prison. It is said that there is a nameless prison inside the skeleton of the giant in the southern part of the dark place. It is said that there are many treasures inside. I can obtain countless profound coin-s and magic treasure-s, causing my cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. But the nameless prison has been sealed by the supreme expert. If I do not have the key to open it, I will never be able to open it, so everyone is searching for the key, hoping to retrieve the key. But there is only one key, it is that spirit cultivator I killed just now." The red-armored man said, then handed the key to Su Yun with a trembling hand. "What I said is true, I'll give the key to you, I hope you won't kill me. Although I'm not an honest person, I'm still a man of my word. Don't worry, I won't kill you if I say I won't. Suyun took the key and looked at it carefully, then he moved the sword away and spoke to the man in the blood helmet. All right, you may leave. Thank you, master, thank you. The man stood up and saluted Suyun, then turned and left in a hurry. However, before he had taken a few steps, he stretched out his hand, secretly releasing a bit of profound qi, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. The profound qi overflowed, and with a dong sound, the key in Suyun's hand exploded, and a golden metal chain instantly appeared. With lightning speed, it wrapped around Suyun's body tightly. What are you doing? Suyun revealed an extremely surprised expression and stared at the man in the blood helmet. However, the man laughed sinisterly. Brat, you are so gullible, don't you think that I would give you the key so easily? Heh, in order to prevent others from stealing the key, I have long since prepared a fake key that was specially made to deal with you people. With that said, the blood helmet man did not hold back and raised his blade to slash at Suyun. The golden chains that bound Suyun were extremely sturdy. No matter how much strength Suyun used, he was unable to break it. Now that he had bound his hands, what could he do to resist the man with the blood helmet? But Suyun's expression was not panicked. When the man with the blood helmet took a step forward, a huge iron fist suddenly smashed down, fiercely smashing onto the man with the blood helmet's body, causing him to be confused. Then, the man with the blood helmet's body was grabbed by the iron fist, and he tightly clenched his hand. He screamed out in pain, and when he looked over, he saw that a gigantic giant had appeared in front of Suyun. I already knew that you wouldn't hand over the key to me so easily. Fortunately, I was prepared. Suyun said indifferently, taking the opportunity when the man with the blood helmet was being restrained by the devil bone giant. When the golden profound qi chains loosened, he released a bit of power and shook it off, then activated the profound qi, allowing the giant to increase his power. The giant let out an angry roar and suddenly increased its strength. It crazily suppressed the man with the blood helmet. With a poochie sound, the man with the blood helmet was crushed to death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598. The blood helmet man was killed. The giant threw down a pile of flesh. Suyun found a space bag and started rummaging through it. Very quickly, a key that was emitting a green light appeared in his hand. It was unknown what material the key was made of, but it looked very mysterious. However, there was an indescribable fragrance on the surface of the key, giving off a very lively feeling. Full of vitality? Could it be that it was made by a profound Qi Supreme expert? Suyun thought. Who cares? Since he came to the dark place, it was more important to find his parents first and acquire this key. In the future, when he had the chance to retrieve the treasure, he would do so. Suyun continued to walk as he stared at the heavenly seeking treasure bell. In 7 days, he would be able to use the heavenly seeking treasure bell once more, and he had to confirm once more. If his parents were still in the Linglong Mountain, then they would most likely be there, and if not, it would take a lot of effort. Along the way, all sorts of strange creatures appeared in front of Suyun's eyes, and all sorts of chaotic fights also started one after another. Suyun saw the cruelest side of human nature, and the most tragic side of human nature. It was hard to imagine that above was the Wanhua realm that was filled with true beauty and the radiance of humanity and harmony, and yet below was such a terrifying purgatory. Was this the so-called yin and yang, yin and yang? In order to avoid fighting with the strong beasts, Suyun chose to avoid fight with the beasts as much as possible when he saw the fierce beasts or people with high cultivation. This continued for a few days. Suyun felt that he had almost forgotten his position. Ding-ling! Just as Suyun stepped onto the pitch-black and ice-cold ground and continued to move forward, a strange bell sound came out from ahead. He frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings, only to see that there was nothing in front of him. No one? Was it my imagination? Soo-Yun thought, but he still slowed down his walking speed and became cautious. After walking for about an incense's time, a small river appeared in front of Soo-Yun's eyes. Dark Place was dark, and the water in the river was also dark.
You seem to be looking for something?
Just as Soo-Yun was looking at the little river, a voice came out from the other side. Soo-Yun's nerves tensed up, he immediately retreated and pulled out his sword to look. On the other side of the river was a skinny old man with a skeleton walking stick. The old man was dressed in tattered clothes with a bell hanging from his waist, his bean-sized eyes looking at Soo-Yun up and down. Although the old man looked very thin and weak, Soo-Yun did not dare to underestimate him. Even though they were so close to each other, he could not feel even the slightest bit of profound chi on the old man's body. His cultivation must be extremely terrifying, different from the people he had met before.
Who are you?
Soo-Yun asked vigilantly.
I'm just a passerby.
The old man smiled. Since we're all passers-by, we'll just walk our own paths.
Why did you stop and talk to me?
I was just looking at you as if you had something to do, so I stopped to see if I could help you. The old man laughed, his yellow teeth baring as he opened his mouth.
Soo-Yun thought for a bit, then asked, how do you know I'm alright?
Your expression tells me that if there was nothing wrong, your expression wouldn't be so unnatural, and your eyes wouldn't be so messy. The old man chuckled, a strange light appearing in his muddy pea eyes.
Even if I have something on my mind, what can you help me with?
Soo-Yun shook his head and said,
that depends on what you need my help with.
The old man extended his hand out like a piece of dried wood, rubbed his fingers at Soo-Yun and laughed. I will not do the killing work, other than that, I can solve anything else, there will be no mistakes in finding me, of course, I will also need to collect a fee. As he spoke, the old man smiled sinisterly. After Soo-Yun heard this, he was stunned for a long time before he managed to react. It seems like this old man is a merchant. Once again, he carefully sized up the old man, then asked, you said that other than killing people and not doing anything else, can you solve anything else?
Is this true?
I, the old man, have been in the Dark Place for a long time, and some experts of the Dark Place are very familiar with me. They gave me a nickname, called Old Allure. The old man has 1,000 abilities, he knows everything about the world, he knows the future of the world. Young man, if you do not believe me, the old man can prove it.
How?
Up to you. The old man laughed, looking extremely confident. Seeing that, Soo-Yun thought for a moment, then said, then do you know how high my cultivation is? With the Longjin's wristband on, unless there was a magic treasure that specially broke through the chi concealing array, other than that, no one else would be able to see through Soo-Yun's cultivation. However, after these words were said, the old man did not even think, and waved his hand. 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. Young man, can't you ask something more difficult? Soo-Yun was completely speechless, and completely shocked as well. He didn't expect the old man to see through his cultivation.
Did this old man really have some skills?
From the looks of it, he could not ask 2 simple questions. If the old man had a high cultivation level and had a magic treasure that could kill Longjin's wristband, it would be as if he did not ask the question. He thought for a moment, then immediately put down the sword sheath by his waist and directly dropped to the ground. He pointed at the sword sheath and said, do you know how many swords are in this sword sheath?
This question was not simple.
Those who knew nothing about sword sheaths were completely unaware of the number. This time, the old man knew that he was in a difficult situation, and could only watch him cross the river and walk towards Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun was alarmed, but when he saw that the old man's eyes were focused on the sword sheath, he became slightly relieved. He would just wait and see. The old man walked to the side of the sword sheath and circled it once. The bean-sized eyes suddenly opened, and looked carefully, and in the end, he actually touched the withered hand. Seeing the old man's calm and relaxed appearance, Soo-Yun became anxious. He anxiously took out the sword sheath and hung it on his waist, and said cautiously, have you seen it?
Do you want me to open it so you can count the swords in there?
Count?
I'm afraid I can't count.
The old man looked away and shook his head with a helpless smile.
Oh? What do you mean?
Suyun frowned. He felt that this old man seemed to recognize limitless sword sheaths.
There are so many swords inside? I am going to count them one by one. Isn't that just making things difficult for me?
The old man tapped the bone staff and laughed sinisterly. Young man, you are really unlucky. I have seen this sword sheath by luck, so I know how many swords there are inside.
You've really seen it?
Suyun was very surprised. That's right, this sword sheath is the sword sheath used by Limitless Sword Ancestor. It's really strange. I didn't think that I would meet this sword sheath again after so many years. Could it be that there's some sort of arrangement?
The old man said.
However, the current Suyun was completely shocked. He never thought that in Dark Place, whenever he met someone, he would recognize Limitless Sword Ancestor. Could it be that the old man of Sword Ancestor had already been to Wanhua Realm before?
Where is he now? To live or to die? Where had he been? What cultivation did he have now?
Suyun did not understand, and felt more and more confused. But this time, Suyun understood that the old man in front of him should be capable. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Junior has eyes but did not recognize him. I have previously offended many of you, please forgive me.
AI, no need.
Young man, I'm just a merchant. Doing everything to earn some money is just a matter of spending. You don't need to do this at all. In any case, if you ask for anything later, I will have to charge a fee, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. The old man supported Suyun up, and chuckled. It was really realistic. Suyun thought, but he did not hold back, and said, since Senior said it like that, Junior will not stand on ceremony. May I ask Senior, do you know where Junior's parents are?
What are your parents' names?
The old man asked.
Junior's father, Su Shintian, and mother, Shin Shueshue, have left Junior for many years.
Junior thought that his parents had died, and after someone told him that they were still alive, he came out to look for the whereabouts of the two elders, hoping to reunite with them. Suyun cupped his fists and said, his eyes filled with desire. He truly hoped that the old man would be able to tell him the location of his parents. Although the heavenly seeking treasure bell was good, but the position they gave was too blurry. Even if it was a Linglong mountain, it was very strange. How long would he need to be alone? The old man pondered for a moment, then suddenly took down the large bell hanging from his waist and placed it on the ground. The old man thought for a moment, then suddenly took out the large bell hanging from his waist and placed it on the ground.
The bones of the heart move. The sky is clear and the earth is dark. The land is dry.
A strange sound rang out as the skeleton staff in his hand suddenly moved. Immediately after, the bell on the ground began to vibrate rapidly. One could only see waves of grayish-white air currents float out from the bell, spreading far into the distance. Suyun stood quietly by the side and watched. He knew that the old man was casting the technique. However, what spell could have such a miraculous effect? Capable of capturing the location of others?
Was this old man really that capable? Who is he?
A series of questions blanketed Suyun's mind like a cloud. The bell kept ringing, and Suyun peeked through the cracks to look inside. It was as if there was a little girl inside. The old man muttered to himself, as if he was a Taoist being. His demeanor also became more and more solemn. He suddenly clapped his hands, and then suddenly knocked the bell, and shouted, Tai! The bell stopped ringing, and the grayish-white aura that had been emanating in all four directions came to a halt. Everything returned to its initial state. The old man crawled on the ground, pressed his ear against the bell and listened for a while. He repeatedly nodded his head, then stood up and smiled at Suyun.
Senior, do you have any results?
Suyun asked.
Got it.
The old man chuckled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 599.
Hearing that the old man already knew the location of his parents, Suyun was overjoyed, and immediately became excited, and asked, where are the two old men now?
This.
The old man chuckled as his eyes narrowed into slits. He said, if you want to know, you have to pay first.
Su-Yun was slightly taken aback. How much? The old man stretched out a finger. 100,000 profound coin? All right. Su-Yun nodded. No, 100,000 profound coin? The lowest level of business I have ever done is the 700,000 profound coin. The old man shook his head. Could it be 1,000,000 profound coin? Su-Yun frowned slightly. He didn't have that much money on him right now. If he really wanted to take it, he would have to go back to the ultimate martial world to ask Heiyu for it. It's 10,000,000 profound coin. At this time, the old man set a price that would not stop until he had shocked everyone. Hearing that, Su-Yun was immediately stunned in place, and only after a long while did he regain his senses. He slapped his thigh and shouted, 10,000,000 profound coin? Is this old man trying to steal money? This time, Su-Yun did not even care about the title. It was simply an evil merchant. To actually ask for 10,000,000, even if he went to ask for it from Heiyu, he would not be able to take it out within a short period of time. Young man, 10,000,000 profound coin is definitely worth it. After all, these two are your most important people. Don't you want to go see them earlier? The old man laughed. Furthermore, the divine arts I have just used are not simple and are usually not allowed to be used. If you use this divine arts, you need to use a price of more than 10,000,000, but I know that to you, these 10,000,000 profound coins should be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Not cheap? How did you know? Did this old man know that he was the alliance leader of this region, the 100 Meetings Alliance? Then, the old man pointed at Su-Yun and laughed. I smell that special scent on you, and if it's not wrong, it should be the key to that treasure deposit. If you take this key to look for the treasure deposit, and get the money to exchange for your parents' whereabouts, isn't that over with? It turned out that the old man had already noticed the key that Su-Yun snatched from the blood helmet man. So you already knew? Su-Yun secretly placed his hand beside the sword sheath. The old man seemed to have sensed Su-Yun's intentions, and said anxiously, Young man, do not be nervous. I have told you before, I am not the type of person who would kill and seek wealth. I earn money only by my conscience. Even though you have the key to the treasure, I'm not interested in that item at all. I really can't see what kind of conscience you have. If you ask for 10,000,000, how can I possibly take it out in a short amount of time? If you want me to search for treasure, do you think that you can easily obtain it with a key? Su-Yun shook his head. How can you not get a treasure easily when you have a key? Those people who don't have keys are still thinking about the treasure. Seriously, you know that the spell I just used would have cost me my lifespan. This spell of mine consumes my lifespan every time I use it, so my price is extremely high. Wasn't it to earn more profound coin and raise his cultivation so that he could live longer? If you don't want to pay 10,000,000 profound coin, I would rather waste my lifespan than tell you the whereabouts of your parents. Alright, brat, either bring your money or leave, you choose. The old man seemed rather impatient. It seemed that he was only interested in money. Hearing that, Su-Yun had no other choice. He took out the key and said, Since that's the case, then how about I exchange the key with you? You can go on a treasure hunt yourself with the key. No, there are so many people who are thinking about treasures, and it is inevitable that someone's thoughts will go awry on the way. I told you that I won't kill anyone, and in order to avoid battles, I can't go find treasures, not to mention that as long as I have real gold and silver, I don't need anything else, even if it's precious. After the old man finished speaking, he sat down on the ground and smirked at Su-Yun, waiting for his reply. I really can't do anything to you. Seeing that, Su-Yun shook his head and sighed. He can only turn around and leave, preparing to look for the treasure then look for the old man. However, just as he turned around, the old man behind him shouted, Wait! Su-Yun stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, ran to the back of Su-Yun's butt and touched it. What are you doing? Su-Yun was shocked. Then, Su-Yun saw the old man holding onto the order badge on his waist and looked at it carefully. The order badge was only a very simple pass, and the person who gave the order badge to him was Realm Master. The old man studied the order badge. He raised his head and stared at Su-Yun. You are from the Realm Tree?
Not really, but I know Realm Master.
Suyun asked curiously, "What's wrong again?"
The old man put down the order badge and placed his hands behind his back.
He circled around Suyun and asked, "What is your relationship with the Realm Master?"
Why do you ask?
Don't worry about it, just say it.
That won't do.
I can say it.
Suyun rubbed his fingers and said without a shred of conscience, "We need to collect money." When the old man heard this, he flew into a rage.
"Aya, how dare you lie to me? Is that a lie? Aren't you the same? If you want to know, then pay. I won't force you, one is willing to beat, one is willing to take it."
Suyun shrugged.
You?
The old man stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do in the end. He harumphed, all right, stop playing tricks with me. At most, I will reduce the price by 2 million, you just have to pay me 8 million. Quickly tell me what your relationship with Realm Master is, if not, I will not ask anymore. You won't be able to buy the information on me even if 10 million, at least 20 million. Hearing that, Suyun did not dare to push the matter any further, and laughed. Old man, before that, can you tell me about your relationship with the Realm Master? You have explained your relationship, so I can answer that easily.
Ha, are you afraid that I'll harm you?
As if the old man knew Suyun was worried, he shook his head and snorted, I'm not the enemy of Realm Master. To be honest, I used to be an important subject of the Realm Tree, and the profound technique that I used previously is also a divine technique passed down in the Realm Tree. Normal people can't learn it, so don't worry, even if you have a close relationship with the Realm Master, I won't harm you.
Is that so?
Suyun was surprised. He did not expect the old man to be from the Realm Tree. He thought for a while, then took out the divine leaf and showed it to the old man. When the old man saw this, he was stunned.
Divine leaf. You should know what this means better than I do. Suyun kept the divine leaf.
After a long time, he sighed and said lightly, I never thought that you would actually have a divine leaf. It doesn't matter if it is because I have wronged the people of the Realm Tree back then, but today, I met you who has a close relationship with the Realm Master. It can be considered fate, so I will help you. The old man shook his head, then said, the current location of your parents is the location where you used your key, which is also the location of the treasure. If you take this key to the treasure deposit, you should be able to find your parents. Hearing that, Suyun was surprised. He didn't expect the old man to tell him the news so easily, much less that his parents would be located in such a treasure trove. Why did the attitude of the divine leaf change so quickly? Who the heck was this old man? Suyun took a deep breath. His mind was in a mess, but the most important thing right now was not the identity of the old man, but the whereabouts of his parents, and asked again, where are they? Could it be for the treasure? God knows. If you want to know what a person is going to do, you will have to spend years or even decades. Moreover, you can't use this kind of divine technique at any time. If you overuse it, I'm in danger of destroying and dissipating my soul. I can't answer your question, the old man said. Suyun nodded and cupped his fists at the old man. Anyways, old man, thank you. No need for your thanks. I also have a request for you. If you go back and meet Realm Master, can you help me pass on a message to her? Tell her that I, Kuron, do not ask to leave Dark Place, and only hope that the Realm Tree people can forgive me. This will do. So, this old man is called Kuron. Suyun thought, then nodded. If I am able to see Realm Master again, I will definitely pass on the message for Senior. The old man nodded and waved his hand. Alright, go find your parents. Farewell. Suyun cupped his fists. He then took out his sword and stepped on it and rushed forward. He really did not expect to meet such a strange old man, and even more so, did not expect that the Realm Master's divine leaf would give him so much convenience. From the old man's words, perhaps he had committed some unforgivable mistake, and thus was punished within the Dark Place, never to return to the Wanhua realm. But Suyun did not care anymore. After knowing the whereabouts of his parents, he was extremely excited. He flew like a meteor in the sky, straight towards the location of the treasure. The Blood Helmet man had told Suyun the location before. Although he was not familiar with the dark place, it was still very easy to find the location.
It should be coming from this direction, it'll be soon.
Su-Yun stared in front of him, and muttered. When they were almost at the nameless prison where the treasure was located, on the road, they could already see a lot of people. There were evil people, devil cultivators, spirit demons, spirit cultivators and more. All sorts of strange existences were going towards the nameless prison, but without question, all of them were not good people. Among them, there were many who had astonishing chi, and even if Su-Yun sensed the chi, he could not help but have a serious expression.
What were parents doing here?
Weren't they here to find out where their sister was? Could it be that his sister was here? Thinking about that, Su-Yun could not help but increase his speed.
Finally,
a gigantic skeleton appeared in his line of sight, as though it had almost sunk into the top of Dark Place. It connected with the entire space of Dark Place and sat on an extremely spacious piece of flat land. Evil chi spread in all directions around the skeleton, and around the skeleton, a large number of figures appeared. Seeing that, Su-Yun flew up into the sky and looked around. He even took off his cloak so that his parents would notice him.
Father, mother, your son has come to find you.
Father, mother. Su-Yun looked around and shouted. However, despite the ruckus around him and the shouts he made, there was still no movement. But Su-Yun did not give up. As he flew, he shouted and flew around everywhere, hoping to attract Su Shintian's and his attention.
Ah, child, father is here.
At this moment, a strange sound came from below.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 600.
Hearing that, Su-Yun turned to look, only to see a fat man with big ears and a sturdy-looking devil cultivator laughing at him. When devil cultivator's words fell, his companions around him immediately burst out in laughter, the ear-piercing noises unceasingly resounding.
Fuck you!
Su-Yun was enraged. He immediately released his sword and was about to kill the group of devil cultivator.
But just as he landed, an arm pulled at him from the side.
Don't be angry, the Supreme Expert is a place filled with clouds. If you mess around and anger the Supreme Expert, you will only end up getting yourself killed.
A deep voice came out.
What a familiar voice. Hearing the voice, Su-Yun's entire body shook. He suddenly turned around, only to see a man dressed in a yellow Blade Master outfit, standing beside him. The man looked middle-aged, his skin was slightly black, he had a goatee, his hair was black with a tinge of white, he had a tall stature, his demeanor was ancient, there were wrinkles on his forehead, and his eyes were deep and profound, as if there were two bottomless wells, as if they contained countless stories, and there was a cross scar on the right side of his face, which was very eye-catching.
Father!
Seeing the middle-aged man, Su-Yun's eyes went blank for a moment, then he exclaimed out loud with joy. It's really you. Su Shintian was also stunned. Looking carefully at Su-Yun, he realized that other than his pale skin, the young man in front of him had the exact same appearance as his own son, Su-Yun. Previously, when he was in the midst of the crowd, he had seen Su-Yun flying in the air. Previously, he had doubted her, but now that he had approached her to confirm, he never expected that this young man was really his own son.
Dad, I've finally found you.
Su-Yun hugged onto the middle-aged man tightly. He felt as though there were extremely strong waves in his heart, and it was difficult to calm down.
Yunur.
Su Shintian opened his mouth, looked at Su-Yun, a look of sorrow and guilt flashed past his eyes. He raised his hand, wanting to hold on to Su-Yun, but his hand was still in the air, not moving at all.
How could Su Shintian think that the hedonistic, ignorant and lazy Su-Yun would come here? How long had it been?
To be able to come here, he had to at least be a Sky Spirit Master cultivator.
Su-Yun was promoted to the Sky Spirit Master? Su Shintian could not believe it.
He looked at the young man in front of him carefully, and after looking at him again and again, he finally confirmed that it was indeed Su-Yun, his son.
I didn't expect this. Who would have thought? Yunur, you can actually come here. You've grown up, grown up.
Su Shintian was moved, his face was also filled with pleasant surprise. Su Yun laughed and sized Su Shintian up once. Compared to before, he did not change much, only that the vicissitudes of life in his eyes became deeper.
Dad, where's Mom? Is your mother snowy? She's at the door of Nameless Prison, quickly. If you come with me and let your mother see you, she'll definitely be overjoyed.
With that said, Su Shintian brought Su Yun and walked towards the entrance of the Nameless Prison. At the moment, a large number of people were gathered at the entrance of the prison. They all squeezed towards the entrance as if there was some kind of treasure inside.
Su Shintian led Su Yun through the crowd and quickly approached the door. Su Yun asked curiously, "Father, why are there so many people gathered here? What are they doing here? What else can we do?" The Nameless Prison is a treasure left behind by the ancient supreme expert. They naturally came here for the treasure. Su Shintian laughed. But what are they doing here if they can't enter this prison without a key? Isn't that a waste of time? Su Yun said.
In fact, all of these supreme expert came here a while ago. It is said that these supreme expert made an agreement before, that they would join hands to break the prison's enchantment, and then divide the treasures, and the spirit cultivator that is trapped here all hopes to take advantage of this chaos to get a hold of the treasure.
Su Shintian said. Su Yun heard and nodded. Yuner, why are you here?
In the end, Su Shintian could no longer hold it in and asked. Su Yun was quiet for a moment, then said, "After we meet Mother, your son will explain everything in detail."
All right then. Su Shintian nodded, then increased his pace.
Approaching the entrance of the Nameless Prison, he saw a lady wearing a light yellow robe, with long hair and fair skin walking towards the two of them. She held a sword in her hand and wore a bun on her head, with a few lines at the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were pitch black and filled with spirituality, and unspeakable shrewdness flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was Su Yun's mother, Shin Shueshue.
God, is that Yuner? Shin Shueshue walked over and asked anxiously.
Obviously, she had noticed it earlier. However, she couldn't believe that the young man was her son. One had to know where this place was, and who her own son was. The extremely dangerous dark place, to the people of the Sky Martial continent, was simply like 18 levels of hell. If any of these existences were placed in the Sky Martial continent, they would be able to stay there and summon the wind and rain, and her naughty son would actually come here?
Did he have that cultivation?
Without waiting for Su Shintian to speak, Su Yun walked over and called out excitedly. Hearing that, Shin Shueshue immediately looked at Su Yun carefully, and when he realized that the person was Su Yun, she was stunned.
Only after a long while did she come back to her senses, and said excitedly, "Yuner, is it really you? Oh my God, why are you here?"
"I received news that my parents were still alive, so I went to great lengths to find them." Su Yun took a deep breath to calm the waves in his heart, and said with a smile. When Shin Shueshue heard her, a look of guilt flashed past her eyes. She held Su Yun's face and looked at it carefully, and said with a bit of sadness and helplessness, "Yuner, your father and mother has let you down."
"Why do you say that? How could parents apologize to their son? What's more, you didn't do anything wrong. You did it to find your little sister, didn't you?" Su Yun laughed.
Shin Shueshue's eyes flashed with emotions. She was speechless. Su Shintian looked at Su Yun, then looked at Shin Shueshue and sighed. All right, there are too many people here, let's go to the side and talk. Yuner, tell us everything that has happened over the years, and also, how did you come here?
Yuner, quickly tell your mother about this. It has been hard on you all these years. Is there anyone who dares to bully you? Your mother will definitely help you teach them a lesson. Shin Shueshue immediately replied.
Hearing that, Su Yun laughed bitterly. Father, mother, I have been doing well all these years, you do not have to worry.
But before I answer your questions, can you answer one of mine? Shin Shueshue and Su Shintian looked at him together. What problem? When did I get a sister, and when did she leave the Su clan? Su Yun asked seriously. With that said, Shen Shuai and Su Shintian's expressions immediately became stiff. The two of them looked at each other and became silent.
Seeing that, Su Yun became suspicious, feeling that his parents were hiding something from him. The two in front of him were absolutely right. Although they had not seen each other for many years, who would not even know their parents? What's more, they had already recognized him. Su Shintian and Shen Shuai led Su Yun to the side of Nameless Prison, and the two kept quiet.
Shen Shuai's expression was a little pained.
Along the way, she tightly grabbed onto Su Yun's hand, as if she wanted to say something to her. However, every time she opened her mouth, there were things that she couldn't say. Seeing that, Su Yun's heart was at a loss. Finally, Su Shintian could no longer resist, and directly opened his mouth. Yuner, this is a long story, and it will be hard to explain it to you in a while. In the future, if there is a chance, we will explain it in detail to you. What we should do now is to first think of a way to enter the Nameless Prison.
Enter the Nameless Prison? Why? Do you also want the treasures inside? Su Yun asked.
Baby? We don't care if it's an unparalleled treasure. Shen Shuai laughed and shook her head. Yuner, we only care about the expert who is being locked up inside.
A imprisoned expert?
The more Su Yun heard, the more he was confused.
But after listening to Shen Shuai's and Su Shintian's explanation, Su Yun suddenly understood.
It turned out that a few years ago, due to some accidents, Su Shintian, Shen Shuai, and their daughter had accidentally went missing. However, they had not gone missing in the Sky Martial continent, but had gone missing in another realm. The two of them had no other choice but to give up after having failed to find their daughter. They believed that their daughter had most likely already been killed. But after a while, the two of them received news that their daughter did not die. Not only did she not die, she was also protected by a powerful sect. As of now, she was already a disciple of that sect. When the two of them received this news, they were naturally relieved. But when they found out about the sect their daughter had entered, they went pale with fright. I have to get her to leave that sect, or else, Shen Shuai stopped mid-sentence and sighed. Su Yun frowned slightly. Even though his parents had many things that they had never told him, it was not appropriate for him to ask any further questions. His parents had their own plans, and there had to be a reason for why they did not explain it to him. Yuner, please forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye at that time, so much that you misunderstood us. We were extremely anxious to find your sister, and after finding out that she entered such a sect, we became extremely anxious.
Su Shintian sighed.
Su Shintian's face was filled with guilt, but he did not know that after he and Shen Shuai left, Su Yun's days in the Su family would be numbered, to the point of him not being able to survive anymore. However, Su Yun would never care about these things. Whether he lived or not, it all depended on his own hard work, not his parents.
What will happen if I enter that sect?
Su Yun hesitated for a moment, and said softly.
There are many drawbacks.
Just a little bit of it is enough to make people tremble in fear. Shen Shuai said worriedly, it is said that if you join that sect, you will become unrecognizable and bloodthirsty. I wonder, which parent would be willing to have their own child become like that? That's why your dad and I wanted to rescue her.
Can't you just tell her?
That sect is extremely powerful.
We can't even enter the sect by ourselves, so how can we meet her?
Moreover, I'm afraid she won't leave so easily.
What are your plans?
Maybe the Supreme Expert locked up in the Nameless Prison can help us, so your father and I came here to save the Supreme Expert and let him help us deal with that sect.
So that's how it is, Su Yun nodded.
This time, there are a few extremely powerful people who came here, and plan to join together to break the enchantment, and split the treasures inside. Your mother and I will wait for them to break through the enchantment, and save the Supreme Expert, but I am worried that there are some experts who came for the Supreme Expert.
Su Shintian said.
Hearing that, Su Yun grinned. Father, Mother, you don't have to worry.
Can't we just rush in before they break through the barrier?
Yuner, what nonsense are you talking about?
If we had entered earlier, would your father and I even need to wait until now? Shen Shuai asked curiously. Suyun took out a green key from the spatial ring and laughed. Won't we be able to enter with it? This is? The two stared wide-eyed in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Chapter 601. Looking at the key in Suyun's hand, Su Shintian still could not recover his senses. After he looked at it seriously for a while, he realized that it was indeed the real deal. Yuner, how did you get the prison key? Su Shintian was shocked, and could not help but ask. By chance. Suyun laughed, and then explained everything to the two clan elders. When Su Shintian and Shen Shuai heard that, they were truly moved. This was truly a matter of luck and opportunity. Good. That's great, as expected of my son. With this key, your sister will definitely be saved. Shen Shuai happily grabbed Suyun's hand. Right now, their biggest headache and worry was about entering jail. They didn't expect that once their son arrived, this biggest problem would be solved so easily. How could they not be happy? Although I don't really see my sister, we are family after all. How can I not help? Father, mother, you must have suffered a lot in the past few years, so let your son share the rest. Suyun said seriously, once we get our sister, we will return to the Sky Martial continent and reunite with Qinger, and share our happiness together. Qinger? Hearing that, Shen Shuai remembered, and immediately asked, is Qinger alright? She's fine. Suyun nodded, but his expression dimmed as he sighed. All these years, Qinger has been through quite a bit, and have also suffered a lot. Once little sister is back safe and sound, I will definitely treat her well. It had been a while since Suyun last saw him. It would be a lie if he said that he did not miss him. Who knows if Qinger has come to the ultimate martial world? It should be very easy for the divine cloud immortal palace to come to the ultimate martial world. Hearing that, Shen Shuai laughed. So what if you marry Qinger? Alright. However, Suyun agreed without any hesitation, and without any feeling of distress. Shen Shuai was surprised. She had seen it for herself. In the past, Suyun had beaten and scolded Qinger, and he hated her greatly, so how could his attitude change so much? But when they heard Suyun recounting the matters of Su Qinger, the Su family and the profound Sky sect, they were all dumbfounded. After Shen Shuai and Su Shintian heard this, they became silent. Maybe the two of them did not expect that there would be so many stories behind it, and even more so did not expect that Qinger, at such a young age, would actually have such a deep heart and determination. A girl like this, you must definitely cherish her. Yuner, you must not let her down. Su Shintian said in a serious tone. I understand, father. Suyun said. But what surprised me the most was you, Yuner. Su Shintian said again. He looked at Suyun from head to toe, and said emotionally, the current you has changed too much. Do you know? If you did not find me, maybe I would not even dare to recognize you. The current you is like a completely different person. You seem more mature, more steady, especially your cultivation. Yuner, what is your cultivation level now? Suyun was wearing a Longjin's wristband and the two elders could not see through their son's true strength. Suyun laughed and took off the Longjin's wristband, releasing his chi. Smelling the scent, their faces changed. 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. Looks like your cultivation level isn't low either. Suyun asked. Su Shintian hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head. Your mother and I are both at the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. 7th rank. Suyun was speechless. Father and mother are so powerful. Is she really someone who walked out of the Su family? If he did not have the memories of his previous life, if he did not encounter many fortuitous encounters and limitless sword arts, he would not have had his current cultivation. Could it be that his parents met with such a miracle?
Su Shintian seemed to have seen through the doubt in Su Yun's heart, and he said helplessly, "Sai, Yuner, I know you must have countless questions you want to ask right now, but the time is not right yet. When the time is ripe, I will explain everything to you." Su Yun nodded and did not speak further. Knowing what his parents were doing, Su Yun decided to help. After all, it was related to his sister's safety. "Alright, there is no time to lose, God Sky, let us go to Nameless Prison first. If there is anything, we can talk about it after we meet that supreme expert," Shun Shueshue said. "Yes." Su Shintian nodded, then stood up and walked towards Nameless Prison with the family of 3. The entrance to the prison was filled with powerful existences. They were circling in front of a huge and pitch-black array, as if drawing that array. "Father, is this the formation prepared by the supreme expert?" Su Yun looked at the array through the gaps of the crowd and asked. "That's right." Su Shintian nodded his head, and said solemnly, "This array has been set up for a full 7 months, with 103rd grade of Sky Spirit Master people working together to draw, including demons, humans, ghosts, demons, and beasts. All sorts of powers have been gathered. Its might is unimaginable." Hearing that, Su Yun frowned. With such a large amount of energy gathered together, don't tell me that they aren't worried about the backlash caused by the energy being too chaotic? This is what the experts are doing. These Sky Spirit Master experts are setting up the array. They are integrating this power, Su Shintian said. "So that's how it is." The 3 of them approached the main gate of the Nameless Prison, but at the moment, the main gate was completely sealed off by the experts. No one was allowed to go near. Su Yun pondered on whether he should create some movement to lure these people away. Seeing that, Shin Shueshue leaned over, took out a green fan and gently waved it, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that silently floated out. The people who smelt the aroma all had their eyes opened, but were unable to fall asleep. After a while, their heavy eyelids opened again and they recovered their spirit. "Mom, what technique is this?" "It's the illusion art I learned in the sect before. The effects of the illusion treasure fan are stronger. Now they are all in a type of illusion. They won't be able to recover in a short period of time, but once the illusion art is dispelled, they will definitely sense someone using it. Let's not waste time, quickly go in, and take advantage of the time when no one else is looking for us," Shun Shueshue said. Su Yun nodded. Without hesitation, he immediately took out his key and walked towards the big door. The Nameless Prison's door was special. It was just a round hole, but the hole was sealed by a barrier, and in the center of the hole, there was a sword made of stone. The sword hilt had a groove, and when Su Yun inserted the key into the groove, the stone sword immediately shook, and a small hole appeared in the barrier. The 3 of them immediately ran in and the barrier quickly closed up again. The few experts standing in front of the black array immediately came to their senses and looked around vigilantly. "Someone is using an illusion art." A demon king with bull's horns and armor all over his body whispered. "I smell the source of the illusion. It seems to have come from the side of the prison door." A man with a dog's head walked over and stared at the door for a while, his eyebrows slightly raised. "The aura is disappearing, but there's nothing wrong with the door. What's going on?" A few experts had doubts in their hearts, but their vigilance did not allow them to rest. The Oxhorn Demon King immediately sent people to investigate, and at the same time, he sent even more men to forbid them from getting near the entrance. The outside of the Nameless Prison once again became noisy. Inside, Su Yun and the other 2 walked into the pitch-black cave. Although Shin Shueshue had only casually used one illusion art, Su Yun was already incomparably impressed. To be able to paralyze even those experts, his parents' strength was truly extraordinary. "Father, Mother, are you from the Su family?" After walking for a while, Su Yun asked a question that he wanted to know the answer to from the beginning. Hearing that, Shin Shueshue and Su Shintian could not help but look at him. After a long while, the 2 of them looked at each other, and Su Shintian opened his mouth to speak. "No." When the 2 simple words came out, Su Yun's heart could not help but thump hard. Since his parents was not, then he might not even have blood ties with the Su family anymore. Yuner, the reason your father and I were in the Su family back then was because we wanted to escape from our enemy's family. As for the reason why your sister was separated from us, it was also because the enemy came looking for us. Shin Shueshue said with guilt all over her face. Suyun shook his head. Mother, don't say that, Yuner understands your difficulties. No matter what, we will be reunited very soon. Su Shintian laughed. Yes. Nodding his head, Suyun walked forward resolutely. Soon, he felt, he would be able to say goodbye to all these quarrels and live a peaceful life in peace. As long as he could find his little sister, he would immediately go find Chinger and return to the Sky Martial continent. The three of them proceeded forward. The road was dark and narrow, but after walking for nearly an incense's time, a fork had appeared in the road in front of them. Two pitch-black holes appeared in their eyes. According to the information I received, it was to the left. At the end of the right road is the treasure that all the greedy generations dream of. We don't need to care about it. Su Shintian said to Shin Shueshue, and then quickly ran down the left side of the road. Suyun stood in place. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly placed the sword sheath behind him, and quickly followed. The road on the left was still pitch black, but it was gradually becoming more open, as if the world had suddenly opened up. Slowly, a strange, sharp chi rippled in the air. The auras were as sharp as swords, causing one to feel suffocated. It was as though the throats of the three cultivators would be slit in the next moment. The sword strokes on the surrounding roads were extremely strange. As one continued forward, one would be able to see many vapor phase-long swords that were either stabbed into the ground or stuck into the walls, like crystal jade artifacts. What a sharp sword chi! Could this imprisoned supreme expert be a sword expert? Su Shintian said. I don't know. Shin Shueshue shook her head. Suyun, who was following them, looked at his parents, only to see that although the two of them said it out loud, they did not seem to be displeased. In truth, Suyun was not in any discomfort. If it were any other existence of the third grade of Sky Spirit Master, they would have long since been unable to breathe, and would have fallen to the ground with difficulty, but he did not. The reason was simple, he actually had a very special feeling towards this chi. Affinity. This aura was very similar to the kind of mystical chi that he had grasped, and that was the Spirit Lord chi. Suyun stared at the item in detail. This seems to be the Spirit Lord chi. Could it be that the person being held had some sort of connection with the Limitless Sword sect? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602. With that thought, Suyun walked forward nervously. At this time, a gentle power suddenly wrapped around his body, isolating him from the sharp chi that was floating in the air. Looking at it, the energy was definitely coming from Shin Shueshue. Shin Shueshue smiled slightly and said, Yuner, although your current cultivation is very strong and you have already reached the sage realm, but this aura is unbearable for normal people. Hearing that, Suyun nodded, his heart felt warm. Very quickly, they reached the end of the road and a huge light screen once again appeared in their line of sight. The light was transparent, like a layer of frost. However, in the middle of the frost was a dark green symbol. The symbol was shaped like a green leaf and was very beautiful to look at. The sharp sword chi was coming from the light screen. In front of the light screen, there was a stone tablet with words written on it. Although he did not know when the words were written, the words were extremely clear. Vicious souls are ruthless. Since this town is eternal, it cannot be opened. Otherwise, all living beings will be burned to ashes. Suyun stared at the handwriting and muttered. This stone tablet must have been set up by the previous realm master, and the seal was set up by her. To break the seal, I'm afraid it would have taken a lot of effort. Su Shintian replied. Dad, who is the person being held inside? Suyun asked. A peerless expert. It's said that he has the ability to connect to the heavens and the earth, and his connections are extremely wide. If we can save him and get him to help us, we can certainly save your sister, Su Shintian said. But according to what this stone tablet said, the inner supreme expert is probably extremely vicious. No fear, this is just a misunderstanding, Su Shintian said. Su Yun did not say anything. Perhaps his parents had already investigated this person before, otherwise, they would not have come to find him. Shin Shueshue took out a large amount of ingredients from her space bag and started to draw an array. Su Shintian also moved at the same time. The two of them skillfully constructed something, and after a while, a strange square formation appeared. Although the array had not been opened, the violent chi released by the array made Su Yun's heart jump. He was afraid that this chi could not be controlled by anyone more than the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master. With the formation completed, Su Shintian stood in the center, his hands forming a seal. He started chanting, as though he was activating something. Golden light seeped out from the surface of his body, and like a rope, it coiled around his body, quickly transforming into a golden light armor. Su Shintian took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with a gold light. He stared at the snow-white light screen. Suddenly, his chi became heavy, and he rushed forward. Almost at the same time he sprinted, the formation beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. It turned into a streak of white light and entered his back. When the white light entered his body, it was as if his entire being had been sublimed, and in that moment, Su Yun felt like a god had appeared. Dawn! Su Shintian's shoulder fiercely collided against the light screen. In that moment, the light screen shattered, a great amount of sword chi poured out like floodwater. Su Yun and Shin Shueshue were forced to retreat due to the terrifying sword chi, and anxiously used chi to block. The surging sword chis lasted for about 10 breaths of time before it stopped. The two of them looked over, to see Su Shintian standing in the middle of the broken light screen. The golden light armor on his body had disappeared. He was panting hard, his face was covered in perspiration. Su Yun tensed up. He stared at the darkness behind the light screen and quietly pulled out the death sword from his back. Shin Shueshue did not dare to be negligent, and looked at the pitch-black ground cautiously. Oh! At this moment, a surprised voice sounded from the darkness. Then, a light laugh came out. I never thought that after so many years, there would still be someone who would come to look at me. Not bad, not bad, not bad, but you don't have spirit life chi on you, and you don't look like Realm Tree. Who are you? With that said, Su Shintian cupped his fists in respect and said respectfully, I am Su Shintian, I am here to save Senior. Why did you save me? The voice came again. Su Shintian hesitated for a moment, then said, I have a request from Senior, so I came to ask for your help. Ha ha ha, like I said before. I have never known you before, so why would you come and save me? How could there be such a good thing in the world? The voice laughed. Su Shintian did not dare to refute, and cupped his fists as he bowed. Senior, please help me. Coco, whatever, it is not easy to come here. I believe you have spent a lot of effort. Since you have released me, I will consider it and tell you what exactly is going on. If I can help you, then we will leave this prison. The voice laughed. Hearing that, Su Yun could not help but think in his heart, this man is rather realistic. After Su Shintian heard this, he opened his mouth. I accidentally entered the Supreme Sect. In order to save my daughter's life, I hope that Senior can help me so that I can take my daughter away from the Supreme Sect. What? Supreme Sect? When the voice in the darkness heard her words, it froze for a moment. How could she have entered this sect? It was forced upon me as well. Su Shintian said helplessly, I don't want to see my daughter sink deeper and deeper, but my cultivation is shallow, and can't possibly be a match for someone from the Supreme Sect, so I had no choice but to come up with this plan. I think you should give up. The voice in the darkness laughed and said, once you enter the Supreme Sect, you will be cut off from the rest of the world. In their eyes, there is only the great Tao that can be requested. No way. Without waiting for Su Shintian to speak, Shin Shueshue immediately became anxious. She took 3 steps forward and said emotionally, Senior, please save my daughter, I do not want to lose her, please save my daughter, I beg you.
With that said, Shen Shueshue bent her knees and knelt down. Seeing that, Su Shintian did not say anything. Why do you have to suffer? The voice in the darkness was surprised. If Senior is unwilling to help, my husband and I will definitely not leave this place. Shen Shueshue's attitude was exceptionally resolute. Seeing her mother kneeling down, how could Suyun stand there without doing anything? He immediately walked forward and wanted to help Shen Shueshue up, but Shen Shueshue's attitude was firm. He had no choice but to kneel down and say, Senior, you are extremely capable, you must have a way, can you point out a path? Save my sister? Just as Suyun said these words, the voice in the darkness made a soft sound of surprise, and did not reply to Suyun's words. After a long time, the voice came out. Kid, where are you from? Where? Suyun was startled. Shen Shueshue and Su Shintian were even more confused. Senior, why do you ask this? Suyun did not understand. Cut the crap, hurry up and say it, where are you from? The voice in the darkness sounded urgent. Seeing that, Suyun could only say, Sky Marshal Continent. Sky Marshal Continent? The voice was silent for a moment, as if thinking of something. After a moment, the voice spoke again, come in. Suyun heard and looked at Shen Shueshue and Su Shintian. Shen Shueshue was still doubtful, but he extended his hand out, and blocked Suyun. Don't go in. He then shouted into the darkness, is it okay if I go in? As long as he enters, none of you are allowed to enter. Otherwise, all of you will bear the consequences. The voice grew serious. Su Shintian's face immediately became gloomy, a light sweeping past his eyes, as though he was dissatisfied with what he had said. Father is afraid that he will harm me? Suyun, however, could not help but laugh. Although we came here to seek for his help, but honestly speaking, I do not know much about him. Yuner, if you don't want to go, then you don't have to. If you can't, then we can just think of another way. Su Shintian said. That's right, Yuner, don't go in. Shen Shueshue anxiously pulled Suyun's hand. However, Suyun was still smiling faintly. He shook his head and said, Father, Mother, it is enough that you two have done so much for my younger sister. Let me do some things for my younger sister. We have requests from others, so we should trust him. With that, he broke free from Shen Shueshue's grasp and directly rushed inside. Yuner! Shen Shueshue called out urgently. However, Suyun had already disappeared into the darkness. Seeing that, Shen Shueshue bit her lower lip, her face full of sorrow and helplessness. Hi! Su Shintian sighed, his eyebrows filled with worry. Taro, is it really okay for us to do this? Shen Shueshue lowered his head and said. There's no other way. We owe Yuner too much. Su Shintian said helplessly. How should I explain this to him in the future? I can only take one step at a time. In the darkness, there was an endless amount of sword chi. The sword chi was like the blade of a sword, constantly slicing Suyun's body, causing people's hair to stand on end. It was extremely terrifying. Suyun looked around, and carefully proceeded forward. The death sword in his hand also became extremely tight. Senior! He whispered. However, the surroundings were quiet. There was nothing here. It was very empty, but the owner of the voice was nowhere to be seen. Suyun continued to walk forward. He was already very far away from the entrance. So south. Just then, a loud noise came from the sky, followed by countless of chi swords shooting towards them like arrows. Seeing that, Suyun immediately used his imperial equipment to block. The chi sword struck the imperial equipment, causing the barrier of the imperial equipment to be shaken to the point that it almost ruptured. What suicide witch, what Xiao Huailin, compared to this terrifying attack, it was like a senior magus meeting a junior magus. After a moment, Suyun was drenched in sweat, his face was pale, and it was hard for him to persevere any longer.
He raised his head, staring at the direction that the chi sword was coming from, only to see that in the distance, a dark figure had appeared in his line of sight. He held the sword art sign in one hand and stood there quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, and was looking at him. Are these air swords controlled by this guy? Su-yun thought. He immediately turned and dodged to the side. The moment he avoided the chi swords, he threw the death sword in his hands out, and then activated limitless sword arts, urging the death sword to fly towards the figure. Boom! Whiz! The death sword turned into a black stream of light, fiercely rushing towards the figure. Sovereign King's sword? Not bad, not bad. I never thought that there would actually be someone who can control him. When the figure saw the incoming death sword, he smiled and raised his hand, causing the chi sword to dissipate. The death sword that was attacking him also stopped in mid-air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603. The strange scene truly stunned Su-yun. Sovereign King's sword? You know that death sword or Sovereign King's sword? Su-yun was stunned. Who exactly are you? Who am I? The silhouette smiled. Before answering this question, let me ask you, where did you get that sword? This. Su-yun hesitated. However, before he could say anything, the man had spoke out directly. Did you get it from the limitless sword sheath? You know about limitless sword sheath? Su-yun frowned. Who the hell are you? Me? The man removed the profound chi from his body and walked out of the darkness. This was a white-robed, white-haired man. The man had long hair that fell to his shoulders, and his expression was filled with a hint of sharpness. However, when Su-yun saw the man's appearance clearly, he immediately felt that it was familiar, and a human figure flashed across his mind. When he compared himself to the figure, Su-yun instantly understood, and was extremely shocked. Could it be? His heart trembled as he would never have thought that he would meet such a person here. Was he not dead? It couldn't be wrong. This must be the sword ancestor. When Su-yun came back to his senses, he was already sure. He immediately took a step forward, cupped his fists, and respectfully bowed to the man. Disciple Su-yun greets sword ancestor. Oh? Do you know who I am? The man was startled, but he quickly understood. Seems like you are able to cultivate limitless sword arts. Then if you practice limitless sword arts, you must be able to go through it. I reckon that you have seen the remnant thoughts that I left in my sword domain, and recognize me? Yes. Su-yun nodded. How excited was he? First, he had found his parents, whom he had not seen for many years. Now, in Wanhua realm, he had actually met Limitless Sword Ancestor. Limitless Sword Ancestor looked at Su-yun carefully, and then nodded his head, and laughed. Not bad, not bad. I thought that sword sect was already dead. I never thought that there would be such a successor. Seems like my foresight was not bad. The sword sect is still around. It was still being spread? With how Sword Elder is, if I didn't find the sword art sign in the Tiger Cave, I'm afraid that the Limitless Sword sect still wouldn't exist. Su-yun secretly cursed, but he was still filled with doubts about the appearance of the Sword Ancestor. Sword Ancestor, you are powerful. How could you be in this prison? Why does the previous Realm Master want to seal you in this place? This is a long story. Limitless Sword Ancestor was quiet for a bit, then he said, actually, what you have seen so far is only a strand of my soul. Soul? Yes, I am used to traveling around the world, and like to gather swords, so I made many friends, but I also offended a lot of enemies. I don't know how long ago, I offended an incredible saint. In the battle with him, I was plotted, my soul was broken up, and I was divided into 10 locations. When I landed at the Realm Tree, the spirit of the Realm Master activated the protection of the Sword Chi Storm, causing the entire Realm Tree to be affected. The Realm Tree wanted to be destroyed, but in order to protect the Realm Tree, it was forced to do so. The Realm Master used a forbidden technique to seal me here. The skeleton above the prison was the ancient evil god's bone. it was specially used to suppress me, and because the Realm Master used a forbidden technique, half of his lifespan was also used, thus he died young. So the current Realm Master did not need to use the sword chi to help her, because I am not leaving this place randomly. Since right now, the sword chi around me will not leave this place. Hearing that, Suyun suddenly realized that the cause and effect of the matter was actually like this. What's your name? Who is the current sect leader? Limitless Sword Ancestor asked again. Disciple Suyun, current sword sect is Sword View Elder. Sword View Elder? I have not heard of it, I have already left the sword sect for many years. Limitless Sword Ancestor revealed a shameful expression. Although I was the one who founded the sword sect, to be honest, I haven't been doing my best, leaving behind only a sword sheath and a sword art sign. I'm really incompetent. The Sword Elder paid a lot to protect the Limitless Sword sect, who was on the verge of extinction, and he worked so hard to support it. Although you, Sword Ancestor, have never cared about the sword sect, in his heart, it has always been his belief. Suyun said seriously. Towards the Limitless Sword sect, Suyun had always had a very special feeling of intimacy. Although he had joined many sects, none of them could give him this feeling. It was a feeling of belonging to someone close to his family. When Limitless Sword Ancestor heard this, he smiled bitterly. Indeed, it's my mistake. If there's a chance, I will return to Sword Sect to take a look, but then again, the current me might not be able to return for a while. If I don't gather all the soul that I've lost, it's absolutely impossible for me to return to Sword Sect. Where is your soul? Suyun asked. There are 2 in the ultimate martial world and 7 in the other realm. Sword Ancestor, do you know the exact location? This disciple is willing to help you find them. Suyun said. I'm afraid that's not simple. I can sense the locations of the other souls and they are extremely dangerous where they are located, not to mention the other realms. If I don't give it a try, how will I know if it'll work? Suyun said. If it were not for the Limitless Sword Arts, he would not have been able to destroy the conspiracy between the Profound Sky Sect and himself, and he would not have been able to rewrite history to keep Qinger alive. Suyun knew that he owed the Sword Sect. If he had the chance, how could he not repay the gratitude? Seeing the determination on Suyun's face, Limitless Sword Ancestor went silent for a bit, and then laughed out loud. Okay, Suyun, since you have that kind of intention, then I will promise you, but before that, you still have to increase your cultivation. Sword Ancestor laughed, then extended his hand and pressed it on Suyun's shoulder, closing his eyes and accumulating chi. Suyun was slightly taken aback, and looked at Sword Ancestor's hand with a strange expression. Very quickly, the Sword Ancestor shook his head and said, with your current cultivation, why is the sword art sign still stuck at the 4 bottom-tiered sword? At this stage of cultivation, you should break through the 4 bottom-tiered sword and be promoted to 2 middle-tiered sword as soon as possible. Your disciple is stupid. It is hard for you to comprehend a sword technique. Suyun said. In fact, the most important thing was that there were too many things happening in the past few days, and although the sword art sign was good, it was not something that could be accomplished through hard work, and it still depended on luck. Suyun needed time to cultivate his divine wind sword technique, so it was hard for him to advance. Since that's the case, then I will teach you. Don't leave this place in a hurry. I will give you a few pointers, and help you quickly step into the 2 middle-tiered sword, the realm of Sword Sage. Limitless Sword Ancestor laughed. Sword Saint Realm? Suyun's heart skipped a beat, his breathing became a little hurried. However, he did not forget his purpose for coming here, so he did not answer Limitless Sword Ancestor immediately. Instead, he asked, Sword Ancestor, is it possible for my sister to? Your sister, Sword Ancestor frowned, following that, he sighed, Supreme Sect is not as simple as you think. After entering Supreme Sect, I will cut off everything, and fish people out. That is as difficult as climbing up to the sky. But since you are a part of my Limitless Sword Sect, if I do not help you, my ancestor will become more incompetent, and don't worry, I will do my best to help you. You can calm down, and focus on learning the Limitless Sword Arts. Yes, Sword Ancestor. Suyun nodded.
Sword Ancestor indicated, and the two of them sat down.
The Sword Ancestor raised his hand, and a sword that was condensed from chi appeared in his palm.
Seeing that, Suyun was surprised, and immediately asked, Sword Ancestor has already cultivated to the top-tiered sword, the realm of Sword God?
No, top-tiered sword only have one sword, which is called the Sword of Master, and can freely create countless divine sword. However, I have not cultivated it to that level, and have remained at the peak of the two middle-tiered sword to this day. Although I am only one step away from becoming a top-tiered sword, I still find it difficult to cross over. Hearing that, Suyun sighed in his heart. With the cultivation level of the Sword Ancestor, and the fact that he was still stuck at the two middle-tiered sword level, with him training in the sword art sign, would he still have a chance to step into the top-tiered sword level? But he also had a question, and asked, Sword Ancestor, this sword art sign doesn't seem to have been created by you? Limitless Sword Ancestor smiled. It can be said to be created for me, or it can be said to not be created by me.
What do you mean?
Actually, the limitless sword arts was created by a sword, but when the sword created the sword art sign, I used my support, so that's why there is a sword art sign. Suyun was confused by what he heard. He completely did not understand what he meant.
Sword Ancestor looked at him and asked, where is the limitless sword sheath?
For now, leave it at the cave entrance. Suyun hesitated for a moment and said. Sword Ancestor did not ask any further, and laughed. Suyun, do you know that the sword sheath has sealed up all the 108,000 divine sword that I have placed in there?
Yes, I have. I have also taken out several origin sword and used thousands of them.
However, because the sword art sign has not broken through, I was unable to subdue any more divine sword. Do you think that I am the one who specially used these divine swords to display the limitless sword arts for you? Sword Ancestor said. Hearing that, Suyun was puzzled. Could it be that it has other uses?
Of course.
Sword Ancestor stabbed the chi swords into the ground and said seriously, actually, their true function is to suppress them.
Suppression? What is he suppressing?
The divine sword that created the limitless sword arts. The Sword Ancestor said in a deep voice, during the primordial era, the nameless ferocious sword appeared and used its 5-foot sword tip to cut down 10,000 of the world's creatures. Currently, many people do not know of this secret because practically all the living creatures were destroyed by the fierce sword and no one was able to spread this secret. At that time I was only the age of a child, and the emergence of the evil sword alarmed countless of strong men. The sages all made their moves, wanting to create the evil sword, but after the evil sword cleared 100 realms, it turned into a mortal sword with no power. So seeing that situation, the sacred sword supreme expertess immediately went crazy. Such a powerful evil sword was considered a treasure, and as such, everyone fought to seize it, and even used its name as a protection against the evil sword, to prevent it from messing up the world again. However, their actions shocked the world again. The sword was activated, the evil sword was activated, and the evil intent was released, completely exterminating the holy sword. Then, it went back to the mortal sword, and when my master received the news, he took the risk of being killed by the ferocious sword and took it back. Using his life as the price, he created a small world which he used to seal the evil sword with. Every time the evil sword stirred, he would not be able to break into the small world, but I was worried that there would come a day when the small world would not be able to hold on. Thus, I began to look around to collect the treasured swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 604.
Hearing Sword Ancestor's words, Suyun felt that it was new. He never thought that the sword sheath could actually have this kind of power. 108,000 swords were suppressing this evil sword. This evil sword is truly terrifying. Where is the sword located in the... Why haven't I seen it yet? It changes its position at all times. I don't even know its exact location, and its shape, sword intent, and sword breath are all different from each other.
I don't even know what they look like now.
The Sword Ancestor shook his head.
Is that so? Suyun, do you know why I used this death sword?
The Sword Ancestor pointed to the pitch-black sword on the ground and said,
Isn't it also used to suppress the ferocious sword?
It has this function, but it's not just that. the greater effect it has is that it is used as the main force to restrain the Berserkfier's sword. That is to say, it is the main sword. From my view of the Death Sword's chi, it should have already completed the transformation of the first sword. For you to be able to obtain this sword for your use, it truly is your fortune. The sword ancestor said. Death Sword is very powerful, I agree, but in Ultimate Martial World, its power might be smaller than before. Suyun could not help but ask. Now that the Death Sword had released all of its power, it was very difficult for it to change the situation. After all, it was not like before, where it could help him to challenge experts at multiple levels. Oh? If you think like that, then you are completely wrong. Its potential is beyond your imagination, because the sword spirit it contains is not an ordinary sword spirit. Suyun was startled. What sword spirit? You will know in the future. The sword ancestor smiled mysteriously. Alright, no need to speak anymore. Let's begin. I will tell you everything I've learned about the two middle-tiered sword of the limitless sword arts, and help you analyze it. You should listen carefully. Suyun's expression was solemn as he listened carefully. Seeing that, the sword ancestor started to speak. There were countless wooden buildings on top of a vast and ancient tree. Men and women in green gowns walked between the branches. There were fresh fruits on the branches, and some kids that did not seem to be more than 7 or 8 years old were chasing and eating them. It was a very harmonious scene. Far away, in front of a bottle gourd hanging in the middle of an ancient tree, a group of neatly dressed women were walking quickly towards the mouth of the bottle gourd. In front of these green-dressed women was a lady dressed in a colorful robe, with pure and beautiful eyebrows. When she entered the gourd, a cry immediately sounded out. Greetings, Realm Master. On the huge platform in the middle of the bottle gourd, the officials of the Wanhua realm all prostrated, their faces were filled with respect and worship, and in the middle of all the officials stood a single person. He was dressed in a blue robe, his eyes, face, and manner were all extremely arrogant. Facing the realm master who just walked into the bottle gourd, he did not even bow or even look at her. A cold snort came from his nose. The officials who were watching from the sidelines were enraged. Yet, no one dared to reprimand this person. It was as though no one dared to provoke this person because of his status. But the realm master did not care. She walked over to her own throne and sat down, her indifferent expression slowly changing to one of awe. Who are you? The realm master said indifferently. The elite of Sword World, Chang Wan Ching. That person harumphed, his voice was very arrogant. Sword World? All empty sect? Realm master's slender and pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. Why are the people from All Empty sect here? To seek justice from you, Realm Master. The representative took out a broken jade wall from somewhere and threw it on the ground, and said coldly, my sect master's son, Xiao Huailin, had died tragically at Wanhua realm a few days ago. Although the sect master knows that this has nothing to do with you, the sect master has ordered that the culprit be apprehended, and as the realm master, you must know who the culprit is, so the sect master ordered me to come here, and that is why he wants me to apprehend you. Realm master, please hand over the culprit. His words were sonorous and forceful and extremely savage, causing those who heard them to be greatly angered. The officials all pointed at him, but the other party was from Sword World, and even more so from the famous All Empty sect, so many of them did not dare to release their anger. Of course. Realm Master's goose neck slightly tilted, and he asked curiously, who is Xiao Huailin? The person who came was instantly at a loss for words, and only after a long while did he roar in a low voice, Xiao Huailin is the sect master's son. You actually don't even know my young master? Speaking of which, I don't even know the name of your sect leader. How could I possibly know his son? The realm master said indifferently. You. That person was so angry that he almost jumped up. He took a few deep breaths and recovered, then said coldly, it doesn't matter if you know or not who my master is. Today, you have to hand over the murderer who killed my master, otherwise my Wanhua realm will not be at peace. I do not know who killed Xiao Huailin, although I have always advocated true beauty and peace, but in certain corners of Wanhua realm, battles would always occur. I have never cared about the outcome of the battles, so if you want to find the culprit, I am afraid that you will have to investigate it yourself. The realm master said indifferently. Unable to help? The man's eyes slowly squinted, a cold light flashed through the gaps of his eyes. Are you joking with me? Everyone knows that Wanhua realm is proficient in the forbidden reincarnation technique and is able to know everything about the past. You just need to cast the forbidden technique and whoever killed my young master will know. How could you not know? Since you already said it's a forbidden technique, how can you use it so casually? This is against the logic of nature. The realm master shook her head. That person's expression hardened. In that case, you're not willing to hand over the culprit? I already said, if you want to find the culprit, you can only investigate on your own. I can allow you people from all empty sect to enter the Wanhua realm. Ah, good. Good. Great. A small Wanhua realm like you can also be arrogant now. The person sneered, then he waved his sleeves and snorted, since it's like this, then forget it. Forget it. Since you all are not willing to hand over the culprit, then I will have to return and report, but don't think that this matter will end just like this. Wait, since my young master died in Wanhua realm, no matter what, sect leader will seek justice for young master. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. He came and left arrogantly, and from beginning to end, he had always placed himself at the position of someone with a higher position. Damn bastard. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, "Stand still. Do you think you can just come and go as you please?" The officials were already thoroughly infuriated, all of them roaring in anger. A few of them even wanted to force this person to stay with them. Even though this person claimed to be an elite, his cultivation wasn't as high as these officials. Upon seeing that they were about to make a move on him, he felt weak in his heart. Everyone, don't be impatient. Let him go. Just then, the realm master above spoke out, stopping the angry officials. When the all-empty sect saw this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he could not help but snort, and swaggered out of the bottle gourd. A sturdy-built old man with a full beard moved his gaze away from the bottle gourd, looked at Realm Master and asked angrily, "Realm Master, why are you letting him leave? This person has such a vile attitude, I can't not teach him a lesson." Yeah, the people from the all-empty sect are too arrogant. Although my Wanhua realm has never provoked anyone, but this time, they have provoked us. That dog son of ours, Unveiling, we have never heard of him before. This is simply bullying. People were furious. But there were also some who were worried. Everyone, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as you think. Prime Minister Rong Myuk said indifferently as he held his staff. Prime Minister Rong, what's the meaning of this? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Rong Myuk shook her head. Sword World is a world where killing is the main force. The people inside are much stronger than us, they are the ones with the most strength. They think that we should continue to fight for the rest of our lives. Although All Empty Sect is not the biggest sect in Sword World, but Lord of All Empty Sect's wife Phoenix Lady is actually closely related to the Sword World's powerful Cloud Heavenly Palace. Their relationship is complicated. If the one who died is the sect leader and the lady, I am afraid that we will have to face more than just the All Empty Sect. When everyone heard this, some of their expressions changed. So what? Could it be that they will destroy our Wanhua realm? Can they do that? What's more, our Wanhua realm has no external help. Realm Master, if he, the all-empty sect, wants to behave atrociously, then let them come. Why should we be afraid of them? A short-haired lady shouted. The ministers present were all discussing with each other, feeling indignant. However, Realm Master sat upright and did not say a single word from beginning to end. Perhaps everyone has overlooked something. Just then, Rong Myuk spoke out again. Everyone who was discussing turned to look at him. He opened his mouth slightly and said indifferently, "This time, we may not only be dealing with the people from the sword world, but maybe the people from the true devil realm too. If I'm not wrong, the realm master is worried that the true devil realm will take advantage of this opportunity to enter. These words really hit the nail on the head. When the group of people heard this, their expressions all changed. Those people who were still promising to show the all-empty sect were also silent. Wanhua realm had always been the target of prying eyes from other realms. With all-empty sect approaching menacingly, there was no way the people of the true devil realm would not have heard about it. If what Rong Muk said was true, then the sky above Wanhua realm would soon change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605. The group of officials retreated, and all that was left in the huge bottle gourd was the Realm Master and the old Prime Minister Rong Muk. Realm Master lowered her head in thought. Her beautiful and clear face was like a tranquil lily, slightly curving her eyelashes, her pink lips, a delicate nose, a head of shiny black hair that drooped down, a face that could be broken with a single pinch, making her look extremely beautiful. Countless spirit cultivators saw that the Realm Master was really worried about her. The boring path of cultivation leveled their temperament, but after seeing Realm Master's beautiful face, her gradually darkening temperament suddenly surged. Why haven't you left yet? At this time, Realm Master raised her beautiful head and asked with her clear and melodious voice. Rong Muk thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said respectfully, Realm Master, do you already know who killed Xiao Huailin? The Realm Master stayed silent for around 7 to 8 breaths before she said indifferently, we are the children of nature. In this world, what can possibly escape the eyes of nature? I already know who that person is. Then what about Realm Master? I need to negotiate with him. The Realm Master said indifferently, the life forms of Wanhua realm are innocent, I do not wish for them to be harmed. Although handing over this person will calm the situation down, I have to respect this person and not casually kill him. With that, the Realm Master stood up and walked towards the exit of the bottle gourd. Rong Muk bowed and cupped his fists, respectfully sending him off. Clatter! A crisp sound echoed in the dark cell. Suyin felt like something inside his body had exploded. The inside of his body was hot, but he did not feel uncomfortable. His consciousness started to slowly fade and he seemed to have fallen into a strange illusion as he gradually fell asleep. But very quickly, he opened his eyes again, and the moment he did, everything around him was no longer that pitch-black prison, but instead, a vast expanse of blue sky. And at this moment, Su Yun and Sword Ancestor were standing atop this blue sky. Su Yun looked around, his eyes filled with shock. Sword Ancestor, where is this place? Su Yun asked in shock. This is my illusion space. The Sword Ancestor laughed. Illusionary space? That's right, before, I had washed your veins and integrated the profound chi in your body. I do not know how you managed to do it, but there are too many profound chi-s in your body, although there are many spirit core, but they are all in a mess. If there were so many profound chi-s, devil chi, swift wind spirit chi, and spirit lord chi surging through the chi meridian at the same time, it would have caused the chi meridian to explode, causing your cultivation to drop greatly, but you have a divine object in your body, so if not for the protection of this divine object, you would have been crippled by now. Divine object? Could it be the Monarch Occult Force? Monarch Occult Force? A good name. This power can be considered a divine power, so you don't have to worry now. The profound chi and spirit chorus in your body have already been integrated by me, Su Yun. Before you start training with the sword art sign, I will teach you a set of incantations, and for every stage of cultivation you advance, following the incantation, you will integrate the profound energy in your body, and with that, you will be able to consolidate your profound chi and your cultivation, and become even stronger. Disciple will remember that. Su Yun immediately said. Sword Ancestor nodded his head, and then said in a clear voice, the fire forms have 9 chi channels, the earth forms have 7 chi channels, the metal forms have 5 chi channels, the wood forms have 3 chi channels, the water forms have 3 chi lines, the metal forms go to the earth forms go to the water the water forms go to the fire forms go to the gold, the meridians go to the sky, the earth forms go to the earth, and the meridians go to the 72 meridians. The acupuncture points go to the earth and to the 5 elements. The sword ancestor spoke very carefully. As he sat cross-legged in the blue sky, he spoke with luck. Seeing that, Suyun did not dare delay, and immediately followed suit. There was almost no spirit cultivator that would integrate their own profound chi. Advancing was advancing, obtaining power was acquiring, thus they would never care about it. At most, they just need to reconcile with the profound chi, and that would be enough. After integrating for an unknown period of time, Suyun opened his eyes, memorizing the chants in his heart. It was like reciting a poem, it was not difficult at all. You have already memorized the formula. Next, I will give you pointers on the cultivation of S, but before that, Suyun, you have to understand, no profound technique can make you learn it immediately. The role of a lecturer is only to enlighten, to introduce. To truly master this profound technique, you have to comprehend and train yourself. Do you understand? Suyun understands. All right. The sword ancestor nodded and looked into the distance. He looked into the distance, and very quickly, a large number of magical birds flew over. These birds were the size of a palm, hiding the sky and covering the earth. They were just like locusts as they scuttled over. This was the imaginary world of the sword ancestor. He could imagine anything from thin air, so this bird was naturally imagined by him as well. He waved his hand, a seal floated on his palm, and then, with luck, the powerful spirit Lord Chi overflowed once again. It rushed towards the sky and converged together, transforming into a gigantic hand that covered the sky, dancing towards the group of birds under the sword ancestor. Suyun looked carefully, and did not dare to breathe too loudly. He saw the giant hand cover all the birds, and then abruptly pull back. So. A large number of transparent divine swords appeared from within every bird's body. There were countless densely packed swords, as many as there were birds. They flew back, and revolved around Suyun and sword ancestor frantically, and not only were the numbers of these swords astonishing, the chi emitted by each and every sword was tyrannical beyond compare. If they were to touch each other, their hands would be broken. The first sword of the 2 middle-tiered sword, the myriad spirit sword, when it reaches the 2 middle-tiered sword realm, it is already at the sword saint realm. At this stage, the number of swords you can control is already as you wish. You can draw out the spirit sword from the rocks, wood, grass, and flowers to fight for you, and all of these swords are intelligent, all of them submitting to you. They have great power, but you have to be careful in using them, because the so-called chi sword is actually the essence of the myriad spirit. If it is not damaged, if it is used, it would be better to return. 2 middle-tiered sword, second sword, sword of the stars. Sword ancestor snapped his fingers, the chi around him immediately dissipated, transforming into wisps of smoke that floated into the birds' bodies. The birds also disappeared. Then, he raised his hand and waved it towards the sky. The spirit Lord Chi in his hand erupted once again, but this time, the chi released was not much, just a ray of light. The light soared into the sky and disappeared. Suyun looked up to the sky and saw that the sky had not changed at all. Just when Suyun thought that the sword ancestor had failed in his incantation process, a strange phenomenon occurred. The blue skies around the two of them vanished, replaced by countless stars. It was as though the two of them were in the universe, and their surroundings were filled with resplendent starlight. This sword, do not use it easily. It is a death sword, a life and death sword. Regardless of how much cultivation you have or how many profound chi's you have, once used, the profound chi in your body will immediately become empty. The power of this sword will be based on how many profound chi's you have in your body. After sword ancestor finished speaking, Suyun felt all the hair on his body standing up, as a sharp aura that he had never felt before flew up from all over the place. His body started to tremble uncontrollably as cold sweat ran profusely down his face. His breathing became more rapid and an unspeakable feeling of fear rose in his heart. Wang wang wang. A strange sound came from his eardrums. Suyun looked around wide-eyed, only to see that all the stars in the distance had suddenly lit up. They flickered crazily, like indicators, flickering and dimming, and the feeling each and every star gave Suyun was not one bit inferior to the feeling of Xiao Huailin's fire dragon. Finally, the stars were no longer dim. They began to flash with light, becoming brighter and brighter, but it was as if the entire universe was lit up by them. Boom! The first star released a burst of sword chi, only seeing a light sword flying over, like a shooting star, rushing towards Suyun. In that moment, Suyun's vision blurred, and it was difficult for him to see the light. Boom! 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 The second star exploded. Next was the third. The fourth. The sword flowed far away like a falling star. At this moment, that so-called planet was like paper. It was as if with just a thought, it would be completely crushed by this endless sword of stars. Suyun felt as though his eardrums were about to explode, his head was going to explode. Following that, he was completely surrounded by the ferocious stellar light sword, and at that moment, he realized that his fighting spirit had been completely extinguished. He could not release even the slightest bit of fighting spirit, and was completely suppressed and subdued by the sword force. This was a power that completely belonged to the universe. Could a person really use it? Perhaps only a god could control such a terrifying power. Sword Ancestor seemed to have noticed Suyun's strangeness. He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding phenomenon suddenly disappeared, the stars disappeared, the sword intent disappeared, and the terrifying god power disappeared, and the two of them returned back to the blue sky. It took a while for Suyun to finally free himself from the extremely painful pressure. He heaved a sigh of relief, and tried his best to catch his breath. Your cultivation is still shallow. You can just obtain 2 middle-tiered swords first sword strike, but you still need to slowly hone your second sword strike. This is just an introduction to you, don't worry too much about it. Sword Ancestor said. Disciple understands. Suyun exhaled, and said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you a little. Just then, the Sword Ancestor suddenly said. What? That is, I am only in the state of a soul. What you saw just now was based on the evolution of my soul's power, which means, the true situation will be different. The higher the cultivation, the greater the power of the limitless sword arts will be displayed, and the reverse will be. Therefore, when you are training the sword art sign, do not waste your cultivation. Without cultivation as the foundation, no matter how strong the sword art sign is, it will only be useless. Hearing that, Suyun nodded his head seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606. The limitless sword arts had always been the core of Suyun's killing spree. Although the sword art sign only had a total of 7 moves, to reach the level of 2 middle-tiered sword, comprehending it was already extremely difficult. If there was no one to guide him, then it would be very difficult for Suyun to step into the realm of 2 middle-tiered sword in his entire life. It can be said that the thoughts and emotions of the Lotus Star sword art are quite similar to it. Suyun has cultivated the Lotus Star sword art, has been through a lot, and if he wanted to comprehend the first sword strike of the 2 middle-tiered sword, he would not have no clue at all. Sword Ancestor used the false image to create a large number of birds. These birds were like hundreds of birds hovering in phoenix, orbiting around Suyun. The magical scene was astonishing. Suyun focused and calmed his mind, closing his eyes to meditate. The profound chi in his body slowly flowed like a small stream, revolving throughout his entire body. The spirit core slightly opened its mouth, and its 5 viscera and 6 organs emitted a sparkling and translucent luster, which was extremely mysterious. As for Suyun himself, he sank into a meditative state. This was the illusion space of the Sword Ancestor, and he himself wanted to create another illusion space. The first sword of the limitless sword art's 2 middle-tiered sword was to use the All Spirits as its sword, and the most intuitive way to obtain the All Spirits' sword was to make contact with the All Spirits, understand, and grasp the All Spirits. Only then would the sword be picked up. No matter if it was a stone, a tree, a flower, or a grass, they all possessed intelligence. It was just that the stronger one was the weaker one. The sword of stones could break armor, cleave water, and wield the sword of a holy beast. It could howl through the heavens, slashing the heavens and the earth. Limitless Sword Ancestor continued to talk to Su Yun, regardless of whether or not Su Yun heard him. He continued to mutter. Outside the prison, Shin Shueshuet and Su Shintian were still anxiously waiting.
It's been so long, why hasn't Yuner come out yet?
Shin Shueshuet, who was seated uneasily, said anxiously. There are no movements inside. Maybe Yuner is talking to the supreme expert. We have to wait, and do not allow them to come out.
Su Shintian said.
But husband, all the people in this dark place are extremely evil, and the people being locked up in this nameless prison are definitely not good people.
If something were to happen to Yuner, let me handle it.
Shin Shueshue was slightly agitated, but he was unable to say anything. Su Shintian's brows had been locked tightly the entire time, and his expression had also become a little grave. Shue, I know you care a lot about Yuner, but as matters stand, we have no other choice. Yuner is no longer the mischievous child from before, and the current him is also a third grade of Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. If I were to say that the supreme expert inside would really harm him, with his methods at least, maybe we would be able to hold on for a while. If Yuner were to be harmed so easily, it would be useless to enter, and we would not be ambushed by the other party, so this is the best choice.
Hearing that, Shin Shueshue opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything.
Su Shintian walked over and hugged her, and comforted her. Don't worry, Yuner is blessed by the heavens, and will be fine. We should think of a good place. As long as we have this supreme expert's help, we will have the ability to fight against the supreme sect.
Although the supreme sect is an extremely special sect, but they are not invincible yet, we will definitely save Luluo.
Shin Shueshue bit her lips and nodded lightly.
Inside the prison,
Su Yun and Sword Ancestor were still meditating. The current Su Yun didn't feel like he was in a dark prison, nor was he in the illusion space of the Sword Ancestor. At this moment, he was completely immersed in creating his own world. In this world, there was nothing. Only Su Yun and a small grass. The grass was born on the ground. It was green, full of business. Su Yun stood quietly in front of the grass, looking at it. Her expression was stern.
In your eyes, what is it?
It's just a stalk of grass.
Then in its eyes, what do you think you are?
Me? To it, I am naturally an unreachable god.
If I want to crush it, I can do so.
Then there will be no connection between the two of you, no turning point, no turning point. What you need to do is put yourself at the same height as it, not make it crawl on the ground, and you will be high above it. Think of it as a person who is equal to your strength, or think of yourself as a blade of grass, a plant similar to it.
Every living being has an indestructible nature, and if you don't understand it, then there will always be a gap between you and it. In my opinion, everything in this world is my friend.
I am very ordinary, and even if my cultivation is higher, I am only above this earth. Living beings under the heavens, no different from them. They will live, they will die, they will flourish and wither away, and I am also the same. In people's eyes, a rock is the same as a blade of grass, but in reality, the power of a rock is far greater than grass. These words floated in Su Yun's mind. He quietly listened, quietly thought, and quietly pondered. His heart was like still water, and he did not have any other thoughts.
But after a while, maybe as long as a century, or maybe just a breath,
Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the small blade of grass in his eyes had already withered. The leaves were yellow and the whole plant was withered and bent. There was no more business to be found. Su Yun concentrated and looked, as though he was feeling the current state of the blade of grass, experiencing its pain of dying, and reminiscing of its pride and satisfaction at the moment of prosperity. In this boundless, pale world, just a man and a blade of grass was enough to freeze. Su Yun did not move an inch. The withered grass still looked like a painting.
What are you doing?
Unknowingly, the withered grass had disappeared and a youth dressed in green sat in front of Su Yun, opening his mouth and smiling.
What are you doing? Suyun slowly opened his eyes and asked with a smile. There's nothing to do. The youth lazily lied on the ground and crossed his legs as he looked at the sky. Suyun remained silent. Seeing that Suyun was silent, the young man pouted his lips, then turned and pointed to a gigantic tree that had appeared out of nowhere, and asked, Tell me, how long will it take for me to be as tall and majestic as that tree? Why do you want to be like Big Tree? Because it looks very powerful. Do you think you're weak? Of course. The youth's expression froze for a moment before his mood dropped. I'm very weak and useless. I feel like I'm the worst living being in this world. What's the difference between having me and not having me? I was born to be trampled and trampled by others. His voice trailed off as he spoke, and his body grew clearer. In Suyun's eyes, this withered grass had already become more and more withered, and more withered. So, you only hope to grow up faster and become stronger in order to show your worth? Suyun asked. Who would know that you've been in this world before if you can't express your own value? The youth said in pain. However, Suyun said, You are wrong, the number of creatures that know you have come to this world is uncountable. Moreover, they are right by your side. They have always been quietly observing you, envious of you, and prayed that one day they will be like you, just like you and that big tree right now. Hearing that, the young man paused, he raised his head and looked at Suyun in shock. Suyun picked up the sand on the ground and said indifferently, They are always envious of you, and hope that one day they will be able to do business like you, flourishing with power. The youth was completely stunned. You envied the big tree, but the big tree envies the blue sky even more, and the blue sky envies the bigger and stronger things. You envied the big tree, actually, the big tree envies the blue sky, and the blue sky envies the big and powerful things, and the big tree envies the big. Suyun chuckled, he was calm and unperturbed, this was truly what he thought, he would never be envious of someone else's cultivation, the main reason why his cultivation was constantly increasing, it was simply to protect the people around him from getting hurt. The young man looked at Suyun, at him, and continued to watch him. After an unknown amount of time, he smiled, a warm smile that warmed the hearts of others. Thank you. He softly said, and the green dress he was wearing became more and more colorful. Suyun looked at the green, only to see a blur. Unknowingly, the young man had disappeared and he had appeared right in front of him. It was a stalk of grass that was brimming with vitality. It shook gently, as if it was talking to Suyun. Suyun smiled lightly, extended his hand and touched the grass, only to see that its surface was glowing with a green light, and an unspeakable spirit aura was seeping out. This spirit aura was extremely mysterious, like a soul, exquisite enough to make one sigh. In that moment, Suyun completely understood. The first sword strike of the two middle-tiered sword of the limitless sword arts actually only had one meaning: everything is fair, no one is superior, no one is inferior. No matter if it was a sand grain or a mountain, there was no difference in nature. On the other hand, all the living beings in this world were like him, all his friends. They were willing to help him, and they were willing to fight alongside him. What else could not be done by the one who obtains all things? Suyun's hand also released a green light, resonating with the green grass. In the darkness, he seemed to sense something. He raised his hand steadily, and a dark green slender chi sword slowly flowed out from the top of the green grass. The sword blade was bright and gentle. In that calmness, there was a hint of uncontrollable amazement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607. Suyun slowly opened his eyes. His surroundings were still the same cold and pitch-black prison cell, but the smile on the person in front of him made him feel incomparably warm. Do you understand? The sword ancestor asked with a smile. I've already begun to peep at the entrance. Suyun nodded. The limitless sword arts is a profound sword technique. The two middle-tiered swords Sword Saint realm is not something that can allow a person to step into the next realm with just a few pointers. As I said before, I am only introducing it for you. Limitless Sword Ancestor stood up and waved his hand, then said, "Alright, Su-Yun, we have taught you everything that we need to teach you, there is nothing to linger on, quickly take the two people outside and leave." Hearing that, Su-Yun immediately knelt on one knee, and pleaded, "Sword Ancestor, the reason why father and mother came here, is to ask Sword Ancestor to help us, and save my sister. If Sword Ancestor is not willing to do so, I am afraid that in my life, I will not have the chance to see my sister again." Although Su-Yun and Sword Ancestor had just met, Sword Ancestor has taught many disciples, and their loved ones are people whom Su-Yun will protect with his life. I hope that Sword Ancestor will be merciful and help my disciple. Do you want me to use this body to negotiate with the people of the Supreme Sect? Sword Ancestor shook his head and said helplessly. This disciple is willing to assist Sword Ancestor to gather all the scattered soul. Su-Yun said seriously. Although my soul is scattered, every single wisp of soul contained a powerful and terrifying force, and is easily able to attract the attention of other spirit cultivator. They tried to absorb my soul to increase their cultivation, or they tried to use it as a guide, refining pellets, forging magic treasures. To them, my soul was a treasure. Thus, in order to prevent their soul from getting destroyed, I began to use my consciousness to protect myself. Right now, these souls are either sealed or hidden, and it is very easy for you to find them. If you, Sword Ancestor, are willing to go with me, wouldn't it be easy to find all of them? I can only provide you information about their location, but I can't provide you any other information. First of all, I need to explain that soul contains everything about me, not just cultivation, so the other souls don't know you, and this wisp of my soul contains my calmness. Other souls have pride, joy, excitement, and also killing intent, so it's not easy to get close to these two souls. Sword Ancestor said. Hearing that, Su-Yun was startled, then clenched his fists tightly. Although Senior said that Su-Yun will not give up, father and mother left Su-Yun for so many years just to find my sister. All these years, my sister has suffered too many hardships. If I cannot save her, Su-Yun is not fit to be a son, much less be a brother. Uneasiness in my heart. These words made Sword Ancestor understand Su-Yun's determination. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you determined to find my soul?" "If all goes well, there will be a day when I can find it again." Sword Ancestor did not speak. Su-Yun quietly looked at him, as if she was waiting for his decision. After an unknown period of time, the Sword Ancestor opened his mouth. "Although you insist, but I am currently unable to help you. But you are a disciple of my sword sect, and have already said that, if I repeatedly reject you, it will make me seem petty. Su-Yun, I will help you this time, but first I have to say, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to fish out your sister from the Supreme Sect, so all I can do is to do my best." Hearing that, Su-Yun was ecstatic, and quickly said, "Sword Ancestor being willing to make a move is already a heavenly blessing for Su-Yun. Su-Yun definitely does not dare to ask for too much." "All right." Sword Ancestor nodded. He then activated his profound chi and cut out an egg-sized black stone from the ground, handing it over to Su-Yun. The moment the dark stone was handed over to Su-Yun, the profound chi in Sword Ancestor's palm immediately drilled into the stone, and the stone immediately released a layer of faint white light. If you are in trouble, you can inject your profound chi into the stone. When your profound chi overflows, I will be able to feel it, and through this coordinate, I will be able to find you. Although I am currently just a strand of my soul, in the end, I am still a genuine limitless Sword Ancestor, able to form a deterrent towards Supreme Sect's people. Supreme Sect is extremely special. They will not give face to anyone, and will not be afraid of anyone's deterrence, so either use a strong method to abduct your sister, or use the absolute power to destroy Supreme Sect to suppress her, and make her bow down. But personally, I think that the first choice is a bit more realistic, and the second choice is Su-Yun. This stone has my aura. You can bring these stones to visit my friends and tell them that you are my successor. I believe they will give me face and help you." The Sword Ancestor said. Su-Yun heard and nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Sword Ancestor. I won't be leaving here for the time being. This place can suppress my sword storm, and I'm relatively safe here, so I won't attract those spirit cultivator with ill intentions. It's relatively peaceful, and won't be too troublesome. In the future, when you have the strength to gather soul for me, come and find me again.
Sword Ancestor said in a relaxed manner. The smile on his face was extremely warm.
Sword Ancestor, that day will come. Alright, hurry up and go.
Yes, Sword Ancestor. Suyun bowed in a serious manner and was about to leave, but before he could take a few steps, Suyun turned back and said, Sword Ancestor, disciple almost forgot to tell you, outside of this prison, there are many powerful beings. They are trying to break the seal, and entered the prison. I am not sure if they are doing it for the treasure or for your Sword Ancestor. Do you need to hide? Suyun was not sure of the Supreme Expert's strength, that was why he said that. Unexpectedly, when the Sword Ancestor heard this, he actually laughed out loud.
A few cats and dogs, what's there to be afraid of?
Furthermore, it is not my turn to take action. You have the key to enter here, and the key will not disturb the Realm Master, but if they force their way through the barrier, there will be movement from the Realm Tree side, and when the Realm Tree comes, none of them will be able to escape, so you can rest easy, huh? Hearing that, Suyun was relieved. He cupped his fists, and left the prison. Although he had friends all over the world, he had many enemies. According to him, the sword storm could be suppressed with the seal of the previous Realm Master as well as his deliberate restraints, but if he left this place, the sword storm would be hard to suppress, and once the sword storm was created, it would attract countless of peak Holy Spirit gods, and at that time, the situation would become dire.
Suyun had once asked the Sword Ancestor, why didn't he ask for his close friends' help?
However, Sword Ancestor's answer made Suyun extremely confused. The time had not come. These were the words that the Sword Ancestor had given him.
Suyun completely did not understand. Is it because the Sword Ancestor is able to leave and is unwilling to leave? Or did his friends not have time to help him?
But no matter what, if he had the ability, he would do it for the Sword Ancestor in the future. Suyun had received benefits from the Limitless Sword Sect, and he himself was also a member of the Sword Sect. After leaving the prison, Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue who were outside were already impatient. When they saw that Suyun had come out safely, Shin Shueshue was immediately overjoyed, and immediately ran over to hug him.
Yuner, are you alright?
She anxiously looked at Suyun from top to bottom, and even circled around him a few times. Seeing that Suyun was safe and sound, she finally heaved a sigh of relief.
Look at how frightened your mother is. Su Shintian could not help but laugh.
Shin Shueshue glared at him, but Su Shintian immediately stopped laughing. Suyun's heart felt warm, and he laughed. Mother, your son is fine, don't worry.
It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine.
Shin Shueshue laughed. She then looked back, but did not see any trace of Supreme Expert, and asked, where is the expert? Suyun laughed. Father, mother, in truth, that Supreme Expert is my son's sex ancestor.
Ancestor? The duo was taken aback.
Yes, when I first left the Su family, I joined a sect called Limitless Sword Sect. Although a sect is small, it is extremely important to me.
However, Sword Sect's ancestor, Limitless, actually went missing many years ago. I never thought that we would meet each other here. Suyun laughed. Su Shintian heard and was shocked. Such a coincidence?
Yuner, if that's the case, then doesn't that mean that this Supreme Expert is able to help us rescue your sister?
Shin Shueshue anxiously grabbed Suyun and asked anxiously. I'm afraid the Patriarch can't do it.
Suyun shook his head.
Why?
The two of them spoke at the same time. Many years ago, the Patriarch offended the Supreme Expert and lost the battle. Now that his soul has been dispersed, the thing in this prison is just a strand of his soul.
Suyun sighed.
Hearing that, the excited expression on Shin Shueshue's face immediately dimmed.
What a pity!
Yuner, are you saying that this Supreme Expert is unable to help us?
Su Shintian frowned and asked.
That's right. Suyun sighed. The ancestor has too many enemies, adding on, with his current state, he is unable to leave the prison, so father, mother, we can only think of other ways.
In that case, there's nothing we can do. Su Shintian sighed and said helplessly.
Shin Shueshua's expression was downcast, as though she wanted to say something, but in the end she did not say a word. A look of sorrow flashed past her eyes. Even after working so hard for so long, he still failed in the end.
It was truly disappointing.
Father, Mother, you don't have to be sad. Although the sword ancestor is unable to directly help us, he still gave us a keepsake. With this keepsake, we can turn to his friends, and I believe that our ancestors' friends are not ordinary people.
Su Yun immediately said. Shin Shueshua nodded, forcing out a smile. But at this time, bang! A loud noise suddenly rang out from outside the cave.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 608. C608. This sound. Su Shintian frowned. I'm afraid those Supreme Expert have made their move. Big movement?
Su Yun suddenly thought of the existences gathered at the entrance of the prison, and his face slightly changed.
Could it be that those Supreme Experts were going to break out of the prison and come in to seize the treasures? It's actually that fast? Fast? Yuner, do you know how long you were in there?
Shin Shueshua shook her head. You went in for exactly 10 days. If it wasn't for your father stopping me, I would have already rushed in to find you.
10 days?
Su Yun was shocked. He thought it would take at most 2 hours.
Rumble.
A dull sound rang out again as the prison shook continuously, as if there was an earthquake. Su Yun did not dare hesitate. He turned and said anxiously, Father, Mother, we cannot stay here any longer, let us quickly leave.
What are you afraid of?
Su Shintian was not anxious. If they want to enter, then go ahead. We will not take the treasures, and will not be a threat to them. Just blend in with the crowd and leave. Do not be anxious.
Things are not as simple as I thought.
Su Yun said anxiously, Sword Ancestor said that once the barrier is broken, the Realm Tree will immediately send a large amount of troops to maintain it. As long as they break into the prison, they will all be killed, and not leave any face.
The Realm Tree army?
Su Shintian was surprised. Realm Trees have always loved peace and never killed people. Why would they say that? Sword Ancestor told me that this current Realm Master is different from the previous Realm Master.
I'm afraid it's not as friendly as before. Su Yun replied.
When Su Yun heard the news about this Realm Master from the Sword Ancestor's mouth, he was both shocked and shocked.
He never thought that the seemingly weak girl would actually have such a temperament.
Hearing Su Yun's words, Su Shintian was clearly panicking, but he did not have his own way of doing things. There was no point in staying here for now. He nodded his head and said, Since that's the case, good, we will leave now. With that, the three of them quickly walked outside. Su Yun's speed was extremely fast. He was walking ahead of the three of them, and when he reached the intersection, the limitless sword sheath was still quietly placed against the wall. He immediately took it and hung it on his body.
Yuner, what is this sword sheath?
Seeing Su Yun carry the sword sheath again, Shin Shueshue asked.
Was this sword sheath taken out by Yuner from the space bag? Why didn't he take out the space bag?
For the sword.
Su Yun laughed. Is that so?
Shin Shueshue was a little confused. It seems like you're good at using your sword, but it's good to use your sword. Men should wield 3-foot-long swords and cut through the heavens and break the earth.
Su Shintian could not help but nod his head.
Su Yun laughed, and did not say a word. As they neared the entrance of the nameless prison, the trembling became more and more frequent, and all sorts of profound energies started to appear in the air, one after another. There were demon strength, devil strength, evil strength, profound strength, etc. When they arrived at the cave entrance, they could see that the cave entrance was completely black, containing a large amount of strange auras. These auras crazily attacked the cave entrance's seal, and the strength was extremely astonishing.
Crap!
Su Shintian's face changed, and immediately waved. A golden light leaked out from his palm, enveloping the three of them in it. Soo-Yun then realized that he could no longer see his hands and feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his entire body had disappeared without a trace. Not only him, even Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue could no longer see him. "Dad, Mom, what's going on?" Soo-Yun called out. "Yuner, don't move, your father used the divine concealment spell, the three of us are all in stealth mode right now." Shin Shueshue's stern and soft voice sounded beside his ears. "Invisibility? Why should I use it now?" Soo-Yun didn't understand at all. But in the next second, he understood. If he did not use it now, it would be too late. For those Supreme Experts, there was no need to break out of the prison, all they needed to do was to crack open the prison. With the appearance of the crack in the barrier, countless Supreme Experts swarmed forward like a swarm of bees. Using their various abilities, they shrunk their bodies down to the size of grains of sand and directly drilled into the crack. Soo-Yun was unable to determine the cultivation levels of the 5 Supreme Experts, he only felt that it was as if 5 gods were standing in front of him, and these existences were even higher than his own father. If he was found out, he would definitely be killed without mercy. Soo-Yun's breathing became heavy, his eyes also stared straight at the 5 Supreme Experts who were walking over. He felt his heart hanging in his throat. Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue were probably the same as well, the 3 of them could not contend against the 5 of them. These Supreme Experts were very cautious. After entering this place, they were not in a hurry to find the treasures, but instead started wandering around. "Dear monster, you said that someone might have entered this prison before. Where is that person?" A man wearing a purple cloak turned his head and shouted. "Are you looking for someone, or for a treasure?" The existence of the deer-head man coldly snorted. "I already said that it is possible, so I am not certain. If you really want to take it seriously, then you can go and find them." "AI, you can't say it like that. If someone comes in and takes the treasure away, then we will all lose. This prison is just that big. The entrance is sealed, and we've blocked the outside so that not even a drop of water can leak out. How could someone sneak in? I think dear monster is being too suspicious. He always has." A few people laughed. "Humph, all you know is how to speak fast." The deer-head man was furious, he did not care about them and rushed inside. In the blink of an eye he disappeared. "Ha, good dear monster, you want to keep the treasure to yourself?" The purple-cloaked man roared and also rushed forward. In an instant, he disappeared from sight. How could the others just stand by and watch these two steal their treasures? They all rushed in like madmen. Soon, the cave entrance calmed down. Seeing that, Soo-Yun and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 of them waited for a while before they walked out from the shadows. These Supreme Experts are all seeking profit from the treasure trove. Maybe there will be more battles inside. We cannot stay any longer, and need to leave quickly. Su Shintian said as he removed the technique. "All right. Supreme Expert has gone in, all the soldiers outside have gone out. Yuner, open the door and rush out." "All right." Soo-Yun took out the key, and was about to walk towards the door and open it. But just as Soo-Yun was walking towards the big door, countless of green light shot out directly towards him. The light beams rushed forward extremely quickly. Before Soo-Yun could even react, it had already approached him. An ice-cold bone-piercing killing intent engulfed him like a wave. Soo-Yun's heart turned cold, he suddenly turned his head, only to see that the light aura was already close to his eyes. At this moment, even if he summoned the 7th tier Imperial equipment, it would be too late. Clang! A golden shield suddenly appeared in front of Soo-Yun, blocking the light. It was his father. Soo-Yun looked over, to see that Su Shintian had activated Profound Chi at some point in time, and blocked the attack for Soo-Yun. Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue looked towards the depths of the prison, only to see the 5 Supreme Experts who were rushing towards the inside of the prison walking out from the darkness. Hee hee, so there really are some cats and dogs who snuck in.
TSK, dear monster, your judgment is really correct. The one who spoke was the man in the purple cloak. He raised his head and saw that under the cloak was actually a terrifying skull. This reaction of yours is even stronger than your father's dog nose. Ha, I almost let these guys run away. The dog-head man laughed out loud, his face was filled with pride. So these guys were acting before to lure us out. Su-Yun said. Ha, do you really think we're not on good terms? Since we have joined hands to take the treasures here, we naturally have mutual trust. Since we are already here, is there still a need to be so scheming? However, when the rats sneak in, it's a different story. If we're not careful and let them steal our treasures, then we'll have wasted our time and effort, won't we? The deer monster laughed. The faces of Su-Yun and the other two immediately changed. Alright, let's cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you brought from there. The purple-cloaked man said solemnly. We didn't take the treasures inside. If you all have come for the treasures, you can just directly go and get them. Su Shintian said. You didn't take any treasures? Doghead Man spat and shouted, you all came here to collect treasures, then what are you all here for? Visit? Stop playing tricks on me. Why would I hide and hide if I didn't take the treasure? Quickly hand over the treasure or I will show it to you all. We really don't have any. If you all don't believe me, you can go inside and take a look. Those treasures are still there. Shen Shuai immediately said. However, these people clearly did not believe it. The purple-cloaked man took out a pale white bone sword from his waist, and walked straight toward Su-Yun and the other two. Why bother with a bunch of weak people? If they truly took the treasures, we only need to search their bodies for them. The cloaked man said coldly. With that said, the remaining two Supreme Experts rushed over. One of the Supreme Experts had long hair that hung down to his shoulders, his face was covered by hair, he was tall and slender, his movements were unusually agile, his spirit chi was normal, and was the swift wind spirit chi, but his spirit chi was extremely terrifying, and was something that no ordinary person could compare to. The other Supreme Expert was a skinny old lady. The old lady had not said a word the entire time, but when she attacked the three of them, she released a terrifying and strange laugh, her entire face contorted like a ghost. Su Shintian immediately brandished his profound energy, surrounding the three of them with a halo of chi, wanting to protect Shen Shuai and Su-Yun, but the moment his chi was formed, it was immediately destroyed by the long-haired man and the old lady. Most likely, one person would be more than enough to handle all three of them, let alone the 5 Supreme Experts. Damn it! Su-Yun held onto the key, his heart becoming ruthless, he threw it into Shen Shuai's hands and shouted, Mother, you go open the enchantment, bring father away, I will cover you guys from the back. Yunur! Faster! Su-Yun shouted anxiously, he immediately pulled out his death sword, planning to unleash its full strength and fight with them. The three of them were at a disadvantage against these 5 tyrannical existences. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, at this time, a series of cold snorts came from the depths of the prison. A few ants, how dare you behave so atrociously here? Although this is a prison, it is still my place of refuge. Did you get my permission to mess around here? As soon as the humph was done, a wave of sword intent filled the inside and outside of the prison. In an instant, the aura of those powerful experts was covered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609. This aura? The purple-cloaked person's voice trembled slightly, there seems to be someone inside. This is the nameless prison, I heard that an incredible Supreme Expert is being imprisoned inside, could it be the Supreme Expert? Dear Monster exclaimed. Who cares about him? So what if he has a Supreme Expert? If we join hands and kill him, eat his flesh, and devour his soul, wouldn't that increase our cultivation a bit? Doghead Man roared,
Without any fear, he ignored the sword concept and rushed straight at Su Yunchong, his mouth that was filled with steel teeth opened wide, becoming many times larger. From the looks of it, he wanted to swallow Su Yun alive. However, just as the dog-head man was moving, thousands of chi swords flew out from the depths of the prison and struck towards the dog-head man like a torrent. All the chi swords seemed to have life. They all landed on the dog-head man's body and pierced through it, and then, all the chi swords stopped when they were less than half an inch away from Su Yun, as though everything was centered around the dog-head man. The chi swords that penetrated the dog-head man immediately cut in. The rustling sounds of the swords could not be stopped, as though every chi sword was held tightly by a sword artist. In the blink of an eye, dog-head man was sliced into pieces, and he completely died. A bloody mist exploded in the air, and pieces of flesh covered the ground, with each piece of meat not more than the size of a finger. Instant kill. The remaining 4 Supreme Experts were extremely terrified. This was not an ordinary instant kill. All of these people knew the power of Dog-Head Man. It was definitely not a simple first or second stage Sky Spirit Master. Even Su Shintian was afraid. It was most likely that his strength was higher than 8th stage. Clang! 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 A large number of sharp swords began to rumble. The ground was covered in light as countless chi swords appeared from the ground. They stabbed into the ground in a crooked manner, turning the pitch-black prison into a unique realm of swords. In the darkness, there was the sound of light but slow footsteps. The 4 Supreme Experts did not dare move. They stared wide-eyed into the darkness in shock. Slowly, a slender man with white hair walked out. The man had a head full of snow-white hair, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. His face had a sharp angle, and he was extremely handsome. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he wore an azure long robe. The pair of sharp sword eyes swept across the 4 Supreme Experts, his cold face revealing waves of killing intent. "Kneel!" he shouted coldly. "Who are you?" The purple-cloaked man trembled as he spoke. "Someone who can kill you," Sword Ancestor said coldly. He raised his hand and the swords all around him flew over, like rays of light. They shot through the purple-cloaked man. His profound chi was completely destroyed. His body was like paper. Wherever the swords passed, everything was broken, unable to defend against the attack. The cloak of the purple-cloaked person was torn into shreds, exposing his terrifying skeletal body. However, his body only appeared for a moment before scattering on the ground. His aura also disappeared like the clouds. Purple-cloaked person dead. The sounds of the chi sword shuttles still reverberated in the surrounding space. The air trembled, circles of strange and mysterious patterns rippled back and forth. The entire prison seemed to no longer be a prison, but instead a unique and wondrous space of the Sword Ancestor. How powerful was this? Furthermore, what caused Su Yun to be even more shocked was that this was only the 10th of the Sword Ancestor's strength. The current him was just a strand of his soul. Then what was the true strength of the Sword Ancestor? Su Yun thought. When the remaining 3 Supreme Experts saw the Sword Ancestor's fearsome methods, they were all scared out of their wits. Who could be a match for such an existence? No one would have thought that there was such a terrifying existence in Nameless Prison. How could these existences continue to stay here? All of them turned and ran, turning into grains of sand in the blink of an eye, and drilled through the cracks. Seeing the Supreme Expert leave, the Sword Ancestor did not chase after him. He stood quietly where he was and nodded at Su Yun. "There are a lot of troubles here, Su Yun, let's leave quickly." Hearing that, Su Yun came back to reality. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sword Ancestor, disciple will leave now." Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue were startled. Only after a while did they regain their senses, and anxiously bowed to Sword Ancestor. However, there were too many things to do in this place, so he couldn't stay for long. Su Yun, Su Shintian, and Shin Shueshue all opened up the big gates and rushed out at full speed. Sword Ancestor watched as Su Yun left, his eyes flashing, then he turned and stepped into the darkness. The prison door opened, and the people outside rushed in like a tide, screaming and cursing. Just as the fast-moving people rushed into the prison, they were struck and crawled onto the ground by the spirit cultivator's profound technique.
Those who were slower weren't at peace either. There were all sorts of immortals behind them, and in order to snatch some benefits, there were even some that attacked. They immediately cast their magic in this narrow space, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The nameless prison trembled non-stop, the earth shook as though doomsday had arrived. After Su Yun and his parents left the prison, they immediately headed outside of Dark Place. Right at this moment, the dark space of Dark Place was suddenly illuminated by an emerald green light. Wait! Su Shintian was the first to sense the incoming light beam, and immediately stopped Su Yun and Shin Shueshue. Frowning, he pulled the two and hid behind large rocks, and at the same time, released a circle of gold light, enveloping the three of them. The gold light shone, and Su Yun felt that his chi was completely isolated from the light aura, which seemed to be a type of hidden technique. Just then, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air, and then he saw countless men dressed in green armor and robes flying over. All of them had serious expressions, and rushed towards the nameless prison, and before they even reached the place, they had already brandished their weapons, and from the looks of it, they had already decided to use force. Is that the people of Realm Tree? Shin Shueshue was slightly shocked. It actually came so quickly. Even though the nameless prison is established in the Dark Place, it does not mean that it's not important to the people of Realm Tree. After all, the one who sealed the Supreme Expert is the previous Realm Master. Su Shintian said. Su Yun's gaze swept across the troops that were rushing over from the Realm Tree. In that short period of time, a few thousand experts flew over. From the looks of it, the Realm Tree had sent over 10,000 people this time. With so many experts, none of the Dark Place's people could resist them. That woman didn't come? Su Yun was startled. He scanned his surroundings but did not see any trace of Realm Master. Wanhua Realm's border. A fox demon wearing a fiery red brocade robe and with a white tail and white ears was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. She raised her slender hands and gently held onto her hands as she formed a sign. Her charming eyes were tightly shut, her white face suffused with a tinge of red, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly as beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. The profound chi around her body was spinning at a rapid speed, like a firefly flying in the sky, making her look extremely beautiful. Beautiful yet charming individuals. Withered bones and rotten spring water formed a stark contrast, creating an extremely strange scene. After an unknown amount of time, the fox demon slowly opened her bright eyes and breathed out a breath of hot air. She couldn't help but smile. Brother's current strength must be incomparably strong. My talent actually increased again, and my cultivation speed also jumped by 1,000 miles. If this goes on, I'm afraid that I will be able to advance again. She raised her pure white hand and slightly urged her chi. A bright golden luster danced on the fair palm of her hand. One could faintly see that there seemed to be a dragon spiraling within the golden light. With this divine object, the true dragon city, I will be able to reach the peak in the future and reach the great Tao of that world. Fox Demon looked at the golden light in her hands, intoxicated by it. Whiz! At this moment, a light sound rang in his ears. Fox Demon's exquisite fox ears moved, anxiously dispersing the golden light. She stood up and pulled out the wine-red curved blade on her waist, and muttered, "Who is it?" No need to be nervous. What entered her ears was a soft and gentle voice. Fox Demon turned to look, to see a girl dressed in green, with plain clothes, yet extremely beautiful looking walking over. The lady was extremely beautiful. It could be said that Fox Demon felt a sense of inferiority upon seeing her. Her beauty had already surpassed the surface of her skin, but was instead a type of temperament, and was beautiful to the bones. If it was said that ordinary people would speak of temperament, then the typical beauty would have a temperament that was above or below the limit, but the lady's temperament had already exceeded beyond the limit. Fox Demon was unable to judge how much her temperament had surpassed her, because she had never seen anyone with a better temperament than her. "Who are you?" Seeing the lady that suddenly appeared in front of her, Fox Demon asked cautiously. "Master of this place." The lady in green said softly. "The master of this place?" The Fox Demon looked suspiciously at the spring of corrosion, and then laughed. "It's just a useless spring water,
it can't be used for cultivation, can't be touched, and can't be used to train materials either. Does it still have a master?
I'm not talking about this spring of corrosion.
The woman said indifferently, I am talking about the entire Wanhua realm.
Wanhua realm? Fox Demon was startled, then suddenly thought of something, and asked, You are Realm Master?
The lady in green nodded.
Why is Realm Master here? And why me?
The Fox Demon said, her eyes still holding a trace of suspicion, as though she did not believe the person in front of her.
However, the woman was unwilling to waste words, and went straight to the point. Let me ask you, have you ever killed a person called Xiao Huailin before? With that said, Fox Demon's expression changed. She did not doubt her identity anymore.
She still remembered that the person did call himself Xiao Huailin, but when she killed the person, there was no one around. But the woman in front of her knew. It was enough to prove that she was the powerful realm master.
That's right, I did kill him, but so what?
He destroyed half of Linglong Mountain and broke your set rules, but he is a sinner of Wanhua realm.
If I kill him, he will be eliminated and you should reward me. Fox Demon slyly said.
But the lady shook her head, even though what I said is true, but you must understand, Xiao Huailin's identity is not weak. Once he dies in Wanhua realm, it will only bring disaster to the people of Wanhua realm, so killing him is not a good thing for you.
Then what do you mean? Let him be tyrannical in the Wanhua realm, kill the innocent and commit crimes? Fox Demon opened her eyes wide, looked at the lady and snorted, Is this how you Wanhua realm do? Master Realm Master, when did you become so afraid of things?
If word of this gets out, I am afraid people from the other realms will say that the Wanhua realm is bullying the weak and afraid of the strong.
Furthermore, I am only thinking for the Wanhua realm. Do you really want me to let Xiao Huailin continue on?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 610. Hearing Fox Demon's words, the Realm Master was silent for a moment.
Although it was Fox Demon who killed Xiao Huailin, to her, it was all a matter of justice and selflessness. Everyone felt that everything that the Fox Demon had done was because of Wanhua realm. She should be the great hero. But the woman understood that these were all just the Fox Demon's excuses.
You are able to speak and argue. I am inferior to you. I have not come here today to argue with you. The Realm Master said indifferently, I am only here to ask you, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the All Spirits? Hearing that, the Fox Demon's face became pale, and her voice became cold. What do you mean? This is my respect for you.
This time, you killed Xiao Huailin, causing the lives of all the experts in the All-Empty sect to be in danger. In order to avoid being annihilated, I have to stand up to the All-Empty sect, but every single soldier in the Realm Tree are alive, so their lives cannot be paid for, so in order to minimize the loss of lives, many people did not lose their lives because of this. I hope that you can stand up to the people in the All-Empty sect and take the initiative to confess to them. The woman spoke very seriously, and every word she spoke was accompanied by a stare at Fox Demon. Fox Demon's cold face slowly warmed up. At first, her ice-cold expression turned to anger, and her anger turned into extreme rage. But when she reached a point where she was unable to contain her anger, she suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is your Wanhua realm? Ha 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 ha, this is so funny, so funny. She was laughing heartless and extremely happily, as if she had heard the best joke in the world. The woman looked at her silently. The Fox Demon sat down on a limestone at the side, her soft and huge tail wagging, looking at the lady with ridicule. So, as the Realm Master, you personally came to find me. I hope that I can use you guys as my protective talisman so that the people who wanted me to extend my neck to the All-Empty sect can be chopped off for them to quell their anger, right? Her face was filled with mockery, as if she was mocking the entire Realm Master. War is an unexpected calamity. If we can calm it down, it will benefit everyone. The lady said, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Fox Demon. But it's not good for me. Fox Demon sneered, also, you're a realm master, yet have such narrow vision and insight. You really don't live up to your name and live up to it. The woman became silent again, and the spirit aura stared at Fox Demon with its full pair of bright eyes. However, Fox Demon raised her fair and soft thigh, and snorted, moreover, why did you sacrifice me? I am the benefactor of your Wanhua realm, you did not want to repay your kindness, but wanted to repay it with enmity. Is this what you Wanhua realm people do? What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't even understand this? He was really stupid. You have to know that after Xiao Huailin entered the Wanhua realm, you ought to know how many innocent people you have killed, how many sects you have destroyed, how many tragedies you have caused, and how many spirit beasts you have devoured. As for me, by killing Xiao Huailin, I have indirectly saved countless lives. If I do not make a move, then Xiao Huailin will only kill more people, and cause more lives to be lost. Therefore, I am indebted to your Wanhua realm, and right now, you want to hand me over, doesn't that mean that you, a person, will repay kindness with enmity? Wanhua realm's people are unscrupulous? Fox Demon hugged her huge breasts that didn't fit her figure and sneered again and again. The woman lowered her head in thought. After a long time, she gently shook her head. If you are truly willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the countless living beings in Wanhua realm, that would be for the best, but if you are not willing, I will not force you. Suyin said in a low voice. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, the lady didn't insist and turned around. Taking a step into the air, she disappeared from sight. Fox Demon stared at the place where the woman disappeared for a long time. After she confirmed that she had truly left, she heaved a sigh of relief, and the two fox ears on her head twitched. Fortunately, this realm master is not here to use force. If she really wanted to capture me, even if she had the Dragon City, it would still be difficult to contend against her. Fox Demon wiped the sweat off her tender face, and snickered to herself. But this Xiao Huailin is really detestable, he injured Big Brother, and now that he is killed by me, he even brought me so much trouble. Seems like the Wanhua realm cannot stay, and is still reasonable, the people of the All-Empty sect will definitely not listen to reason. Fox Demon's eyes turned black as she jumped off the rock and ran off into the distance. After exiting the dark place, Su Yun, Su Shintian and the others walked towards the exit of the Linglong Mountain. Now that the Supreme Expert is powerless to help us, in my opinion, the only thing we can do now is to look for Master. Maybe he has a way to save Lu Luo. Su Shintian said. Lulo? Su Yun's brows slightly twitched. Your sister's name is Su Lulo. Shun Shueshue sighed. Oh. Su Yun nodded. However, he was actually extremely curious in his heart. He had grown up in the Su family and had never even heard of him having a younger sister. Furthermore, his parents were always in the Su family, so when did they give birth to him? Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Su Yun shook his head, took out the stone sword ancestor had given him, and said, Father, Mother, why don't we go look for sword ancestor's friends for now? Sword ancestor is very powerful, his friends will definitely not be simple. Absolutely not. Su Shintian immediately shook his head. Unless you have no other choice, do not carelessly look for the friend of the sword ancestor. Why? Sword ancestor is indeed strong, but first of all, you have to understand, his soul has already been scattered, and you don't know how long his first soul had been in there. Are you sure that they will help us out on behalf of the sword ancestor? Furthermore, if we were to be found out by our enemies in sword ancestor, countless of calamities would happen. His close friend is strong, and his enemy is not weak either. Shun Shueshue said. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately understood. Looking at the state of the sword ancestor, it could be said that many people could not find him, and his enemies were also the same. If he went to look for his relatives and friends, he would be discovered by his enemies, causing trouble. In that case, let's discuss this idea later. But Father, Mother, who is the Grand Master that you are talking about?
Su-Yun asked again. However, the two of them were silent for a while and didn't answer in time. Shin Shueshue smiled slightly and said, "It's a great sage whose father and mother have joined the sect. It's only natural that you don't know him." Originally, father and mother did not want to trouble the old man. However, after so many years have passed, we had no choice but to turn to the old man for help. "Since that's the case, let's set off now," Su-Yun said. Hearing that, Su Shintian became anxious. "Yuner, you cannot go." "Why?" Su-Yun asked in shock. "There are many reasons for this. It's not easy for me to explain it to you." Su Shintian's words flashed. Hearing that, Su-Yun became even more confused. "Why can't I go?" "Dad, you guys are going to save little sister, can't I, as your brother, care about this?" "Yuner, you do not understand our difficulties, and do not understand the cause and effect of the matter, so it is better that you do not go, and even more so, although you have the cultivation of 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master, I am afraid that the worst we can do is not inferior to it, and that kind of battle is too fierce. If you go, not only will it be difficult to help us, but your father and I will also take care of you. It will only cause endless trouble." Just then, Shin Shueshue spoke out. After Su-Yun heard this, his eyebrows moved slightly, but he did not say anything. He glanced at the two elders, and in the end, nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then all right, I will leave." Seeing that, Shin Shueshue pulled Su-Yun's hand and laughed. "Yuner, don't worry, father and mother will definitely save your sister. At that time, we will reunite as a family, okay?" "Yes." Su-Yun nodded, but he did not have a smile on his face. Su Shintian, whose face had been frozen all this time, spoke, "All right, shwe, it's getting late, let's quickly depart for Master's place." "Husband, don't worry. We will talk for a while." Shin Shueshue laughed, and then pulled Su-Yun's hand and walked to the side, as though she was deliberately avoiding Su Shintian, causing him to be dissatisfied, but he was not angry, and only turned and looked into the distance. Seeing that, Shin Shueshue secretly thought that it was funny. "Mom, is there anything else?" Su-Yun asked. Shin Shueshue took out a golden blue jade tablet from somewhere and placed it in the center of his palm. There was no word on the jade tablet, only a circular pattern. It could not be considered exquisite, but the jade tablet's aura was extremely exquisite. Su-Yun had never felt such a strange aura before. "Yuner, mother knows that you are unwilling to part with father and mother, and also knows that in the past few years, you have went through a lot of hardships while looking for mother and your father. This is our mistake. If we had left a way for you to contact them when we were leaving, maybe you would not have suffered so much. Your father has a great face, but in reality, he is feeling very guilty towards you, but he is not able to say it, so don't take it to heart, okay?" Shin Shueshue said sincerely. Hearing that, Su-Yun shook his head. "Mother, you don't need to say all these. I understand that what father and mother have done is no different from what I have done. It's good that you can think of it that way." Shin Shueshue laughed with gratitude, and said, "If you want to find mother and father, then open the jade in the center of the jade medallion. When the jade is opened, it will release your divine power, and mother will receive it immediately." "I understand." Su-Yun nodded his head and accepted the jade medallion, but a few goosebumps appeared on his body. Because from beginning to end, Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue had never told him where they were going. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611. Su-Yun did not blame Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue. He knew the two of them must be doing it for his own good. Since his parents had already decided to resolve the problem for him, then there was nothing he could do. Although he was worried, but at the moment, he was powerless to do anything. With his 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master, even if his parents were of the 7th stage, it would be difficult to solve it, let alone himself. But since his parents were safe and sound, Su-Yun was naturally extremely happy, and didn't dare to ask for too much. He planned to leave the ultimate martial world to find Qinger, but before that, he had one more thing to do. Su-Yun walked quickly towards the dark place.
It was still the same dark and lively cave entrance. After entering, his line of sight turned from the bright world into a dark area, and upon landing, he saw a large amount of spirit demon beings rushing in from all directions, all of them asking Suyun which world he was planning to enter. Suyun looked at the group of demons around him. Ignoring them, he pulled his cape and left. The surrounding people all left dejectedly. After he left, Suyun returned and found a demon with the weakest cultivation out of all of them, and immediately pulled him over. AI, what are you doing? The demon saw that someone was pulling his arm and was immediately shocked. The dark green demonic energy around his body started to tremble. He was only at the 10th stage of the Spirit Master and was considered the lowest of the lot amongst these existences that charged money to bring people into the realm. However, he was not pushed around by others here, and some even respected him. There's a deal, do you want to take it? Suyun secretly looked around at the people who were looking at him and said. When the demon heard this, he became suspicious. What deal? Help me find some things. Once you find it, I will pay you profound coin. Can't you find someone else with so many people here? The demon asked curiously. I feel that you are reliable. Suyun raised his head and said. Under the hood, his pale face exposed, causing his entire body to tremble, but he understood what Suyun meant and nodded his head. I'll be back in half a day. The price of each item is 1 million. If you don't mind, I'll have to choose a different seller. I hope that you can wait for me here with the items. Suyun said as he handed the 2 ingredients over to the demon after hearing it, and immediately left. These 2 ingredients were called Heart of Withering Stone and Yellow Spring Wax, treasures that could only be produced in special places like Dark Place. It was extremely difficult to obtain them outside, and very few people used them as ingredients, so the price wasn't too outrageous. When the demon heard this, he did not hesitate and immediately went to collect it. Suyun then walked alone towards the river where the old man from the realm tree had appeared before. Halfway there, the sword sheath released waves of light, then, a lady in white walked out. It was Ling Qingyu. This time you're rich. The profound coin inside have a total of 790 million, although there are no magic treasure, but there are countless materials. You can take out the Withering Heartstone and the Yellow Springs Wax. The remaining can be used to replace the materials obtained from the treasure, which is enough to repair the Lotus Star Sword. Ling Qingyu and Suyun walked side by side, and said while laughing. There are so many treasures. I wonder who placed them here. Suyun lamented. Wasn't it placed by the person in the prison? Ling Qingyu asked curiously. Hearing her say that, Suyun suddenly remembered, and anxiously said, Of course not, Qingyu, I forgot to tell you, the existence that is imprisoned in Nameless Prison, is indeed Sword Ancestor. What? Ling Qingyu suddenly widened her bright eyes, grabbed Suyun's arm, and exclaimed in shock, The person in Nameless Prison is Sword Ancestor? It is indeed the Sword Ancestor, but because of a series of things, I forgot to tell you about it. I'm sorry, Qingyu, do you want to go and see the Sword Ancestor? Hearing that, Ling Qingyu's excited face suddenly became gloomy. She let go of Suyun's arm and tilted her head slightly, as if she had thought of something, and in the inside and shook her head, Forget it, even if I see it, I have nothing to say. I remember that you once said that the Sword Ancestor was your savior, and in order to repay the Sword Ancestor, you turned into a sword, and landed in the midst of the sword sheath, but why are you unwilling to see him now? Suyun did not understand. There are too many reasons for this. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Ling Qingyu rolled his eyes at him. Suyun laughed and did not ask again. Since Ling Qingyu was unwilling to speak, asking further would only bring shame on himself, but the relationship between the two should not be too stiff. Otherwise, Ling Qingyu would not turn into a sword and become a part of the sword sheath. The two continued to advance. Soon, they arrived at the river. Suyun looked around, searching for the old man's figure. Very quickly, he saw 2 people standing on the left side of the river. One of them was a man dressed in tight black, the other was the skinny old man. The man and the old man were talking about something when the man quickly nodded, turned around, and left. It seemed like the two were in the middle of a trade. After the man left, Soo-Yun walked over. The old man's face changed when he saw the newcomer. He asked in a serious tone, "Brat, what are you doing here again? Ask me some questions." Soo-Yun said, "There's going to be a fee for this." The old man rubbed his fingers. "Don't worry, I brought enough money with me this time. Answer what I want to know and I'll give you a proper price." Soo-Yun snapped his fingers, and Ling Qingyu was startled. He then took out a few profound coin cards and passed them to Soo-Yun. "Oh? You're rich? You took the treasure?" The old man looked at the profound coin card and laughed. "If you ask me a question, it'll be charged." Enough, I'm not talking to you, you brat. Tell me, what do you want to know?" The old man waved his hand and said impatiently. Soo-Yun was quiet for a moment, then took a deep breath and asked, "I want to know who my father Su Shintian and mother Shinshue are." Su Shintian? Shunshue? Do you have the word birthright? Soo-Yun thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly. "No, parents have never mentioned their birthdays to me." "Do you have their hair?" "How can that be?" All right. Since that's the case, I can only use that move." The old man chuckled. He then hooked his fingers at Soo-Yun before squatting down and taking down the bell at his waist. Placing it on the ground, he placed one hand on the bell and started chanting. Ling Qingyu curiously looked at the old man casting the technique, as if he was very interested. After muttering for a while, the old man stopped his incantation and said, "Give me your hand." Soo-Yun did as he was told. He extended his hand out to the bell. The old man was caught off guard as he took out A and stabbed it into Soo-Yun's finger. A small hole immediately appeared on his finger and blood flowed out. Seeing that, Soo-Yun was shocked. His entire body was protected by the profound chi and it was extremely difficult for him to break through it easily. However, this old man had so easily damaged his own flesh and blood. It could be seen that his cultivation was not ordinary. Fresh blood dripped out and fell onto the bell. The bell immediately emitted waves of red light and trembled violently. A terrifying and ear-piercing scream came from the inside of the bell. Soo-Yun and Ling Qingyu covered their ears, feeling that the scream was tearing at their souls. It was extremely painful, but the old man was not afraid at all. Rather, he leaned over and placed his ear on the bell to listen for a moment, then raised his head and laughed. "Your father is your mother. The blood in your body is related to them. Using this move, you will know everything that you want to know." "There's a result?" Soo-Yun asked anxiously. "Of course." "What is it?" "Hee, 10 million profound coin." The old man shamelessly rubbed his fingers again. Soo-Yun immediately took out 10 million profound coin from the profound coin card and piled them beside the old man. Seeing that, the old man quickly put the profound coin away, and then said, "Your father is from the Sky Martial continent, and was born in the southern continent of the Sky Martial continent. Your father is a native of the Su family, and your mother is a refugee." Hearing that, Soo-Yun frowned. That's not right. If what the old man said was true, then how could father and mother have such strength? Who was the teacher they were talking about? Have they been in any sect before? Soo-Yun was still full of suspicions, and asked, "Please tell me, what sect did my parents enter?" AI, boy, can't you ask me what I know? I have to cast a spell to calculate something that I do not know about, and every time I use it, I have to rest for 5 days. If you ask me this question, I will not be able to answer you. The old man shook his head. Soo-Yun, why are you asking these questions? Ling Qingyu said out of curiosity. I feel like I don't understand my parents anymore. They seem to have many things hidden from me, so it's inconvenient for me to speak up and try to help them. That's why I'm asking about them. Soo-Yun sighed. Actually, asking or not asking is not a big deal. Since they are your parents, naturally, they will think for you.
It is useless for you to do all of this. Their cultivation is not inferior to yours, so you don't need to worry. Ling Qingyu saw that Su Yun's expression was a little disappointed, and comforted him. Su Yun nodded his head. He was quiet for a moment, and then spoke again. Old man, let me ask you one last question. I hope you can answer this one. Say it. If it's the old man I don't know, you'll have to wait 5 days. The old man said. 5 days. Su Yun said, please tell me how I can obtain this information from Supreme Sect. Bring him out? Hearing that, the old man was startled, then hurriedly asked, What? What door are you talking about? Supreme Sect. Su Yun earnestly repeated himself. With that, the old man's lewd expression disappeared without a trace and was replaced with helplessness and seriousness. After a long moment passed, he shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. Is the book reviewer still around today's 7 p.m. breakout? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612. Hearing the old man's words, Su Yun's face did not look good. 1 point. He knew how difficult it was, but he did not understand how difficult it was. His parents had been working hard to rescue his sister from the Supreme Sect all these years, but after so many years, they still did not succeed. Who are you trying to save from the Supreme Sect? The old man was in no hurry to answer Su Yun's question. Sister. How long has she been in Supreme Sect? Su Yun shook his head. Then do you know what kind of sect the Supreme Sect is? The old man asked again. Su Yun still shook his head. I don't know. You don't know anything, and you're still deluding yourself of getting people out of it? This is simply wishful thinking. The old man shook his head, his eyes also narrowing, as though he was saying that Su Yun was too naive. Hearing the old man's words, Su Yun became even more curious about the Supreme Sect. He cupped his fists in salute, and his attitude became more serious. Senior, please explain in detail, what sect does Supreme Sect belong to? AI, you don't have to be so courteous to me. No matter what you ask me, you have to pay for it. The old man chuckled. You stinking old man, why is it that you can't leave without money? It stinks of copper, it's a nuisance. Ling Qingyu snorted somewhat angrily. The old man glanced at her but couldn't be bothered with her. In his eyes, money was the most practical thing. I will pay. Senior, just say it. Su Yun said without a care. When the old man heard this, he immediately laughed and then spoke. Supreme Sect is a very special sect. To what degree are they special? A big interface, it is almost the location of this sect. There are no other countries, sects, or forces. The entire interface is filled with people from this sect. You can imagine how big is this sect? The Supreme Sect is like a bottomless well. For anyone who enters the Supreme Sect, they are basically people that belong solely to the Supreme Sect. Everything in the world is unrelated to them, their loved ones, friends, benefactors, enemies and so on, they have all been forgotten by them. They will no longer chase after fame and fortune, they will no longer chase after the myriad of cultivation techniques in the world, those miraculous pellets, the immortal God realm. In their hearts, they held on to only one Tao, which was a Tao exclusive to Supreme Sect. Of course, it is not because they are willing to forget it, but because of a miraculous profound Qi that the people of Supreme Sect are cultivating in. The reason why the Supreme Sect is like this is because the people of the Supreme Sect specialize in cultivating a mystical profound Qi. As long as they have this type of profound Qi to protect them, the Supreme Sect is invincible, and this type of profound Qi is considered supreme great profound Qi by everyone, so the Supreme Sect relies on this profound Qi to stand at the peak of the world. Countless people will die under this terrifying profound Qi. The reason your parents were so anxious to save your sister was so they could save her life and prevent her from dying under this profound Qi. It's actually this way. Su Yun's face was extremely ugly. How could he have thought that there was such a strange sect in this world?
This was no different from a cult. A sect that defies humanity. Why would it still exist in this world? Such a sect should have been annihilated long ago. Ling Qingyu said somewhat angrily. That's right. The old man nodded his head. Some people were bewitched and entered the supreme sect, but as a result of an accident during cultivation, their bodies were destroyed and their souls scattered and they completely died, and when the relatives and friends of these people received the news, they became extremely furious and asked the supreme sect to give them justice, but the supreme sect did not pay attention to them, so they suffered from a large number of attacks, but the powers and sects that attacked the supreme sect were all, without exception, completely destroyed by the supreme sect. Saying that, the old man sighed and shook his head. Do you all not know the reason why many people would willingly join the supreme sect? It was precisely due to the strength of the supreme, the current mainstream profound chi attribute, or the special profound chi attribute of the unorthodox sects. In front of the supreme ocean profound chi, they were like sand, Mount Tai, fireflies, and Hao Yue. Which of the strongest existences in the supreme sect would not be able to destroy the entire continent and decide life and death in this world? They are practically gods of this world, such powerful existences. Although cultivation is dangerous, their cultivation time is not long. Maybe they only need to spend a normal spirit cultivator's time to cultivate to the sky spirit master, and then they will be able to reach the strength of spirit emperor. How can they not make others jealous? This profound chi is actually this powerful? After Su Yun heard this, he was also amazed. However, although they can use the method of cultivating the supreme great profound chi to reach an extremely strong cultivation in a short amount of time, they are also constantly accompanied by huge risks to their cultivation, and the supreme great profound chi is just like that. The higher the level of cultivation, the more likely it is that their bodies will collapse and their souls will dissipate. If that's the case, then why do the experts of the supreme sect still need to cultivate? Are they not afraid of death? Su Yun immediately asked. The old man shook his head. Of course not, didn't I say before? The people of supreme sect had long since ignored everything. Their previous goal of joining the supreme sect was to cultivate the supreme profound chi, increase their own strength, and make themselves stronger. But after joining the supreme sect, they were affected by the unique cultivation methods of and they slowly lost themselves, and slowly abandoned everything. In fact, every year, a large number of spirit cultivators die miserably, and in the end, the people of the supreme sect would all die. Furthermore, they all died under the hands of this supreme profound chi, so their average lifespan is much lower than that of ordinary spirit cultivators. Hearing that, both Su Yun and Ling Qingyu sighed in shock. Just what kind of strange profound chi could cause people to be so infatuated and intoxicated? No wonder father and mother insisted on saving my sister. If a sect like this continues to have her, something bad will definitely happen. I'm afraid father and mother will not let me join in because they are worried that I will be bewitched by this supreme sect. That's right. The old man nodded his head. In this world, the most enticing thing is cultivation. A person can have everything if he has cultivation, and in the hearts of the people of supreme sect, what they are most infatuated with is the supreme way of the true gods. The biggest problem to save someone from the supreme sect is not the power of the supreme sect, but whether the person is willing to leave. And many people hope to save their close friends and relatives from the supreme sect, but they are helpless. I am not willing to leave. What can I do? As the old man finished speaking, Su Yun sunk into deep thought. Even after so many years of effort, his parents were still unable to save his sister. It was not because his parents were incapable, but because things were about to happen and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Does Senior have a way? Su Yun took a deep breath and asked seriously. Save him from the supreme sect? The old man's big eyes slanted as he said, I think you should give up. Senior, is there no other way? TCH, this old man is quite capable. Although my cultivation is not as strong as the supreme sect's, it doesn't mean that I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. The old man's fingers began to strike against the staff again. Hearing that, Su Yun was ecstatic, and immediately said, Senior, please teach me. Collect money. The old man began rubbing his fingers together again and started chuckling.
Money isn't a problem.
Suyun patted his chest and said proudly. Let me tell you, so far, there are not many people who have been able to save people from Supreme Sect, but I suggest you do that, and directly take them back by force, and after that, use your power to retrieve them, and then use your technique to remove their memories. Although it will cause them to lose their memories, but this is still better than letting them stay in Supreme Sect, and their souls will eventually dissipate, causing their bodies to be destroyed.
Although he would lose his memories, there was nothing he could do about it.
Suyun sighed, but you also said it yourself, the Supreme Sect is powerful, how can I take it from you?
The other party was a great sect.
The scale of this sect had completely overturned everything he had ever known.
How could he contend against such a powerful existence? If the opponent was just one person, he might have a chance.
Kid, don't be too depressed. You must have confidence.
If you don't even have confidence, then what can you accomplish?
The old man laughed. Seeing that you have asked me so many questions, giving me so many business deals, leaving me with this information, I will not charge anymore. Let me tell you this supreme profound chi is actually not invincible. In this world there is actually a divine treasure that can break it. If you can obtain this divine treasure, the people of the Supreme Sect cannot be considered an absolute existence in front of you, it is just that. It will not be easy to obtain a divine treasure. In the past, there were many people who wished to obtain a divine treasure to destroy Supreme Sect, but none of them were able to do so.
Suyun frowned. What is this thing?
It's called the Clear Sky Holy Robe. Emperor Haotian wanted to use this saint robe to protect his corpse, seal the profound strength in his body, so that he could return to his original body in the future and inherit the divine power once more. But the saint robe was stolen, Emperor Haotian had completely disappeared, and this saint robe is rumored to have appeared in the sword world. If you are willing to pay me another 20 million profound coin, I can give you the location of the saint robe, but this location is not accurate. As long as the divine item has divine power, after I use the forbidden technique, I will be affected by the divine power. How will it change?
Brat, do you want to know the location of the saint robe?
The old man chuckled.
The book review competition has already begun. Everyone can just leave a message for the competition. There is a high chance of winning the prize. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 613. Inside a tranquil and huge bottle gourd, a plain-looking realm master dressed in green quietly sat on a vine seat.
Below him were hundreds of realm tree and ministers.
Prime Minister Rong Myo cupped his fists and bowed, as he recited. Reportedly, All Empty Sect has joined forces with the experts of the Sword Inquisition Sword Sect, Luotong Sect, and the Nebula Sword Pavilion to construct a bridge over the border in order to forcefully cross over and enter our Wanhua realm. Subordinate expects that they will arrive at the Wanhua realm's natural gate in 7 days. As soon as he finished his sentence, the officials became agitated. He actually teamed up with 4 big sects to deal with our Wanhua realm.
What exactly do the people of the All Empty Sect want to do? Is this pressure on us?
Although our Wanhua realm can't compare to the Sword World, it is still an independent space.
They are merely a few sects, how can they possibly want to destroy our Wanhua realm? Realm Master, although our Wanhua realm advocates peace, we cannot use words to maintain it.
If we do that, it will only make others think that we, the Wanhua realm, are easy to bully.
A middle-aged woman stood out and cupped her fists. Realm Master, do you remember why we issued a ban on people from other realms entering the Wanhua realm?
It is precisely because after they entered the realm, they destroyed everything they had without restraint, and ignored the laws, which caused our Wanhua realm to be indelibly injured.
But what was the underlying reason?
It is because the people of the other realms think that we, from Wanhua realm, will not easily kill people, and even if they violate the laws, they can still get away with it. That is why this situation is happening. Realm Master, I think that we should organize an even stronger army to expel those people from the outside world. The moment he said this, a group of people immediately followed up with a shout.
What Lord Lu says is right. If we continue, then those arrogant people will become even more arrogant. We have to show them some tricks. We have to make an example out of them. The crowd cried out, all in high spirits. Realm Master did not make a sound.
Seeing that, Rongmyuk shook his head. Lord Lu is too serious. Once we do this, then we, the Wanhua realm, will also lose our very roots.
Prime Minister, do you have any other concerns? The woman called Lord Lu asked.
Of course. Rongmyuk said indifferently. Reportedly, True Devil Realm already received the news that All Empty Sect had invaded our Wanhua realm. Although he did not make a move, I was worried that they would interfere at this time. I thought that it would be the best if we did not fight with All Empty Sect, otherwise, once the two sides start fighting, there would be no end to it.
True Devil Realm.
Lord Lu gritted his teeth and said angrily, these bastards only care about profit and seek. They are all people. If I have the ability, I will definitely exterminate them. The True Devil Realm is not all evil, it is only a few of those evil forces invading our Wanhua realm. If there is any movement, why can't we get some external help? After all, these evil people are public enemies.
An old man stood up and said,
that's right, we can also invite a few sects and powers to deal with the people from All Empty Sect.
Master Lu, the people from Linglong Mountain are not to be touched.
Will they help? They are all outsiders, and their hearts are focused on themselves.
Lord Lu said coldly. You can't put it like that.
Right now, they are also living in the Wanhua realm, and are already people on the same boat.
Since the Wanhua realm is in danger, how can they just watch without doing anything? Even though you say so, you have evil intentions.
The officials argued non-stop, and even Rongmyuk interjected a few words from time to time, causing quite a commotion. However, after discussing for a long time, they still could not come up with a suitable decision. It was truly worrisome. The Realm Master at the top remained calm and collected, quietly looking down at the officials below. She did not say anything, nor did she have any expression, as if she was thinking about something, causing people to not be able to guess what she was thinking. Report! Just then, a green-armored soldier ran in. The soldier looked flustered and rushed forward, kneeling in front of Realm Master.
What is it?
The Realm Master finally opened her mouth and her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, instilling a voice within the noisy gourd that sounded like clear spring water. However, what the soldier said next made it so that no one was in the mood to appreciate the voice. Reporting to Realm Master, Sword World has sent news that Kaiyun Palace has intervened in this matter. The 13th clan elder of the palace, Kinmo, brought a total of 9,000 experts and disciples, and they have already arrived at the place where the bridge is set up in All Empty Sect. They wish to cross the border with us and enter our Wanhua realm together.
The soldier shouted with a trembling voice.
Almost at the same time he spoke, the whole hall quieted down. After the news was reported, the entire arena was still terrifyingly quiet, as if even the sound of hair hitting the ground could be heard.
Everyone stared blankly at the soldier for a long time. Difficult to recall. Kaiyun Palace?
The middle-aged woman, named Lord Lu, had her mouth tied as she tremblingly shouted, yours.
Is it really the Kaiyun Palace?
Right. The soldier's face was pale, and his voice trembled as he said, your subordinate didn't believe it in the beginning. I've questioned him repeatedly, and he's been watching that brother for a full hour.
He's sure that it's someone from the Kaiyun Palace. Everyone was shocked. This time. This is bad. I didn't think that the people from the Kaiyun Palace would be involved in this. Realm Master, what should we do now?
Cries of surprise rang out unceasingly. At this moment, not many people dared to talk about resisting. Instead, all of them started panicking. This showed just how strong this Kaiyun Palace was. All Empty sect leader Zhao's wife is named Phoenix Lady, and according to the rumors, she walked out of the Rainbow Cloud Palace, and this 13th elder is called Jean Imoluo.
Could it be that this Phoenix lady has some sort of relationship with Jean Mo Luo?
Rong-Muk said in a heavy voice, Xiao Huailin is Phoenix Lady's son, it is not surprising for Kaiyun Palace to help. As the soldier came to report the news, the bubbling gourd gradually calmed down. Everyone was silent as they bowed their heads as if they were thinking about something.
The atmosphere was strange and tense. A sense of unease surrounded everyone. Realm Master. If he had the help of the Kaiyun Palace, then perhaps. It's extremely difficult for us to fight against it. Rong-Muk cupped his fists and said, the Kaiyun Palace is also extremely famous in the sword world, with no one competing with it, the fact that they are involved, I'm afraid will not be the same.
Prime Minister, what do you think we should do? Realm Master looked at Rong-Muk and spoke softly.
Rong-Muk bit his lower lip and said, if it had only been the all-empty sect and the other forces interfering, we would have had a huge debate, and we might even have had a chance to fight. But now, Kaiyun Palace has stepped in, and the nature of the situation has changed, we are debating.
No, fight to the death.
I can't do it either. At this point, there's only one way out.
Saying that, Rong-Muk stopped talking.
Realm Master looked at him and said indifferently, you mean to say that we have to compromise with them?
Other than that, it's hard to avoid saber soldiers.
Rong-Muk said.
But if that's the case, then we have to hand over the person who killed Xiao Huailin. The Realm Master said softly, this is extremely unfair to her, everyone is well aware of what Xiao Huailin has done in my Wanhua realm. She killed Xiao Huailin, but in fact, she stopped him from doing whatever he wanted, and protected Wanhua realm's peace. But if we do not hand her over, the Wanhua realm will not be at peace.
Rong-Muk sighed. The Realm Master was silent again. After a long while, she raised her head and said indifferently, you all can leave first. This matter. Allow me to think for a moment. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay.
In the end, they all cupped their fists and bowed before retreating. The group of people buzzed away from the gourd, but it was clear that everyone still had expressions of worry and nervousness on their faces. The arrival of the Kaiyun Palace was like a blow to their heads, making them feel very uncomfortable.
Master Rong-Muk, what should we do now?
Seeing Realm Master like this, it seemed that he did not plan to hand over Xiao Huailin's murderer.
If that's the case, doesn't that mean that our Wanhua realm will suffer a great calamity? An important official walked over quickly and asked Rong-Muk with worry.
However, Rong-Muk could not help but shake his head, and say indifferently, Realm Master has his own plans, please do not be too worried. Finished, he ignored the Realm Tree officials and quickly walked away. When the group of officials saw this, they were perplexed.
The official was even more helpless.
From the looks of it, Master Rong-Muk also supported the Realm Master, and did not want to hand over the culprit who killed Xiao Huailin. The people at the side looked at Rong-Muk, who was walking further and further away, and said indifferently, if we were to hand it over, the reputation of our Wanhua realm might not be preserved.
But if you do not hand it over, the one who can't be saved is our Wanhua realm. Compared to the Wanhua realm, what is so important about a mere reputation? With things having gotten to this point, arguing about it is useless. We will definitely not be able to beat them, but what can we do if the Realm Master is not willing to compromise? Once we start fighting, we will no longer be a match for the people of Kaiyun Palace. I'm afraid that at that time, we will have fewer people here.
Too little? If the other party got angry, all of us would probably be killed by the people from Kaiyun Palace.
AI, what should we do?
This group of people were gathered together, discussing and sighing. Helpless voices rose and fell one after another.
Hey, everyone! Since Realm Master isn't willing to compromise, why don't we compromise? How about it?
At this moment, a person with a crew cut and a scar at the corner of his eye whispered. Everyone looked over, and realized that the person who said that was the newly appointed commander of the Realm Tree, Giant Jia. The guard captain was the person in charge of the surrounding defensive forces of the Realm Tree. The previous guard captain had died due to an accident during a mission, and the giant Jia had been transferred over from another place, so no one was familiar with him. However, at this critical moment, the speech of the giant Jia really shocked everyone.
Compromise? Giant Jia, what do you want to do?
Previously, Lord Lu said coldly, seemingly quite disgusted with this person.
Jia smiled slightly. My lords, I know that you all are thinking for the Wanhua realm and do not wish for the Wanhua realm to start a war with other powers. Since this matter can be avoided, why can't we? Don't you know why the realm master isn't willing to accept Prime Minister Rong Muke's compromise?
Actually the reason is very simple, she just cannot let go of her face. She is afraid that other people will criticize her, so she disagrees.
But what if we have to take the blame for that? Once the giant Jia's words fell, everyone was stunned. Very quickly, everyone understood what the giant Jia meant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614.
After bidding farewell to the old man and obtaining the materials needed to repair the Lotus Star Sword, Suyun left the dark place. Instead of rushing back to the sword sheath, he followed Suyun forward. Suyun was not in a hurry to leave the Linglong Mountain. There were two things he needed to do. The first was to return to the Lotus Star Sword sect, and use the treasures he obtained from the treasures there to repair the Lotus Star Sword, and the second was to receive Ling Qingyu's guidance in training the Burning Heaven Sword formation. Although the Lotus Star Sword sect suffered from heavy injuries, the training facilities inside were still considered to be complete, especially the Lotus Star Sword sect's sword crafting furnace, which was the best tool to recreate Lotus Star Sword. Suyun and Ling Qingyu walked towards the Lotus Star Sword sect. On the way, everyone who saw Suyun would recognize him as the one who was trying to push him back, defeat Xiao Huailin, and save him. Those who were weaker than Suyun would respectfully call him sect leader, and those who were stronger than him would call him Brother Su. Suyun showed a smiling face and casually replied.
Ling Qingyu, who was at the side, secretly felt that it was funny.
Initially, it took him less than half a day to return to the Lotus Star Sword sect from the entrance of the dark place. After waiting for an entire day, when they were almost at the bottom of the Lotus Heart Mountain, the sun had already set.
In front of the school gate,
the two sect guards saw Suyun from afar. The two of them were not sure, but when Suyun approached, the two disciples ran over excitedly and greeted him. One of the disciples returned to sect to inform Hua Tianwu and the others. Before Suyun even entered the school gates, he saw Hua Tianwu leading the experts of the Lotus Star Sword sect out to welcome him.
Tianwu greets sect leader Su. Hua Tianwu revealed a happy expression and walked over quickly. Welcome, sect leader Su. Everyone shouted in unison. Seeing that, Suyun laughed bitterly.
Tianwu, you are the sect leader. I am just a fake vice sect leader. Logically speaking, it should be me bowing to you. Why are you being so courteous? Suyun could not help but ask. If not for sect leader Su, then there would be no heaven ranking, and even more so no Lotus Star Sword sect, regardless of whether you are a deputy or not. In our hearts, you are the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect.
Hua Tianwu said seriously. Suyun felt even more helpless. Alright, stop nagging.
Your sect leader has just finished taking care of the matter. He's very tired. Hurry up and make some arrangements for him to rest. Everyone was about to exchange greetings when Ling Qingyu spoke out. Hearing that, Hua Tianwu immediately shouted and asked the disciples to arrange a place for Suyun to rest.
Suyun turned and smiled at Ling Qingyu.
This time, Ling Qingyu was the one who helped him out, otherwise, it would have been a lot of pleasantries.
Sect leader.
Just as Hua Tianwu was about to send someone down to arrange for Suyun to rest, a rapid shout came from outside the school gate. Everyone turned to look, only to see a white-clothed disciple of the Lotus Star Sword sect rushing over. His expression was slightly anxious. The journey had consumed a lot of profound qi, to the point that his face was somewhat pale, and sweat continued to drip from his forehead.
Seeing that, Hua Tianwu frowned. Li Wen, what happened? He did not even have the time to look at Su Yun and shouted, "Disciple just received news from the Realm Tree. They said that the All-Empty sect had brought the One Sword sect, Luotong sect and the Nebula Sword Pavilion to build the crossover bridge together, and were preparing to enter the Wanhua realm to launch an attack on the Wanhua realm." What? Everyone present was shocked. All-Empty sect? That Sword World's All-Empty sect? Hua Tianwu's face became gloomy. I have heard of this All-Empty sect, although they are extremely powerful and are rather famous in the Sword World. With just the 4 of them, they might not be able to deal with the entire Wanhua realm, right? Where did they get the guts to do such a thing? Li Wen paused for a moment, with hesitation in his expression. He said, "It is said that there are people from the Cloud Heavenly Palace." This time, the 13th clan elder of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, Jin Mo Luo, has also rushed to the side of the bridge. As these words were spoken, the shocked crowd fell silent. Hua Tianwu's eyes were wide open as cold sweat trickled down his face. The others were even more stunned, as if they had heard something extraordinary. "Is what you said true? Cloud Heavenly Palace's people are really involved?" Hua Tianwu came back to reality, his voice tight. "Absolutely," Li Wen said. "Then Wanhua realm will be in trouble this time." Hua Tianwu's expression changed. Su Yun and Ling Qingyu were very curious when they saw it. "Tianwu, what's going on with Cloud Heavenly Palace? And what was a All-Empty sect? Is it really that powerful? How about compared to my Lotus Starsword sect?" Su Yun asked. "Don't joke around, sect leader. How can my Lotus Starsword sect compare to him? All-Empty sect and Cloud Heavenly Palace are even more incomparable. Do you not know Sword World?" Hua Tianwu asked. "I don't know." Su Yun shook his head. "I do not know anything about the other realms. I will not talk about the Sword World of the Sword World in detail. I will talk about the main matters concerning the Cloud Heavenly Palace with you. It is said that the people there can only increase their cultivation through one way, that is, continuous fighting. Maybe it is because of the special nature of the interface, but their profound chi is different from ours. They can directly obtain cultivation from battle, their strength, and increase their own strength. As a result, the Sword World is one of the most famous of the 3 great sword sects, and can be said to be one of the top powers in the entire Sword World. 600 years ago, Cloud Heavenly Palace sent a disciple to a place called the Armageddon Realm to carry out a mission. This place is a very special boundary. It is like a barbarian land. The people inside have not been enlightened. The entire place is filled with slaughter and fresh blood, but the disciple who came to carry out a mission here was accidentally killed by this arrogant death realm. He died miserably in this Armageddon realm. Originally, a sect died due to a mission being carried out. It's not a big deal. Many sects have had this experience, but the Cloud Heavenly Palaces are different. An excuse? What excuse? It's an excuse to start a massacre. Hua Tianwu said, "Sect leader, I had said before, the way the people of the Sword World cultivate is different from us. They are constantly fighting and constantly challenging to get their cultivation, which is related to their unique profound chi. This is precisely the reason. The Sword World is the most unstable realm among all the realms, but, because he is the largest sword sect, they have very few battles. Because he is strong, the rest of the Sword World intentionally avoid the people of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. They do not dare to fight, and the more so, the sect's people are also cultivating slower, and due to this, the Cloud Heavenly Palace must fight, maybe even fight. All living creatures were killed. The entire area has been cleared, and this is the power of the Cloud Heavenly Palace." Speaking till here, the faces of the surrounding people became heavy. It seemed like even the ordinary disciples of the Lotus Starsword sect had heard of this shocking event. Su Yun had just entered the ultimate martial arts, and was yet to enter the Wanhua realm, so they naturally did not know about it. "I never thought that this sect would be able to wipe out an entire world." Even Ling Qingyu had to sigh. A person who recklessly kills others will only accumulate the roots of disaster. The more he kills, the more enemies he would have. If this goes on in the Cloud Heavenly Palace, wouldn't he just be courting death? Su Yun frowned. sect leader is right. In fact, many sects in Sword World died because they had too many enemies and accumulated too many grievances, but this did not stop them from chasing after the power of the Way of the Sword. In fact, the people of the Cloud Heavenly Palace had long realized this, and as a result, they used property, magic treasures, or even some despicable methods to either reduce or divert these grievances. How could a sect not consider this point? The amount of work they had to do behind the scenes was naturally extremely large. Is that so? Suyun was silent for a moment, then asked, Cloud Heavenly Palace is so strong, I think with Lotus Starsword Sect's strength, I am definitely unable to contend against him, but why is Cloud Heavenly Palace here? It can't be that they are going to deal with our Lotus Starsword Sect, right? It is said that the son of the All-Empty sect leader, Xiao Huailin, died tragically in the Wanhua realm, and the Cloud Heavenly Palace is here to seek justice. The All-Empty sect leader and madam is the daughter of the 13th elder, Jin Mo Luo. The disciple said. So that's how it is. Everyone, no need to worry, the one who beat up and escaped from Xiao Huailin was the powerful warrior of the Linglong Mountain, it has nothing to do with us, furthermore, we did not kill Xiao Huailin, right? Suyun knew what everyone was worried about and quickly comforted them. That may be the case, but this matter concerns the Wanhua realm. We cannot sit idly by and do nothing. You're right. Tianwu, it's best to prepare as soon as possible. We should fight, we should retreat, and act accordingly. Suyun waved his hand, and immediately headed towards the inner parts of the sect. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with him, although he did not know how Xiao Huailin died, he knew that he should not have died in his hands. Back then, the technique Lotus Starsword art pierced through his flesh, but he still relied on the mystical magic treasuress to escape. Forget it, let's just fix the Lotus Starsword first. Suyun thought, and then led Ling Qingyu straight to Lotus Starsword Sect's sword crafting room. Can't you feel any enthusiasm while I'm on the singles? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615. Outside the realm tree, there was a huge tree trunk leaning against the hill. It was tens of meters wide and nearly 1,000 meters long. Its surface was covered with moss and mushrooms, and in the center of the beam was a large round hole. Inside the hole stood 7 or 8 men and women wearing green armor or a green robe. Men and women surrounded a spirit cultivator who was in the midst of activating his technique. He was holding a wooden log with one hand and his chest with the other as he closed his eyes and started chanting. Both of his hands released sets of dazzling light, it was extremely magical, and with him as the center, layers of profound strength burst out. The one who cast the spell was the newly appointed captain of the defense of the realm tree, Jie. Teal, Jie equals 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 Jetta equals Jetta equals Jetta equals Jeech. His face gradually paled, and the perspiration on his forehead increased. The profound chi that overflowed from the surface of his forehead became weaker and weaker, as if he was unable to endure anymore. When the man on the side saw it, he immediately waved his hand and lightly patted his chest, and instilled profound strength in it. Jia's face immediately brightened. The lustrous green light in his hands became increasingly flustered, and sawdust began to appear on the wooden wall that his palm was pressing against. The sawdust quickly arranged itself, forming a star diagram. It was extremely mysterious. Once Jia saw this, he let go of his hand and stopped urging his chi. He stared at the diagram with rapt attention, as if he was carefully reading the profoundness on it. Giant man, what is this? The Realm Tree Lord Lu Yuan asked. This is an absolute art that was developed from the star scripture created by the great sages of the ancient times. It's called the Qinchen art. Using this technique, we can easily guess who we are looking for, the person that killed Xiao Huailin. Giant Jia laughed. It's that magical? Lord Lu frowned, isn't this the same as my Realm Tree Forbidden technique? This is a profound technique that violates the laws of nature.
According to the rules of the Realm Tree, this should be banned.
No, Lord Lu, you are mistaken. This technique is not forbidden, and is not as powerful as our Realm Tree forbidden technique.
This technique is only a type of calculation technique, and calculation requires a foundation, and there is a medium for it.
Jia said quickly, and then took out a fiery red cloth from the space bag. There was still blood on the cloth, and it was glowing. It was obvious that this was not ordinary flesh and blood.
What is this?
Everyone was puzzled.
These are Xiao Huailin's clothes and his blood.
When I rushed to the Linglong Mountain, Xiao Huailin had already been chased away.
In order to capture him, I specially went to the Black Hawk sect that was already in ruins, and from the Lotus Starsword sect, I found this. There is Xiao Huailin's qi and blood. Just this, it is enough as a medium for me to use this technique.
With that, Jia began to cast his spell. He raised a finger and moved it quickly across his chest, then activated Profound Qi, which wrapped around the blood-stained fragment and squeezed it, quickly rubbing it, causing it to become a ball of blue light, and then threw it towards the star circle diagram. He only saw the blue ball gently moving, and as it neared the diagram, it actually fused with it and slowly moved around the star chart.
The scene was extremely magical, as if it was cast by an immortal.
The surrounding Realm Tree ministers were all amazed and lamented.
Very soon, the star map dimmed down. The expression of the giant who was standing in front of the map started to change. His mouth was mumbling something, as if he was urging something.
After an unknown period of time, suddenly, pow!
Jia suddenly clapped and laughed. We found him. Everyone stared at him.
Lord Lu asked anxiously, where is it?
Just as Jia was about to say something, the star map suddenly flashed. Seeing this, Jia's face changed a few times, and said anxiously, quickly follow me, everyone. That person is preparing to leave Wanhua realm. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged out of the tree trunk. Seeing this, the rest of them did not dare to stay any longer. They all rushed forward. Several streaks of green light shot out from the tree trunk and pierced through the clouds.
Crash!
Star! In Lotus Starsword Sect's sword crafting room, many different colored lights flickered. At that moment, Ling Qingyu was seated in front of the sword furnace, urging the profound qi, igniting the sword flame and smoking the sword furnace.
Su Yun arranged the ingredients on the side.
Very quickly, all the materials needed to repair the Lotus Star Sword were prepared. Only after the sword furnace had been preheated, could the repair begin. Looking at Ling Qingyu, who was seated by the side of the sword furnace to stimulate his qi, Su Yun's heart was moved. The young girl's face was snow-white, droplets of sweat lightly sliding down like pearls. Her slightly red eyes were gently shut, her long and slightly curved eyelashes slowly trembling, and her rosy lips were lightly puckered. It was very seductive. Su Yun felt his heart ache. He opened his mouth to say something, but then saw Ling Qingyu holding onto her white arm that was like a lotus root, stopped, sat back down, and opened her eyes that were like stars. Waves of heat rose up from the sword furnace, and the silver-white sword furnace turned into a scarlet-red color, like a piece of red-hot iron. Su Yun, bring the materials over, I'll help you refine the sword. Ling Qingyu looked at the sword sheath, his white hands reaching towards Su Yun. However, Ling Qingyu's hanging hand did not receive the materials. The next moment, a large hand was holding her sleeve, gently wiping away the sweat on her forehead. Ling Qingyu's body trembled. She turned to look at the owner of the sleeves. It was Su Yun. She only saw Su Yun clumsily wiping her sweat. His expression was extremely focused, and within his focus there was even a sense of gentleness, causing others to feel that he was extremely adorable. Ling Qingyu felt that it was funny but at the same time, a little unnatural. Her cheeks were red, and she was a little flustered.
Don't move.
Su Yun focused. Ling Qingyu was startled, but seeing that Su Yun was gently stroking the strands of messy hair on her forehead, after wiping off the perspiration on her forehead, she seriously stared at his face for a while, and then revealed an ugly smile. This kind of drizzle is the most beautiful thing to see.
Hearing that, Ling Qingyu stared at him blankly.
After a long while, her pink lips curled into a smile.
Su-Yun, you look so silly, huh? Are you stupid? Su-Yun rubbed his nose. Don't make me laugh. This isn't like you at all. Ha ha.
Ling Qingyu laughed for a while, then stopped, and the eyes he looked at Su-Yun with became more gentle, just like the eyes Su-Yun looked at Ling Qingyu with.
Su-Yun walked over and threw all the materials into the sword furnace. Qingyu, rest well. I will take care of the matter of refining the sword. Why? I'm not tired. You're not tired, but I look tired. What are you tired of? My heart is tired.
Su-Yun turned to look at Ling Qingyu. You have done too much for me, so I do not wish to see you working silently for me anymore.
I want to do everything I can personally do.
Hearing that, Ling Qingyu was startled. She then placed her hands on the ground, her fair thighs casually placed on the ground. She laughed. What do you mean by that?
You feel ashamed of me? You owe me? Didn't I tell you before?
I only helped you to repay the kindness of Sword Ancestor, so you don't need to feel guilty. Hearing that, Su-Yun shook his head without hesitation. I'm not worried that I would owe you something, so I did it without hesitation.
Why is that? Su-Yun was silent for a moment, then raised his head. Didn't I say it earlier? I feel tired from reading it. If you really don't understand, then I'll just say that I love you. Ling Qingyu became silent.
He was just about to tease them a little more, but he realized that he could not smile at the moment. After saying that, Su-Yun turned and started repairing the Lotus Star Sword. Ling Qingyu looked somewhat lifelessly at that wide and thick back view. Her fair and charming face alternated between red and white, and in the end, lowered her head. Her fair and slender fingers entwined with her snow-white clothes. No one knew what she was thinking about. Su-Yun naturally did not notice Ling Qingyu's change, and at this moment, he had already placed all of his focus and attention on the sword furnace. When the Lotus Star Sword was thrown into the sword furnace, it was as if boiling oil was poured onto the sword furnace, causing it to spew out scorching heat waves and sending sword intent flying everywhere.
Shoot!
Su-Yun pressed on with the profound qi, supporting the temperature of the sword furnace. Su-Yun did not understand how to refine the sword, but the old sect leader had already taught him the way to repair it. Following the method given by the old sect leader, Su-Yun proceeded carefully. He did not dare be careless. Behind, Ling Qingyu was seated on a cushion, supporting himself with her exquisite-looking hands. Looking down at Su-Yun, seeing how clumsy and cautious the man was, she could not help but laugh. After an unknown period of time, the sword furnace began to shake violently, and the scarlet-red surface of the furnace iron also turned deathly white. This temperature seemed to be close to the temperature of the Tribulation Fire Sword. It seemed like the repair materials thrown in were all extraordinary.
He could not afford to fail.
Su-Yun clenched his teeth, and persisted to lose. The Lotus Star Sword was not an ordinary sword, and repairing it was not an easy task. But Su-Yun was currently a third grade of Sky Spirit Master Cultivator, and with the dense profound qi, repairing the Lotus Star Sword was not an impossible task. The profound qi in the room rippled, the sword furnace swayed more and more, the temperature became hotter and hotter. Ling Qingyu, who was still staring at Su-Yun, could not help but turn his gaze towards the sword furnace, looking at the sword furnace that was shaking intensely, and Su-Yun, who had a serious expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind, walked over lightly, and placed his hand on Su-Yun's back. Although she had painstakingly cultivated until now and had only touched the edge of the Sky Spirit Master, being unable to compare to Su-Yun, this power was extremely important at this moment. Su-Yun, who was completely focused on training the sword, felt waves of cold spring air coming from his back. He immediately regained his senses and turned his head to look, only to see Ling Qingyu's pretty and delicate face. Don't turn back, focus on practicing your sword. Ling Qingyu did not dare to look him in the eyes, and immediately closed his eyes and said softly, "This time, the effect is good. Next time, there will be 10 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 616. Show read. 100 Blossom 1000 Tree Sect. Countless flowers were blooming in a natural gate made up of towering trees. This door was not deliberately carved by humans, and no one had set up a formation. It was a pure natural door, born from nature. This was the symbol and gateway to the Wanhua realm. No matter who it was, they would have to pass through to enter and exit the Wanhua realm. There was a spirit beast guarding the door, and not only that, there was one as well. Every time they moved, they would let out a strange thump 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 sound. On top of these two trees, there were a dense group of 100 birds, which were colorful, gorgeous, small like sparrows, and as big as phoenixes. Aside from this tree and bird, there were also a large number of spirit beasts in the surroundings. There were green tigers all over, earth elephants as big as mountains, and spirit pythons that were more than 100 meters long spiraling around them. And right before this 100 beast spirit dance, there was a large quantity of Wanhua realm standing guard. There were more than 1,000 of them, and each one of their auras was stronger than the others. At the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master, it was extremely terrifying. Far away from the magical natural gate, there was a peach forest. Unknowingly, a fox demon with a huge white tail and a cute and charming appearance had popped out from the peach forest. Fox Demon's fair hands clung onto the peach tree as she peeked at the natural gate. After waiting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, her big black eyes moved once, then she wagged her tail and ran towards the gate. Halt! Seeing the fox demon walking towards the big door, the officers of the Realm Tree soldiers immediately walked over and shouted, "Who are you?" "Do what?" "Me?" Fox Demon pointed to his own nose and laughed. "I am a rogue cultivator." "Hee hee, I want to leave Wanhua realm." "A rogue cultivator?" The military officer glanced at Fox Demon and said indifferently, "With the orders from Realm Master, no one is allowed to leave the Wanhua realm. The natural door is temporarily sealed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Why?" Fox Demon was stunned. "Don't ask too much, just leave, otherwise, we will capture you and send you to the Realm Tree," the officer shouted. His expression was unusually serious, as if he was not joking. After the Fox Demon heard this, he knew that there was no hope to leave, so he stroked his chin in thought, his eyes secretly looking at the order badge on the officer's waist. He chuckled, then ignored the foolish soldiers, turned and ran towards the peach forest. After entering the peach forest, Fox Demon was rummaging through a white space bag hanging from his waist, very quickly. He took out a sparkling and translucent glowing jewel and began to work on it. A moment later, a tall and handsome man walked out of the peach forest. The man had a serious expression. He had his hands behind his back and was dressed in a green robe. There was a treasured sword by his waist and an ancient tree rune on his chest. He walked towards them step by step, neither too fast nor too slow, giving off the feeling that he was as steady as Tai. Before the officer could return to the troop, he saw another person approaching. His face tightened as he walked up to him and shouted, "Halt! The natural gate has already been closed. No one is allowed to enter or leave, and no one is allowed to get near. How dare you!" Just as the officer finished speaking, the handsome man immediately shouted angrily, and said coldly, "How dare you greet me like that? How dare you? Do you know who I am?" As the words left his mouth, the soldiers were stunned as they looked at the man in shock. However, after seeing this person's face, everyone looked at each other. They realized that no one knew this person. "Lord?" The officer was stunned. He looked at the man carefully, then asked curiously, "Who are you? You don't even know me?" Hearing that, the man became extremely furious. "You bastards actually don't know who this lord is? Well, let your officers out. Otherwise, I want you guys to have a good time." "Sir?" The military officer looked at him suspiciously and said indifferently, "I am the officer here." "You? Who are you in charge of?" "Guard Captain, Giant Jia." The officer snorted proudly. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, that person would slap him across the face? his movements quick and ruthless as he instantly slapped the officer in the face. Pow! When he regained his senses, his face was burning red. The pain was much worse. He felt that although the slap did not use profound strength, it had broken through his protective profound chi and directly hit his face, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. You? The officer was stunned, and his mind was a little muddled. The soldiers were extremely surprised, but no one dared to move. The military officer was naturally furious. Upon seeing this ridiculous fellow, he was about to flare up. However, before he could even move, he heard the person yell angrily, "So it's actually little Gia's subordinate. Your giant Gia has to be courteous to me. Who are you? Some of you scram. I am ordered by the Realm Master to immediately head to the ultimate martial world to seek reinforcements. Hurry up and open the gate to nature for me. If not, will you guys be able to hold up the big matter of the Realm Master?" The order of the Realm Master? When the military officer heard this, he didn't dare to fuss over the matter of this fellow slapping him in the face. Nonsense! The man took down the order badge from his waist and shouted, "This is the order badge given by the Realm Master. It is equivalent to the Divine Leaf. Anyone who sees this order badge will have seen the Realm Master." He shook the medallion for a moment and then put it away. Suddenly, the officer felt that this medallion looked familiar, but he couldn't see it clearly. But the man shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you opening the door to nature? The people of Sword World are coming. If we do not call for reinforcements, the Wanhua realm is in danger. If we delay something major, you people will all be the sinner of the Wanhua realm." These words truly frightened the guards of nature's gate to death. How could they afford to take such a huge burden on the Wanhua realm sinner? Although the officer still had his doubts, he did not insist. No matter who this person was, it would not cause any harm to the Wanhua realm, right? After considering it, he decided not to take this risk. He cupped his hands together and said, "Since that's the case, please wait a moment. After we report this to Sir Zhu Jia, we will immediately open the door for you." What? And even reporting it to the giant Jia guy? This man was enraged and raised his hand to slap him again, causing the officer to retreat in fright. "This matter is extremely urgent. Delaying Wanhua realm by 1 second is more dangerous. Jia already knew of this matter. Continue delaying me. When that time comes, Master will personally report this matter to Realm Master, to punish you all for your crimes." The officer was in trouble. But when he saw the anger on the man's face and the urgency and majesty in his eyes, he finally felt afraid in his heart. After hesitating for a while, the officer gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned around and waved to the soldiers behind him. "Disperse, allow the Lord to enter the gate of nature." "Yes, sir." The soldiers shouted in unison, and then they all dispersed, opening up a path for the Lord to pass. Naturally, they did not have any enchantments or imprints, and were always open, so they could enter and exit any time. Of course, they would need the permission of these realm trees. The corners of the man's mouth curled up as he placed his hands behind his back and swaggered towards the door of nature. Just as this person was about to leap past the officer suddenly froze and shifted his gaze to the person behind him. Behind this person, a snow-white tail was shaking. Moreover, it looks like a fox tail? "My lord, please wait." Sensing that something was wrong, the officer hurriedly shouted. When the person heard this, he did not hesitate at all. With a turn of his body, he removed all of his camouflage and charged towards the door of nature like a gust of wind. "Ah, it's fake." The military officer was immediately shocked. This is a natural door, so naturally, the aura is extremely strong. The aura can purify everything in the world, and any profound technique can't be faked. This person is not from the realm tree, catch her. The officer suddenly understood and shouted in anger. "Don't go." The soldiers immediately rushed towards that person as if a pot had exploded. That person was no longer a 7 feet tall handsome man, but a young girl with furry fox ears. The young girl turned her head, looked at the flustered and exasperated soldiers behind her, and immediately burst into laughter. She stuck out her pink tongue and ridiculed, "You group of idiots, ha, have you been teased by me? Ha ha ha." After saying that, she increased her speed and charged straight towards the huge natural door. But when the fox was close to the door of nature, a green light suddenly shot out from the air and directly attacked the door of nature. When the green light collided with the door of nature, it exploded with a paw sound and turned into a giant door that covered the sky. What? Fox Demon's face changed. Before he could even react, he was knocked back into the air. "I-oh." She sat down on the ground and let out a painful cry. When she turned around to look behind, she saw that a large number of soldiers had already surrounded them. Damn it, who was the one who plotted against me? Fox Demon crawled up from the ground and pulled out the curved blade on his waist and shouted, "Sly Fox, you still dare to be so arrogant? Take him down." The officer snapped. The group of people pulled out their swords and sabers and rushed forward in a flurry. But in the next second, the fox hacked down with his blade. The blood-red scimitar created waves of profound strength, and actually caused these people who were at the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master to lose their balance. Such strength! The officer was stunned. "In the end, you are still someone that can kill Xiao Huailin. His strength is truly not weak, but today, you should just surrender." A shout came from the sky, and after that, a few green figures rushed over. The officer and the rest looked. It was the Realm Trees expert, and the one leading them was the giant Jia. If you have any suggestions or comments about this book, please leave a message in the book review, Mr. 1058. Show read. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617. C617. It's Lord Zhugu. The officer was overjoyed. Seeing Zhugu and a group of Realm Tree experts rushing over, they knew that this fox spirit was not going to be able to escape. Zhugu and the rest flew over and landed in front of the soldiers, causing them to surround Fox Demon in an arc. There were a total of 8 people on Zhugu's side, and all of them had dense chi, which the soldiers could not compare to. Seeing Zhugu and the rest approaching, Fox Demon was startled, then she smiled. "I don't think you came here by chance. Are you here to arrest me?" The Fox Demon laughed. "It's good that you know this." Zhugu said indifferently, "Luckily we were able to make it in time, otherwise I would have let you go. If you leave, our Wanhua realm will not be at peace." Hearing that, Hu Qianmei's face changed. "What do you mean by that? What is it? Don't you understand? You killed Xiao Huailin, and this time, the entire group of All Empty Sect have come out because of you. As long as you are in the hands of the people of All Empty Sect, I believe that our Wanhua realm will be able to settle down and enjoy eternal peace," Zhugu said. When Fox Demon heard this, her smile disappeared and anger surfaced. "You actually plan to hand me over to All Empty Sect? TCH. You bunch of people, if I did not kill Xiao Huailin, who knows how many people would have died. You bunch of people actually want to repay kindness with enmity." Repaying kindness with enmity? Do you know how big of a disaster you have caused our Wanhua realm? Now, as long as we sacrifice one of you, we can protect our entire realm. Even though I know that you killed Xiao Huailin out of kindness, since you were thinking of the Wanhua realm, why not you think of him?" Lord Lu said with an expressionless face. When Fox Demon heard this, she was truly infuriated. "I was blind, and that's why I helped your Wanhua realm get rid of harm, but I didn't expect that you people were actually a group of righteous people. Shame. That realm master of yours is the same as well. He said that he would respect my decision at the time, and now he's making you come over to capture me. Humph, it turns out that he said the wrong thing. I have seen through you." Fox Demon was so angry that her teeth were itching, knowing that these people wanted to hand her over. Her heart was filled with hatred towards them. No need to say anything more. Zhu said, we should still capture her and subdue her, in case she runs away, then we will have wasted our effort.
That's right.
Lord Lu bellowed. She was actually the first to make a move. Her hands quickly flipped, taking out a tree branch, directly striking at Fox Demon. Just as the branch was about to fall, a huge amount of business burst out from the branch, transforming into vines that instantly wrapped around her body. However, the Fox Demon did not panic. With a flip of her fair palm, a mysterious gold light appeared out of nowhere. The gold light was overbearing and powerful, instantly shattering the vines, and took the chance to blast into Lord Lu's body. Caught off guard, Lord Lu was flung more than 10 meters away, falling to the ground while spitting out blood.
The profound chi vibrated incessantly. What? Zhu was stunned.
This person is only at the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. Lord Lu was at least at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. How can she possibly hurt Lord Lu? I'm afraid that he has magic treasures. Everyone be careful.
Someone exclaimed.
After everyone heard this, they all took out their treasures and stared at Fox Demon seriously. The Fox Demon succeeded. She was not in a hurry to take advantage of the situation to give chase. Instead, she started chanting some sort of incantation, and the profound chi around her body started spinning like a tornado, spinning even faster. The aura around her became stronger, as though she was activating some kind of powerful technique. Stop her from casting the spell.
Zhu roared. Everyone moved and attacked Fox Demon.
But, the moment everyone moved, Fox Demon's pink mouth raised, revealing a sly smile. As though she had obtained something, she suddenly dropped her hands, the profound chi around her disappeared, and at the same time, a burst of intense golden light burst out from her body. It was so bright that it was hard to open her eyes, like a blazing sun. All the Realm Tree experts stopped moving, they turned to look, and were forced back by the golden light. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked, only to see that the Fox Demon was nowhere to be seen.
Not good, let her run.
There she is. Chase.
Constant shouts. Bang.
The sword crafting room released a muffled sound. Following that, the extremely hot sword furnace exploded, causing a wave of heat to spread out, and immediately overturned the 2 people beside the sword furnace. Suyun's profound chi was exhausted. It was difficult to resist. His entire body was sent flying, but he did not land on the ground, his entire body leaning on a soft and fragrant soft body.
This was Ling Qingyu.
She held Suyun's waist with both hands and activated profound chi to catch him. Although Ling Qingyu had also used up a lot of profound chi, it was more than enough to take this fellow. However, Suyun shamelessly leaned his head on Ling Qingyu's shoulder and panted heavily.
Ling Qingyu frowned, and pushed him into a corner against the wall with a bit of resistance, and snorted, "You're not dead yet, are you?"
"Done."
Suyun revealed a strong smile. "Smooth talker." Ling Qingyu snorted.
Suyun did not reply. He looked at Sword Furnace S, only to see that the Sword Furnace S had shattered into pieces, but at the place where the Sword Furnace S were broken, a snow-white sword was floating. The sword was glowing, sparkling with light. It was mystical compared, and on the sword blade's body, a golden-edged, brilliant lotus with a white complexion. Waves after waves of mysterious spirit energy leaked out from the lotus. Is this the recovered Lotus Star Sword? Ling Qingyu gazed at the sword, lost in thought. That's right, the repaired Lotus Star Sword is the complete Lotus Star Sword. Relying on this sword, the 3rd move of the Lotus Star Sword art will be released. Suyun grinned. He got up and went to get his sword, but just as he stood up, his footsteps slanted, as though he did not even have a breath, and his entire person could not help but fall towards Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu did not have time to react. When she turned his head to look at Suyun, Wu saw that Suyun had already pounced over. She subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to hold Suyun back, but in the next second, this person's entire head, but it was buried in Ling Qingyu's snow-white chest.
Ling Qingyu was stunned.
She could only feel her chest being fiercely squeezed. His hot breath was like a needle, constantly stimulating his sensitive areas. This strange feeling made Ling Qingyu's entire body lose all of his strength. Her heart was beating frantically, her breathing almost stopped, and she was suppressed by Suyun's momentum. causing the two of them to fall to the ground. Suyun was startled. He looked at Ling Qingyu, only to see her opening her eyes wide, staring at her blankly. Her tender lips slowly opened, as though her expression was frozen. Seeing that, Suyun suddenly woke up. He anxiously crawled up and laughed, but he did not know where he got the strength from. He stood up like lightning, and did not feel the exhaustion from using the profound qi. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu was surprised and angry. She got up and pushed Suyun away fiercely, her fair cheeks puffed with anger, and said, "You bastard, did you do that on purpose? How could that be? I was really trying my best just now." Sorry, Qingyu, it was all an accident," Suyun immediately replied. "You humph." Ling Qingyu wanted to curse him a little, but when she saw that strange smile that could not even smell, and that she could not curse anymore, she became annoyed and ignored him. She turned his head and walked towards the sword sheath, approaching it but disappeared without a trace. Seeing that, Suyun immediately shouted, "Qingyu, didn't you want to teach me Burning Heaven sword formation? Qingyu, don't go." However, there was no movement from the sword sheath. "He has such a big temper, that was really an accident." Suyun rubbed his nose, and then, he couldn't help but rub his face and laugh. But at this time, the sword sheath released another wave of light. Ling Qingyu, who had just entered, flew out again. Seeing that, Suyun laughed. "Qingyu, you're not angry anymore?" Ling Qingyu took 2 deep breaths and then revealed a strange smile. "I won't be angry anymore, Suyun. You said that you want me to teach you Burning Heaven sword formation, right? Since the Lotus Star sword have been refined, then I will teach you." Ling Qingyu rarely laughed. Seeing her smile, Suyun could not help but shiver. "I have exhausted my profound qi today, not suitable for cultivation. Change days. Let's change the day." "Another day? No way, after all, today is today." Inverted exclamation mark. After Suyun heard it, he knew that it was impossible to escape this time. He could only put on a thick face and said, "Then at least you have to let me recover my profound qi, right? I'll help you recover." Ling Qingyu knew that Suyun was stalling for time. She snorted and walked over, allowing Suyun to sit. Under Ling Qingyu's fearsome speed, Suyun had no choice but to honestly recover his power. With the assistance of the top-notch medicinal pellets he obtained from the treasury, and with Ling Qingyu's assistance, Suyun's body's recovery speed was not bad. However, what made Suyun disappointed was that out of the large amount of pills he had obtained from a famous prison, there were actually no rare pills that could increase his cultivation. Sect leader. Just as Suyun and Ling Qingyu were still lucky in the room, Hua Tianwu's voice came out from outside. "Sect leader, Tianwu wishes to meet you." Suyun, who was lucky, opened his eyes with some surprise. On the other hand, Ling Qingyu was not angry at all. She removed the profound qi and pushed Suyun away. Suyun understood what she meant, laughed, got up and opened the door. The sword furnace had exploded. The room was filled with thick smoke. Hua Tianwu could not see anything clearly, but when he saw Suyun walking out, the house had a beautiful lady. Hua Tianwu blinked her eyes, revealing a look of enlightenment. She immediately cupped her fists and said, "Sect leader, please forgive me. This subordinate does not know that sect leader is dual cultivating." "What did you say?" Hearing that, Ling Qingyu's face changed. Hua Tianwu was stunned. Suyun coughed a little but did not explain. He asked directly, "Tianwu, what's the matter?" Only now did Hua Tianwu regain his senses, and he said respectfully, "The Realm Tree has sent urgent news, requesting Linglong Mountain to completely seal himself. All sects and families guard the various paths, and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. My Lotus Star Sword sect must also seal the 7 paths that lead up and down the southern mountains. Tianwu does not dare to make any decisions, and so, he reports to you, sect leader." "Seal the mountain?" Suyun frowned slightly. Did something happen? It is said that the people of Realm Tree is chasing a criminal, but this man is sly, hiding everywhere. From the route he runs, the target seems to be the Linglong Mountain, and if Tianwu's guess is correct, the offender is the dark place who plans to enter our Linglong Mountain and escape the Wanhua realm through the Gate of Disorder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 618. So that's how it is.
Suyun nodded his head. Since it is like this, then you can arrange for people to go and lock up all the mountain roads, and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. But, if the culprit really is one of the few paths that our Lotus Starsword sect is in charge of, you have to instruct the disciples. If they can beat him, then beat him. If they can't, then let him leave. Do not sacrifice yourself, understand? Huo Tianwu did not understand what Suyun meant, but he had always been respectful to Suyun, so he did not dare to doubt him.
With that, Huo Tianwu left.
Huo Tianwu left and continued to head back to the house with his luck, but at the moment, Ling Qingyu's face was filled with anger. The coldness in his eyes had become even more intense. When Huo Tianwu came to report the news, he announced it, and even added fuel to the fire.
Suyun knew that the past few days would not be easy.
With that done, he was dragged to the cultivation grounds of Lotus Starsword sect by Ling Qingyu and started to cultivate arduously. At the same time, at the Realm Tree's place, a large amount of troops was gathering outside the Realm Tree. The scattered troops around the Wanhua realm all received the orders from the Realm Master to return. In just a few days, there were already close to 100,000 Realm Tree soldiers gathered outside the Realm Tree. At a glance, the dark green armor gave off an extremely shocking feeling. And what was even more shocking was that all these soldiers were at the first stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Realm Master, who was dressed in green, stood on a tall branch, looking down at the army, his eyes extremely calm. Rong Muk and the rest followed behind, only to see Rong Muk holding onto a green leaf. Looking at the glowing words on the green leaf, he muttered something, as though he was reporting something to Realm Master. These are all soldiers with a cultivation of at least the first stage of Sky Spirit Master. According to your command, we did not summon anyone with a cultivation below the first stage.
Rong Muk said. If we are at odds with the people of All Empty Sect, something bad will definitely happen.
For a war of this level, people below the first stage of Sky Spirit Master would only end up dying for nothing.
The Realm Master said indifferently. That's right.
Rong Muk nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his heart becoming more at ease. He laughed. With this many Sky Spirit Master experts, I am afraid no realm would be able to gather this many, all because of my Wanhua realm, who has such abundant resources, and is more suitable to train experts. Although this was a little exaggerated, it was still the truth. How could an ordinary realm gather together an existence that was nearly 10 all spirits a sky profound level? Probably only an extremely large realm like the ultimate martial world would be possible. But it is because my Wanhua realm is rich in resources that I am being spied on by other people from the realm. This humble subject is actually quite worried about my Realm Master. A middle-aged man with a crew cut spoke out. His name was Yang Lang and he was in charge of setting up the Realm Tree S-Barrier.
What's Lord Yang worried about?
Realm Master turned his head and asked.
Yang Lang cupped his fists in salute, and said, this humble subject is worried. The goal of coming to Cloud Heavenly Palace this time, is not to stand up for All Empty Sect, but to scheme for my Wanhua realm.
You think they want to use this as an excuse to attack my Wanhua realm?
The Realm Master said indifferently.
That's right.
Yang Lang nodded.
When the surrounding people heard this, they all had grave expressions on their faces. They felt that this possibility wasn't small. Realm Master turned his gaze and looked down at the sea-like army, and said indifferently, actually, Master Yang, your concern is correct, and this is not a concern, but a fact. The reason why Cloud Heavenly Palace is here this time, is to find trouble with us and create excuses for them.
Why does the Realm Master say that?
Because the life forms of the Desperate Death Realm have already been killed by the Cloud Heavenly Palace, and the Cloud Heavenly Palace needs to develop, so we must start a war. The profound chi that the people of the Sword World cultivate is not the swift wind spirit chi, but a very special battle chi. Although my Wanhua realm is not some great realm with outstanding strength, over these few years, we have always advocated peace. We have never treated others sincerely, and have never let down our reputations, and are renowned throughout the world. If the Cloud Heavenly Palace were to start a war with us for no reason, we will definitely be met with opposition from the other realm, and at that time, when the Cloud Heavenly Palace attacks us together, they will only eat the consequences.
Rong Mook said.
Realm Master heard her, but he shook his head again. They can make a move as long as they have an excuse. It's perfectly justifiable.
How would others dare interfere?
Furthermore, the other realmas were not a threat to them.
They are even less afraid of war.
Hearing that, Rong Mook opened his mouth. Furthermore, even if we hand over the person who killed Xiao Huailin to the all-empty sect, they would not let this matter rest, so I refused to hand him over. At the same time, I gathered the power of the Wanhua realm, and prepared to fight against the various sects in Cloud Heavenly Palace.
The Realm Master said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they understood the reasoning behind it and nodded their heads.
It had to be said that the Realm Master had a much better eye for things than them.
Report.
Just at this moment, a voice came from afar. Following that, a green-armored warrior flew over. He knelt down in front of Realm Master and reporting to Realm Master, Lord Zhugu, Master Lu Yuan is heading to Linglong Mountain, and has sent over the Mountain Seal Order.
Mountain Seal Order? Rong Mook and the rest were startled. What is Zhugu and the rest planning to do? This subordinate does not know.
That soldier shook his head. When this subordinate received the news from Linglong Mountain, I immediately rushed over to report. The Linglong Mountain is extremely special. There are many people from other realms mixed within. If I were to offend these people, it would not be good for my Wanhua realm.
Rong Mook said. But what is Lord Zhugu trying to do? Why did they seal the Linglong Mountain just like that? Who would have known?
Logically speaking, he should have immediately rushed over here, gathered his troops and sent them to the Gate of Nature to prepare their defenses. We need to immediately recall Lord Zhugu. At this critical moment, we cannot let him cause any more trouble.
Yes.
The ministers were all discussing with each other. Realm Master lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, Prime Minister Bang.
What orders does Realm Master have?
Quickly head to Linglong Mountain, bring Zhugu, Lu Yuan and the others back, tell them to give up on the pursuit of that person. She cannot stop the commotion for us this time.
The pursuit of that person? Could it be that Lord Zhugu and the rest are going to capture the person who killed Xiao Huailin?
That's right. Realm Master said indifferently, but we have to respect the wishes of others. Furthermore, she is not enough to help us stop all empty sect in her. Even if we capture her, it will be useless. Hearing that, Rong Mook bit his lower lip, then cupped his fist and said, Yes, Realm Master, this humble subject will go and recall Zhugu now.
Realm Master nodded and looked down again. Countless Realm Tree soldiers were still gathering. Bang!
Inside the Lotus Starsword sect, a muffled sound came out, followed by a wave of heat that blew a pitch-black figure away. The figure somersaulted in the air, stumbling as he landed before landing on his butt.
Looking, it was Su Yun.
The current him was covered with dirt, his entire body was red and black, he was in a sorry state, but in front, a young lady in white was holding onto a red sword. She glared at him. The young lady's body was covered in flames. It was extremely terrifying. The temperature in the air was so high that it could melt steel. If not for the support of his cultivation, Su Yun would have been roasted alive.
Did you see it clearly?
Su Yun, this is the fourth sword of the Burning Heaven sword formation. Did you not see it clearly? If you don't see it clearly, I'll demonstrate it to you again.
Ling Qingyu shouted.
Look clearly, look clearly. I saw everything clearly, don't demonstrate it.
Su Yun anxiously crawled up and shouted. All right then.
Ling Qingyu nodded. Since that's the case, then use the Sword of Sun and Moon that you just learned in spar with me.
Let me see how much you have learnt. Ah! Su Yun was stunned. If he really fought with her, then wouldn't he be played to death?
This woman was really narrow-minded. She had only wiped some oil off her face, yet she was still angry. Su Yun was helpless. Seeing the pleased look in Ling Qingyu's clear eyes, a bit of anger surfaced in his heart.
This girl was so overbearing and arrogant. His eyes secretly turned, he thought for a moment, then held onto the tribulation fire sword, and shouted, "Alright, since you said it like that, Qingyu, then you be careful, I'm going to activate the sword formation." "Bring it on!" Ling Qingyu held onto the blazing sword, and shouted sternly. When he approached the other party, the tribulation fire sword released both of its hands, and waved the hand sign for the fourth sword, Sword of Sun and Moon, Sword of Sun and Moon. The profound chi split into two parts, and rushed towards the left and right hands, the yang and yin sides, Ri Zuiyue and Ri Zuiyue. The sword intent rippled out, and the sword chi flew out horizontally, causing the body of the tribulation fire sword that was dancing in the air to release a wave of heat wave as two sword images quickly appeared. The fourth sword stroke could be performed with a single sword stroke. The essence of this technique lay only in its power and intent. The sword image appeared, transforming into the form of the sun and moon, flying around the tribulation fire sword, then rushed towards Ling Qingyu. The entire training room began to shake. The fiery red sword light filled the entire cultivation ground, as if it was going to roast the entire place. But, this strike that contained such a powerful aura, was not even a threat to Ling Qingyu. With a light snort, she wielded the sword in her hand and similarly unleashed the Sword of Sun and Moon. Just based on cultivation alone, Ling Qingyu was definitely not Su Yun's opponent, but if it was just this one move, then Su Yun was definitely not Ling Qingyu's opponent. The two swords that were surrounded by the light of the sun and moon clashed together. The tribulation fire sword was directly sent flying, and the fiery heat wave on its surface was also completely devoured by the opponent. Ling Qingyu's sword pierced through the enemy's body like a hot knife through butter, striking right at Su Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619. In the end, Ling Qingyu was also a sword expert, and she was already familiar with the Burning Heaven sword formation. Su Yun had only just touched the sword, and had already learned it. How could he be her opponent? Seeing the power behind that sword strike, Su Yun was truly annoyed in his heart. This woman did not hold back at all. Was she still angry? He was feeling a little bored. Previously, he had been giving way to Ling Qingyu everywhere, and felt that it was enough, but now, this woman had suddenly increased in strength by an inch, and was endlessly overbearing. Su Yun immediately raised his hand and released profound chi that struck the sharp sword. With his cultivation, the profound chi that was released immediately broke the sharp sword. Ling Qingyu was startled, then her expression became sullen. "Su Yun, what are you doing? You don't want to learn this sword formation properly, and you actually use a mystical technique to break it? What are you thinking? Am I the one who should be asking you this? Are you teaching me how to learn sword formations? I think you want to kill me?" Su Yun shrugged. "You? Damn it, I want you to learn well, and you have to learn well. How could an ordinary person have the honor of having me teach him sword formation?" Ling Qingyu said angrily. She then brandished the sword placed at the side of the training room and started the Sword of Sun and Moon again. The might was still as sharp as before, as if Su Yun was going to die here. Seeing that, Su Yun used profound chi to shatter the barrier, but Ling Qingyu persisted, as though she was unwilling to not beat Su Yun to the ground. Seeing that, Su Yun became angry, and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu's body trembled. She suddenly turned her head, only to see Su Yun looking down at her from above. His black and red face was filled with seriousness. She quickly retreated, wanting to attack again. But in the next second, Su Yun extended his hand out, and directly grabbed her wrist from his left and right, and pushed her to the side of a pillar. "Woman, is there no end to this?" Su Yun stared at Ling Qingyu and roared. "You? Let me go, what are you doing? Let me go!" Ling Qingyu shouted, struggling non-stop, but regardless of strength or cultivation, she was no match for Su Yun. How could she struggle free? "I said it earlier, it was an accident previously, and I did not do it on purpose. Do you need to keep getting angry like this?" It's not like you're missing a piece of meat just because you touched your chest, right? Hearing that Su Yun had directly said it out loud, making Ling Qingyu a little surprised, she was stunned for a moment, her face flushed red, embarrassed and angry. You? Shameless! Ling Qingyu suddenly raised his right leg and kicked down at Su Yun's groin. This kick was powerful. She had even used profound chi. If it hit the mountain, even the mountain would be cracked. If he were to be struck by this attack, the outcome would be unimaginable. Su Yun was drenched in cold sweat. He anxiously closed his legs and grabbed onto Ling Qingyu's legs. Ling Qingyu's white thigh were immediately immobilized. It's no more than a few inches away from his lower body. Su Yun's robes was trembling from the profound chi on his legs. He felt a cold chill on his lower body, and was about to fall for it. So dangerous. His face was pale and his back was soaked. Looking at this woman, she had not given up and was still struggling desperately. Enough! Calm down immediately. Su Yun was furious and shouted. Bastard, you're taking advantage of me. Are you just going to let it go like this? When did you become like an ordinary girl, to be so fussy? Your cultivation has been eaten by dogs all these years? It has nothing to do with you. Anyways, you took advantage of me, so you have to pay the price. What do you want? Kill you. You? Su Yun was surprised and angry. He looked at Ling Qingyu's small and angry face, and then couldn't help but look at her chest, and laughed coldly. Alright, Qingyu, since you want to kill me, then let me enjoy it. With that said, Su Yun directly lowered his head, burying his head into the soft and smooth breasts. Ling Qingyu was completely dumbstruck. Her eyes widened as she looked at the head that fiercely shook on her chest. Her entire body was as though it had been petrified. I didn't mean to kill you just now. If I let you kill me like that, then that would be too unfair. But now, I did. If you want to kill me, then I won't feel wronged. Su Yun sucked hard and let go of Ling Qingyu's hand, and snorted. However, Ling Qingyu was not angry, nor was she resentful. She stared blankly at Su Yun, as though she had broken down. After an unknown period of time, she suddenly came back to her senses, with her eyes lowered and her lips tightly pursed. She turned her face, with tears flashing in her eyes, and her face flushed red. Seeing that, Su Yun felt his boiling hot brain calming down, as though he had gone too far. Although Ling Qingyu had a bad temper, it was only a ruckus and not killing him. Her cultivation was extraordinary, but in the end, she was still a woman. How could she tolerate other men being so frivolous? That Qingyu. Just as Su Yun was about to speak, Ling Qingyu suddenly turned and transformed into a white light that entered the sword sheath. Qingyu! Su Yun shouted anxiously, but Ling Qingyu had completely stopped moving. It seemed that he was truly angry this time. Seeing that, Su Yun felt helpless. The woman's thoughts were really hard to understand. Sect leader! Just then, a voice came out from outside the training room. Following that, Hua Tianwu ran over quickly, and shouted, Sect leader, something bad happened. Sect leader! Hearing that, Su Yun anxiously opened the door, looked at Hua Tianwu who was rushing over, and asked, what happened? Hua Tianwu cupped his fists and said anxiously, Sect leader, Shan Nan is in trouble. Shan Nan? Su Yun frowned. The few paths that our sword sect is responsible for sealing? That's right. It seems that the criminal that the Realm Tree S and other adults are chasing has gone to the Shan Nan. He planned to force his way in, and hurt a lot of our disciples. Right now we are going through the path of the Shan Nan. I have already arranged for experts to intercept him, but that man has a high cultivation. I am afraid he will be difficult to handle. Hearing that, Su Yun thought for a moment, then said softly, Come, follow me over there. I told the disciples to quickly leave, and do not sacrifice themselves for nothing, and let the experts of our sect try to delay him as much as possible. If we do not protect him, and let him break into the Linglong Mountain, I am afraid that the Realm Tree and the various sects of the Linglong Mountain will all use our Lotus Star Sword sect as punishment. With that said, Su Yun summoned his Tribulation Fire Sword. He stepped on his sword and flew up into the sky with Hua Tianwu following closely behind. The Lotus Star Sword sect was located at the edge of the Linglong Mountain, which was not far from the main sect location. It was precisely because they were close to the Lotus Star Sword sect that they were entrusted with this area's sealing mission. When Suyun approached the Shan Nan area anxiously, he felt his heart thumping hard. He did not know why, but he felt a strange feeling in his heart. What was going on? Suyun was filled with suspicions. When they got near the Shan Nan, they could see the figures of a few disciples floating in the air, holding swords in their hands, constantly releasing sword chi downwards, and below, the area was also exploding, with thick smoke billowing out, causing the ground to be smashed into pieces. It was extremely miserable. Some disciples were lying unconscious on the side of the road, and even more people were gathered in the thick smoke, as if they were fighting with someone. Roar! A dignified and suppressed roar came out from the dense smoke. Following that, a gold light suddenly appeared, followed by a sound wave blowing in all directions, causing the Lotus Star Sword sect disciples who were in the dust to be immediately blown away. Seeing that, Suyun did not dare delay, and immediately urged his Tribulation Fire Sword to fly towards the dust. However, when he approached the dust, the aura within it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not only did his aura disappear, even that terrifying golden light had completely disappeared. What was going on? Suyun thought. He became more cautious. But in the next second, a petite figure flew out from the dust and soil. Her speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she was already close to Suyun. He was slightly taken aback, and before he could even react, that figure pounced in his arms. Suyun was shocked. He suddenly looked down, and what entered his eyes were two snow-white furry ears. A soft and fragrant smell wafted from the body. This was not an attack at all. "Big brother, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you." A soft voice came out, only to see the person bury her head deep in Suyun's chest, and fiercely inhale. Hearing that, Suyun suddenly realized, his heart was in shock. "Qian Mei?" He shouted involuntarily. He could not believe that the person who had suddenly appeared was the Hu Qianmei he had not seen for a long time. He never thought that after coming to this mystical Wanhua realm, Hu Qianmei would actually follow her. Just how strong was this fox spirit, and how did she come to this place? However, Hu Qianmei's appearance caused Suyun to feel both surprised and happy, and a strange feeling slowly surfaced in his heart. When he thought about those past points, Suyun felt a myriad of emotions. Unknowingly, in Suyun's heart, without him knowing, not knowing when, Hu Qianmei had become as important as family. "You just realized it was me? You're really slow on the uptake, brother. I already knew the moment you appeared. I remember your aura very clearly." Hu Qianmei raised her head. Her young and lovely face revealed a sly smile. Then she raised her small hands and secretly pinched Suyun's lower body. Suyun's entire body shivered, and he almost fell off the Tribulation Fire Sword. He anxiously removed Hu Qianmei's evil-looking hand, and looked around in distress, only to see the disciples of Lotus Star Sword sect all opening their mouths wide enough to fit an egg, and blankly staring at the two in the sky. Everyone was like statues. They remained motionless, and were completely shocked. "This damned fox demon. Couldn't you tell the situation clearly?" Suyun was secretly angered, thinking to teach her a lesson later, and with that he brought Hu Qianmei down to the ground. He coughed for a moment, then said seriously, "All of you stop, this is our people." When everyone heard, they found it hard to recover from the shock. Only Hu Tianwu was the first to come to their senses. He quickly walked over and looked at Hu Qianmei, then cupped his fists. "So it's the sect leaders, madam. We were truly rude, and actually treated you as a criminal of the realm tree. Please forgive us, please forgive us." "Madam sect leader?" It seems that Hu Tianwu saw that grab. Suyun's face turned red. This fox demon was not letting him have a peaceful time. "Hey, no need to apologize. You are right, I am indeed a realm tree criminal," Hu Qianmei said with a smile. "What?" Suyun was slightly startled. Then, before Hu Qianmei could even speak, several array sounds came from behind, followed by a group of realm tree experts rushing forward, with Zhu Gu and the rest as the leader.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 620. Seeing that, Suyun's face became serious.
However, Hu Qianmei actually grabbed onto Suyun's big hands and shouted, "Brother, run quickly, these fellows are here to capture me. Hurry up and leave Wanhua realm with me."
Leave? Where to? Go wherever you can.
Run away from the gate of chaos in the dark place.
We can't let these guys catch us, or we're done for.
They want to give me to the All-Empty sect and comb the anger of the All-Empty sect.
Hu Qianmei asked anxiously. You want to hand you over to All-Empty sect? Suyun was shocked. Could it be that you killed Xiao Weilin? Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go, Hu Qianmei said.
Seeing Hu Qianmei's anxious expression, Suyun heaved a sigh of relief, and without hesitation, followed along. But just at that moment, a large number of figures flew out from the depths of Linglong Mountain, all of them landing on top of a gigantic black cloud, rushing towards them, directly blocking their path.
Suyun took a look. These people were all Linglong Mountain experts led by Yanwen of Feather Moon Pavilion. Oh? Sect leader Su, so you have already caught this crime.
We just received news of Lord Zhugu and were about to rush here to capture him. Seeing Suyun together with Hu Qianmei, Yanwen did not understand what was going on. He thought that Suyun had grabbed Hu Qianmei and laughed. Seeing that, Suyun and Hu Qianmei stopped in their tracks. Suyun stared at Yanwen. He did not expect that the experts of Linglong Mountain would arrive so quickly. Did they already receive the news?
What a fast movement.
Zhugu's group flew over from behind. Looking at Suyun and his group, they asked Suyun, "Who are you?
Is he the accomplice of this crime?"
Lord Zhugu, please do not misunderstand, this is my Lotus Starsword sect's new vice sect leader Suyun.
Hua Tianwu hurriedly introduced.
Oh?
Hearing that, Zhugu glanced at Suyun and said, "You are Lotus Starsword sect's vice sect leader?"
He is actually a new face sect leader Suyun. He is a criminal for us Realm Tree. The reason we are here is to capture him, and since you have already captured him, quickly hand him over to us. With that, Zhugu waved his hand, and two people flew out from the side and approached Suyun. But in the next second, Suyun used one hand to hold onto the fire tribulation, and waved at the two who were close to him, causing a circle of fire chi to burst out from the sword, and rush towards the two like a wave. The two of them were shocked and they immediately urged their chi to block.
The power of the flames was extremely strong as they forcefully pushed the two of them back. This action caused an uproar among everyone present.
What are you doing, sect leader Suyun? Yanwen opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just seen. Zhang Luquang and the Tsanghuai senior who followed along were completely dumbstruck. As for Hua Tianwu and the rest, they were all dumbstruck as they stared blankly at the sky, watching Suyun's every move.
Sect leader, what are you doing? Hua Tianwu asked.
Suyun's expression became extremely stern, and said softly, "Tianwu, from today, I am no longer Lotus Starsword sect. I have nothing to do with Lotus Starsword sect. Everything has nothing to do with you. Quickly bring the people back to the sect. Do not get involved in this matter."
Do you know?
Sect leader. The Lotus Starsword sect people below could not help but shout out. They completely did not understand why Suyun was doing this, and they could not accept the sudden change. However, Hu Qianmei was very clear about Suyun's actions. The corner of her mouth lifted into a happy smile. This person, he was always thinking for others. For himself, even when facing so many tyrants, he still unhesitatingly stepped forward, and in order to not implicate Lotus Starsword sect, he announced on the spot that he would break away from the relationship with the Lotus Starsword sect, and always leave all the misfortune on his shoulders.
Is that really okay?
Hu Qianmei could not help but exclaim softly, although she still had a faint happy smile on her lips when she said that.
Nothing good.
Suyun's expression was firm, and said indifferently, "This is the decision I made, and since I have decided to do it, I will not regret it." He raised the tribulation fire sword in his hand,
pointed to Zhugu and the others and said, "This person is mine. I do not know who you are, and I do not care about your cultivation. As long as I tell you one thing, if I do not nod, you will not be able to take her away. Make your choice." How arrogant! Once Suyun said that, everyone's heart was immediately filled with unspeakable anger. He was only one man, his cultivation was not considered outstanding, but facing the realm tree, facing so many experts of the Linglong Mountain, he still dared to say such arrogant words. Did he not know how the word death was written? What arrogant words! Zhugu sneered, "Who do you think you are? Can you even contend against so many of our experts?" Then, when Zhugu had just finished speaking, Lu Yuan suddenly realized. She stared at Suyun for a long while and shouted, "Are you the Lord Suyun who plotted against the true devil realm?" Once he said that, everyone around Lu Yuan was shocked. The Lord Suyun that was saved by the realm master? It's him? Why is he here? Lord Suyun actually became the sect leader of the Lotus Star Sword sect? A few of the Realm Tree experts who saw Suyun came to a realization and began whispering to each other, exclaiming in shock. Zhugu was the newly appointed successor to the chief guard, and because he had never seen Suyun before, he did not know him. When Suyun saw that the group of people recognized him, he realized that his relationship with the Realm Tree was not bad. He immediately took out the divine leaf that the Realm Master had bestowed to him, and shouted, "Since everyone recognizes me, then it's good. This is the divine leaf that the Realm Master has bestowed to me. There's no other reason to take it out. I hope everyone will not make things difficult for us, and quickly leave." Divine leaf? Lu Yuan was shocked. With this leaf, you can represent the Realm Master. Lord Zhugu, what should we do? Suyun has this thing, we can't move it. One of them turned and said to Zhugu. Hearing that, Zhugu snorted secretly, "I do not care who Suyun is, nor do I care what is in his hands. The situation this time is extremely different. Everyone, don't you want to think about it, in your hearts, is it the Wanhua realm or that person's leaf that is important?" Everyone was troubled. If we rush over to capture that demon fox, we can protect Wanhua realm and protect Wanhua realm. If that happens, even though we will be punished by Realm Master, we will be respected by all the spirits of Wanhua realm, who is the lesser of the two. Do you not understand? Zhugu shouted again. These righteous words made those who were hesitating come to a realization. The situation now was different. If he still worried about the divine leaf, Wanhua realm would really die. Is right, compared to the entire Wanhua realm, this divine leaf is nothing. Lu Yuan said. Right, we are considering from the perspective of the Wanhua realm. At this point, it doesn't matter if the Realm Master comes to punish us, since we are dealing with a spirit demon fox, not Lord Suyun. There is no need to be afraid. Everyone attack together. Let's snatch the spirit demon fox first. If you have any responsibilities, we'll take them on together. All right. Following Zhugu's bewitching, the Realm Tree experts no longer worried. With a roar, they activated their profound chi and released their aura. From the looks of it, they had already decided to fight with Suyun. Pavilion Master Yan, what should we do? Amongst the experts of Linglong Mountain, Yanwen said in a low voice. Wait and see. Yanwen said in a low voice, if these people of Realm Tree want to capture Fox Demon, then let them capture him. Sect leader is a benefactor to my Linglong Mountain. If we make a move, it is not appropriate for us to do so. Furthermore, sect leader has already announced that we are separated from the Lotus Starsword sect, and it is already difficult for him to deal with so many experts from the Realm Tree by himself. If we were to make a move now, and spread the news, others will definitely say that my Linglong Mountains people are the enemies and the benefactors. If everyone were to leave the Linglong Mountain in the future, I am afraid that you would not even be able to raise your heads and see others, right? Yes, this is a matter of the Realm Tree, let them handle it. Zhang Luquang said. Yanwen made his decision, and immediately ordered everyone to retreat a few kilometers, showing their stance. When Zhugu and the rest saw his actions, they were not happy. These fellows from the Linglong Mountain, they actually do not plan to take action. Very good, once this matter is settled,
I will definitely take care of all of you. Zhugu stared at Yan Wen and the others fiercely, and said so to himself. Lu Yuan pulled out that strange tree branch, and said to Su Yun, Lord Su Yun, although you have helped my Wanhua realm, but for this matter, I am afraid we cannot listen to you, and you have to hand over the fox demon, or else my Wanhua realm will not be safe. It seems like you are determined to have a fight with me? Su Yun said coldly. There's no other choice. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth and said. Since that's the case, I won't be polite either. Su Yun held onto the tribulation fire sword tightly and said coldly, Go ahead. Lord Su Yun, you forced us to do this, sorry. Lu Yuan bellowed, then shouted angrily, I will hold Lord Su Yun back, you all capture Fox Demon. With that said, 4 people rushed out from Lu Yuan's side, straight towards Su Yun. Seeing that, Su Yun was about to make his move. But before he could make a move, Hu Qianmei who was beside him took the first step. Her hands formed into palms as she waved them left and right, sending out 2 streams of golden light. The golden light flew out from her palm and circled around her at high speeds. Finally, it gathered together, forming a large and slender rainbow. The golden rainbow erupted, causing Lu Yuan and the rest to be pushed back. They were unable to get close to Su Yun and Hu Qianmei, but the golden rainbow revolved around Hu Qianmei for a few rounds, then suddenly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon that pounced towards Lu Yuan and the others. What? Lu Yuan's face suddenly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621. The golden dragon appeared, bringing with it unstoppable might. It rushed towards Lu Yuan and the others. The golden dragon's spirit chi was extremely vast, like a tornado. It swept in all directions. When it appeared, all the realm tree experts were actually unable to get close to it. What is this?